it makes
So
you
that's
it
just not me
diminishes
being prepared.
it diminishes your intellect into like where you feel like you're just an insignificant nothingness. Like,
Well, how
don't
about
do
you?
that to
How about you
yourself.
find somebody who is very knowledgeable and prepared for this, and then see if
Listen,
it's
just because
hesitant
somebody
request.
can listen, I'll tell you this, Seth. Somebody that can articulate some bullshit isn't intelligent. They just
But
have
you
they
claim it's
just learn how to
bullshit.
memorize. They just learn how to memorize and recall information. That's all they've learned how to do in life. But
Well,
don't ever
that's
diminish
not the
your
same
own
thing
intellect.
because you can memorize something and recall it, but you can also understand what you've memorized separately from memorizing it. So you can probably find someone who's not as unprepared as me to explain it better
You
in the
can
way that
think
you
you
would
do.
understand.
Dude, like there you go again. And I
'Cause
feel
I'm not
bad for
fucking
people in
prepared.
your position because you automatically go to the fact that you're too dumb to know it. Like, just
Well,
don't do
that
that.
was a joke, but I'm not. But I don't have the shit on me, so you could.
Anyway.
I mean, so I'm
That's
the wrong
fine.
I'm more.
person for things that I
Alright.
don't
It's all
know.
right.
Well,
If you're
that's
trying to
just cool.
look
I'm just more interested in. I'm just more interested in how you can confidently say that it can be proven, yet answered "I don't know" to all those three questions.
Because I didn't say I don't know. I said it can't be proven, and I can find where it's proven. But you guys want me to say that I don't know
No, and one of the things I
where
asked
it has
you,
been proven.
Seth, one of the things I asked you was to please go and look for your information to support the case for gravity. Now, this is
Yeah.
another thing. All those three questions that I asked you, go look for that as well.
Okay.
Add that to the list of things you need to look for when you in concerns to the things you need to search.
Dude,
Please do that.
Mr. Into the Break, the chat has been admonishing me. Every single time I've been here, I've been fucking ridiculed and laughed at and used. And
Well, maybe other
yeah.
times,
I've had
but
memes
no,
from
the
like
chat was
fucking
not like
2015.
that right now. I was just
I've
letting
had
you know.
memes from
No, the
fucking
chat.
2015 used
We're
against
proud
me.
of. We're
Like,
proud that you actually went through the questions, man. That was beautiful. Good job.
yeah, it's difficult to do it in this channel, but I try to have more patience than I think I do, even if I sound stupid.
As hilarious as you are,
Just
as
do
much
it.
as you have made me laugh today, I think you're a good sport. I think you're a good interlocutor because you haven't flipped out, you haven't lost your shit.
I
You've been
did
pretty
like
cool.
I did the last two times I was in here, but I'm trying to keep myself from doing that. Like, I'd rather look stupid than start a
Well,
fight.
kudos,
So,
man. But like, we're not even looking for that. The thing that we want is to challenge people, Seth,
Okay.
at the end of the day. And what people come away with here should be that we're all in the same boat, man. All of us together. This hierarchy structure that people like usurp their intelligence over others and you kind of like thumb their nose up at others and make it sound like they know more because they're looking at the galaxy in a different way and they're theorizing on all the possible realms that are out there. Like, that right there
about
is
realms,
some bullshit,
but
dude.
that's more
Yeah,
ultimate
but like
dimensions
that has
universe
nothing
is
to
more
deal with our
science.
physical known
It's more like
reality.
theoretical science.
Yeah, I know, but that has nothing to do with physical known reality. And so they're
It
speaking of
doesn't
garbage.
because it's unproven.
Well, they're speaking of garbage and they're
But
touting
you also
their
believe these
knowledge
things
that
like
way.
you also believe that modern science is garbage. So that's
How
just
do you
garbage.
did I ever make that impression on you?
Flat earthers usually believe that
Yeah, but
modern science is
did I ever
garbage.
make
So.
that impression on you, Seth? I think
No,
what
but
you're
I
doing
thought
right
that you
now.
might have believed that because
Do
you're
you
flat
think
earther.
that because you felt the way you did about the conversation that you should say that? Because did you feel like that we've done anything in any way to kind of shun modern science that way?
I mean, do you believe in modern science?
Well, science in and of itself is a study of the physical natural world. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Do you believe in
Okay.
a science that would disprove what you're saying?
Yeah, the science in that disproves what I'm saying.
That would
That's
attempt
like
to
not even a
disprove the saying.
category, sir. That's not a category.
If there,
The science in disproving what
would you
I'm saying.
believe if there was science that would attempt to disprove what you believe about flat Earth? Because I usually encounter flat earthers that say they don't believe that to be true. They don't believe it's like NASA, like it's controlled. It is like everyone is like
No, I
lying
think
and bought out.
here's what I think,
Because
Seth. I think
the elite government
Seth,
reptiles are
Seth, I think
whatever.
I think we're at a good stopping point, and I'm only doing this for your benefit. We're at a good stopping point. I think we should like kind of reflect on what just happened. Perhaps take a break, maybe have a sandwich or something. Like, let's just enjoy the fact that you didn't like spiral out of control, and perhaps we can meet again with another meeting. You can.
Like I said, I would rather look stupid than start an argument and have everybody getting up on me. So,
well, we're not looking to do that anyway.
Actually,
you're just
is a great
shooing
thought that
him
someone
out of the
said.
door. I just got here, but what the fuck?
All right, because we want to talk to
at
you,
least you
doofus.
didn't say anything crazy.
Someone in the chat
What?
said.
Yeah, that's because we want to talk to you.
Someone in the chat said, "Have you verified travel to space?" I would.
Yeah.
I can't do that, but I would actually love
So
to
Seth,
be able
yeah,
to
let's go
travel
ahead and
around on
Seth,
plane
Seth,
around the globe,
Seth, take 5,
south,
sir.
third, and east.
We're gonna
west,
get to
and
new
so-
people. I guess you don't hear me. So let me make
I
my
heard you. I
voice.
just like
Oh,
let
what?
me
Only
make my
certain
voice
people
clear.
are allowed to talk? What the
No,
fuck
he
is
had
going
he
on?
had the floor for quite some time. So
Yeah.
now it's time to
I talked to some
relinquish
flat
that.
earther who didn't.
No, see, that's what I have to do. Either you allow the person to speak so they can come in. The new people need to be spoken to. A lot of people don't know what we're about. So Doofus, welcome to the room.
All right, sorry, but it only looks like there's like 5 people in here that don't have their mics on.
Well, we're still live streaming, so it don't
Or
matter.
do
We
have
have a
them.
whole audience that are
Oh,
listening.
all right. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, dude,
Right.
this isn't a free for all. It's sort of a moderated conversation. So you're welcome to speak in turn.
For sure. And the thing is, we're asking people the question, the same that we ask everybody else. How do you know that the Earth is a globe, and do you have any evidence to support the case? Go ahead, Doofus.
Oh, you're asking me? Oh.
Sure.
No, my main contention is like about the moon. I don't think we landed on the moon.
Well, that's not really where we want to go with it, but
Yeah, I don't really have any opinions on the Earth being flat, so I'm just here to
A globe?
observe, to learn.
you don't think it's a globe either? Well, that's fine. I mean, if you don't,
No, I don't know. How would I
Ah,
know?
okay.
I'm not
Well,
a
we're
scientist.
just
I'm not a
we
science
always
man.
we always ask the question to new people that come in here, that's fine. I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't really care.
That's all right. Just here for the fun. All right. So if
Yeah.
anybody else that's joining right now, welcome to the channel. And we're asking you guys that are brand new to tell us how the Earth is a globe. If you have any evidence, please put it forward. We're willing to listen. We got Larry on deck, guys. Larry, if you're here, see if somebody wants to interact with you.
Yeah, the reason we have, a lot of people are willingly on mute, and when people can't handle that, is because we're having very deep philosophical conversations that goes into physics, mathematics, science, philosophy, and we can't just have a free-for-all. It just doesn't work. You can't get into the deeper level if you got like 1,000 Slim Shadys in here micing up at the same time. So, yeah, there's a reason for the lack of madness. So anybody want to ask any questions about what they just heard, about, the belief that you have about the shape of the Earth, axial rotation, the atmosphere, and
Okay.
gravity? Can you make gravity? Go ahead.
Okay, how about this? All right, I just got here. Maybe you've done this before, but can you just like outline you guys's your position? Like, is it like just if the Earth is flat, or is it like, there's like pockets and the Earth is round, but there's like flat pockets, or like what?
Okay, I'll give you my position, but first I need to talk about the globe just for a few minutes, and then we'll get to my position. So when close your eyes, we'll do a word association. When I say the word Earth, describe to me what you see in your mind's eye.
Round planet. What they show in the movies and stuff.
Okay, well, that's
green and
a
blue.
model of the Earth. You know what a model is, right?
Are you saying I can't conceive of something that's so enormous?
No.
What do you mean?
The Earth is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in.
Oh, you're saying in movies they use models. Yeah, fine.
Yeah, on TV. Because you never actually experience with your 5 senses, 5+ senses, the Earth is a globe, right? You never experience that.
Yeah, sure.
That's only something you see on TV.
Oh, well, unless you... Well, I mean, NASA's posting pictures. Do you believe NASA's posting real pictures of the Earth?
No, not at all. So if I were to give you like $100 bill, how would you check to see if it was counterfeit?
It's something about holding it to a light, and there's something that...
Right, because you know what a real $100 bill looks like. So you have something to compare it to. Like you have an actual
Honestly,
memory.
I probably wouldn't even be able to tell.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just a
would.
layman. I'm a
Really?
layman. I'm just a
Sure.
regular guy.
Trust me, my friend. If you touch a fake $100 bill like I have, they feel different. It's
Okay.
not just the look, but yeah, it's really interesting because you don't have an actual authentication process for the Earth that you see on TV. So, in your mind's eye, you can only picture the space that's been presented to you. You can't check for counterfeit space photos. You can't verify it to see if it's actually what you're being presented. So now that you know
No, I
that,
mean, no, yeah, I can. I mean, look at the
oh, so
fucking the
you've been to
moon
space?
landing stuff. Yeah, I've been to space. I'm a spaceman. Dude, you
Okay.
don't have to be to space. You don't have to go to space to like look at and say like, wow, this is like retarded.
Imagine
Like,
if
have
you
you
were.
ever watched the moon landing footage?
Yeah, I think it's fake. It's movie
Yeah,
magic.
it's absurd. It's insanely
So you don't think we
weird.
landed on the moon, right?
No.
Well, guess where the first time we saw an image of the Earth as an object floating in space? It was the moon landing. They turned around halfway there, and something
Wait,
funny.
what? Are you serious?
Yeah, that 1972
Actually,
image.
I've seen that image.
Yeah, that's just something that you saw on TV from the moon landing. And some people believed it because they heard it on the radio. You know, back in the 70s, not everybody had a TV.
I do want to point out that that's literally the only photo. Like, go into that.
That's probably because the U.S. Doesn't want to spend as much the money it requires to
Well,
go back to outer space.
talking
We
to
already
you,
have enough
right? We're
profitable
not
stuff.
talking to you though, right? So
Thanks for
again,
telling me, dude.
yeah, we're not talking to you though. So I gotta
Thank you
repeat
for, thank
myself
you for
because you
telling me.
kind of I gotta repeat myself because you kind of
Yeah, what's
interrupted.
with the
I'm adding on to
hostility?
his. I'm adding on to his point.
So the point was, he said, well, what about the photos? Well, there's supposedly only one. Not just that that's the first time, but it's the only one that is actually a photo.
Whoa, are you saying those space guys died and
I just
they
wanted
replaced them?
Larry, who is the next person to speak, to go into that because he and another gentleman are having a conversation already.
Okay, that could be a little spicy. I don't know if maybe I misunderstood, but are you saying that the spacemen died and they replaced them
Did you hear him
with
say that?
actors? No, I don't know. That's just what it sounded
I
like.
didn't say that.
Oh,
So
it
yeah,
sounded
just
like you said that's the only picture from space or whatever.
what's
Well, I guess yeah, that's in line with the moon
according to
landing
the
footage.
official
being
narrative.
I'm not far
on
with it.
NASA,
Just from
Okay,
lower
okay,
orbit.
yeah, my bad.
Satellites and shit, so.
that's the only picture. Because if you look at the blue marble from Goddard, Robert Simmons talks about how he made this, and this is on NASA.gov's website, the Goddard Space Agency. They photoshopped it, according to him. Quote, "It's photoshopped. It has to be." Unquote.
Oh.
So this is something that you can verify for yourself. I'm sure any second now somebody's going to post a link to NASA.gov, and it's going to have Robert Simmons saying that he took a flat map and he wrapped it around a ball and he removed the clouds and he made the oceans look a certain way depending on how much algae was in the depth, and he made the clouds go back down, and he made what you thought the Earth would look like. So it's an artist rendition of the globe that was on all the iPhones.
Man, what
So,
an asshole.
well, I mean, they told you it was a model. You're the one that reified it and added concreteness to
What?
it.
I'm not even that old. When did that come out? How would I know? You
Well,
guys are the ones who made the books, dude.
I didn't make the books.
Yeah, you did.
No, it's actually it's not us who made the. You talking about the books in school?
Yeah, the schoolboy books. The
Yeah,
school
that's
books.
Pergamon Press, bro. You should really look into that. Ghislaine
Ah.
Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, and
Ah.
his company is the one that made the books. But nothing to see there. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. But
They're
yeah,
Juden.
yeah.
Okay.
So back to the. You said you wanted to know about the flat Earth, right? And I had to go over that just to kind of
Yeah,
set your
laying
mind
the
up for
foundation. I get it.
for what's coming next. So what's coming next is the Earth. It has mountains and valleys, right?
Hmm.
That's the Earth, and then the water is a separate part, right? The oceans is different than the Earth. So back in the day, like when the age of discovery, they considered like the Americas a new world. That's what world meant back then, continents, right? So the old world would be like from Ireland to Japan, right? And Siberia to South Africa, right? That's the old world. But it's really interesting because water, the way that it behaves, the physics of water will tell you if the Earth is a globe or whether it's, flattish like we're saying that it is.
Mm.
And we're not saying it's perfectly flat like a piece of paper. There is topography. And if you go to the ocean yourself or a large body of water at rest, you can make some observations. And you don't have to believe us. Like with NASA, you have to believe NASA. You have to take their word for it. But with us, we're trying to brainwash you to think for yourself, question authority, and go by your own senses as opposed to just trust us, bro. We're not the trust us bros. That's not us. We're saying trust you. You can trust you. You don't need a mathematician, a scientist, a lab coat, goggles, or well, you might need some field goggles, but you don't need any of that stuff. You just go observe for yourself. And the original claim was that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. And therefore, the horizon distance would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. So this is something that you can experience if the Earth is a globe. But the problem is that we've already falsified that. And we've taken videos, not that you should trust the videos, but you should go do it yourself. And since we falsified it, they've changed the goalposts, and now they make excuses to where anytime we say, hey, we can see too far, well, then they come up with an excuse as to why we can see too far, even though they reject, these anti-flat earthers reject experimental science, and they say that they cling to observational science.
Do you
But
believe
when
that the Holocaust is real?
I'm not getting into that, bro. This is not the conversation for that. Take that shit somewhere else. So anyway, back to the Earth. See, they have to throw me off the groove. They can't just let me in the flow state, and that's why people get muted in here. So you can go to the ocean yourself and test things out for yourself. So the old formula was 8 inches per mile squared.
Elijah, you're hot mic, and can you mute yourself?
Hold on, Larry. Eli, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh my God.
He heard me. It's okay.
Jesus. Whoa. That
Does Australia exist?
Yeah, we're hearing some things, but yeah, thankfully nobody can hear you.
And, people always ask us questions like that. So are you saying Australia doesn't exist? Did anybody in here, did anybody in here think that's what I meant?
No, that was an
No,
obfuscation.
well, wouldn't
Right.
that? Well, then
So-
what? How does that? Doesn't that mean like? Isn't the purpose of saying that like? They're like supposed to be on the opposite side of the Earth and the fucking sun. That's why the sun shines there and it doesn't shine over here.
You
Well,
got
if you're
the
in the US,
model afflicted. You still got that model in your mind.
yeah.
I want you to pretend like you never grew up with a television and you were never brainwashed for 20, 30, 40, however
That's
old you are.
possible.
But just imagine, okay, close your eyes and imagine you're a Native American, right? You
Oh,
come out
shit.
of the
Yeah.
forest, you come out of your teepee in Tennessee, and there's like deer and rivers and fish and forests.
Yeah.
Where's the globe?
Yeah, you would have no concept. I got that.
So you guys keep talking about the globe and in your, TV inflicted brain because you've been brainwashed. Just think about it. Some people say nukes are the most powerful weapon ever designed. I say it's the tell live vision programming. See what I did there?
Yeah, but that doesn't have any. So what? Didn't I just say something about like Australia? and the sun is shining on us in Australia when
We
it's dark
drive.
here.
Okay, so what you're basically asking is how come we don't see the entire Earth lit up at once? You're asking about the day and night cycle, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been told that the Earth is 93 million miles away and it's 109 times the diameter of Earth, right?
50. It's
Probably. Yeah.
5.
I don't know.
Right. So can you verify that?
No,
I just
Right.
I'm not arguing for that. I'm not
Right,
saying
I
that
get
that's a
that.
fact.
I get that. So what the deal is, you can Google the mass of the sun, the mass of Jupiter, the mass of the Earth, and you're going to have all these answers. But can you verify any of these answers, or is it just something that Google is programmed to tell you?
Well, the same could go for whatever you're claiming. You know,
Well, I'm claiming
Why don't you
nobody
look up
knows
how they
anything. That's
verify
the.
it and then
Hold
see
on,
if
hold
you
on.
like believe that math, bro? Like vet the fucking math yourself.
So math is a
Same way you'd
language.
actually do it. Like you can't
Math
just
is a
sit here and
Sounds
be like, I
language.
don't believe
bizarre.
the number.
See, that's the thing. When you're a
And
skeptic,
you're not capable of doing that either, so no offense.
Oh
Neither
yeah,
am I.
you call me dumb, dickhead?
Somebody is gonna get muted in a second, so
yeah,
control
Jimmy,
yourself.
No, this
just
is
wait.
just dumb, retarded.
Okay, I get
Yep.
it
Yeah.
that you're not
All right.
capable of thinking outside the box, Jimmy.
He was about to
I agree,
try to
but don't be
save,
rude. You shouldn't be rude,
he's
even
about
if
to
you
try
agree.
to save you, Doofus, but continue, Larry.
Right, and I'm not really the type of guy to like destroy someone, right? I'm just destroying a model. So if you're like emotionally attached like that other guy was, I mean, I don't know what to tell you because you didn't come up with this model. This isn't your model. You're just identifying with this model as your worldview. So back to the sun. It's really interesting how they always have to obfuscate. Back to the sun. The sun is local, right? When you get close to the fire, you feel the heat. When you get further away from the fire, you don't feel the heat. Same thing with the sun. So the sun makes an orbit once every 24 hours. So you might say orbit and think like the sun is going below the flat earth. Like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. You can circumnavigate a flat surface like ice skaters going around the ice ring. So that's what the sun is doing, the way that I understand it. It's a lot smaller and a lot closer. So they say the sun is, really big, right? Really far away. That's why it looks small. But we just had an eclipse, and the total solar eclipse, the path of totality, is only about 100 miles across. Now, they say the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the shadow, the path of totality, is only 100 miles across. What if the sun and moon are a lot smaller and a lot closer? They would have a spotlight effect. Like you take your cell phone and you walk the perimeter of your backyard, where your fence is. Or you walk around the track. Like your little tiny cell phone light is not going to light up the whole track.
That's
It's gonna
because
be
of the distance the sun is from the Earth compared to the moon and its size. The distance offsets its size, so it's further away, and the distance therefore is smaller compared to if it was closer. It would look bigger. So if you're not standing where if you're not standing where the moon interjects this path of Earth to the sun in that area on Earth, then you wouldn't eclipse it. But if you are standing where it eclipses it, then then the sun's distance from the Earth makes it look smaller, and so then the moon is able to eclipse it.
Right. You're about to almost scattergun, but we got your point. Can you verify that everything that you just said?
Look at the fucking
Did you
sky, or
observe
look at
the?
look
Yeah,
look
did
look
you
at the telescope.
observe the eclipse?
Look at
Okay,
the
I
fucking
mean,
telescope.
you said it's because of the distance. Can you verify that?
I
Well,
can,
what other
yeah, I can,
explanation
yeah.
could there be? Are you saying that that NASA put a fucking that they like made the
No,
solar
it's
eclipse
about
happen?
what
Have
Larry
you
was
never seen
talking.
like
It's
fucking?
about what
Have you
Larry
never
was
seen like
talking.
magic videos?
No, it was about what Larry was talking to you about, not about what this guy was talking about, because he started to put all of his religious beliefs about things that he can't verify.
Oh, there was
We
no
already went,
religion. I didn't hear any
we already
religion.
went through that because the first thing Larry asked you was, "Well, can you verify that?" And you was like, "I'm not saying I'm claiming it, right?" This guy is though. So I asked him the same question. He's never going to answer it. That's just what he's been doing all
Well,
night.
I
So
did mute him
moving
because
back
he
to
interrupted.
Larry,
I
yeah.
did mute the guy because he interrupted, and I did let him finish his point, even though he just started like doing like a religious mantra about his belief about the sun. You know, sun worshippers are like as old as time, right?
What did he say about religion?
Oh, what's a belief that you have about the sun? Because you can't verify any of that stuff that he said.
That
think
he
I said
said
nine.
he was looking, he could see the solar eclipse? That's religious?
No, that's not what he said. He said the sun is really big or really far away. That's why it looks small.
Uh,
What were you saying about the size of the eclipse path, Larry?
Hey, guys, you're interrupting. I'm talking
I'm
to this
sorry,
other
please carry
gentleman.
on.
Yeah. If you want to go to the live stream and go back just a few minutes. Okay, so the sun is a lot closer and a lot smaller, and it has a spotlight effect. Thank you. So it's really easy to understand this, but you've been so inundated with the globe Earth model. It's hard to even think outside of the box that you've been put in, because our television has put us in the box. We can't really think outside of our programming, just like a computer can't run programs that it's never been programmed with, right? So I'm trying to like break you out of the box a little bit and just, we're talking about philosophy. This isn't really science. We're only talking about philosophical concepts about the cosmos. So if you could just open your mind just a little bit and imagine, that what you've been told about the sky could be open for interpretation, and that the moon could be a lot closer and a lot smaller, and that's why the path of totality is only 100 miles across. And if that's true, then maybe the sun is also a lot closer and a lot smaller. And that's why the United States will be lit up while Japan would still be in darkness, and vice versa. Got any questions about that?
Got a question.
For it.
Wait, are you
Yeah, I got
saying
a
that
question.
Australia doesn't exist?
If that's what you got out of what I said, I don't know if there's any hope for you to be able to think outside of the box ever in your life.
Guys, we need to let the astronomer chime in. The astrophysicist in the room. Go ahead, ITR.
I just wanted to clarify. Are you saying that the path of the eclipse being 100 miles across is like surprising given the globe model?
Yeah, because the moon's supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth.
Right. What does that have to do with the like what's the problem?
Shadows can't be smaller
Oh.
than the object. It's
You're coming in real low, Flat Earth dude.
shadows can't be smaller than the object itself.
So I know that globe earthers would like to use like a partial eclipse as the size of the sun, but if you're measuring something partially, that's not a very good measurement. Because
Well, someone brought this up a couple, like yesterday, I think it was, and I made this thing that just, put the things in, draw the lines, and you can see that you would expect the path of totality to be about 100 miles,
show me the
given
thing
all
that
the
you
globe
made.
numbers.
Show me the thing that you made.
Sure, I'll put the link in the text chat. There you go. Give that a click. You might have to scroll a bit because all the numbers are to scale, or not to scale. They're just the numbers, right?
So you're admitting with this that the light rays from the sun are not parallel?
They can converge by 1/2 degree.
Okay, well there goes Eratosthenes out the window, right?
No.
No? You get to have it both ways? Light's parallel and not parallel at the same time?
It'd be convergent by 1/2 degree, or divergent, as the case may be. But this is not. So you see that this thing here, right? That with the sun at 93 million miles, with the moon at 250,000 miles, the path of those light rays is about 90 miles, 100 miles.
Okay, so I get that you've made a model here, but how do you test if the light is really doing this?
Wait for an eclipse.
No, I mean, like, how do you measure the light for 93 million miles and make sure that this is happening?
Obviously, I am not saying that this is proof of anything. I'm simply replying to your claim that in the globe model, the path of the eclipse should not be 90 miles. And clearly that's correct. That's all.
Okay, well, you've created a diagram and you have claimed to know what.
My rebuttal to him is that at this juncture, the conversation, you have to forego the distance. We can call it infinite. Doesn't matter how far it is, because for all intents and purposes, we're dealing with light rays from the sun, all of which are parallel by the time they reach the earth. So I'm just trying to understand, since this is only a model, how you even justify light doing something that's unnatural.
I have a question
Anyways.
about the. I have a question about the idea of the. Sorry, I'm trying to paraphrase what
How
was
they
said
just
earlier.
gonna go anyways?
Well, hold on. So for flat Earth, does it like go around the outside? Does the sun go around the outside, like around in a circle, like in a flat
What a
X
waste!
radius?
What a waste of a life to give someone else your brain and not use it. What a waste!
I'm just asking you, fucking dickhead. I'm not. I don't even have an opinion one way or the other. I don't give a shit what shape the Earth is or how the planets rotate, or I don't even know what you guys would call it. Does the sun go in a circle, like on an x-axis? In your mind, is it on an x? How does it? How is it dark sometimes? That's maybe we can get fucking the fundamentals. How does it get dark?
Okay, listen, the things that happen in the sky, it's not some other thing when we're telling you about flat Earth. What is actually happening in reality is happening over an Earth that doesn't curve into a ball.
Can I answer his question?
Yeah.
Light attenuation and light extinction.
I don't know what that means.
For example, is the bottom of the ocean bright as day when it's daytime?
That's actually a really good point, and I'd really like to ask a question about that because.
No, I need you to
I think
stop
that's light
because you
attenuation.
can't take the conversation away from.
No,
where
I literally wanted to ask about light attenuation.
No, you
Yeah,
can't.
he did ask earlier. He
about
asked first.
You can't ask about anything right now because I'm talking to someone else right now, and we're on a point from a question he asked right now. So if you were being respectful and kind to him, you would allow us to have a conversation because he did ask a question. I'm assuming he wants to know. So I'm telling him. Is that a problem?
No, but go ahead.
Thank
I
you.
guess.
Thank you very
Basically
much.
retarded. So if you guys want to say some other stuff, you guys probably know more about it than me.
Is it light as day at the
At the
bottom of the
bottom of the
ocean
ocean?
when it's daytime?
No, there's like stuff in the ocean. Maybe it can't make it up. I don't know. I've never been to the bottom of the ocean.
Water. So you asked me what
Yeah,
light
there's water.
attenuation and light extinction is. It doesn't reach the bottom of the ocean because of the medium of the water. Well, Just
Well, I
like
asked you
in,
what those things
just like
were,
just
and
like in the water. Yeah, I'm telling you. Like I'm
what
giving
is
you an example of what it actually is. Like it's the sun and it's the ocean. It's just the best of an example I can give. It's not even an analogy. Telling you what it is.
light ex? No, well, okay, light
I mean,
extension
because
and
you can
light.
also Google it as I'm talking,
Oh yeah,
right?
good point. Yeah, good, good.
Right? Right. It's very simple stuff. So
Light
just like
extension. What was the other
just like
thing?
just like light is going to from the light source get dimmer and dimmer as you go to the bottom of the ocean. It's also going to get dimmer and dimmer as it attenuates through the
Oh
air.
yeah. Oh, what is? So how does that like? How does that
So you're asking me how it's
convert
dark
to
over
night and day?
there
Yeah.
because over there there's too much air between me and the sun right now for there to be light over here, just
Okay, so
like
you're
with
saying throughout the day the amount of air in the air fluctuates.
I didn't say that at all.
Well, then I don't get it, I guess.
Well, I don't know why.
Isn't that what you just said? Something about air? There's more air in the
I
air?
said light attenuation, not fluctuation. I'm saying
Okay,
that
what
the
does
air.
attenuation mean? I
Well,
guess I don't
listen,
know what
let
that
me.
means.
Have you ever been like to the countryside, like mountains and stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Do the mountains in the foreground have the same color as the mountains in the background?
What? Do the mountains have the same colors? Oh,
Because
you mean like mountains with
what I'm
snow
trying to
on
point
them?
out to you is that the light, the further away an object is, the less light from the object actually reaches you. And I'm giving you real world examples as to what I mean.
So you're
Like
saying when you look at mountains from a long way away,
or
some of the mountain
trees
tops are different
or
colors.
a city where you have the building right in front of you and the buildings in the foreground, they look kind of gray, right? Kind of washed out in color
I don't know. I
because
don't look
there's
at that
air
shit.
between you and listen, okay,
Oh,
whatever.
air. So
No, it's
dirty
okay.
air. Well, you can just look at
It's all right.
China. China
I
has
give up.
dirty air.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
I give up.
that's
Don't worry.
true. Yeah, dirty air will make things look discolored. Yeah, that's true.
God bless you, man. God bless you.
I mean, what are you trying to say with that?
I think I can explain what he's trying to say. What he's saying is that as the sun moves further away from a particular point, the sunlight that would otherwise be getting to you is absorbed, refracted, diffracted, whatever, reflected by the air, much like the sun that is trying to get to the bottom of the ocean is not getting there. That's essentially what he's trying to say. So as the sun moves further, say from Australia to New Zealand to wherever, not that it moves in that direction, but as it does move across that range, the amount of light decreases over time because of the amount of air between the sun's position and the position of the observer. Is that what you're trying to say? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, right. So, yeah. I have a question about that when you're done.
Yeah, what about it?
So that's what you're saying essentially is that the amount of intensity of sunlight decreases over time. And over that time, it goes from daytime, which is obviously very bright, to nighttime, which is obviously very dark. However, the question I've got is, has anyone in this chat or yourself ever measured whether the intensity of the sun and the light decreases at the rate that it is essentially known to decrease that? I mean, because there's a formula for calculating light attenuation. Has anyone ever measured that to confirm that idea?
We don't have a distance to have an accurate output for the sun to say, well, based on this formula, this distance, that this will do this. We don't have that because we don't have the distance to the sun.
Couldn't you make a?
Therefore, we don't know the
But you know,
brightness of it.
but you know all the other elements of the equation. So couldn't that
Like what?
tell you?
Like what?
Well, the brightness. The
Well,
rate
how do
of-
we know the
rate of-
bright?
the
How
rate
do
of
we know how
change?
bright? How do we know how bright it is?
You can measure it.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, apparently
You can measure brightness.
from where it is. So I guess you can measure it from horizon to horizon if that's what you mean. Sure.
So if you measured the sunlight, what I find interesting is that at sunset, you go from extremely bright to extremely dark over a very short period of time, and that same level of
No, that's
intensity
not
change
true.
isn't observed. Well, no, it is true. I've watched the
That's
sunset.
no, I mean, but like, you know what twilight is?
Yeah, I'm aware of
Yeah.
twilight.
So it's not a very quick process, actually.
Well, no, it is a quick process.
Mm,
I mean, you
well,
have you have literally like 12 hours in a
in the
day.
summertime, it's a very slow process.
Well, it depends where you are, but you have
Well, yeah, in New York City where I live, where I've literally like given people videos and things
I
like.
mean, if you live on the
like,
poles,
yeah.
it takes even
Yeah,
longer.
it
But
takes a very long time. It gets darker very slow.
sure, but in many places across the globe or the planet or whatever,
So
the transition is relatively quick. And I say
So-
relatively quick. Well, that doesn't really that observation doesn't match in with it being a light attenuation, because light attenuation would be constant.
No,
unless
light
you're saying the sun
attenuation is
moves.
light attenuation is a real thing. I mean,
But
you
the
can
light
literally
attenu-
still
yeah,
like
yeah,
from
exactly.
New York from New York, for example, for an
And you
hour,
can measure
maybe
light
2 hours.
attenuation.
Like from New York, for example, like an hour or two.
But then, so for the 2 hours,
After the sun had set, yeah, you could still look in the northwest direction and kind of see the light in that direction from the.
but you see what I'm saying though. The sun itself,
No,
the
I'm
sun you're
saying.
looking at,
No, I'm not
goes
talking
from
about
being
the sun itself. I'm talking about the
the
brightness
light
of the
source.
day.
Though.
Talking about the
Well, we're
brightness
talking
of
about
the
the light
day
source.
itself.
We're
So
talking
I'm
about the
talking
light
about the
source
brightness
because
of the. Yeah, so I'm talking
Hey,
about the brightness
Fever,
of the
can
day.
we just talk one at a time? Can you stop interrupting Elijah and just listen to what he's saying and then you talk? Can you do that?
So thank you very much. So to be completely sequitur, we're talking about the light, not talking about the visibility to the sun. So we're just talking about daylight. And it doesn't
Okay.
go from daytime to very dark very fast.
the sun goes from visible to not visible very quickly. And the sun
Right.
is the
See,
light source.
that's a non sequitur to see, because when I was talking about light attenuation and I was talking about daylight and darkness, I wasn't talking about the intensity of the light from the sun. So you bringing it up is completely non sequitur to my point. I understand that you have questions, but it's wholly irrelevant to anything that I say. How could you be rebutting
Well, no,
something I'm saying and it's not even sequitur?
I'm not rebutting what you're saying. I'm asking a question saying,
Oh right,
if,
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but you're not.
completely.
Sorry,
But
you're
I'm
not
not
being
saying. I'm
completely
not saying
honest
you can't.
either.
I'm not saying you can. Like there's other factors when it comes to the sun. It's not just light attenuation. It has to do with the angle because the sun is moving and all of that other stuff as well. I didn't make any claims about it. I'm just talking about why it appears to be dark. I don't care if you can't see the sun from one end of the earth to the other. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't make any claims about it. It's
But
not
why
important.
it happens is
It's not
relevant,
important.
isn't
But
it?
what I can explain is light attenuation
Yo,
with
Kenny.
the very real world examples that I've given. Other guy already said he's not really trying to rebuttal that. So with that said, it kind of answers your question, doesn't it?
no, not at all.
Well, That's
Doesn't
that's
even
why I
touch on my
stopped talking
question.
to you because you're kind of silly.
So,
Well, no, my
Fever,
question is
you're
why.
not being
that.
Fever, you're not being honest either, because during the summer, especially you're in Australia. I don't know how south you are, but I'm down in the south, and we can have twilight in the summer for about 2.5 hours. So I don't know how
So
you can say
what?
that it always disappears. So
Oh,
you're not
give me
being
a
honest in the
break.
conversation, are you?
No, no.
Who's
What I'm
talking?
asking
Who's talking
about.
over the top of me?
What I'm asking about is
Me.
why the
Was that
sun
you,
goes
Doofus?
from.
Yes.
All right, see you later, dude.
What I'm asking about is why the sun goes from very bright
He gone.
all
He
the
gone.
way to very dark very quickly.
But
Over
it
the
doesn't
space.
always, does it?
No, it does. I mean, unless it's
I
behind
just
clouds.
told you that it doesn't. During the
You
summer,
told
we
me
get
that
twilight for 2.5 hours.
and twilight is not the sun. Twilight is the light.
So what's twilight then? Where does the light come from in twilight?
It
Because
can
you
come
said
from
it gets
multiple
dark,
sources.
but you said it goes from bright to dark, but it doesn't, does it?
The
It goes
sun.
from bright to twilight to dark.
Okay, so it has a step in the middle. I
Yeah,
never said it was a
he
single
he is
step.
talking about something.
The sun
He
goes from
was never
visible.
talking about. Listen, the confusion is the reason that there's confusion is because he was never talking about what I was talking about, and so what he's talking about is the brightness of the sun throughout the day. That's solely he. Forget everything that I said. That's what he's asking about. It's wholly unrelated to what I was talking about.
Well, what you were talking
Not
about was
wholly, but
light
mostly unrelated.
attenuation from the light source
Yeah, of light, yeah.
and being an
Yeah.
explanation
So
for
he said,
it's
"What
dark.
is light attenuation?" And I said, "Well, I mean, through a medium, light will get dimmer." So he said, "Well, he didn't understand." So I gave him two examples. So you didn't
Those are
say,
fine examples.
and yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. So you can't. So what you're saying has nothing to do with what I was telling him. You have your
No,
own question.
it has everything to do with what you were saying because the
No,
light.
it doesn't, because I don't claim that light attenuation is the reason that I don't
So why
I
can't
didn't
I
make
see
any
the sun
didn't make any
at night
claim
time?
I didn't make any claims about the dimness or the brightness of the sun directly when looking directly at the sun. You're asking about it, and I'm saying, well, I
Okay.
didn't make any claims about it.
So why at nighttime can I not see the sun? Just really dim.
Why can't you see the sun? Well, you can actually see the sun also um get dimmer and disappear into the atmosphere. Like before it even gets nighttime, there's this layer above the horizon when you look out into the ocean. And I don't know what you call it, but it's like purplish, all these different colors and stuff like that. That's clearly not the water. And so that's just like a layer of air, and the sunlight just completely just disappears through that. It's not like we've seen that. That happens a lot. I have gifts of that. So like even the sun in the videos that I have literally disappear from your sight, from going more lit to less lit to completely not visible.
So if it was just an issue of light attenuation,
Well, there is no
once the
issue
sun is
because you said, why can't I see the sun at night? And I was like, well, I mean, looking through the air can disappear the sun too. I mean, hello, a cloudy town. Have you ever heard of that? You think it's going to be clear skies between you and 1,000 miles away or something like that?
I mean,
Horizontally,
well,
you think so? You think so?
I'm not sure what the question was. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, if the sun is like 90 degrees above a person in New York, and let's just say the earth is flat, and then you're somewhere, I don't know, in the UAE, the Middle East, assuming that's a horizontal position, you think that from your position in New York, there's going to be clear skies horizontally between you and the UAE?
These guys. I'm not sure what that's got to do with anything.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah,
I'm not
probably
sure.
not. Because you asked me what light attenuation had to do with it. I'm like, well, you got storm systems, you got
No, I didn't. I
all
understand
types of
exactly what
different
light
things
attenuation is.
happening. You have the gift that you didn't even ask me to post. The video you didn't. I said, well, you can actually see the sun disappear into the air. The
Yeah.
thing you
Okay. Great.
said,
If you
said,
can, that's
Mhm,
okay. I heard you.
mhm, mhm.
If you can see the sun disappear into the air, if you then pull out a camera with a big zoom lens with a very sensitive receiver on it, can you go back to seeing the sun?
Look, bro, it's literally just disappearing into the air. I don't know what
Well, that's
else.
not how
You're not even
disappearing
looking at it.
works.
You don't even know what I'm talking about. You didn't ask
No.
about it. So
What?
you just
I
you can't
can
even
use my
imagine what I'm
imagination.
saying, can you?
I have watched the sunset a couple of times. It's not my,
No,
So
but
you, is
we're
it?
not talking about a sunset because you don't think
Yeah.
that the sun can just disappear in the sky
Well, I
or
don't think it can just disappear. No,
above the horizontal. So
I definitely don't think the sun can just disappear. That's for sure.
Well, it
But
well, that's
disappears behind
well,
clouds all
I
the
said I
time.
had a
it doesn't
I had a
disappear. It's
video
just
that
blocked by clouds. It's a
that's
big difference.
I said there's a
Anyway,
video that's the case. You didn't.
go ahead and
You're
post
not
the
asking
video.
about it. You don't
I
seem
didn't realize
curious.
I was required to ask about it, but go ahead and post the video if you
Yeah,
want.
you don't seem curious at all.
I'm not,
Interesting.
because I am asking a different question, and
No, you weren't
that's
asking
not.
a different question.
No, I am, and my question was,
You
how
asked
come?
literally. You went from trying to hijack the conversation when I was talking to someone else to why can't I see the sun at night? And I just told you, well, you can't even see it when it's still light out because it disappears
Exactly.
above the horizon
What?
into the air.
Well, if the sun disappears into the air,
How's
which is fine.
that not a rebuttal to, like, why are you asking me? That's the end of your point. You
No,
said
it's not.
that's not the case. I'm saying no, actually I have video of it. The end. That is the end.
If the sun disappears into the air, can you
No,
measure
not
that
if,
rate of
not
disappearance?
if. Have
Okay.
video.
Have you measured
video.
the rate
Not
of
if.
disappearance?
Have video. Not measuring. Don't know the
Well,
distance to the sun. Don't know
No, you can
the
measure intensity
brightness of
without
it.
knowing the distance.
Yeah, but I'm not really concerned with that. Sun disappear above horizontal line of sight. The end. You said that that's not the case. Why can't I see it at night? I'm like, even in daytime, you can't see it when it disappears above the horizontal, or at dusk, whatever, same difference.
So if the sun disappears between the amount of air,
Look, it's
which it
not
does,
if.
sunlight
Like, you're just
does.
asking me, can I measure
Yeah.
the phenomena that I'm seeing? Well, no, I haven't done that, but the phenomena is there. But I haven't measured it, no. But the phenomena is there.
Well, I mean, you don't know it's there. This was raised
No,
earlier. Someone else had a
I'm
question about
literally
this.
saying there's a phenomena to see. Like, it's not created, it's not made up. It's something that
So,
happened.
okay,
I have video.
all you've observed is that the sun is obscured by something.
Not by the horizon. That's the point,
Well,
right?
you don't know what it's obscured by.
Well, it's not the horizon because it just disappears. The thing that you said it
You
does.
don't.
You said, "Why can't I see it at night?" I was like, "Well,
What's it disappear behind?
because the brightness isn't bright enough to penetrate the air between me and the sun. I can literally show you that.
Okay,
Not
so you're
me, but
saying to me
video. I'm saying
that
there's
if
a
I was
video.
to
And
go
you're
out,
saying,
if
can
I
I
was to
measure
go
it?
out, and,
No, I haven't measured it, but again, there's a phenomenon. So
so if I was to go out,
I'm not going to repeat myself.
that's okay.
I
I'm
don't
not
know what
asking you to
else to
repeat
tell you.
yourself. So if I go out at nighttime and watch the sun disappear, and then pull out a high-powered camera.
Well, you can't go out at nighttime and watch the sun disappear.
Sorry. Okay. If I go out in the evening and watch the sun disappear, and then pull out a high-powered camera that is far more sensitive than human eyes, are you saying I'll be able to see the sun again?
Don't you need light to reach your eyes to see something?
Yeah, how did you get that from what he said?
No, no,
Well,
no, no, no,
because
no, 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 no,
I
no.
can
It's
I
good.
can
It's a
take a
good
photo of
question.
the
It's a
light
good
sky.
question. It's a good question.
I can take
Don't
a photo
you
of the light
need,
sky.
listen, don't you need the light to reach your eyes to see something? Yes or no? Then I'm going to ask you a follow up.
Yes.
Okay. Isn't that the same for all optical equipment? Regardless of the aperture, you do need the light to actually reach the camera, right?
When you say the light, that's a little bit.
The light we're talking about is the sun right now. You would need the light to reach the aperture, right?
That's not a yes or no question because the
Well,
context is very important.
it is a yes or no because the context is, well,
No,
you're
it's not a
looking at
yes
the
or
sun.
no.
You're like, at nighttime, can I see the sun? Is the light reaching the aperture of the camera? You're going to
Reaching
say
the what,
no,
sorry?
and you're going to say, well, I'm asking you why that is. Well, the light from the sun doesn't even reach the aperture, even when there's still daylight out.
But so if you take a photograph, you can
He's
photograph
not.
things that
He's
you
not
can't
listening,
see.
guys. I don't know.
No, I'm listening.
That's like a clear
When you
slam
say
dunk. And he's like,
when you take a photograph, you can photograph things that are too dim to see with the human eye. Yes or no? That's a yes or no question.
yeah, sure, but dim and
So if
yeah,
the
sure.
sun becomes too dim to see with the human eye, and then you get a sensitive camera, you would be able to then see it with the sensitive camera.
Unless the light's
If it
not
was,
reaching the aperture, yeah.
but the light doesn't
Like
just stop like that, does it?
because again, light attenuation, like, so it's not like it's gonna
But
just
a sensitive
infinitely.
camera can collect
No, yeah,
very
sensitive camera
bright
can collect
images.
more, but listen, if you had a sensitive camera and you took it out at nighttime during new moon, you were in the forest, like what's it picking up?
Sorry, what?
What's it picking up? What light is it picking up?
I mean, there's all sorts of light sources, but
Like
the
I
only
said,
reason
in the
that
forest during a new moon, where there's no moon light, well, how much can you see with the camera?
depending on the camera, you can see a real lot.
Like what?
Like I said, it
The
depends on the camera. If you had
the specs on the camera would tell you what you can see based on night vision, right?
if you had a very expensive night starlight
Right.
camera, you
Is
could
it
see
infinite or is there a formula?
is what infinite?
The ability for a night vision style camera to see things at night, is it infinite or is there a formula
When you say night vision, do you mean like a starlight camera, or are you talking about like an infrared or near infrared camera?
I don't know what you're talking about where you think you'd be able to take a camera out into the dead of fucking night and take pictures, bro. So you're saying, well, something with a very sensitive sense of light. Yeah, that's if the light is actually reaching the camera is my point. I'm not gonna say it again, like, bro,
One sec. Let's take it to the moment before your example of the sun is vanishing and you can still see it, just right, and you zoom in on it. You're not going to see a more detailed version of that. You're just going to see an enlargement, a zoomed in version of that. As if you've suddenly allowed more light to get through the air, which is obscuring the sun.
Sorry, I'm just the only reason that you would have
How in the
an
hell have you
instantaneous.
faggots not been banned? Jesus fuck.
The only reason you would have the sun instantly stop
Why am I in this room?
getting
What?
to you would be because there is something between the sun and the observer that is blocking the light.
Yes, the air.
Yes, but the air would not block it instantly. Otherwise, the air would be impermeable to light, and you would not see anything from the sun ever.
It's not instant.
Well, so that's the question. If it's not instant, after you see it disappear with your eyes, you should then be able to take a photograph with a more sensitive equipment and still see it.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You're
That's
confused
how more
about the
sensitive
ability
works.
of cameras, man.
I'm not at all confused. You can take a photo at night
Did you
time with
not?
a camera
Did you
for
not
long
just understand
exposure
what I said?
and see very well.
All right. So cameras take photos of things that are already there. If the sun has already disappeared due to light attenuation, then the camera takes a photo of what is there. It doesn't look through the clouds or the air. It just takes a picture of what's there. Do you get that? Do you understand how cameras work?
Do you understand? Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
you haven't.
Good.
Just because you've zoomed in with the camera doesn't mean you've increased the sun's ability to penetrate through the air.
So you're trying to tell me that
Ridiculous.
your eyes are as sensitive as the most sensitive camera to light. Is that what your
Dude,
is that your
it's going to
argument?
pick up the light. It's going to pick up the light that's already there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah? It doesn't zoom the sun back in through the clouds and make the clouds disappear or the air disappear. It picks up on what is there. If there is light in the air, not seeing the sun, but there's still light in the air from the sun, it'll pick up the light in the air from the sun, but it won't pick up the actual sun because you can't see the sun, because the light from that sun, you can't see the circle. Do you understand what cameras do?
Yes. I am not totally
So
convinced
that
you do
we,
though.
oh, will you agree that that is what happens when you take a photo?
That what happens?
It picks up on stuff that's there, not stuff that's not there.
Obviously.
Thank you. Now, what did
You would have
you
to increase
understand
the
about what
aperture, I
Elijah
think.
was saying?
Well, no, it's
No, you
it's
wouldn't
not that I
even
didn't
get it.
understand
It wouldn't even work.
No,
The question I have
It wouldn't even
is
work. If you increase the
why.
aperture, you let more light in. It doesn't pick up on what's already disappeared.
But the
Right,
sun.
yeah.
So your point is that at the point when you can no longer see the sun, at the point where it's instant, it's only like a 1 second gap, right? The sun is either there or it's not. At the point where it's not, your argument is that that is the last moment that any light from the sun is reaching the observer.
Incorrect.
So
So
why? Well, hang on.
the actual circle, just listen, the circle of the sun can disappear. The light is still getting, so the light that the sun is giving off still lights
Yeah, sure.
up
Okay.
air. Yeah? You get that? So you might not be able to see the circle of the sun, but this is what twilight is too, yeah? You see twilight, it's exactly the same. Elijah started with twilight, but you started talking about the sun disappearing exactly the same. You guys have been you've been talking about something different. But
No,
when
no,
that
we're talking about the
sun,
same thing.
when that circle disappears, there's still light in the air. You agree with
So
that?
what when you say the circle
Do
disappears?
you agree with that or not? Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with that? There is still light in the air after the sun disappears out of view. Is that what your
Yes.
question is?
Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily use those words, but I agree with the concept you're saying.
Okay, change the words to what you would like to say.
Well, there is sun reaching the observer. There is light reaching the observer from the light source, even if you can't see
Yes,
the light
but
source
you
directly.
cannot see the light source. Yes.
Sure,
So
it's like
you just said
shining a
exactly the
torch in
same
the
as
room
what
next
I
door.
said.
Sure.
But we're not talking about a torch.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about the sun and the sky and the
And what is
air.
the sun?
Torch has got
Not a light
absolutely
source.
nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're trying to change. So
I'm not trying to change anything.
Okay, I need you to agree or disagree with what I just said about what cameras do.
You're going to have to say it again.
Are you serious, man?
Cameras detect light at their most
Cameras
fundamental.
pick up on things that are already there. What you can see, they just make them bigger. So if you can't see the circle of the sun, then the camera will not pick up on the circle of the sun because it makes things bigger than what you can already see. That's all.
Well, that's
cameras
incorrect.
do.
That's not correct.
Okay. Okay, tell
I
me.
can prove it to
You show me
very easily.
You show me a picture of when the sun disappears, right,
Well, no, that's
into the air,
what
and then the camera
Yeah.
can pick it up.
I can't show you with the sun, but I can show you other light sources disappearing into the air And when other light sources disappear into the air, you can
And
then
that's
pick
not
it
a
up with
problem
the
of
sensitive
light
camera.
attenuation. That's the problem. That's an
How is that
optics
not a
problem.
problem of light attenuation?
Because if you can't see a light right with your naked eye, and then you use high powered optics and zoom in and see it, then it wasn't light attenuation not allowing you to see it. It was the limitation of your optics.
Yeah, so the angle of
Eyes.
your view may
And
be too
no,
small to see. Yeah,
no, that's
angular
so you're,
resolution. Now you're
no.
talking about angular resolution. You're not
No,
talking
what I'm
about
talking about
light.
is light attenuation. As you move further from a
Okay,
light
so
source,
give me an example of what you're talking about then.
well, I can take a photo of the stars with my camera, and I can
Yep.
see many, many more stars that I couldn't see with the naked eye.
Yes. But the light is
Yes,
still there because the camera is picking up on it.
right. So
Correct?
the next step is to say, once the sun is not
So
being picked up
you're
by
not zooming
my
in.
eyes, I can take a photo with a camera because
Now we're
it's more sensitive than my
talking
eyes.
about
It's the
vertical.
same
Now we're
thing.
talking about vertical and horizontal. So what's the difference between taking a vertical photograph and a horizontal photograph? What would be the difference?
Sorry?
What is the difference if you're taking photos of stars? And then we're talking about the sun disappearing, looking horizontally. What would be the difference between looking horizontally and vertically? In your example,
I'm sure what you're trying to say is the amount of atmosphere.
well, it's not what I'm trying to
that's what you
say.
could
It's
get
what
to.
it is.
Well, I mean,
Yeah?
you
Would
didn't
you
ask that
agree?
question, but
Yeah,
that's
but would you agree with what? Would you agree with that?
with what? That there's a
Oh my
difference?
god, fucking hell!
Well,
Is there a difference? Okay,
well, it
you already
depends
said
on.
it. It's the amount of atmosphere. So when we're looking horizontally across
Horizontally?
the Earth, yeah, horizontally. If you butt in, So, all right, horizontally across the Earth, right? So you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere, and now you're comparing that to looking directly up and taking photos of stars.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the difference?
I think what you're trying to ask is there more
Just
atmosphere
give me
when
an
you're looking
answer.
horizontally?
I'm not trying
The
to
difference
ask
is the
anything.
angle of
Just
observation. I
answer
mean,
it.
that's the difference.
What about the air? What about the air? Is there a difference in air?
Not sure. I've never measured
Are
it.
you
You tell
looking
me.
through more or less air?
I don't know. I've never measured it. How high is the atmosphere? And how far away does the sun set? I don't know. I mean,
I'm not
that's
going to bother anymore, man. You're a
Will
fucking
you answer?
retard.
Will you tell me? Well, hang on. You answer the question. You just made the claim that you're looking through more air horizontally. How high is the atmosphere, and
Yeah.
how much air are you looking through to see the sunset?
Okay, so here it is. Here, all right. Where's air produced?
No. Let's go back to the question. You just made the claim, bro,
Where is
and called me
air
retarded.
produced? 'Cause
I would
this
like you to
goes.
answer the
Yeah,
question
I'll
because
call you
apparently
whatever
it's
I
so
want, man. You
clear.
can leave if you want. All
I
right.
have no intention
So
of
where is
leaving,
air
but
produced?
I'm asking. You
Where is
made a
air
claim, and I'm
produced?
asking a question. What is
Okay,
the
air
distance
is
to the
produced
sunset?
at the ground, is it not?
No,
Dude,
it's
if you're
not.
gonna shoot, get out of the fucking way. You're gonna get out of the way.
Is air produced at the ground? Yes or no?
No,
It's not. Where's oxygen?
no.
Where's it produced?
Depends on what type of air we're talking about.
Well, I'm
Ozone's
talking about oxygen.
primarily.
Let's talk about
You
oxygen and
didn't
moisture.
ask about oxygen, so how am I supposed
Okay,
to know?
oxygen and moisture. Where's that produced?
Well, oxygen isn't produced anywhere. Oxygen
Oxygen's not
exists in
produced
the atmosphere
anywhere. That
and
doesn't
is
get produced
converted
by
from.
plants.
Nope.
Well,
It's
first of
transformed by
all,
plants, but it
first
doesn't
of
get
all,
produced.
the air is a homogeneous mixture, and so like what the air, where is that produced?
The air is a homogeneous mixture. Is that what you just said?
Ground level. It's all produced at ground level.
No, it's not. But
Okay,
ozone.
it's not.
Ozone's not produced at ground level.
What's ozone, man?
Well, I mean, you made the claim,
Are
bro.
we looking? Are we looking
Ozone is
through
O3.
ozone when we're looking horizontally across the Earth?
Partly. Some of it is ozone.
Fucking. I
There's
can't be
lots of
bothered
things
with
in
this
the
guy.
air.
Does
The air
anyone
isn't
else
a
want to
single
talk?
element. The air is made up of
Haven't
lots of
bothered.
different things. There is ozone, there's nitrogen, there's oxygen, there's carbon dioxide, there's methane, it's all sorts of things.
At ground
Not
level,
all
man.
of those not all of those
At
things are
ground
produced
level.
at ground level.
What the fuck is
Okay.
wrong with you fucking losers?
What's that,
Anyway,
mate?
how far away is the
Oh no,
sunset?
I'm playing a game. Can you guys not see my screen share? Sorry.
Where
Thought I was
are you?
muted.
What's your name?
Screen share. Wildman 420.
Thanks for owning up, man.
Why are
See
we
you later.
interested in seeing your screen?
He's
How far
muted,
away is
Nick.
the sunset?
Don't know, man.
So how do we know it's more air looking towards the sunset than it is looking through the atmosphere?
Because air, the things that are in the air, are produced at ground level. At the air at ground level, all of that air is produced at ground level.
Oh, hold on, Matthew. Can you answer his question? Can you help us along?
Sure.
Yeah, it might sound better coming from a glober.
What question specifically?
How far away is the sunset?
No, that wasn't the question.
It was. I've asked it several times.
No.
You just ignored it.
It was about the air being thicker when you're looking horizontally than looking vertically up in the air.
Someone just said before the air is homogeneous.
Actually, that's a new question. New question that does have a claimed answer. So how far away is the sunset? Well, if you're a 6-foot observer at the beach, it's actually 6 miles away. But that's a whole nother thing. So back to
Okay. I mean that sort of goes back to the question, right? So if it's 6 miles away to the sunset when the sun
no, it's
disappears from
actually
view,
yeah on a globe. So we're not talking about that though, right? We're not even
I'm just-
talking about. We're just talking about what Matthew. So he's having a problem with understanding that there's light attenuation. He doesn't know
No,
that
I understand light attenuation.
he doesn't know that the air is thicker looking horizontally than vertically.
That's absolutely not what I don't understand.
I mean,
completely
but
understand
that's what he said, because when
No,
right?
I just said I don't know if I'm
Timbo.
looking through more
No,
atmosphere
that is what you said.
horizontally.
Because
No,
when
it's not what I said.
Timbo asked you, aren't you looking through more air? You said, I don't know.
Because thickness and density.
Well, you already said I don't know. So now I'm asking
I said
Matthew.
I said I don't know if I'm looking through more air. I didn't say I don't know if I'm looking through denser air or if the average density is higher. That
Okay.
wasn't
So
the
again,
question.
Matthew, based on what he said, again, can you help me out? You heard what he just said.
Yeah, I think there's more air horizontally than vertically.
More and dense is the same shit, isn't it?
No. Mercury is very dense. Air is very non-dense. You can have lots and lots of air and a very small quantity of mercury. Density and quantity are not the same thing.
Is that
Right.
even sequitur to like where?
I'm just answering your question.
Matthew,
Your question was not sequitur.
Can
I
you
was
go
just
back
answering your
and
question.
forth with him for a while? Because I know you understand what we're saying.
I think he understands too, but the basic idea is that the air is denser at a lower altitude. So if you're looking horizontally, you're looking through all pretty dense air all the way to the sunset. But if you're looking straight up at the sun or at the stars at night or whatever, it's only dense for a little bit and it gets thinner and thinner the higher you go. So density tells how much per volume, whereas more air probably means something like the density times the distance or something, that kind of thing. So I think you guys have the same idea, but maybe talking past each other a little bit.
I think the confusion is that you can the idea of this horizon blocking the sun or the light or something just doesn't make sense, because I can take a photograph of a star that's just above the horizon where I'm looking through the maximum amount of air. That star is invisible to the human eye, so the logic of it being blocked by the light or light attenuation doesn't apply. But then the sun, which is in the same position or is very, very similar position at a different time, I can't take a photograph of that once it's not visible to the human eye.
I think you're not understanding that you can't always.
Let Matthew.
All right.
I see. So you're saying, let's say, 1 degree above the horizon, you can see the sun just fine, but there are stars at nighttime. There are stars at 1 degree above the horizon that we can't see. But if you use sensitive telescopes
no.
or photography, you can.
Similar, yeah. So what I'm saying is the sun disappears at nighttime. We all agree.
Right.
Now, I'm asking, the moment that the sun disappears from my eyes, the amount of light that my eyes are capturing from the sun, why can't I use a sensitive camera to then take a photo of its position and see it? I can do the same thing with a star that is on the horizon that I cannot see with my eyes. I use a sensitive camera looking through the same medium that is in between myself and the sun, which is also in between myself and the star. Then I can't see the sun. I can do it with a star, which is much, much dimmer than the sun, but I can't do it with the sun. And the explanation I've got is because of light attenuation. Well, light attenuation doesn't instantly cut off the amount of light that you can receive unless it's being blocked by an impermeable barrier. Now, light is not an impermeable barrier. Light is obviously transparent or translucent, depending on how much air you've got. And what I'm asking is, why is that the case? Why can I not take a photograph that would get the last little glimpses of the sun with a really sensitive camera, just like I can of a star that is in the exact same position?
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. That sounds like a decent question. I think that's a valid question, because you're saying that the star is attenuated by the atmosphere and we can't see it, but then you put a sensitive camera there and you can see the star, but
exactly.
you can't do the same thing with the sun.
Did you say you could see?
That's a good question.
Matthew, did you say you could see stars at 1 degree?
No, we're saying if there is a star at 1 degree.
No, was that the example you gave him though? If you could see the sun at 1 degree and the
It's
star
just
at
a
1 degree.
hypothetical.
A 1 degree
No, it's
above
an
the
important.
horizon.
It's very important though.
Yeah,
So go on, Matthew.
Yes, that's the example I gave. I was asking him.
Can you actually see a star at 1 degree?
No, typically you can't because there's so much atmosphere.
Oh, okay. So
Sorry,
why don't we
the
use
second half of
real?
my question?
So why don't we use real angles like?
Because as the second half of my sentence was going to say, if we can't see it at 1 degree, but we can use a camera with the long exposure, and then we can see it.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is the stars. He's saying, well, the same angle can see stars, can't see stars. No, first of all, start with something that makes sense.
Yeah, Matthew
Right.
does have it right. He just told you that you can't see the star at 1 degree because of the atmosphere, which is the same as the sun.
But
He
with
just
a very
told you
sensitive
that.
camera, could you photograph a
Not
star
through
really
the
close to
atmosphere.
the horizon?
Well, hold on. You just said that Matthew just said you can't see the star at 1 degree because of the air, just like the sun.
Correct.
That was my point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and they
Can I
walked
ask
past
Matthew a
it.
question?
They just
Thank
walked
you.
past it.
I appreciate it.
Can I ask Matthew a question?
Yes.
Could you photograph a star that is 1 degree above the horizon with an extremely sensitive camera?
Yes, that's the point.
Okay.
You can.
What if it's
Are you,
cloudy, Matthew?
are you talking
What
about?
if it's
Are you
cloudy?
talking about long
Once you close your eyes, you
exposure?
probably can't see the
Are you
thing.
talking about long exposure or zoom?
Long
long-
exposure and no clouds, that type of thing.
Right, what if you just zoomed in?
Then
Then,
I don't
Matthew?
think that would be enough. The more you zoom in,
I mean-
the less light you're taking in.
What do you mean just zoomed in? I mean, that's not... Cameras have
That's what
an
you were
exposure.
arguing for before. That's what you were
Cameras-
arguing
Yeah,
for
Sure.
before.
Cameras have an exposure, though. Like, cameras aren't like a human eye that have...
Yeah, but
the
you
cameras
can't
have an
use the exposure when you're photographing the sun during the light, because if you let too much light in, it ruins a photo. That's why you can use exposure at nighttime with stars.
You mean
Because
use
there's not
exposure?
enough
You
light.
always use exposure when you take a photo.
Yeah, I know. You change it. You increase the exposure. Yeah, you let more light in. I'm not stupid, man. All right.
So what's-
During the
if there's no
day, when
light-
there's
if there's
light,
no light
even
there-
at twilight, you
But you're saying
cannot
there's no light reaching you.
turn up you cannot increase the exposure because you'll ruin the photo. All right.
Yeah.
So there's a
You're saying
difference.
there's no
all
light
right?
reaching.
You guys
There's no light reaching
guys
you,
are
no amount of
walking past.
exposure.
Like T-Dub said, you were talking about zooming in on the sun to increase and see the sun. Yeah? Now you're talking about exposure. But Matthew
And you
already
and
told you.
then
The angle to the
then
sun
you
that we were trying to see, and now he said, and then he said, can you use that at 1 degree? Because this is what we're talking about the sun doing, disappearing on the horizon, at 1 degree. He said, no, you can't see the star because of the atmosphere. So it's exactly the same thing as what we're talking about.
Okay, can I see the sun with a long exposure camera once it
Do
disappears
you
from human
agree?
vision?
Do you agree that that's exactly what we were saying?
No.
What Matthew told you, do you agree with Matthew or not?
Yes.
You do agree with him that at 1 degree you wouldn't see the star because of too much atmosphere.
As in you wouldn't see it with your naked eye, or you wouldn't see it with a camera?
But he then said, he then added, with no clouds or no mist. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
So what he's
we can
doing
add
is
as many
he's
things as we
taking
want.
he's taking away the atmosphere so that you can see the star. You go, you try and get a star for
No.
me with long
No,
exposure
let's
at
hear
1
it.
degree, and you won't get
Yeah.
it.
Remember, the exposure thing doesn't matter because he said, why can't I zoom in with sensitive enough camera and then see more light after the sun has disappeared and it's nighttime? Right? So you would have
You
to
guys are really hung up on this zoom
in.
in thing.
You would have to zoom in to the star, but you already know. Well, you won't be zooming into this. The long exposure is not zooming in, so it's non sequitur to your own point.
Yeah,
Well,
let me try and
zooming
clarify a
in and
little
long
bit.
exposure is, we're sort of confused in a few things, because if you have a zoom lens on most cameras, you are receiving light over a larger area of your sensor rather than a very small area. So the amount of light you get is less overall. However, it's then spread over a large area, which is why we have telescopes to look at things that are far away. No one looks at it through a small thing and goes, "Oh, I'm just going to do a long exposure and then I'll be able to see something
Yeah,
that's
you're
far away."
changing
That's how it works.
the subject.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm talking about photographing something that's far away using a sensitive camera. Now, whether you do a sensitive camera with
what
a
about a
zoom or not
microscope,
zoom, it
right?
doesn't matter.
What about a microscope to see something that the naked eye can't see, right?
What about it? Normally, they have a backlight.
So, right, and you have magnification, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, backlight, whatever, right? But you're seeing the thing, right? Because there's light reflecting off it and coming to your eye through the lenses.
Sure.
Right? Okay. What if you held up a sheet of cling wrap in between the whatever you're viewing, the microscopic thing, and your eye, lens?
Between the microscope and your eye, or between the microscope and
Between the object and the lens, yeah.
Depending on the microscope, it probably wouldn't be a problem.
Be able to see through it and get clarity. It's not going to distort the image at all. It's not going to.
I didn't say that.
You serious,
I said
dude?
not to distort the image at all. I said
It's not going to absorb
you'd still
some
be able to
light.
see it. Absorb some, yeah.
What if you kept layering more and more?
You can actually see, if you look at
in between the object.
If you look at a very nice
Get my point though?
microscope, you can
get my
actually
point
see
though?
through the cells
Do you
and
get
see
my
cells
point
below
though?
the cells and see layers of cells.
Do you get the point?
No, I don't see what that has to do with the previous question. I mean, if that's a different point, then yeah, I get it. But if that's got something to do with the previous
No,
question,
it's
no, I don't get
on point. It's on topic. You keep layering more and more glad wrap between the object and the lens. It doesn't matter what sort of lens you've got. Doesn't matter what adjustments you make and how much you try and magnify or zoom in. You're still not going. It's not going to help you resolve anything anymore.
Yeah, it's about
It will
exposure,
be
not zoom, though.
So your argument is that there's glad wrap between me and the sun, stopping me being able to see it?
right. Zooming in is not going to allow you to see it
Okay,
any
whatever.
more clearly.
Forget about the zoom thing. We're really hung up on that for some
Okay, all
unapparent
right.
reason.
We're going off Zoom. Okay, we're letting go of the Zoom thing.
We're
Right?
talking about whether you could photograph with a sensitive camera. That's the question.
And
Matthew
originally
said,
you said by zooming in.
Yeah, can I try to clarify here? So we were I think what we're trying to say is that the stars, 1 degree above the horizon, are so dim that you cannot see them with the naked eye. However, if you use a long exposure, so not talking about zoom, but just long exposure that cameras are capable of, it can gather enough light to make those dim stars visible. And so, in other words, long exposures can make dim things that are dimmed by the atmosphere visible sometimes. And so I think his question is, hey, so if that's happening to the sun right after it sets, how come a long exposure does not similarly bring the sun back into view?
No,
And
but
I,
you
what did I
don't
just
you
say?
don't you don't see
A lot.
you don't see the
Wait,
stars
hold on.
and you don't see the stars indefinitely. I'm not even sure. Anyway, you don't see the stars indefinitely, right?
Right. But let me ask if my
At some
characterization
point,
was
at
right,
some
what
point,
you're
you
asking.
can't see them. Okay, so you can't use exposure to see light that's not coming to the camera. So if it's
Right, that's what I
dim,
was about
I
to say. What did
suppose you
Elijah say?
can.
He said, "What if the light is not reaching the optics?" Exactly.
Why would the light from the sun stop reaching the optics when the light from the stars continues to reach the optics?
You can
I don't know.
like the
But we're
stars.
doing now. We're doing
Unlike hold
hypotheticals
on, hold on,
about
hold on, hold on,
1
hold on, hold
degree.
on,
No, I'm not.
hold on.
No one's got it.
Unlike the stars that are dim that you can't see, right? You can actually see the sun because it's big enough to see. Get obstructed by the air, which is the first thing I told you.
It doesn't get obstructed instantly. Otherwise, it
Oh,
wouldn't be cloud wrap in the
but
way.
you
It'd
can
be
see you can
a wall.
see that. You can see it happen when it does.
When it gets obstructed by the air, you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Are we
How
talking
do you
about
know?
like sunsets? Sunsets?
How do you know it's obstructed by air? Have I died? No.
I
Still here,
think
apparently.
he has disengaged.
Right. Well, didn't make it very far with that particular conversation.
Yeah, so Rick, I would answer your question as to why the light of the sun does not reach the camera with the only obvious answer, which is it is physically blocked by something.
And that seems like a pretty good answer to me. Light attenuation doesn't explain it even slightly.
Right. If it were merely that the light was attenuating or that there was lots of atmosphere dimming it, then using a longer exposure should be able to bring it back. But that
Can I be a noob? Can I be a noob and ask what attenuation of light? Could someone explain that to me?
Sure, it just means the farther away something is, the less you can see it, and also if there's more things between you and the light, like if it's slightly foggy or more atmosphere, it just gets dimmer. So it's just a fancy.
So
word for
like
dimming.
an inverse square law.
That's part of it is due to the distance,
like
but
that,
also
yeah.
whatever's in between you.
Yeah.
Light. So if it's fog or
Absorption and reflection by what's in between.
So inverse square law plus a objective in between.
Right.
All right, fair. Did anyone in the line of totality enjoy their experience tonight? Well, yesterday night.
It's one of the coolest experiences I've had, and I'm super glad that I was blessed enough to be able to see it. So yeah.
You were in totality?
Yes, I made a 19-hour day trip from Los Angeles all the way to Dallas and back the same day to see my cousin, her husband, and 3 teenage daughters. And we went to their house and we prayed for God's blessing that it would be clear, and it was patchy and it was.
I'm gonna call you
overcast when I landed.
I'm gonna call you a Puritan. Like
Okay.
a Puritan in the most benevolent sense. Like you went out and saw something and it is a one in a lifetime thing and you went and did it and well done. Well done.
Thank you. However, I will brag a little bit. It's actually a twice in a lifetime thing for me now since I saw 2017, and that's why I made such a big effort to go to this one. But we prayed, and God blessed us with clear skies about 15 minutes before totality. It was patchy, clouds on and off again but then we saw this big blank spot in the sky approaching, and sure enough, we could see the sun for 15 minutes before totality and quite a bit after. I think part of that is due to like the clouds kind of dissipated after it happened, so I don't know what's going on there.
What
But
was
it
your
was amazing.
what was your locale?
15 miles from totality in Palmer, Texas, about 30 miles south of Dallas.
All right. Well, I hope that it will not. I hope that it will be a right in Total. Like we got 2024 to look over to. Also for
Wait, say that
anyone,
again. It'll be what?
2024 it will come back.
No, that was yesterday.
No. Like the eclipse will come back to the continental United States in 2024.
2024 is this year. I think you mean 2044?
I do. Sorry, I
45,
apologize. 2044. But it will hit Alaska in, I think they said 2036. So, like, if anyone wants to revisit that, like, it will hit. Okay, so there is an eclipse every 18 months. The next time that it will hit the like continental United States is 2024 or 2044. But I think it will hit Alaska in 2032.
How do they know where the eclipse will be?
Einstein. It all goes back to general
Called the Saros cycle, made by the Babylonians.
No, they didn't have it in the Babylonian days.
Yes,
It took Einstein.
have a look what. Sorry, dude. Have a look what NASA uses. They use the Saros cycle.
How do they know
Alright.
the exact location? Like
Einstein's relativity.
Because it's a cycle.
It's not cyclical. Like it absolutely isn't cyclical. Like there exists the three body problem. Like we have the sun, the moon, the earth. Like it is a problem. You cannot go thousands of years ago and establish where the moon, the sun, and the stars will be, and will we just cannot predict the orbits, and it took until Einstein. Einstein did a great job, and he proved that we could establish orbits and we could establish the eclipses. These are Einsteinian mechanics. Like he did it.
Here we go. Right. So this is on NASA.gov. Eclipses occur in patterns. The Saros series is a period of 223 lunar months that has been used to predict eclipses for thousands of years. In a Saros series, not exactly 9 years, 5.5 days after any lunar eclipse, a solar eclipse will occur, and vice versa.
Who is the first person to
I'm reading this from NASA.gov. They use the Saros cycle. They've been using it for thousands of years to predict lunar and solar eclipses. That's how they predict them.
I'm ignorant. What is the Saros cycle?
But you just I told you that before, and you just told me I was wrong. You said
No. You didn't explain what the Saros cycle was.
But you don't even know what it is, but you told me I'm wrong.
I apologize if I did tell you you were wrong.
Now I would like
what
to
is
explain
the-
how Einstein. I would like for you to explain how Einstein predicts eclipses. Go ahead.
So we've shifted the burden of proof.
No, I just showed you evidence that what I said was correct. Now
No.
you said Einstein
No,
predicts eclipses.
all
You
you've
showed
done,
what Einstein predicts eclipses. Go ahead.
all you have done is shifted the burden of proof because you have made a claim that the Sarah cycle predicts eclipses.
Yeah, and I just got it from NASA.gov that that's what they use to predict eclipses. Now you claimed it was Einstein and relativity. So can you show me that what you said was correct?
No, you've shifted the burden of proof.
I'd not shifted the burden of proof because I proved what my claim was.
What was your
Now
claim?
you made a claim as well,
All right.
and I would like you to provide proof that your claim was correct as well.
All right. What was your claim and what was my claim?
Your claim was that Einstein's relativity is how they predict eclipses, solar and lunar.
What was your claim?
My claim was they used the Saros cycle.
All right. I reject my claim.
Thank you.
I have one last
So
question.
you said we cannot predict eclipses from thousands of years ago, but I showed you that that's how they predict them.
You won. You won.
Okay, so stop talking shit, and next time you make a claim,
Wait,
back
did
it
I
up.
talk? Did I talk shit? Like talking
Yes,
shit?
you
Like
did.
is.
You said Einstein predicts.
Hold on. Talking shit
Alright.
is a little bit deeper than just like
Yeah,
like trying
talking
to pretend.
shit is making claims when you have no evidence to back them up. That's what talking shit is.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I have one last
Thank you.
question
I
on the
agree
previous
with you.
topic.
Yeah.
Now, sorry to go back to the previous topic. I won't go back to it again. Now that we've sort of talked that through and nutted it out, and we've, I think, all agreed that attenuation isn't an explanation for why the sun disappears.
Right.
Are we gonna agree not to bring that up again as an explanation for why the sun disappears, or are we gonna have this conversation again next time someone asks?
There will never be an agreement among the flat Earth
Yep.
community on why the sun disappears. Like they will always fight it.
I don't know. You'll have to ask whoever made the claim. So I'm not going to agree to that.
It was I am Larry.
Well, was that to I Am Larry or was that from I Am Larry?
I am Larry made the claim.
So I Am Larry will never have
He's
a.
not. He's not in the room at the moment.
Well,
Yeah, he is. He's right there.
I'm just gonna say,
Yeah.
like he will never have a proper answer why things disappear over the horizon.
Is he
Because-
asking you, or is he asking?
Well, because
sure.
there is no answer. There
Or are you
is
just
no-
going to make stuff? Are you just going to make stuff up again, like you did before?
Yeah, I'm just gonna like while he's not here, I'm just gonna like live.
Are you
my
gonna
life.
you're gonna answer for him when you don't know what? he's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
say?
yeah. I Am Larry will say that I have no idea what is going on when the sun disappears over
You
the
sound
horizon.
like you
Is
don't
that
know what's
really
going on.
what I say? Because I don't think that's
Wait,
what I.
I don't know what's going on over the horizon when I Am Larry says, "Oh, I have no idea what's
Maybe you
going
should
on."
let I am Larry speak then.
Yeah,
Wait,
this dude like
who is speaking, by the way?
is this guy like thinking that he's speaking for me? What makes you think that I gave you the
Oh,
authority?
Larry, Larry, you're awake. All right.
Are you drunk, man?
Answer my question.
No, I'm completely sober.
What on God's green earth made you think I gave you the authorities to speak for me?
I thought you were out of commission. I thought you were drunk on life, out of commission.
I don't drink.
So I was
I think we all know who's drunk here.
who's drunk here?
Has anybody ever heard me drunk online?
No.
Ever?
Never, Larry. Never,
No,
ever.
Larry, you've always been sober.
Well, I haven't always been sober. That's not true. But I don't drink.
Larry,
I don't have the enzymes.
you don't have the enzymes.
I get the Asian glow.
Larry, why don't we talk about like flat Earth, straight out, like
Still waiting on you to answer my question. Why do you
Okay.
think you have the authority to speak for me?
I don't.
That's
If I thought I
No.
did, like I do apologize. I was wrong in that endeavor. However, Larry, like why is there flat?
What?
Why is the
What is
Earth?
this guy doing, bro?
What
I'm
is
playing
why?
video games.
Hold on, 3 people talked right now when I was talking to one person, and that was
Well,
Larry.
you know there was another conversation occurring.
Yeah, you
No, there
interrupted.
was not. No, there was not.
No, there was.
We stabilized the situation. Like, what was the other conversation?
My friend, I want to ask you to mute yourself and wait your turn.
All right.
And never to speak for me again.
All right.
Thank you. Please continue.
Did we have an answer? We've established that light attenuation doesn't explain the sunset. Are we going to stop using that as an explanation for the sun setting?
So here's the thing about the sun setting, right? Do you know what convergence is? Rayleigh criterion?
We've just spoken about the sun setting and light attenuation for like 2 hours, and I'm pretty over it. But we've sort of nutted it out really thoroughly that that's not what causes the sun setting. It's not light attenuation. I'm just curious whether we're going to agree to not say that light attenuation causes the sunset in future, or if we're going to just default back to that in a day or two.
You came to that conclusion. I don't think anyone else came to that conclusion.
How did you
Well,
come
I
to
don't know
that
about that. I
conclusion?
think-
What experiment did you do?
I did. I came to that conclusion too.
I think me and Matthew came to that conclusion pretty thoroughly, and let's.
What is the base for this assertion?
Well, I don't want to go through it all again because we just spoke about it for like 2 hours, and I don't think anyone wants to talk it through
Can you
again.
sum it up? Just tell me what the
Yeah.
base is.
How are you going to get us to
I can-
agree if you're not going to sum it up?
Well, bro, you were just here. I didn't think I needed to go through it again for you, but I'll go through it for
Yeah,
Larry
but you
'cause he wasn't
didn't.
here.
You didn't actually. But you
Okay.
you and Matthew came to a conclusion. But how did you come to that conclusion? Tell Larry how you
Okay.
came to that conclusion.
In summary, you can take a photograph of a star that is very, very close to the horizon that is not visible
said
with
1
the naked
degree.
eye. The actual
Which is
degree is
impossible.
not relevant.
Yes, it
The
is.
point is that it is. No, it's not.
It is.
The point is, okay, well, if we want to pick an actual degree, that kangaroo guy, you're going to need to provide some sort of basis for
Not my.
the size
Not my
of.
claim.
Well, no, well then it's not relevant. So then stay out of it.
Okay, so
If-
the angle's not relevant then.
Well, hang on, you're saying the angle is relevant, so it is your claim. Now, if you're not going to have some sort of basis for that claim, then there's no
said
point in
you
getting
can
involved in that
picture
conversation.
stars at 1 degree all the time. So
I didn't say
you'd have to
that.
provide evidence for that, wouldn't you? Yeah, I know. You're talking about a hypothetical, aren't you?
No.
So you're not talking about a hypothetical. So you do have evidence that you've got photos of stars at 1 degree.
Jimmy, there's a lot of photos of stars just above the horizon. I can't measure them,
Okay,
but they are
Don't worry
marginally
about
above the
me
horizon.
then. Post that while you're talking to Larry then, and how you came to the conclusion. I'll shut up.
I'm actually tempted to mute him for dishonesty.
Really?
You know, because he tried to change it from zoom to long exposure,
Oh,
right?
he's fucking
And
me
then
again.
and then just wanted to brush past that like it didn't happen, right? And now he's coming in saying, I think we can all like safely assume that we come to the conclusion that so we're not going to use that explanation next time, right? Deciding for everybody like that
I was
was what
asking
took
if that
place
was what we-
when
I
it
was asking if
wasn't.
that was what took place.
No, you were making out like that's what happened.
Okay, so what's your rebuttal? to
And,
what me
and I
and
don't
Larry just spoke
appreciate
about?
I don't appreciate the disingenuousness
Okay,
of,
so what's
of
your
that.
rebuttal to what Larry and I just spoke about?
I'm just pointing out that you're on the verge of really you're pushing it, mate. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody in the
All right, so
conversation.
drop the act that's what happened. That everybody came to an agreement that yeah, okay, we're not going to use that explanation next time, right?
That wasn't what I said.
Yeah,
said
it pretty
that
much
the end.
was. I was
The conversation
listening.
ended.
You said it a
Conversation
few
ended
times.
with
You
Matthew
said it
and I
a few
agreeing.
times.
Okay. The conversation ended with Matthew and I
You were
agreeing that it
including
wasn't,
everyone.
and nobody
You can
else
go
had
back and have a
anything
look
to
if
say
it's
about
being
it.
live streamed and listen back and see what you said.
I don't
Right?
need to.
But
Nobody
it's
else
my
had
point, all
anything
right?
to
So
say
don't
about it.
just don't do that. Just don't do that,
Well, what's
please.
the rebuttal? Would you like to provide a rebuttal?
No, I'm just pointing that out. I'm going back to do what I was doing, and Larry can continue on with you. I'm just giving you a warning about being dishonest.
So you would not like to provide a rebuttal? I don't want to be dishonest here. I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Okay.
All right, so
I'm curious
there's
whether
this
you'd like to
common.
provide a rebuttal.
Oh, go ahead and finish.
So the observation was that you can take a photograph of a star
Yeah,
very
yeah.
near the
So
horizon.
there was no rebuttal because they actually agreed with me that the air is going to obstruct your vision of both the sun and stars.
No, that's not the case.
Well, I'm
We
sorry,
did not.
Matthew.
We
Didn't
did
you
not agree
just
with you.
agree to that? Not only
So yeah,
earlier,
yeah.
but
Let
just
me.
now.
Yeah. So what? So
There you go.
Elijah, what you said, right? That we can't see a star, and I used as an example again. The angle isn't important, but if we can't see a star at 1 degree above the horizon, the air is blocking that due to light
Right,
attenuation. But
right.
if you
That was
use
my
a
point.
hold on, if you use a camera and do a long exposure, then that star can be seen again.
Right, the star. But I said, but see, the star, you can't see it because of maybe the angular resolution of your eye, and then you use a camera, and then maybe not that because they're always the same size.
Yeah, you
So
should be able to
you
see it.
not
Right.
seeing it and then using an exposure is because it's pretty dim,
Right.
but it's still there.
Right.
So in either case, you would need to zoom in to actually see it. When it comes to the sun, like I told him, you can see it disappear into the air. You cannot zoom into the air like you can't zoom in through a cloud and see it with more sensitive equipment because it is effectively obstructed by the air.
But so why aren't the stars obstructed by the air in the same way?
It doesn't matter. You can see
It does matter.
the sun. No, because you can see the sun obstructed. You can see it.
This. You can't see something obstructed.
So Larry, I asked him. I said, "Well, I brought up the video that I have. I brought it up like 6 times." He said, "Let's see it once," but he
I've asked to
hasn't
see it
seen
and
the
it
video
hasn't
yet.
been posted. I'm still waiting. I asked to see it and you just disappeared. But anyway. The point is, you can see a star with sensitive photography equipment that is close to the horizon. You can't see that, but the assertion is that the sun disappears because of light attenuation. If it is light attenuation, and that is what is blocking the star from being visible, why can you not then use the same photography equipment to see the sun that is being obstructed by light attenuation?
Because the light is not reaching your eye. In fact, you don't have
There
to
is some
speculate
light.
that. You don't have to speculate that. You can see it. You see
yes,
the sun,
you
and
can't.
then it gets dimmer. You see the sun in my video, then it gets dimmer, dimmer, and then it fades into the color of the atmosphere.
Can you
So
post the video, please?
I don't need to explain to you why that's not happening. I'm just describing what is happening. We don't need to pretend that it's not.
It fades out. By the way, like the politics server just put me in this channel. Like I have no idea what channel I'm in.
Right.
Perhaps
so
you could
maybe
put
you
yourself
could
in a
like
different channel.
be quiet for a minute and see what the tone of the conversation is.
So
And feel free to
Cortico, I
jump
just
in
put
when
you
it's back.
out of the channel so you can move to another channel. Go ahead, mate.
Can we please see your video what I think it's Let's Be Real or whatever the name is. Let's something for real. What is that symbol? Anyway, can we please see it? Well, I guess that's where we were. We're going to continue with that explanation, I guess. Okay, good to know.
Have you got an explanation?
Yeah, it's obstructed by something.
By what?
Like a physical barrier.
Like a curve? Like the Earth?
Like, I don't know, a planet.
So you're saying that the sun is obscured by the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, yes, that's the pretty widely accepted explanation for nighttime.
All right. So you got any evidence that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I mean, mate, you wouldn't even tell me how far away the sunset was under your theory, so.
I've got no idea how far away the sunset is. I've just asked you. You said it's being obscured by Earth curve. So
Wasn't that unfair?
You said.
But
If it is being
irrelevant.
obscured by Earth curve, then you must have evidence that the Earth is a ball. Do you have that?
Yeah, let me at you in a photo that was posted.
No, you don't need to. You can put it in the side chat. You don't need to at me.
Unless your position is that the sun is that shape all the time.
I'm not talking about the sun. You're saying the Earth
We are talking about the sun.
is obscuring the sun, so that would be Earth curvature.
Well, no,
Because the Earth is
obscuring the sun.
No, stop. You made a claim that it was Earth curve that's blocking the sun, right?
I gave an
So
explanation.
you would now need to prove that the
No,
Earth
he
is a
told you
ball.
what you believed earlier. Just to let you know, Rick, you're being sort of played here. So
It's not
No,
played
it's
at
okay.
all.
I know what he's trying to do. What I said is that the sun is being
trying to
obstructed
do
by a
anything. You
physical
just-
object. That's what I said.
Okay. A physical
Now, whether
object,
that's
which is what?
Well, I would say it's
What
the
is
Earth.
the
Now, whether that's
physical object?
I would say it's
Awesome.
the Earth.
So I'm not trying to play him.
All right. Well, what's your
Alright.
next question
He
then?
said
Have I
it's
said
the
the Earth
Earth.
is curved?
Yes. Have you?
When did I say that?
Well, if the sun is going over something, then the Earth would be curved, wouldn't it?
Why? You can have the. I can
Okay.
put my hand below my desk, and the desk isn't curved.
Awesome.
My hand just goes
So
below
it's
my
not
desk.
curved.
I didn't say that. That's just
So
wasn't what
what
my
is it
assertion
then?
was.
It's curved or it's not.
Well, no, I'm making an explanation for why the light disappears. That's what the question was, and I've given you an
Okay, you
explanation.
said it's blocked by something. So
That's right.
what's it blocked
The
by?
Earth. The Earth.
Blocked by the Earth. Okay, so it's going down over the other side of the Earth.
It's going below what we can see. Yeah,
Awesome. So that would make it.
below what we can see. I mean, what's the
Are
question?
you arguing for a flat Earth?
No,
Are you arguing for a curved Earth?
no.
What are you arguing for then?
I'm arguing that it's not light attenuation.
Okay, but you said it's being blocked by something, which is an edge of something.
Observation is that it goes below the horizon.
Funny? Isn't it funny that you won't even answer whether you believe you live on a ball or not, but you've been
You haven't
arguing
asked
the
me
whole
that question.
time?
You haven't asked
I
me that
did.
question. No, you
Okay.
didn't.
I said to you, can you give me evidence that you live on a ball or not?
You did not. Yeah, but that's not asking what I believe. That's asking if I can give you evidence.
Do you live on a ball?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so what's the evidence that you live on a ball?
What do you mean? What the evidence?
Oh my God.
What's the? I don't have evidence that I live on a ball. I'm telling you what I believe.
Okay, so what makes you believe that you live on a ball?
Well, a whole range of things.
Okay, so what are
Starting with-
they?
Well, we can go through them if you'd like, but basically, what it is that
Why are you not
all of the
answering a
phenomena.
direct question?
Do you want me to answer or not? Because you're not giving me a chance to answer.
What's the evidence that you believe? What is the evidence that explained to you that you live on a ball?
All of the phenomena that you observe in the world.
Give me your best one.
give me my best. Well, no, that's not how this works. That's not why I believe it. It's not because of one. It's because of all of them combined are
it shouldn't be
explained
that
by.
difficult.
But just because it shouldn't be doesn't mean it's not. Ice skating is difficult, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
I'll give this conversation a summation, right? So you said the sun is blocked by something physical, right? And then you wouldn't answer whether it was EarthGov or not until I actually asked you. I said, do you believe you live on a ball? And you said yes. And then I said, okay, what's your evidence you live on a ball? This took us 10 minutes to get to this spot. Now you're saying everything. And I said, okay, just give me one. And you're going, no, that's not
Air
how
pressure.
this works. Air pressure is that proves that you live on a ball?
This is what I just said to you, and this is why this is a really bad faith argument.
It's not bad faith.
It is not,
I'm
there is not a
asking you
one.
what convinces you that
ask
you
me-
live on a ball, and you
And
won't
when I
answer
say,
me.
and when I try to answer, you say no, give me your best one. If you'd like me to explain why I believe it,
Go
I'm
ahead.
happy to.
Go ahead. You got the floor, man.
Great. The reason I believe it is because when you look at all of the phenomenon that you observe throughout the
Like
world,
what?
sunsets, air pressure, stars, the sun, the moon,
Air pressure.
all of the
Why air
phenomena-
pressure?
We'll go back to that in a second, but the reason I believe it is because when you look at all of these things, they're all explained by a model of how the Earth is, and that model is that the Earth is round. Well, roundish.
Can you please
and a
present
ball.
that model?
You want me to? No, I can't. But that's the model that is being explained. I'm not talking about a model as in like a physical model, like a model car. It's not what we're talking about. You model
That's
things.
not what I'm talking about either. I'm talking about a scientific model.
Well, it's pretty well established in the scientific literature. You're welcome to go and see it
Is
yourself.
it?
I'm not going to. Yes, I'm not going to give you a copy of all of the scientific literature to prove it.
Can you?
You're welcome to go.
Well,
there.
it should just be one model, shouldn't it? Just be one working model.
Well, no, that's not how a model works. Just because it's one
That's
concept
how a
doesn't mean it
scientific
fits
model
in-
works.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Look up definition of scientific model.
When was the last time
See
you
what it
used a
is.
scientific model to do something?
I don't use scientific models
There you go. So why are you telling me how scientific models work?
because I've looked up what a scientific model
But you've
is.
never used one yourself.
Why would I use a scientific model? I don't do science.
Well, that's a great question and a great answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I believe it is because all of the phenomena that you observe are explained by the laws of physics and the model of the globe. And you guys
All
use
right,
the
let's
term
go
model.
through them.
I don't-
Let's go
I
through
don't-
them one by one.
But you're not a scientist. Why would you go through it one by one?
Why do you need to be a scientist to talk
for-
about the shape of something?
Well,
for air pressure, it's pretty simple.
It is very
Well,
simple. It's
We're
called
not
gravity.
talking to you, dude. So,
Hey, you wanted to know how air pressure works, and I'm here to explain it. So do you want to
No,
know
I know how air pressure works. That's okay. Air pressure works by gravity making the air that's closer to the surface heavier.
Right.
That's how air pressure works. Now, you can make up some other explanations about, it's produced at the ground or whatever else is going to come up. But there's no possible way of explaining air pressure without saying that it's pushed down by its own weight. Because otherwise, wind would be like gushing upwards at like unbelievable speeds because you've got such huge changes in air pressure with altitude. And this is something that you can do yourself without being a scientist. Go buy yourself a barometer, go to measure at the bottom of the building, go to the top of a tall building, you can measure the air pressure difference.
You can even measure it with the sensitive barometer in a single room at the floor and the ceiling. It's enough to make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So
true, yeah.
if
That's ridiculous,
if there was
dude. You got equilibrium, bro. If you started rushing air up high, then it'd have to heat up there, bro. It's equilibrium. You got more air down
saying
here.
the word,
It's
saying the words
warmer.
equilibrium doesn't make it true.
Hydrostatic equilibrium.
I'm talking about
Well, I
inside
was
a
able to
room that's
replicate
the
it.
same temperature. If you're
Could
in
it
a
be okay
room-
if I ask one question to the flat earthers?
Wait, sorry, I got a phone call. What happened?
Oh, I just don't want to interrupt you guys' conversation, but would it be okay if I ask one question, Rick?
Yeah, but no, I want to go back to Rick with his. Can we go through these claims of?
No, we're not going to go through them all, but we can go through a couple of them if you'd like. Air pressure's a great one.
Let him ask some. Let him ask this question.
Yeah, so the one question I have, right, is we just saw that the solar eclipse was predicted by a lot of the astronomers and people with physics backgrounds and degrees
Predicted.
in these topics.
Do I need to go through this again?
And it actually and it turned out that they were right on their prediction. What has the
Okay.
flat Earth model predicted accurately ever?
I'm going to read it again. All right. Eclipses occur in patterns. The Saros series is a period of 223 lunar months that has been used to predict eclipses for thousands of years. In a Saros series, exactly 9 years, 5.5 days after the lunar eclipse, the solar eclipse will occur, and vice versa. Approximately 6,585.3211 days, or 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours after one eclipse, the sun, earth, and moon, right? Wait,
Sure,
drop
but
my
you know
phone.
that
Yeah, but
like
I just,
you're
you
not
just
answering the other
said,
part of my question.
All you need is an
you
ephemeris
just,
and a freaking and a map, dude.
Here,
What are
here,
you
here.
talking about?
Let me help you guys with the other part. Let me just
it's
remind you guys
been
what it was.
predicted
My
or
question
post-predicted.
is, what
It's
does
been
the flat Earth
predicted,
model predict?
post-predicted in the
And
same
what are,
way thousands of years
hold up, hold
before
up.
there
You're not
was a
getting my
globe.
question. You're not
Okay?
getting my question. So let me ask my question
I,
You're
again.
not,
I got your question, bro. You need an
because you
ephemeris and
came
a
in
map,
and
bro. You need
No,
a
no, you
disciple,
didn't. You didn't get
a
my
map.
question. You didn't get my question. All right. So you guys are
yeah,
focusing on the
because
wrong
you
thing.
butted into a conversation. So I'm
No,
quickly
here's the
answering
thing. I think
by
Rick will be okay
saying,
with this because seems to be in line with what Rick was trying to say. I'm asking you guys, like, when it comes to the flat Earth model, right? What does it predict successfully?
it's been
Everything,
predicting
dude.
the Saros cycle. I just explained to you. The Saros cycle has been predicting eclipses for thousands of years before the globe was
Okay.
even
What does the flat Earth
before the
model
globe
predict
was even
accurately?
what?
Everything.
That is a flat Earth model.
Okay. All right.
It's a
Anyway, Rick, you do your thing.
it's a cycle of stars.
Sorry, I interrupted. Rick, you do your thing. I don't know what
No, you're
that was.
wrong.
That was an answer.
I think I was basically done, unless
Oh.
that kangaroo guy had any
Like-
follow-up questions.
About what,
I
man?
wanted to ask.
You didn't.
I wanted to ask Matthew something, man.
I'm here. Go ahead.
Oh, Matthew.
Well, one thing. Okay, so you would agree that if we have
Maybe
a
we can talk
balloon,
another time, man. Yeah. No, you go ahead, man. Go ahead. I was just speaking to
if
Rick.
we got a balloon, and let's say there's a certain amount of air in there, okay, it's it's flexible, okay. So as it goes up in the air, it's gonna expand, right? So if you're calling the air particles, it's as it expands, the particles are traveling further, right? To stretch the balloon out further, to stretch it out further, that the same volume of air is having to move further, right? The particles are able to travel a further distance, correct?
I would say the same mass of the Earth, the same number of particles are expanding volume. So not quite. Yeah. Yes, the volume is expanding. Right.
Okay, and so they're moving a greater distance, so they have to go faster to for the same amount of time to cover more distance in the same amount of time. The only way to do that is to go faster, right?
No, they don't have to. They don't have to go faster. It just has to be more space in between them. So I think that the speed is dependent on temperature. So if it stays the same temperature, then they'll be the same speed. In fact,
You're saying that they can try. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, PV equals nRT. If you take a volume of air and then expand the volume, it actually cools down and they go slower.
Okay, but I didn't say nothing about temperature yet. Okay, all I'm saying is that let's say we have 5 particles. I mean, I know that times a billion. Okay, we'll just say 5. Okay, and they're bouncing around. They're inflating the balloon a certain size. Okay, now as we go up and the differential grows, okay, now the balloon's expanding. So we didn't add any particles, but they're having to travel a greater distance in the same amount of time. So they're having to move faster, right? I didn't say that about temperature. They're having to move faster to if it's the same amount of particles covering a greater distance.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
so
I get your
something has
question.
to something has to make the balloon expand, though.
Yeah, I would say that it doesn't have to cover the same amount of distance, the same amount of time, because the outside pressure is less. It doesn't have to get there as fast. So
Yeah, it's a greater distance. No, I'm not talking about the outside temperature yet. It's beyond differential. Okay,
Yeah,
the
outside
point is inside the balloon, if it's particles, then I didn't say a greater. It's a. I mean, I didn't say the same distance. It's a greater distance in the same amount of time. Okay, so if you didn't slow down time, did you? The only thing changed. Okay, the amount of particles didn't change, and the time didn't change. Okay, so the only thing that changed is the distance. Okay, so to cover that same distance in the same amount of time, the only way to do that, unless you could tell me some other way, is for the particles to travel faster to keep the balloon expanded.
That's true. However, I don't think it has to be in the same amount of time, because there's nothing that says it has to reach from one end of the balloon to the other end of the balloon in a certain amount of time.
Well, if it doesn't, then the balloon can't expand. How can the balloon expand?
Because
the issue is something has to make the balloon expand, and that has to be the air, right? So if you have only 5 particles in the balloon and you want the balloon to expand, you have to, 1, either add more air, or 2, heat up the air particles to make them move faster. That's the only way you can get that balloon to expand.
No, the other way would be to decrease the outside pressure.
Right, decrease
Exactly.
outside pressure as well.
Decrease the outside temperature. So, but any one of them explanations, we've got faster moving particles. If it's expanding in a pressurizing a bigger area.
No, I'm saying you don't need faster moving particles. In fact, I think it's slower.
The only explanation that requires faster moving particles would be increasing temperature. The other 2 do not require faster moving particles.
Okay, so you're saying that the same amount of particles are covering a greater distance, but slowing down.
But they're not covering a greater distance. They're making the distance farther or more because they're moving, right? So if the 5 particles are moving 5 miles per hour, whatever distance they can cover in 5 miles per hour is how far the balloon would have grown.
Right, now let's make it 10 miles in 1 hour. Okay.
Same thing. The amount of distance they can cover in 10 miles.
They're having to travel further.
No, the balloon is expanded however fast the particles are moving. Right, the balloon expansion depends on how fast the particles are moving, not the other way around. You have it backwards.
You just said 5 miles an hour, bro. Okay, this is dude. I got a point to get to, and I can't even get past freaking simple logic with you guys, man. Okay, so the particles. Okay, we're not adding air. Okay, what we're doing is we're giving a greater volume for the particles to have to keep pushing against. So the only way to do that with the same amount of particles is for them to move faster. There's no other way, dude.
You're being arbitrary. The volume.
Sorry,
of the balloon,
wasn't Brian talking to Matthew?
Sure, but
the
volume of
response.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm saying it's fine for you to. I agree with what you're saying so far.
Yeah, so the only way the balloon can expand is if the particles move to make that balloon expand. You have it backwards. You're saying if the balloon expands, the particles have to get to where the balloon is. I'm saying the balloon cannot expand without the particles first moving to where the balloon expand. Does that make sense?
No, let me try something different. Okay, so there's me, you, and Matthew, and there's 3 of us. Okay, and we are pretty much spaced out equal, and we've got a little parachute around us. Whatever, just picture it in your head. And now we're having to run, just bounce off back and forth, just crisscrossing each other to keep it puffed out a certain amount. Okay, now, if we want to puff it out this is so fucking ridiculous. If we want to puff it out a further amount, and it's trying to squeeze back in on us, right? Because it's spandex or it's latex. So to keep it puffed out further, we've got to cover more ground, right? We got to bounce around equally, and keep pushing. Okay, so the only way to do that is to move faster. Okay.
No, that's not the only way. That's not the only way, though.
Oh god.
Could I ask
one
way?
It's like pulling teeth with you guys, man.
Brian Effie, what's your background when it comes to mathematics, astronomy, and physics in terms of schooling and classes you've taken?
PhD in exactly everything you just said.
For real? Or are you just saying that because it just sounds good? Because if you get a PhD in these things, yeah, of course. What's the highest classes you've taken though?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. So before I answer your question,
But yeah, just like it's not a hard question to answer. Like
I mean,
the highest math
I
class
can do math, bro. I can do math. I can solve
Okay. Did you ever
whatever.
do
Some
differential equations?
takes a little longer than others, but I can
Well,
solve
what,
it. If you're having a
how high up did you go in math? Did you go up
Why
to
does he
Calc
need a
2,
degree?
Calc 3?
Sorry.
Well,
degree,
Why does he
calculus,
need a
whatever,
degree?
dude.
I didn't
Algebra,
say he needs
whatever.
a degree. I said what his highest class is. I'm not asking if he got a degree or
So
not.
why are you asking that then?
Because it's
Geometry,
important.
trig,
Why
calculus.
is it
What?
important?
It's the normal shit, bro.
Okay, what kind of calculus did he get up to?
So,
Bro,
so
why
people
are
who
you
don't,
questioning,
so,
bro? What?
so people who don't do PhDs can't do maths. Is that what you're saying?
Look, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't even ask him if he's doing PhDs.
So
I
why are
asked
you
him what was,
asking then? There
I
must
asked
be a
him what his
point to why
highest.
you're asking.
I asked him what his highest level
Get to
math
the
class
point of
is.
what you're asking then.
I'm just like, well, if he answers it, then I could get to my point. What's
Get
his
to the
highest
point of
level
what
math class?
he already
Calculus, bro.
answered you. Get to the
Why are you
point.
guys getting so defensive?
Get to the point.
Because you're interrupting a conversation with some stupid ass questions, dude.
Why is it a
Okay?
stupid question? If you're
Bro,
saying that
because
people
you're
with
asking me.
PhD, here's what you're saying. You're saying people with PhDs and Nobel Prizes in physics, and people with Fields Medals in mathematics, and people with the astronomy PhDs, they're all wrong.
No, I'm
Right?
showing you why
Astronomy
they're wrong.
And I want to
PhDs,
know,
mate.
like,
We
I
can
want to
never
know
get
the
past
background of
stage
someone
one.
who's saying these things. Did you get like? I
If
want
we
to
can
know if
ever
you
get
just got
past
up to
stage
like.
one, I could show you why
Yeah,
you're
I
wrong,
want to know
bro.
if you
If
like
we could,
even passed geometry class.
yes,
Like,
dude.
All right.
Yes,
So
yes.
he's
I passed
muted,
that,
Brian.
trig,
You can get
calculus.
back
I
to
made decent grades.
you can
Okay,
get back to the
now
other
to
guy
get
if you
past.
want. He's gone.
Thank you, man. He's just like,
No
why is he
worries.
even asking that? What I'm trying to do is show
Exactly. That's
where.
why I was asking. Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is show where it's ideal gas laws. That means it's an idea, right? It's under ideal conditions, basically. So I'm trying to show them where the trick, where the not necessarily a trick, but where it breaks down. And I can't even get past stage one. Like they can't even agree that particles covering a greater distance in the same amount of time are having to move faster. It's like
No, I
pulling
agree
teeth,
with
dude.
that. I agree with that. Particles traveling the same amount of distance, or a larger distance in the same amount of time would have to go faster. What I'm disputing is I don't think they have to travel a larger distance in the same amount of time. I think that they can take less time or more time, so they don't have to go faster.
I agree with Matthew.
What do you mean more time?
If a particle bounces from one wall of the balloon to the other wall of the balloon in X number of seconds, and then you make the balloon bigger, then the particle can bounce from one end of the balloon to the other end of the balloon in twice as many seconds. There's nothing that says it has to get there in the same amount of time.
So if it's me, you, and the other dude, and we're running around and we're keeping it from crunching in on us because we're traveling a certain speed. Now we expand that area, okay? And now you're saying time would slow down? To keep it from closing in on us with a greater volume. So you're saying we don't have to move faster? That's fucking ridiculous, Matthew.
It would be if we had to
Matthew's
hit
right.
the wall the same number of times. So I see what you're saying, that you're thinking we have to hit the wall the same number of times and it's a larger distance. So you're right in thinking that. But what I'm saying is that as the balloon expands, as it goes higher in the atmosphere or whatever, that the outside pressure is less, so you don't actually have to hit the wall as many times. Those particles are not having to hit nearly as often. So they don't have
So
to
the balloon ain't still squeezing in? So the
Not as
balloon
much.
doesn't pop. So hold on, so we can slow down and the balloon can still just expand,
Yes.
expand, and pop.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and so we don't have to cover more distance to expand the balloon.
You do have to cover more distance. You're just welcome to take more time to do so.
Right.
So we do have to cover more distance. Okay, so the
See here with
particles
your
have
parachute
to
would be
move
the weight of the parachute is decreasing.
So the particles have to move faster because you just said it. They're covering greater distance. There's only two factors in that, and that's speed over time or distance over time. Okay, speed, distance over time. So if you're saying that they're moving, I mean, if they're traveling a greater distance, the only way to make that happen is to increase the speed. There's no other way, mathematically or logically.
They don't have to take the same amount of time.
Increase the time.
Yeah, that's not logical. To slow down
It is.
time.
You know, we're not slowing down time.
Increase
Time
the
is
time
going
it
the
All right,
same.
never mind. All right, I had a point to get to, but I guess I'll never get there because y'all.
Exactly.
wow.
No, there's
You
not
have
two
the wrong
different.
premise.
There's not two different distances though. There's only one distance. I mean, it's because you're kind of imagining it as if there's two distances. There's two different types. There's the distance that's traveling in the balloon and the distance that the balloon's moving up. Well, right? Am I?
Yeah. There's a volume, and as the balloon expands, see, I don't necessarily agree with all the particle explanations, but I could show where the trick is, or not the trick, like I said, where it breaks down pretty much. There's other ways to do it, but I had an interesting way, but I can't even get past freaking basic logic and mathematics with these guys. I don't get it.
Because you have it backwards, though. That's why. You're saying that. Well, at first you were saying the balloon has to. If we somehow magically increase the area of the balloon, the volume of the balloon, then the particles have to catch up.
You're introducing the magic, bro. You're slowing down time, bro. So don't say I'm introducing magic.
Hold on.
You
Let me finish.
literally introduced magic, bro.
Let me finish. The way a balloon inflates is you blow air into it and it goes up, right? So the more air you put into it, the higher the pressure inside the balloon, which counterbalances the outside air pressure, causing the balloon to expand. If you have the balloon at a stable pressure, meaning you're not putting air into it, the balloon would not expand because there's equilibrium, right? So if you want to increase the area of the balloon, the volume of the balloon, you have to either increase the temperature, which increases speed, causing the balloon to cause the air particles to move faster, or you decrease the outside air pressure, and the balloon expands that way.
Or you decrease volume.
Right, or you decrease.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I decrease the outside air temperature, because that's. Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Pressure, not temperature. Pressure.
No, I was just going. You also have the elasticity of the balloon pushing against the inflation of the balloon. Yeah. So you got not only outside pressure, but you've got elasticity of the container as well. So it's not as simple as what you guys are saying.
Yeah, but I wouldn't confuse.
Pressure is relative anyway. Pressure is relative to. I mean, if I lower the temperature, then it's going to expand. That's just the way it works. So it's unnecessary. So what other factors? So you slow down time. So you're saying the answer is for the particles to travel that greater distance is that time slows down, correct?
No.
That the time increases. The amount of time it takes increases.
So time increases?
Gas slows down.
Hold on,
The amount of time, the number of seconds.
Brian, can I give you an analogy? Let's say that you're driving to the grocery store, every day, and it's 10 miles away in your car, right? And then you move, and now the grocery store is 15 miles away. And you would be right that you would have to drive faster to get to the grocery store every day in the same amount of time. But then somebody says, oh, but you could use a horse to get to the grocery store. And they're right. You could use a horse to get to the grocery store 15 miles away.
So we're moving faster.
But it would take you longer. The horse would take longer.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so that'd slow you down, right? So to go the greater distance, okay, in the same amount of time, because time doesn't change, bro. Not enough to explain this, even in your paradigm. So you just explained it perfectly. So to travel a bigger distance in the same amount of time, the only way to do that is to speed up. I mean, for fuck's sake, dude.
Everybody agrees with
It's not taking the same amount of time.
So everybody agrees with you. If you're going to go to the grocery store that's 15 miles away in the same amount of time, you're going to have to speed up. What we're saying is that it's okay to take a horse to the grocery store. It's going to go way slower and it will take longer. There's nothing wrong with taking longer.
So what if the world's closing in on me? Okay, like the balloon is. The balloon's closing in on them particles. Okay, so the only thing keeping that balloon inflated, unless you want to assign a power to each one, okay, which would be better than time. But the only way to expand it with it trying to contract on me is pressure. Okay, and that would be the particles in your reality pressing against the edge. Okay, so if they got to press a further distance, there's no other way besides slowing down time itself to make them travel a further distance in the same amount of time, because they've got to speed up.
Are you asking about a balloon in a vacuum or a balloon in a normal?
No, just a balloon, just a balloon.
But what's
a balloon
that's
a balloon that's entering lower pressure.
Yeah, weather
What's
balloon
that
going up
farther?
and getting bigger as it goes way up high.
Yeah. So the only thing we're changing is the differential.
There's two things that change the size of the balloon. The pressure, and think of it, the balloon, as not a little party balloon. Think of it as a huge, huge balloon that is very, very soft. It's not hard to keep it out. It's not like a
That's a
party balloon.
different scenario, though.
No, it's still a
Yeah,
balloon. It's still a
I see
balloon.
where
But
you're
just
going.
imagine it
That's
differently. Now, the pressure adds to the balloon's ability to contract. So it has a very small ability to contract because of its soft texture, and it will slowly contract. And if you open the balloon over 5 or 10 seconds, it'll slowly contract. Not
So if we're not covering the extra ground, to keep
What
it expanded, then
what I'm saying though is this balloon is very easy to expand. And when you talk about the air pressure outside of the balloon, that becomes a really important factor in the size of the balloon.
Yeah, I know.
If the air pressure outside of it is really high, then the balloon will contract. And regardless
it'll contract,
of what's happening inside of it.
and then if it contracts, then the particles are moving a smaller distance. Okay, so if it expands,
That's
listen,
right.
this is just basic logic. If the balloon expands, okay, and it's trying to contract because it's latex, okay, but the outside air pressure is forcing it, okay. So to cover a greater distance, to keep the balloon expanded, to make it bigger in volume, the only way to do that with the particles is to move faster, okay. And like you just
The
said,
outside
if
particles
you
are
raise the
moving
temperature on the
slower.
outside and it's shrinking, then they're moving a smaller distance. I don't know why we're having trouble getting past this.
Think about it. There's particles inside and there's particles outside. The particles inside are
Yeah, I
banging
know.
into the balloon to
I
make it
just
smaller.
explained it, bro.
And if there's less particles outside banging into it, and the particles outside are banging into it slower, then the particles inside can also reflect the same behavior. And if that
Right.
happens,
This is why I'm using a balloon, though, bro. So it doesn't get confused. This is why I'm using a balloon, so we don't confuse outside with inside. Okay. We know that the particles, okay, in your reality, okay, that the amount of particles inside and out are changing. Okay. So it doesn't matter how you say it. You could say that there's less particles pushing from the outside. Doesn't matter. Let's just please get past the point one, and that if the balloon expands, the same amount of air in there, if we don't add air, then the air particles to expand the balloon, they have to travel faster to cover a greater distance.
if the pressure outside is decreasing, pushing it in, so there's less pressure pushing it in outside, then you don't need more pressure inside for it to expand. Because
You don't
there's
get
less
no more
pressure.
pressure. There's no more pressure. The balloons is semi-flexible, so the pressure is going to pretty much stay just about the same. Okay, the pressure is not going to change because the balloon's expanding. Now, if the balloon couldn't expand, if it was tougher, then it would start going up inside the balloon. But the fact that it can expand, it's equalizing in pressure by expanding. Okay, that's my whole point. So
as it
by
goes up-
expanding, the only way to do that is to travel faster, to cover more distance.
Or for there to be less pressure on the outside of the balloon.
No, that's the cause. Okay, the cause of the expansion itself is the differential. That's what I'm trying to make my point. It's the differential, and I can't get past square one with y'all.
If there's less pressure on the outside of the balloon will just expand without the particles inside moving faster. Because
No, so what will
there's less
if the balloon expands, what will the particles do? Will they?
Nigga, your forehead is flat. No, your forehead is flat, not the fucking earth, nigga.
Will the fucking particles bunch up in the middle, or will they cover more distance?
They'll cover more distance, but because there's less
Okay.
energy pushing them in,
So
they don't
to
need to
cover
go
more
any
distance,
faster.
what has to happen? What has to happen for them particles to
more
cover
time.
more distance? There's only one thing. This ain't multiple choice, dude. There's only one thing.
Why do they have
for
to?
the particles to cover a greater distance?
Why do the particles have to cover the greater distance in the same time?
Because the volume has increased, so the particles are moving farther to keep the balloon expanded.
That's why
For
there's
the
a
balloon
greater
to-
distance. His question was about the time.
But they don't have to go faster. They can just take
Right.
longer, is what I'm saying.
Right, they would have to go faster to
No, they
cover
don't have
more
to.
distance.
They can just cover the more distance in more time.
They don't have no more time. Okay, in real time,
not?
the balloon is squeezing in on them, bro. Time ain't changing
fine, yeah.
for the balloon.
But there's
Okay.
less squeeze though. As you go higher with less pressure, there's less squeeze.
Right, that's why it's expanding. Okay, That's
Exactly.
why it's expanding. Okay, so you have less particles pushing in on it. So the particles on the inside are having to cover more ground, okay, in the same amount of time. So they are having to go
No,
faster.
they don't have to go faster. They don't have to cover more ground in the same time.
So they don't
Because
cover
there's
a
less-
greater distance.
But there's less squeeze on them, so they're not under as much pressure. They don't have to hit the outside as often or as
Squeeze
hard.
ain't changing, bro. The squeeze is relatively the same. It's not
No, the
enough
squeeze is
for this
changing because
conversation.
as
No, it's not.
pressure decreases outside, the squeeze is changing.
If we make a
Damn,
stronger
Brian, you're
balloon,
fucking thinking now, man.
It's equalizing out, bro. This is simple shit. It's equalizing. Okay, so if the
Exactly.
balloon can't expand, then the pressure's gonna increase. But since
Think
the
of it
balloon
as-
can expand, the pressure's not gonna change much. The
Inside
only
the
thing
balloon
that's changing
gonna
is the area. I'm just trying to give y'all a scenario where the only thing that changes is the area inside that the particles are at. Okay,
If you were to talk about it,
and y'all have literally found a way to slow down time.
let's talk about it in a vacuum. So there's a balloon that's surrounded by a vacuum.
No, let's not, bro. Let's not. Let's keep it. We can. That's where I'm headed to, bro. But please, at least let's get past step one. This is ridiculous.
But I think the point is that step one, you can have multiple reasons why the balloon expands, and it's not
If
only
it's in a
because
vacuum, dude, that changes everything, bro.
well, if it's in a vacuum, that what you're saying is right. If it's
No,
not in a
if it's in a vacuum, if it's in a vacuum, that changes shit. Okay, we're not in a vacuum. We're in a lower pressure. We're just equalizing. The only thing that's happening in reality is it's equalizing. So it's expanding. Okay, to maintain pretty much equal pressure. You know, if we got a fairly flexible balloon. Okay.
Imagine if there's 10 guys outside the balloon all trying to push the balloon in, and there's 10 people in the balloon trying to push it out. If you move
so
the balloon higher,
right.
and then there's only 3 people outside the balloon, then those
Very
same
good,
10
very good.
guys are doing the same work as they were lower, and the balloon will expand because there's 10 inside and 3 outside.
So the way you just described it's perfect. So now they're not keeping us crunched in as much. So now we can move further and expand the balloon. So we can travel a greater distance because there's less people pushing in on us. So now the only way to travel that greater distance, okay, is to speed up. I mean, what
You
don't you
no,
get?
you don't have to. Because say the volume is 1 of the balloon, and there's 10 people all hitting it once a second. That's 10 times a second the balloon is being hit. Now there's 10 people outside the balloon, all also hitting it 10 times a second. So it's 10 people, 10 times a second. Now you double the space of the balloon, so now there's 10 people hitting it 5 times a second. But you've gone up in the sky, and now there's only 3 people outside, and they're hitting it once a second. So that you've got 5 times a second inside and 3 times a second from outside. Because there is
Just
more
doubled the
inside than
speed,
outside.
bro. That's you
No,
just
but you
doubled
haven't
the
changed the
speed.
speed. No, you haven't. You've halved the speed. You've halved the speed. It went from 10 a second
Oh
to
my
5 a
God! So now you've slowed down time. So you have come up with a
10
scenario
hits a second.
where particles can travel greater distances in the same amount of time
That's
without
why they were
speeding
hitting
up.
it.
That's what you've
Now
done,
the
bro. I give up,
particles- No, now the particles are only hitting it once every 2 seconds.
bro.
instead
What
of
is
once
wrong
every
with your
second.
brain, bro? Look, what is the equation for speed?
No.
It's that simple, bro. Sorry, I was stuttering, but that sounded sarcastic. But that was actually me fucking like just running out of patience trying to spit this out. What is the equation for speed, please, dude? Please.
Distance over time.
Distance over time. Okay, so now Matthew already agreed, and so did the other guy, that the particles are covering a greater volume. They are moving a greater distance. Okay, so what has to happen for that to happen?
Either the velocity
there's
has
only
to
one.
change
They
or
gotta
the
speed
time
up.
has to
They've got
change.
No, they got to
remain the
up.
same.
You can't
They
change
remain the
time,
same.
dude, because
they remain
you
the
can't
same.
change time because
They don't
time's a
speed up.
constant, bro.
You can, but you can have more time. You can have 2 seconds
There's
or 10
less
seconds
resistance.
or 5 seconds.
There's less resistance on the outside of the balloon. Therefore, it's the gas molecules moving at maintaining their speed are able to press against, and expand the balloon.
Disagree
with it.
So you're saying that
Okay, let's do it this way.
everybody agree that
Let me explain it this way.
It
right?
doesn't need to speed up.
Hold on. Let's explain it this way. Let's say there are like the other guy put out. I'm not sure what his name was, but he explained with the 10 people versus the 5 people. If there are 10 people outside, right, pushing, there's 10. Let's say 10 newtons of force. Let's keep it simple. 10 newtons of force and there are 10 people inside, or 11 people inside, there's a differential of +1, which means the balloon would expand, right? Because there's 11 people on the inside, 10 people on the outside. That's 1, right? So let's say they expand the balloon.
No. You're trying to use addition and subtraction for differential, bro. That's not the way differential mathematics work, bro. You're starting off with deception, or else you just don't understand. Okay, now I'm trying to get to something. So speed is distance over time. Okay, now time is the constant in this scenario because we're not changing time. Okay, now what we are changing is, yeah, I agree with everything you said as far as the particles or the people pressing on the outside, they shrink. Okay, whatever the case, now the balloon expands. Okay, so for them particles to travel farther, which we've all agreed. Does anybody at this point want to go back and disagree that the particles are covering a bigger distance?
Greater area to cover. Yeah, they have a greater area.
Okay, so the only way to do that is to speed up.
Why?
This ain't multiple choice, bro. This is not a fucking question. I'm trying to.
Why speed up? Why speed up though?
You're covering more distance, bro.
But not in the same amount of time.
Changing time in this scenario, bro. What the fuck's on it?
Let me explain this to you, all right? If the inside people are expanding the balloon at, let's say, 5 seconds or 5 miles per 1 second, right? That's speed. 5 miles per second. If they were to go up and there's less resistance on the outside, they can still go 5 miles per second. The speed has not increased, but they will go a further distance because there's less pressure.
It's 10 miles now. Bro, you just moved it up to 10 miles. Now you're trying to keep the miles the same. No, the balloon expands, bro. So now it's 10 miles in 1 second. The only way to cover that is speed up.
Not in 1 second. Not in 1 second. No.
If
Like
you
a
went
second and
from
a
5
half,
miles
or
to
whatever.
10 miles, bro, to cover 10 miles, you got to move twice as fast, dude. What the
No, you
F?
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
So to cover 10 miles in 1 second, I don't have to go twice as fast.
Hold on. Let me explain this to you. Let's assume you're in a car and there's another car who's pushing against you, right? From your forward view. It's like you're going head to head, right? If you're going 15 miles per hour and the other car is going 20 miles per hour, the car will push at you. You will go back, you will go backwards, right? But let's say this car were to let's say this car were to decrease its speed to 10 miles per hour while you keep your speed constant at 15. Now you are pushing further. If this car continues to decrease its speed and you keep your speed constant, you cover more distance with the same speed. You don't have to increase your speed.
Oh my god, dude!
Further.
Oh my god, dude! I'm getting literally nauseous. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay, so if these particles, okay, we're gonna time it out 5 seconds, 5 fucking seconds total. So don't nobody try and change time. Okay, for the balloon to be expanded, okay, half a mile, just to not change it. Okay, in 5 seconds. Okay, and you got a certain amount of particles. They're moving a certain speed to keep bouncing off the walls of the balloon to keep it expanded. Now, if we expand it to 10 miles with the same amount of particles, okay, then they've got to cover twice as much distance because there's more area inside the balloon pushing back on them. So the only way to keep that balloon inflated by doubling it is to go twice the speed. This is not a question, dude. This is basic fucking logic, dude. This is weird.
Okay. You're not understanding what I'm saying, right? There are two forces acting here. There's your speed, your
That's
pressure.
why it's expanding, bro. I'm not arguing that, dude.
Okay, but you're saying that you have to increase your speed. I'm saying all you have to do is decrease the other person's speed, and you can't say the same, and it still goes fast. You still cover more distance.
If I decrease the speed of the particles inside the balloon, it's not gonna expand.
No,
dude.
it's not your speed. I'm talking about it's okay.
The reason, the particles outside the balloon are shrinking, so that's the reason for the expansion, bro. So you're just
right. That's what I'm saying.
You're throwing that in for no reason. It doesn't matter what the cause is, bro. Doesn't matter what the fucking cause is, dude.
If the amount of particles on the outside of the balloon decrease, there's less force pushing into the amount of particles on the inside. Right. So they don't have to go faster to cover the same distance.
Area. That's why there's more area, but there's still more area to cover for the particles.
No, there isn't, because the area that the balloon covers is dependent on how on the particles inside. If there's less pressure pushing on the balloon from the outside, there's less work for the particles on the inside to do. So if they stay at constant speed, they go further at the same with the same speed.
Yeah, they go further, but they don't travel a bigger distance. You just literally said so. They go. You just said they don't travel a greater distance, but they go further.
No,
Bro, please
I did not
stop
say
that.
I did
Step
not
back
say
and
they
listen to
go
what you're
further.
saying.
I said they don't go faster, but they cover a greater distance. They go at the same speed, but because there's less pressure acting against them, they can cover more distance. That's what I said.
Pressure against them is irrelevant. Listen. The
What do you
pressure
mean
against
pressure
them
against
is
them
the
is
cause.
irrelevant?
The pressure against them is the cause. Okay, it
No,
doesn't matter
it's
what the
not.
cause is. All I'm talking about. This is why I'm trying to keep the conversation inside the balloon, bro, to avoid. But I didn't think it would stop at this ridiculous point. I didn't think I'd have trouble
It's almost
getting
like you're
past
thinking
speed over distance, bro. Time
like
over
you're thinking
distance,
the
bro.
pressure would increase.
There's no way for the particles to cover more distance without speeding up. There's no way possible. We realize the pressure outside is shrinking. It's irrelevant. For the particles to cover more distance, they've got to speed up, bro. This ain't a question. What are you not realizing about this? You keep bringing up the shit on the
My
outside.
brain, man.
Nobody's arguing about the particle pressure on the outside. Nobody's disputing that, bro. Only
If you
you.
don't want to talk about what's outside, then talk about it in a vacuum. If you don't consider what's outside,
I give up,
then talk
guys,
about it
man. Y'all take over, bro. I'll try and find some reasonable people
Larry,
next
what are we
time.
missing? Oh, Larry's on. Definitely.
What's my name?
Anybody?
So, but y'all ain't slowing down time no more, though, right? So, wait, y'all was slowing down time itself. So now it's not slowing down time itself. Now it's something else that's making
time's
the
never
particles
slowed down.
cover a
It's just
greater
doing more of
distance in the same amount of time.
Brian, nobody's
More time.
talking about slowing down time. We're saying if you drive your car to the grocery store that's 10 miles away, and then later you take a horse to the grocery store that's 15 miles away, that's not slowing down time. It's just saying it takes longer.
Okay, let's say there's a bubble closing in on us at the edge of the grocery store. There's a bubble closing in on us. Okay, so we're having to travel. We got 4 of us. We're traveling 4 different directions to keep this bubble from closing in on us, bro. Who cares why the bubble's expanding? Okay, heat, okay, pressure, whatever. But it is expanding. Okay, so now instead of traveling 10 miles each and bouncing around equally, now we're having to go 20 miles each. There's only one way to do that, and that is to speed up.
And if the pressure on the outside is the same, then you're right. And what that functionally means is that you would have to heat up the air twice as much because the speed of the particles.
But then you'd be increasing
the
pressure,
heat.
not decreasing pressure.
I'm not talking about heat yet. We can't get past that because y'all don't understand distance over time. This is fucking ridiculous.
The speed of the particles is the heat by definition. So you are talking.
So
about
you do agree that speed is distance over time, right? So there's two, and just in
We all
speed
agree on
itself.
that, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if we're not changing, if we expand the distance, then the only way to do that in the same amount of time is to go faster, right?
Yes, all of us. Nobody's ever disagreed with
Thank you. For fuck's sake, thank you. Is everybody good with that? So the particles
Everybody agrees
are
with
going faster because they're covering more volume.
Everybody has always agreed.
Right. What we disagree
Well,
with is that we don't think you have to do it in the same amount of time. That's all.
Unless you get a wormhole. There's always wormholes. Don't forget.
You can take the horse.
Okay, I only want to make sure everybody agrees that, because I don't want nobody reneging, bro. I don't want to backtrack. This is ridiculous. It took me this long. So for the particles to cover more distance, they had to speed up.
If they had to get there in the same amount of time, then yes. But we don't think they have.
If they had to get there in the same amount of time, right?
Okay,
but do they have to in order for the balloon to expand?
Yeah, time's a constant, bro.
Time is definitely not a constant in this scenario.
All right, man. I
Look,
give up. I really
T.
give up this time.
What S equals D over T. So let's solve that equation. What is D and what is T?
Distance and
Plug
time.
in.
Speed equals distance over time.
Yeah, but what is the D? What is the distance?
Let's just say a mile.
Okay, and what is the time?
1 second.
Okay, and then your speed equals 1 mile per second. Now, we can use that same equation and go speed equals distance, 2 miles over time.
Yep,
Let's
we're
call it
still
4 seconds. Time doesn't
Right, we're
always
still
have
u-
to be 1 second.
Oh, so you just expanded time, bro.
No,
So
time.
just a minute ago, wait, just a minute ago, y'all agreed that y'all are not changing time, okay? Because
We're
there's
not-
no time change.
Nobody, everyone said we're not speeding up time. The equation of s equals d over time, it's not s equals d over 1. It's s equals d over t. And t can be,
Oh, shit.
like you can substitute t for any number of time, whether
Yeah,
it's
but
1
you
second,
just
5
asked me
seconds,
what
10
T
seconds.
was, and I told you. And so
And
now,
in that
after I
scenario,
told you, you're
that's
now
right.
trying to change it, bro.
No, I solved it 1 mile per second. Now we can do another equation, which is s equals 2 miles per 4 seconds. Now if we do s equals 2 over 4, we still get speed. It's just half a mile a second. So we're not
Right. So,
the
as long
t
as
in
we're
the
not
equation of
changing
s equals-
time, okay. So we're not
we're
changing
changing-
time,
no, no.
right?
Time can be changed. There's no reason
But
why
we're
you
not
can't change
changing
time.
time. We're just talking about
Why?
a balloon expanding, right?
But we are changing time. That's what we're trying to say. You
No,
can
we're
change
not,
time
because
in this example.
we're talking real time, bro. So you can use the time
4
and
seconds.
control it
4
however
seconds.
you want, bro. So you can count the watch, whether the balloon stays expanded a certain amount in 1 second, 10 seconds, or even a year. Okay, we're not going to change time. That's why we're only in one place, and that's inside the balloon. I haven't even gotten outside the balloon yet. This is pointless. Okay, we're talking about one scenario, and that is particles traveling a greater distance. Okay, time ain't changing.
If you went to the track and you saw a guy run around the track, and at one lap he took 5 minutes, and another lap he took 10 minutes, you wouldn't say anything about him expanding time or
No,
slowing
he
down
went half as
time.
fast. It's simple. He went half as fast. So you're agreeing with me, right?
Exactly. The particles in the balloon can just go half as fast.
So to expand it, they got to go twice as fast, right? So to double the size of the balloon, they got to go twice as fast, right? You
They don't
just
have
fucking
to.
agreed with
Or
me.
more importantly, if the guy were to run 2 laps,
God. Somebody help me out here, or change the subject. These guys, it's one simple equation, dude. It's S equals D over T, okay? And they're
everything
literally
within
trying
that
to change
equation
time.
can change.
You
X
guys
can
are
change.
talking
They're
past
trying to
each
change
other.
times, and they're not trying. When I pin them down, when I pin them down, they're trying to keep time the same.
Brian, you guys are talking past each other. That's what's happening in this conversation.
No, I'm not,
You're-
bro. I can't get them to concede that speed is distance over time.
Yeah,
With
it seems
a
like the
balloon.
scenario that's
Everybody
taking
has
place-
agreed that speed is distance over time.
Yeah, I
No
see
one
how
has a
they
problem with
agree-
that.
Yeah, but the scenario that which Brian is outlining right now, you guys are disagreeing with. So it needs to be a scenario that can be tested. So what are we testing right now in this case? Because I think demonstration would be paramount. It would supersede a thought experiment. So how
Sure, we
can
can
you
test
see
this
something?
with a scuba tank.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to put it into
You
real
can't.
time. Put it in
can't.
real time examples, because once you start doing that, you start making it not just this theory that you have, but also proven. So what are you talking about in this instance? So Brian can actually say, because he's
okay.
You guys are making a
Brian.
loose grip on like what he understands, because it
Wait a
sounds like.
sec.
Are you guys speaking of a real time scenario? First of all,
Did you hear all of it, Alpha?
I was
Do you
partial to it.
understand?
I'm
Okay,
keeping up
maybe
with you
Brian
guys, but I
needs
know
to-
there's a disagreement fundamentally. So I want to know if somebody can
I
put it
think-
into real world example.
Well, I'm like sort of on these other guys' side, but Brian's got me thinking at the same time, and it's like he needs to
Yeah,
explain
that's-
it to you if you want to. Like,
Well, no, I'm saying let's use a real world example. What are we looking at here in this case? And it needs to be something we
balloon.
can prove. Doing what?
A balloon.
Going where and doing what?
into a lower pressure environment with a certain
Okay.
or with an existing amount of pressure, constant temperature, constant.
You think all things the
Constant
same?
temperature, yeah.
Everything's staying the same.
Right. Except
that's
that the
not-
balloon has been exposed to a lower pressure environment.
Yeah, see that there's a difference. It's exposed to something that's the difference though. Lower pressure is what it's being exposed to. There's a difference. It's not the same. So you guys are sounding like it sounds like you mean to say everything's constant, but that seems to be what's changing. And so
Definitely. What's changing is the pressure outside the balloon, making
Right.
it expand. So I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to work my way to outside the balloon, but I can't get them
Yeah,
to
you can't
acknowledge
get there.
distance. Speed is distance over time. Is just weird.
Why does the pressure outside of the balloon make the balloon expand?
Doesn't
there-
matter, bro. Just agree with math that speed equals distance over time, and that the particles, you've already agreed they're traveling a greater distance. So the only way to change that is to change time, bro, and that's constant in this scenario.
Brian, why do you
time
keep
is not
insisting
constant
that
in
we're
this
not
scenario.
that we disagree with you about speed equals distance by time? We've always
We've all said we agree with that like 5 or
and
6 times.
And you keep saying we disagree with that, and nobody has ever.
Because you won't leave time out of it until I pin you down and with math, and then you bring time back into it. Okay,
Yeah.
because you can only
Brian,
change the
Brian.
speed. If you change the distance, then you necessarily have to change the speed or the time. Okay,
And we're
so
saying we change the time.
You're right. So see, hold on, Brian. So this is the disagreement. So how in this case is time being changed? Like what are you saying about time that changes? Because time is a convention. It's an
Well,
abstract. So how are we
if I
changing?
can try
I
and-
just want to like elucidate that point right there. I don't know
Right.
who's making that point. Was it you, King, or
Well,
ITR?
no, Brian. So can I try and steelman Brian's point? Right, is that
Sure.
in order for the balloon to expand, right, the molecules have to travel a greater distance, or the gas particles have to travel a greater distance, right, in the same amount of time, and the only way for them to do that is for them to speed up. Is that correct, Brian?
that is exactly right, and that's There's no arguing that, but yet they're arguing it teeth and nail.
All right. What would you guys say now that we're getting kind of like everything parsed out?
I think what's getting lost a little bit is that if we're talking about a system that has no external pressures on it, for example, a vacuum where the only pressure is the pressure of the balloon contracting on itself, then yes, what he's saying is absolutely true. The only way to increase the volume of the balloon is to increase the pressure inside, which requires either A, more air, which is not occurring, or B, the speed to increase. But what we're saying is that the pressure of the balloon and the size of the balloon is an equilibrium between the outside forces, being the outside air pressure, and the pressure of the balloon itself pushing in.
Nobody's arguing that, bro. So what we can
And
do,
if
I got Alpha, I got an idea, man.
You
We
got
can
it?
put this inside a small chamber instead of using outside, because they're gonna not change. Let's use inside a small chamber, so we're having a give and take particle. So as we lower the pressure in the vacuum chamber, we're not going all the way down to a vacuum, but as we lower it, the balloon inside the vacuum chamber is expanding. So them
There you go.
them particles are covering they're a bigger distance, okay, and there's less particles outside the balloon pushing in on it, so they're not changing much, but inside the balloon, they're covering a greater distance, therefore they're moving faster.
I think the fallacy there is that you're assuming that the outside particles aren't changing much, whereas the outside particles are changing a lot. And
It's literally changing them, bro.
But the outside particles are having a very severe impact on the volume of the balloon.
Yeah, I know. That's the cause.
Well,
I get
yeah,
that.
but-
That's what I'm trying to get to. That's my ultimate point. That's my
That's where
ultimate
you
point.
guys, I actually was going to use that example prior to like me coming in here because I've seen that test being done. So that's changing the environment on the outside, which the results then become different with what you're using for the material that's expanding. You guys might be talking past each other on that. Like that's why I wanted to use a real world example that you could point to.
So are we in agreement that inside that chamber, the balloon, as we take out particles from the chamber, the balloon's expanding inside the chamber. So the particles inside the balloon are moving faster to cover greater distance, because they got to cover the distance that the other particles were covering before we sucked it out. So when we sucked out the particles from the chamber, now the balloon's expanding, so they're having to cover their ground that they were covering, plus the ground that the particles outside of them were covering. So
Imagine it
there's
this
no
way.
no, bro.
There is a no. Imagine it this way. Imagine you take the pressure outside of the balloon in the chamber to incredibly low. It will get to a point where the balloon will stick to the outside of the chamber. It'll fill the whole chamber with only one particle inside, because there are no particles outside. There's only one inside. So
How many are inside the balloon? Wait, how many are inside the balloon to start with?
But it doesn't matter. It could be 1. It could be 10. It's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
see, that's the trick. They got you thinking it doesn't matter because they're explaining the volume with the particles and the volume itself. That's the whole trick that I'm ultimately trying to get to. Is that it definitely does matter, bro? Because you have a certain amount of particles inside the balloon and outside the balloon.
Say there's 10 inside, and say the balloon's constriction accounts for 1 particle worth of pressure inside.
Okay, and how many outside? Let's just start with let's start with 10 outside. So we'll start with 10 inside and 10 outside. So we got equilibrium.
Let's call it 9 outside, and the balloon accounts for 1 by itself.
Let's start equal, bro, and then we'll go either way we want.
But
It's
no, so it is
ridiculous
equal.
to not start
there's
evenly.
It is equal. It is equal. So there's 10 pressure pushing inwards, 9 being particles, 1 being balloon, and then there's 10 pushing outwards, all 10 of them being particles, right?
No, we're not talking about the pressure yet. We're talking about the because then we got to talk about the balloon and what type of balloon we're using. What we're talking about is just the particles. I got to get past this distance part, bro, to make any kind of point. I got to sink this in your head, bro. So if we got 10 particles inside the balloon and 10 outside, okay, if we decrease the amount outside, then the balloon expands and it has to cover more ground, okay? Because now the balloon's expanding, so it's covering more distance. The only way for that to happen is to speed up.
It doesn't have to speed up, though.
You have to speed up, brother. We've tried to explain this already.
So it can cover more distance in the same amount of time without speeding up.
No, it doesn't do it in the same amount of time.
So you're changing time then.
Yeah. Yes. Time is not a constant in this equation.
See, that's the part where you're differing from them, Brian.
This is the real
Right there.
fundamental problem that we're not getting across here.
That's what I think. That's where you guys were veering off, right there.
Bro, they're trying to change time, but then when I pin them down, watch, I could throw out another argument where they'll be like, "Oh, we ain't changing time." Dude, they'll bounce back and forth. I promise you. I've listened to them do it 5 times.
We're
Okay.
not trying to confuse anyone here. We're simply saying that we have no problem with the particle taking a longer time to cover a longer distance.
Why would that happen?
Are you guys?
Why
Here,
would
let me
not?
just let me throw something out. Maybe or not. You guys can actually say this is what you are agreeing with or not. Is time relative? To the
It's not a
gentleman-
relativity thing. This is like someone running twice the distance at the same speed. It takes a longer
So it's
time.
not relativity.
It's nothing to do with that. No.
Where they're
Just
changing time inside of a
Alpha.
chamber.
Alpha, can I explain to you what we're thinking? Maybe you can try to explain it to him.
Yeah, I'm really tracking with what Brian's saying, but I mean, I want you guys to, because it
Okay.
sounds like you're changing the variable of time, because
Yeah,
I don't know how
changing the variable of time. Exactly. I mean, we're saying if you have a guy who's running 5 miles an hour, right? It takes him a certain amount of time to one lap around the track, and a longer amount of time to run 2 laps around the track. It's a longer distance. That's no problem.
We get that.
No, in this
Yeah.
in this case, this would be the air particles inside of the balloon.
Exactly.
Right?
So,
The guy
when the balloon
representing
is
the
small, it takes the air particle some amount of time to cross it. When the balloon is larger, it takes a longer time to cross the longer distance.
Right. But I kind of
No,
get
no. If you
Brian's
did that,
point,
then you
right?
don't change the size. Hold on. If you change time,
Right.
then you can't change the distance, bro. You can't change. You can't have. You
I
can't
kind of
eat
get
it
what
too,
Brian's
bro.
saying there, because it kind of seems counterintuitive that there's somehow it's expanding, which sort of gives you the impression that there's more pressure, but apparently the pressure is decreasing.
Yep.
The pressure is matching the surroundings, essentially.
It's matching, right? That's what I was saying to begin with. It's not changing much, maybe a little bit, but that's not the point. If you're going to change time, then you can't change distance. You can't change them both, bro. If
absolutely can.
distance, if
We need
speed
to
is
do it with
distance over
numbers.
time, and you change time, okay, then how are you changing time to begin with, bro? I mean, what gives you the right to bend time? We're in an enclosed
We're not
system.
bending
We're in one
time.
singular
It's just more
system,
of
bro.
It
It's
seems
just
like
more
you're
of it.
falling
What do you
into
think here, Alpha?
relativity.
What do you
It sounds
think?
like you guys are talking about relativity, but then
No,
when
I'm
I ask,
definitely not
No,
talking
we're
about
not.
relativity.
Okay, so let me just give you a scenario,
Okay, go
if
ahead.
you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
When they say that you go higher in elevation, you actually, because of like, and I know I don't want to go into this area because I know that's not where what you guys were saying, but time moves differently when you get out of the Earth's surface.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
right. You know where I'm going with that, right?
I do, yeah,
So-
and that is definitely not what I'm talking about here.
Right. But see, it sounds like whenever you have the instance of the pressures moving, like what we're dealing with is pressure being the variable in the instance of like something from the inside and outside. So you're dealing with, and conversely, you could say that that would happen opposite if you put something in the water, and it would be submitted to pressure being on the outside and on the inside differently. You know, like submarines, for example, you would have to use like the energy that's inside for the particles to move in a different way inside the
Well, submarines are
the
very different than balloons, right?
no,
They
no.
are
What
not
I'm
in.
saying though,
Okay.
the type of pressure that's being, exerted on the submarine. You know what I mean? For the pressure inside to be kind of either matching or making it to where the
Well, that's my point. The
people
pressure inside a submarine does not match the pressure outside, which is different than a balloon. It's like
Yeah, but
probably
so what happens? What happens to the forces that are used, like being that the balloon is being having a force exerted on it, like for the particles inside of the balloon. So think about
Right.
it like in the same way you could like with a submarine, like it going underwater. The force on the walls of that container, and then the force on the walls of the container that are being applied in the same way. You got to think about the particles, what type of work they're doing. So if some work is being done between the particles expanding or contracting inside of the container, then you're
I think
dealing
what-
with you're dealing with a few
Rick, let me talk
variables
then.
like you guys were talking about. So I want to know, like, if you're not talking about relativity, if you're going up, in it sounds
Yeah,
like
definitely not.
it almost sounds like you have to. Okay, so like it does too in the globe earth paradigm, it's married. You know what I mean? Like you can't talk about it not saying that. So in this instance, even though I know you want to avert from that particular topic,
Well,
I
it's
think
not
you
that I
have-
want to
I think you
avert from
have
it. I just really don't think it's relevant.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be that you'd have to say it? Because it's almost like you're trying to use time as a variable, which in this case you wouldn't be able to, because all things being the same, which is what I would agree that would have to happen.
But when you take the balloon and you move it to a lower pressure environment, all things are not the same. The outside pressure has decreased.
No, I mean, I do understand that, but what I'm saying is like the variable that you're changing would be the time it takes.
Right, the time it takes,
Right.
not some sort of generic constant time relativity thing, just the time it takes. If a runner takes longer to run around a track, you don't say that there's relativity involved. They just took longer to run around the track.
Yeah,
There's
but
nothing
y'all are
magical about
introducing
that.
time into one system, and here's the trick, guys: is they try to discount the volume. See, in reality, in these gas laws, there should be two volumes, okay? Because in this discussion, okay, let's say this: let's say I'm inside. I've got a spring. I've got stretched out a certain amount, okay? And let's say I'm having to bounce up to keep it from coming down on me, and then back down. I'm having to bounce up, down, because it's trying to come back in on itself. Now, if you got less guys, if you take away guys that are pushing on the top of the spring to try and crunch me, if you take some guys away, okay, and that spring expands, I've got to go further. To keep that spring expanded, I've got to travel a further distance, okay? If that spring expands, there's only one way for me to keep expand it, and that's to travel further, okay? And the only way to do that is to speed up, okay? I know y'all want to change time because it's your only other variable, but it's one system. So you got to explain whether you're changing time inside and out or both. You can't do none of the three.
Yeah,
so
that's
there's
kind of what I'm
only one
getting
way to do that. That's to speed up.
Go ahead, Alpha.
No, I mean, I can see his, like, the point is the equation he's trying to work out. It does like it works, but like if you're changing a variable that is more of an abstract, that's something you can't change. It's almost something like
The time a particle
you're
takes to
teetering on.
cross the balloon is not an abstract, nor is it indeed relativity. It's just the time it takes the particle to cross the environment.
Can I,
right?
can I ask you a question, Alpha?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, when you say relativity, are you talking about the amount of time? So let's say the balloon is at 2 atmospheric pressure units, right? And it takes one particle, let's say 2 seconds to go from A to B within the balloon. Are you saying that amount of time, that 2 seconds, is relative, or is slower or faster relative to when it's at 1 atmospheric pressure? Is that what you mean by relativity, or am I confusing you?
Well, no. The way it's explained to our understanding is that the higher you go away from the Earth, this is gonna. I don't want it to the conversation to veer off in here because now we're going to talk about a different topic. But to keep it with what Brian's saying is that all things being the same, when it comes to the physical natural world, us perceiving the passage of time, right? We can't use methods to say that we're changing that variable. So for our, like, let's say demonstration purpose, we're gonna have to say, okay, the time that it took for this demonstration to take place, the amount of work that's being done, it's gonna change. So we're gonna say in the way that it changes, there's only a few things that can be changed within that demonstration, and time cannot be one of them because that would be the only thing that could be constant in this particular instance. Like we can't change that. So so that's the difference between us talking about time not being the thing that's constant. We're going to have to say in this case of the Earth being a globe, that would be a variable that could change. So because of the size of the object and its relative position to the other thing that's like maybe adjacent to it, I think that would be the thing that would change the variable of time, because it's going to cause the bending and warping and distortion of that time it takes for the object to be closer, or so basically the proximity of the other object to the larger one is going to be bent and warped by the closer. So it's changing that variable that you guys would. I know you don't want to speak of it, but it makes it even harder for you to perceive the equation I think Brian was talking about. So then
that's not what we're talking about, though.
Right, but it adds a layer of complexity.
But it adds, infinitesimal difference compared to the actual situation. So let me just run something past you real fast, Alpha. Maybe if you understand it, or if we agree with each other, you can explain it to Brian. So imagine I got my balloon, right? I move it up 1,000 feet or 100 feet, whatever, even if it's a small difference. I guess I let go of my balloon, right? It flies up in the air.
Bro, nobody's arguing with your differential. So go ahead.
Okay, you have it in a chamber and you somewhat evacuate the chamber. The point is you lower the pressure outside, whether that be altitude or because you're putting in a partial vacuum. That's not really important at all. When you do this, the balloon will expand. If the velocity of the particles in the balloon is the same, then they will take a longer time to cross the now larger distance. Are we agreed on that so far, Alpha?
Yeah, that does make sense.
Okay, and if that is true, then the net effect will be that there are less particles per second impacting the walls of the balloon, right?
You're not changing the amount of particles in the balloon, bro.
I'm talking alpha.
Oh,
there's
so
less.
So what are we not changing before I start saying things are changing? So
all I'm saying is, right, if the balloon expands and so there's two assumptions here. The balloon expands and the velocity of the particles within the balloon does not change, right? That's all I'm saying. If
that can't happen.
I'm just talking to Alpha here. If that's true, then the particles, because they have the same velocity but now a larger distance, right? It will take them more time to cross the balloon, right? Just super basic. And if it takes them more time to cross the balloon, then the number of particles hitting the walls of the balloon per second will be lower, right?
See, you're changing the amount of particles, bro. You can't.
I'm not changing the amount of
balloon
particles.
and keep the speed the same.
I'm not changing the amount of particles.
Expand the balloon, though. You understand that you can't expand the balloon with the same amount of particles without changing the speed of them particles, bro.
Exactly. But do you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. No, because what you're saying is not right.
I'm talking to Alpha.
I get where you're I know there's
all I've said so far is a couple very simple premises, right? If the balloon expands and the velocity of the particles is the same, then you have less particles hitting the walls of the balloon per second, just because they have to go a longer distance between each round trip, right? Just simple, right?
How is the balloon expanding now with
Alpha? Do you agree with me so far?
With less velocity.
Hold on, I just want.
How can you agree with that?
I think that Brian wants to just, before we disagree. Brian, what would you say the disagreement is here? Because I think this is where you guys are talking past each other.
He's trying to get you. He's trying to duke you into making it sound
This
simple.
is an extremely simple question.
He's trying to expand the balloon with the same amount of particles and the same speed.
Okay, yeah, but the variable is that everything stays the same. With all things being the same, we still have expansion.
Then we have to change time.
Outside.
Well, the pressure
Yeah.
outside
They change
changes.
See,
Yeah,
that's
outside.
what I'm
I'm
saying.
just trying to talk just to Alpha here. I'm going to repeat it one more time. If you increase the size of the balloon and you hold the velocity of the particles within the balloon the same, then the net result will be less particles hitting the walls of the balloon per second. Because if you imagine just one particle doing a round trip, right, it now takes longer to do that round trip. So it hits the walls of the balloon less often, right?
How are you expanding the balloon with less speed and less particles?
I'm just trying to
Hitting
talk to
the
Alpha here,
wall.
man. I just really want to talk to Alpha for a second.
It's a loaded question though, bro.
It's not a loaded question. It's super simple.
Yo, Alpha, if you have any disagreement with what he just said, please raise
Could
that.
you guys, could we just, how do you feel about what I said, Alpha? It's not a trick question at all.
No, I know it's not a trick question. I think you're trying to figure out, like, in this scenario.
Well, do you agree with what I said? Does
Yeah,
it make sense?
Yeah, of course. You're trying to work something out that, and you're figuring that changing the time would actually, that it takes, instead of once it takes the, instead of how fast the particles inside of the balloon, now it takes a bit of time longer for the particle to hit the walls of the container. But
Exactly.
You still have the same, you
And
still
what
have
is
the same
the
amount of
definition?
force.
What is another word for the amount of particles hitting the walls of the container per second?
Shrinking in your description. The balloon would
Pressure,
necessarily
right, Alpha?
shrink.
It's pressure.
Yeah, that's
So when you expand the balloon and hold the velocity of the particles the same, the pressure inside the balloon decreases. So this is working exactly as we observe it to work.
How can it decrease? How can it decrease when it's equalizing?
Because the pressure outside the balloon has decreased, so the pressure inside the balloon decreases to compensate, and a result of that is that the velocity of the particles can remain exactly the same.
See, bro, let me explain this. This is why I try to keep it inside of a chamber to not confuse you, bro. Is because if we use 10 outside and 10 inside, we shrink the ones outside, then the other ones expand. Okay, the volume, the distance. That's in that scenario, the volume changes. Okay, now if you're going to change the volume, there's only one way to do it. What you're explaining, the balloon would shrink. Okay, you can't say the balloon's going to expand and everything slow down and less particles hitting the walls. What kind of question is that? To get for the balloon to expand in the first place.
Yeah. So I think that's where we're talking about the rigidity of the balloon. So I think that's starting to be like another concern. What's affecting that right now?
Yeah, that's what I was going to get to.
Is the rigidity of the balloon?
That's what I said an hour ago.
Can I run through
which is a good point.
series of numbers?
No, it's a good point. Go ahead. Who's that, Rick?
It's Rick,
Or
yeah.
Fever?
So
Go
what I was this is if you could let me just run through it real quick, and if you disagree, that's fine. I'll let it go.
That's fine.
Say you have a balloon with 10 particles inside. Each particle hits the wall once per second. So you have 10 particle impacts a second, right? Now say you have 9 particles outside, and the balloon accounts for the amount of pressure of one particle of pressure, of one particle of constriction. So it gives you 10 particles outside, essentially pushing in, 10 particles inside, pushing out. Balloon stays the same. Now, we take, say, all but 2 particles outside away. The balloon has 2 particles hitting outside, plus the 1 particle of the constriction of the balloon, and still 10 inside. So then there's more pressure inside than there is outside, so the balloon's going to expand. When the balloon expands, it then takes the particles longer to hit the walls. And because it's taking them longer, it keeps expanding until you have 3 particle impacts per second. 10 particles, but they're only impacting much less frequently than they were because they're traveling at the same speed, but over a longer distance.
Yeah,
so 3 impacts per second inside.
This is where I kind of get where
2 impacts outside plus the constriction of the balloon.
So what's changed? What's
The
changed?
See,
external
he just made it take longer and expanded the balloon. That's what changed. Is he literally tried to come up with a scenario where the balloon's expanding, but the particles are slowing down, which once
They're not
again
slowing down.
doesn't work.
They're not slowing down. They're doing the same speed because there's less energy restricting it. There's less pressure outside pushing in. There's the 1 pressure from the balloon and there's the 2 from the particles that are still outside because it's lower pressure. So it
It doesn't matter.
expands
They're
because
having
it
to
has to
cover the
match.
same space, bro. The energy in this system is not changing, bro. You need to learn.
It is. No, it is
Uh,
changing because
no,
you
it's
lowered
not,
the
bro.
pressure
You don't
outside.
expand it into a vacuum. You don't change energy. Expand it into a vacuum. This is what y'all don't
Well,
understand.
no, hang on. You said explicitly this wasn't in a vacuum because I checked with you like 3 times. You said explicitly this wasn't in a vacuum.
Vacuum chamber, right? So with the pressure, what's trying to stay the same? Well, just tell me this: what is trying to stay the same when we inside the balloon? As we start removing particles outside from the chamber, what's trying to stay the same?
Velocity.
Pressure.
Pressure is trying to stay the same. So as long as the balloon can expand, the pressure is not going to change much as long as there's flexibility in the balloon. Okay. So there's no change in energy there. Okay. The only change.
No, hold on. No, the pressure does change though. The pressure,
yeah, a
the
little
balloon.
bit, but
Hold on.
not enough.
The pressure the particles inside the balloon exerts on the balloon expansion will decrease over time, but there's still a change in pressure.
Okay, so what if the balloon fills up the whole entire chamber? So hold on. So if the balloon stretches enough to fill up the whole entire chamber, are you still trying to make that claim? Okay, no, bro, it's not enough to even confuse the situation unless you're trying to do it on purpose, because the balloon can expand to fill the whole entire chamber. In this scenario, we've made a flexible balloon.
I get it. Yeah, so yeah. If you take a look at gas expansion into a vacuum, no temperature change, no energy change. The only thing that's changing would be the entropy, and then the
Exactly.
Gas expanding,
Thank you.
Yeah, yep. The gas
I think
expansion.
there is.
Gas expansion would be, if you looked into kinetic molecular theory, I think you'd be able to see that the fact that what he's saying would also be the same thing in that scenario. So we could use something that holds the gas inside, but we're adding another layer of complexity to like a variable, like the actual tensile
Expansion
strength
into a
of it.
vacuum is not what we were talking about. Totally
No, but I'm
different
saying,
scenario.
I know, but I'm saying though, because you're adding another layer with that particular conversation, ITR.
Yeah, but he brought up energy, so that's why I had to stump that one.
I
real quick.
did
was
not
trying
bring
to
up
avoid.
energy.
You said energy, or the other dude said energy,
Yes.
and his whole.
I'm talking about the amount of pressure.
Yeah, an energy differential.
And the differential is
pressure
because
differential.
we're using a containment. So if let's say you release that containment, what happens to the particles that are inside? Are they released with the same amount of energy, or they change the time it takes for the energy to move around in that same space? Because say for instance, the balloon gets to a point where it pops. What happens to the particles inside? Are they moving? What speed are they moving at?
In their scenario, time would slow back down for them.
Yeah, see, that's the important. That's the important factor. Like, what happens to the time that?
I don't think we've gotten to the point of talking about when the balloon pops, but I think
because
the idea would be that by the time the balloon expanded to the point where it was going to pop, that would be a point where, and what I think is important is that we're talking about the pressure inside and the speed of the particles inside, and the amount of times that those particles are hitting the outside is trying to equalize with the pressure outside. So as the balloon goes up, the cause for the expansion is not a greater pressure inside, but a lowering pressure outside. And as the pressure outside lowers, the balloon expands to try to have a matching pressure inside as is outside. It's trying to match it. So there's no increase in speed, there's no increase in energy, there's no increase in anything. It's just the pressure is equalizing inside and outside.
Thank you.
Very nicely put. Yes.
So not time then. So we can remove.
I was gonna say we said all that without increasing or decreasing time. I don't know.
The time being longer is required for the velocity to be the same. Right. I mean, if you want anyway,
So you're trying to hang on to time. So he just explained it so nicely, bro. And you're trying to hang on to that variable. He's trying like hell to hang on to that possible variable.
So the reason why we're hanging on to that variable is because you keep bringing up the fact that for the balloon to expand, the particles have to go faster. That's your point. We're saying it doesn't have to go faster.
Just describe it, bro.
Yeah, but
if you don't want to talk about
going faster, the particles,
if you don't want to,
because there's more particle density inside, the particle density is essentially it's not going faster. The particle density is just matching the particle density outside. And so the particles outside, there's 3 particles per second. Inside, there's 10. Well, then it has to expand until there's 3 inside and 3 outside. It's not about them going faster. It's not about, you don't need to think about it. All you have to think about is how often those particles are hitting the walls of the balloon, and that number is going to be the same inside as it is outside.
So it's got to cover the same ground that the ones outside were covering also.
But there's
So
only
you're
3
trying to
outside.
say now
There's
you're trying to
10
say it's not covering more distance. Now you're trying to say it's not covering more distance. The first concession I got is that to expand, the particles necessarily have to cover more distance. That
There's 10
is one
particles
thing that nobody has argued, because if you remove the particles from the outside the balloon in that chamber, they've got to cover the area of them particles also, because the balloon to expand. They got to go for a bigger distance. Nobody's argued that yet. And now that you've lost time, and now you're going back to the square one.
Which is
and
why
trying
I
to
was
renege
saying,
that.
I got a tip, guys. Have fun.
Yeah, see you later, Fever.
Brian, let
That's
me
what I
ask
was
you a
saying.
question real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
So
You go ahead.
let's say, let's say you're in a car, Brian, and I'm in a car, and we're pushing against each other, right? Or the hoods of our cars are pushing against each other, and you're going 20 miles per hour, and I'm going 20 miles per hour. Yes or no? Are we going to move?
No.
Right.
Why do you
because
ask
it's
questions
equilibrium.
like that?
Right. Hold on. It's just to get to the foundation, right? If I increase my speed to 20 miles per hour and you keep your speed at 15, who's going to move backwards? Me or you? It's going to be you.
No, it's an obvious answer, but it makes me want to get.
Right. Hold on.
All right, let me answer the question.
Last thing. It's going to be you who moves backwards. Now, let's say I decrease my speed to 10 miles.
You just asked me a question, and to keep me from responding, you answered your question. Hold on. Just let me make my quick
answer the
comment.
question. Answer the
It's an
question.
obvious answer, bro. It's an obvious answer, but something makes me want to complicate it, because y'all have been arguing over speed being distance over time. So I'm gonna say no. Time would slow down. No, time would slow down. No car would move.
That
That's
wasn't
ridiculous.
that wasn't my question. I asked you if I'm pushing against you and I increase my speed to 20 miles per hour or to 25.
Time would slow down.
And I'm
Do you
not
see
asking
the point
you
that I'm
whether.
making, though? Do you see the point that I'm making, though?
No, we're not saying. We're saying. Oh my.
So you got a point to get to, right? But I won't let you get to it, because I'm gonna say ridiculous shit like time changing. Okay, it's my point. As I had a point to get to, I still do. And y'all won't even get past the equation for speed.
You're obviously not listening. The idea is, if I'm going faster than you and I'm pushing against you, I will move you. You will move backwards. I will move forward. If I were to decrease my speed, if I were to decrease my speed from 25 miles per hour to 10, your speed hasn't changed from 20 at all, right? Yet you are moving faster than me and you're covering more ground. You were able to cover ground in the same amount of speed as you started before. Why? Because
I cover no ground, bro. You moved me backwards. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
You got me moving backwards. How is this an explanation? I'm listening to what you're saying. You're talking about elementary school shit. Get back in the game, bro.
Right. So yeah, that's what we have to go there, right? If I'm moving slower than you, if I decrease my speed, if I decrease the amount of pressure I'm exerting on you, you will push me backwards. You will cover more ground without ever having to change your speed. That's the point we're making. The outside air pressure decreases.
Very good, dude. Very good. Okay, now, so you agree. You do agree, though, okay? Speed has to change for distance to change.
Yeah, my speed changes for you to cover more distance.
Don't. It's a simple question. So for distance to change, speed must change.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to speed much because it's pressure. I'm using speed to explain pressure.
Somebody's speed has to change for the distance to change. Bro, I'm asking you a question. There's only one answer for this, bro. There's only one answer. Okay, so good, very good. So speed has to change for distance to change. Okay, now
Is there some type of special school you have to attend to learn this?
Yeah, right. It's ridiculous, dude. So for the distance of the particle traveled to change, which is the first thing we all agreed on. That's the only thing so far we've all agreed on. For that distance to change, you just agreed that speed has to. Oh my God, dude.
Okay, yeah.
So you're changing time again, right? So now you're changing time again, right?
Brian, I'm agreeing with you. Listen to me. For you in this scenario represent the particles inside the balloon, right? For the balloon to cover more distance, someone's speed has to change. It doesn't have to be your speed. It doesn't have to be the speed of the particles inside the balloon. It can be the speed of me, the particles outside the balloon, right? So in the case of the balloon, the pressure on the outside can decrease. The speed of the balloons on the inside can stay the same, and yet there'll still be an increase of the balloon's volume.
Very good,
That's
though.
the
Very
point we're
good.
making.
For me, okay, but for me to push you, in other words, for me to travel a greater distance, okay, for me to travel your direction in a bigger distance, I've got to change my speed, or you got to change your speed.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
It can-
okay.
either one
so
works.
Now,
Either
now,
one
so,
works.
so now, okay. Now let's remove the trick here, and let's make it two-way. So I've got a wall behind me, and you got a wall behind you. Okay, we're bumper cars. We're bumping back and forth and hitting each other in the middle. Okay, we're hitting each other in the middle. Okay, now for me to expand, okay, and you to shrink, I've got to travel a greater distance, right?
Or I can decrease my speed.
Right. You've got to decrease your speed, okay, for me to increase mine. If
I
you
don't-
travel,
no.
Bro, this is not a question. This is fucking speed equals distance over time. Quit treating these like questions. I'm just trying to catch you up here, bro. For you to travel less distance, okay, you've got to slow down. If you're going back and forth, bouncing against the wall behind you, okay, for you to not make it all the way to the middle in the same amount of time, you've got to slow down, which means I've got to speed up. It's not a question, bro.
Wait,
It's
why
physics.
is your speed dependent on my speed? Why is that?
Because it is freaking it's a differential. It's a differential. You
I've got
started
an
off
idea. How about
explaining
we
all
let
that.
Brian just go through his whole thing and make the point he wants to make? How about that?
I'll tell you why they won't let go of this. Okay, they
Well,
want to
I'm
have
they,
just one
so-
job. Yeah, they certain days, and I need to try and calm down because I do enjoy this conversation. I hope everybody is but if I get too worked up, let me know. But so here we go. This is what they're trying to avoid.
Relationship.
Yeah, it is. And what they're trying to avoid is this: is they got to change time because they can't change speed. And here's why they can't change speed: because as you get higher up, then they'd have to agree that we could have a gradient inside of containment. The fact of the matter is everything is in balance. Okay, that's why air ain't rushing up. But there is air rushing. That's the jet streams. But as far as the equilibrium goes, you can demonstrate a gradient inside of containment. I did it with PVC pipe in like 70 feet just by heating up one end and chilling the other. But what they can't allow is for that balloon going up and expanding for the particles to go faster, because the only explanation they have in any of the gas laws is heating up more energy, yet it's getting cool. So then they'd have to concede their gradient. Their whole system would just fall like a house of cards if they just simply conceded that the expansion requires the particles to travel a greater distance. And it's
You're
basic
talking
common
about
sense.
rewriting of gas laws.
Yeah, wait.
Yeah, are
yeah,
you disagreeing
so
with
in
the
order-
ideal gas law, bro?
Yeah, but in order to negate that, you'd have to introduce the changing of something that can't be changed, which is time. So time would have to dilate in this instance to then change the variable of how that operates, negating the fact that you could say that would be the constant. So once you do that, then you could introduce the variable of time changing for the thing that's actually reaching a specific altitude or distance away from the larger object. That adds that layer that I didn't want to speak of because we're going to veer off into another topic, which it sounds like almost like you could do that with this particular scenario of the Earth being a globe and all of that. So that's why it seems to be like married to the fact that you could change speed because of that.
Right.
fact.
They hang on to that, man. That's exactly right. They hang on to that because then they could have gravity potentially maybe explaining a pressure gradient without containment. But the fact of the matter is, and to have a pressure gradient, you have to have containment. And that's why it gets cold up there. Okay. They don't want to admit it, but they, like I said, like he said, they have to come up with any answer they can at all, rather than common sense that to cover more distance, you have to speed up. It's that simple.
So let me ask you a question. You're saying the Earth is a closed container, yes or no?
It's got to be. How else can you have a pressure gradient?
Right.
Walk outside,
Okay.
bro.
So there's a pressure gradient in a closed container, meaning there is more particles, more pressure at the bottom there than there is at the top. Yeah.
There's more pressure wherever the heat is.
And the heat
went
is
over all
at the
that.
bottom, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's no problem in a globe Earth or a flat Earth with a pressure gradient inside a container.
Could I interject something real quick? The funny thing about the existence of gravity, whether it exists or whether it doesn't, if it weren't for gravity, we couldn't have plants. They wouldn't grow.
Yeah, but that's not. I don't think that's.
That's not what we're talking about, man.
That's not what
I
we're
know
talking
it might be off topic, but it's proof of the existence of gravity. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
but
even
it's
with
not.
gravity, though, we still need containment to have a pressure gradient. There's just no getting around it. I demonstrated this.
gravity is they grow up.
I think containment containment doesn't
Yeah.
work with the pressure gradient though, because gas expands to fill it's a fluid. Fluid expand or
No, it
move
doesn't,
fill the
bro.
container.
No,
You
it
can
doesn't.
demonstrate.
It's temperature dependent.
You said what?
It's temperature dependent. Okay.
What is
In
temperature?
other words,
Pressure.
pressure. They're joined at the hip, bro.
Yeah, but you can increase pressure by just decreasing volume. You don't without increasing temperature.
Here's what I did, bro. I took 70 foot of PVC pipe, right? I put a real loose balloon on each end, and I put the last 10 feet in a gutter, a roofing gutter. I had some extra, and I put one in like real hot water and one in ice water. And the balloon on the hot water side was stayed puffed up. It wasn't like a lot. It wasn't blowing the balloon up, but it was only 70 feet, granted. And I'd squeeze the balloon on the puffed up side, and it would bounce the balloon all the way on the other side. In other words, instead of caps on the end, I capped it off with loose balloons. So when I squeezed one end, the other end would bounce, but then it would fill back up. It would bounce over to the cold side, the low pressure side, but then in like 2-3 seconds, you'd watch it reinflate. I made a video, it's pretty obvious, but in only 70 feet at ground level, I was able to use not boiling water and not like liquid nitrogen, just ice water and just hot water. I was able to create a gradient inside of containment.
You got that video, Brian?
Yeah, I got it.
I don't think anyone would doubt that. It's perfectly reasonable.
Well, it gets
Right.
I know it'd be nice to have like little videos and stuff of demonstrations. I think on the side.
Yeah,
of the
I got a
people that-
condensed version of it. I'll post right now.
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, thanks for listen. I just before we go to another topic or stay on this one, I'd like to thank everybody that's in here. You guys been awesome. We didn't divulge into like anarchy. Sometimes that's the way it gets in here. I appreciate everybody's input into this. You guys are making this channel grow. We're #1 on the politics server, and if you're listening on YouTube, check us out over here on the politics server. We're #1 channel in politics, and it's because of all of you guys. You make this channel what it is. Even if you love to hate flat Earth or you are a part of it, doesn't matter. You guys are contributing to all of this channel growing. So, just saying, big shout out to you guys. Thank you for that. And hopefully we can have more conversations where we feel like we don't agree. So that helps. This kind of ideas spring forth, and we start to think things differently. So, even if you guys don't agree with what's being said, at least you start to think differently about what you're proposing. At least that's one benefit, right?
Yeah, let me know if I get too worked up too. Sometime I'll get passionate, but yeah, I do appreciate all the opposition and all the help and all that. I get passionate, but I really enjoy it, and I ain't trying to get too overboard. So if you got to calm me down a little bit, sometimes I'll catch myself getting all worked up. But yeah, I feel like everybody did a little bit. It's all in good fun, So that was a great conversation, and I just posted that video in general chat.
Let's see. The videos in general chat. I don't see it. Not unless. Oh, yeah, not in general chat, Brian. The chat that we're in right now. Yeah. So the voice channel, it's got a little chat bubble called open chat. If you see it, like right where you click to get into this channel, there's open chat. That's what. Yeah. That's where we are.
Is it the bottom or the top?
It should be above all these little chat bubbles. Or I don't know if you're on your phone or on a PC, but
Yeah, I am on the phone, unfortunately.
yeah. So where we're talking, like when you click to get in here, there's like a little chat bubble that's right on where it says 24/7 Flat Earth. To the right
Yeah.
of that, there's if you see a little chat bubble right next to it, it'll should let you into the chat where everybody is in this channel.
Why?
This Discord operates a little differently when it comes to
Hmm.
you using Android.
Are
I
we
think
still
I
on the
might have.
topic?
Yeah. It's Android. Okay, I just clicked on that. Voice settings different. I should might have friend. Alpha. Okay, 24/7 live.
Yeah, 24/7 flat Earth. And then
Are,
right.
are we? Sorry, real quick question. Are we still on the topic?
Okay.
Um,
What'd you say, King?
oh, are we also on the topic of the balloon? Because I did want to ask Brian a question.
Yeah, I mean, like we're not changing. I just wanted to give a little shout out to everybody that's participating, at least.
Okay. Yeah. So, Brian, and your thing is that the speed of the particles have to change. The speed of the particles inside the balloon have to change in order for the balloon to cover more distance. Now, it's a simple question.
Yeah.
Where does the speed come from?
That's what I wanted to get into, is we could argue about the temperature having to increase. There's questions to be answered or asked. And but we first had to get past the fact that to cover more ground, you got to speed up. I mean, I didn't think I'd get chopped off at the ankles, but I do see why they did it. But I mean, they didn't have to chop me off that soon.
Aside from that, like what is causing the particles to speed up? Because you have to
The differential
a particle.
They're going to claim temperature, but I'm going to tell you that it's not just temperature; it's the differential itself.
Okay, but you keep saying what is the differential? Could you explain that to me?
The lower pressure outside the balloon. Okay,
But you
the
realize
lower it
that
gets, you're going to force. For the balloon's got two options. Okay, if it's real tough like a water balloon and the kind you throw at somebody and sometimes they don't even break. Okay, what'll happen is it won't have the elasticity to expand. So the pressure, it'll expand a little bit, but then the pressure will start increasing. As the pressure decreases outside of the box, the pressure inside the balloon will have to increase. Okay, there's got to be an equilibrium, and that's my whole point. That they like to use addition and subtraction for gas pressure, and that's not the way it works. It's a differential, and it's exponential.
The surface tension
There's no
component is multiplicative.
You're right, exactly. So you can divide it or multiply it. You can't add and subtract. They make it sound like if you go up from a certain height that like 1 is almost the same as 10 to the -1 or something. It's not. It's 1 pound per square inch, but that's not the way you do differential air pressure. It's exponential. In other words, there's no such thing as zero. Is my point. There's no such thing as zero.
But that's beside the point I was making. I'm asking, so for someone to go faster, right, you have to infuse this certain thing with energy, which is heat, right? That's the only way something can go faster. And you keep saying the particles in the balloon are going faster. Where are they getting the
True,
heat
bro.
from?
That's not true. When you expand into a vacuum, bro. When you expand into a vacuum, there's no energy change. It doesn't have to heat up. So you're wrong. That's what the Globers are. They're just ignoring it, like willfully
So you're
ignorant.
saying you're saying that something can go faster without any sort of energy input.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that would be a big disagreement for everybody here, King.
Yeah,
You're
that's.
saying that-
I think that's where we would stop the conversation because
Yeah.
that's just flat out wrong. And I don't intend to. prove
and
that
so-
Sorry, could you repeat that, Alpha? What was the disagreement? I stepped away for a second.
Yeah, he's
What's the fundamental difference here?
Yeah, so King's saying that in order for that expansion to occur, there needs to be work being done so that the thing that's changing here is the temperature or heat in this instance. Or the King.
No,
is that not what
I said that in order for something to go faster, such as particles, you would have to infuse those particles with energy, which is heat. And he is disagreeing and saying you can have something go faster without the infusion of heat or energy, and that's where I would step out of the conversation because
Right,
at that
Terry,
point
what do
we're
you think?
arguing reality.
I'm still not quite sure I understand the disagreement. You're telling me that Brian says something can go faster with no additional energy?
No, this is King brought this up as
No energy change.
Yeah,
No energy transfer.
He's saying that the only way that you can have this is if you introduce heat to make more work happen. So
Well, it needn't be heat, but if something's going to go faster, it certainly has to have more energy. That's,
Yeah. But it would it would take the heat from the from its surroundings unless it's into a vacuum, and then there's no energy transfer.
Right.
So as long as we had it in a system, then yeah, it would be a differential increase in temperature. It would take away heat from one and give to the other. Okay, but in a vacuum, it's different. I mean, this is where it gets interesting. There's a lot to talk about, right?
if gas expands into a vacuum, the temperature does not change.
Okay, there it is. So King, I know you disagreed, but that's what ITR and Brian are agreeing on.
Because the temperature is just, I mean, it's quite literally defined as the velocity of the molecules, and if they're just freely expanding into a vacuum, obviously the velocity is not going to change.
Yeah, we'd have free energy if that wasn't the case. We could just make a vac in our air conditioners. We could just have a vacuum chamber and a pressure chamber and just switch them back and forth the whole time.
Yeah.
But you got to expand it into.
But this is not controversial, surely.
Well,
not with anyone.
King bowed out, so he's like, "I'm out."
But I mean, physics understands, right? I mean,
well,
this is
some
just
people,
entropy.
yeah, some people actually will be able to reconcile that. The others will just be like, "You're talking nonsense." So I don't know what level somebody's understanding physics, but that is kind of a fundamental thing. I don't know.
Well, as you know, I have a degree in physics, and we disagree on many things, but this is not one of them.
But this is not one of them. It shouldn't be one of them. Yeah.
Who's got a degree? In
I've
physics?
always
Oh.
ITR does. He's educated. So there's a few people in here that way. It's not a big deal. I mean, I don't want to make it a big deal, but yeah, he's an astrophysicist. I said it before, but somebody wanted to talk. He calls himself an astronomer. But
call me an astrophysicist. It's fine. I have a degree in it. Says astrophysics on my
yeah.
undergraduate diploma anyway.
It's an undergraduate he's got. But go ahead, Larry.
The thing is that the anti-flat earthers, they often say that I don't know what I'm talking about, but whenever I'm talking to someone who's properly educated, they agree with me that Einstein breaks down below the Planck length.
No physicist would disagree with that.
I was just gonna say
it breaks down long before the Planck length.
Yeah,
But for sure below the Planck length.
Well, everything breaks down below the Planck length. I mean, it doesn't. Nothing has meaning essentially, right? At least not in the standard model.
You'd find out that ITR would agree with you on certain points, Larry, for sure. Like,
I'm not a contrarian, not at all, right?
Well, yeah,
I feel
I know
like I'm generally pretty good faith here, right? I mean, I'm pretty straightforward guy.
I agree. What I'm saying, that we do have our disagreements, but like with this,
We certainly do, of course, and that's completely fine.
Certain aspects of what we would consider fundamental laws of physics, you wouldn't be like, dude, that's not possible, because I mean, obviously, you can test some things, and things have.
I mean, in this conversation, I think we can all agree on the gas laws, right?
I hope.
Well, yeah. Not entirely sure that Brian and I can agree on gas laws, but I'm still a little unclear as to where exactly he can't follow my explanation. So.
I just honestly, to be honest, I think you guys are talking past each other. I don't think you differ, because I've heard you explain, and there was agreements prior to, like, when Matthew Learns was in here.
Mhm.
Everything Matthew agrees with him, but it seems to get off into the disagreement area when you start to introduce different kind of these ideas that you have on how you're proposing the argument. That's all I'm thinking. It's just the way you're proposing it. It sounds like you're talking.
I
past
don't
each
feel
other.
that anything that I was saying is particularly controversial.
Well, it wasn't
think
you
so.
who said it at the beginning. Somebody said that if we're contained, that gas would it'd be like a hurricane going up, and I
What
just
the
realized that whoever said that, that's what got me involved. And somebody said if we were contained, the gas would be rushing up like at some crazy speed. And I'm like, this person obviously doesn't understand gas law. That's why
Is
I
he
joined
in
to
this
begin
room
with.
right now, Brian? Is that guy in this room?
I forgot, man. I forgot, but I know y'all kind of remember that dude. Maybe not who, but remember hearing that. That's the one that kind of edged me to jump in the conversation. I'm like, dude, what's this dude talking about? Gas would rush up.
I can probably track it down, but that sounds crazy, and I didn't hear it. Sorry. Good morning.
Yeah.
I think it was Rick, the Aussie guy. Was that right, Brian? Rick? That's when you jumped in.
I forgot, man. I totally don't even remember. I just remember that was the thing that tickled my eardrums.
You might have to ask him when he comes back, but yeah.
Or was it the guy that I had to mute? No? Was it that guy? Maybe not.
Can't
We'll
help you
call
guys. I
that
don't remember.
fail force 6 or fail force wins. Get it? Instead of gale force. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
And we got a few people. Guys, this is an open forum, but the topic is always about the shape of the earth conversation. So if you guys want to, open a new discussion, we'll talk about that. But definitely like to hear from people that are brand new. So if you're brand new to the channel and you want to talk, you have an open platform to bring some evidence of the earth being a globe, and then we'll talk to you about that and see if your evidence will lead us to understanding what you know. But
I'm gonna go to bed. You guys have a
good.
good night. Thanks for chatting with me tonight.
All right, Tara, thank you for stopping by. Come back again if you want.
I will.
hope to
Have a
see
good
you
one.
again soon.
See ya.
I would love to have a longer conversation with you.
Yeah,
Yes,
Larry
perhaps
would.
when it's not quite so late for me. See ya.
See ya.
Peace.
Yeah, I actually have him on my channel going through the 3 points. That guy right here.
I remember that. I remember that night when he first came in.
It was fun. Yeah, I think Flatsy was in here the time I was doing it. That was kind of cool. Yeah, but if you're brand new to the channel, welcome. I had pretty interesting conversations today, I think. Let's see, we're rocking at about 33 people in here. Uh-oh, Illuminati confirmed. So anybody
That
new
was
to
a
this
fun
channel?
conversation, but it got weird when they started trying to change time. Like, oh, like what are you? Like, I'm just trying to get. I swear, dude, I wanted to get to the gradient and all this stuff. I forgot really exactly where I was going, but I was just like trying to get distance over time with speed, and it's like, dude, they're trying to change time because they were trapped. They couldn't change because they all agreed that to cover more, that the particles are traveling or going a greater distance. So all you're left with is time and speed. And since they can't increase speed mathematically, they were literally wouldn't let go of time as a variable. I'm glad you stepped in. I was getting to at least get them off the time thing. But yeah, that was interesting. I had a lot of fun there.
It seemed like you were rolling up your sleeves and twisting your cat back, dude. Like you were really getting in there. But yeah, it gets like that sometimes in here. But we got some new people in here. Cooler Master, welcome. See, people are popping in and out. Hinka is in here. I don't think we've spoken to you. Maybe we have. Mix in the channel. Q's in here. Skinny, haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Sydney's hanging out with us. That kangaroo guy. Did you just change your name, Timbo?
Yeah, I had to have a new account, so I just took off what QE called me. So.
Okay.
Nice, man.
Yeah, good to be here, guys. Sorry I've been absent a little bit lately. Sorry, Alfred, I didn't mean to interrupt. I said to Timbo a couple of nights ago too. Great to have him back. One of my best mates, the godfather of my children, just moved over here, so I haven't been here much. But it's so good to see so many people here, and it's great to hear your voices again, guys. God bless you all. Fucking love yous, man.
Hey, don't worry, man. Family first.
You too,
But,
Skinny.
don't be a stranger. So yeah, we got a nice little crew in here, but it's good to see you pop in here, Brian. Either way. I've
Wait,
seen you in here
did
a couple
anybody else
times.
get Professor Phil in their DMs?
Oh, Professor Phil? No,
He really
he
wants
didn't
to
DM
talk
me.
to you, Brian.
Yeah, I know he does, but he doesn't listen. We've opened the door for him to come into this channel. I don't think he takes the offer.
I'll say this next time. Next time I'll try and go one-on-one, and I'll keep it a lot more calm with one-on-one. We're trying to keep up with 3 or 4 of them. It gets me worked up a little, but yeah, man, I appreciate the invite, man. I come in here and listen a lot. I rarely join, but I felt it was a perfect time to, man.
Well, yeah, the water's fine. Jump in. It's an open forum for the most part, as long as people aren't being belligerent or getting too crazy in here.
I love listening to you, bro. Listening to you. Just keep it simple. Just pin it down to let's start logic and what do we know for sure and I love listening to that, dude. It never gets old, bro.
Well, it's a different interaction with a different person, so it's always interesting. I think just keeping it simple always helps the audience understand like where our point of view is coming from, so it doesn't get too convoluted with like introducing a lot of complicated factors. It's because it can.
That's why it's so important, bro. That's why it's so important, bro. Is like you treat new people asking you know the type of questions that the new people ask, and you take it back to day one, man. That's I don't have that capability, man. That's why I always sit back and listen, because I'm always talking about complicated. Like, I've been in this so many years, I want to go straight to the meat and stuff. But dude, the way you tone it down and do that, dude, it's never gets over me, man.
We usually let. I'd like to be the bridge between that for people to kind of like come into that. I want them, if they really want to have the conversation with individuals like yourself, to be able to hold their own, I guess, if they're gonna be here, because it's at this point, like, wherever you're at with your education or what you know about something because of things that you've used as demonstrations, I think it's good for us to have that discussion, because then we start to meet on a ground where we're all trying to figure things out, right? And I think that's what we want. We want to foster that environment for everyone. But in the meantime, Timbo, you were just talking about Phil Bellum. He just messaged me, so he's listening right now. Phil Bellum.
Oh, it was T-Dub. I think it was T-Dub, yeah.
Was it T-Dub? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, T-Dub.
Muty.
He says, Professor Phil sends his regards, but he says, if the balloon gets larger because the pressure outside decreases, and I'll say it because he's not in here. But Phil, why don't you come on in here and have a conversation if you want? Usually, Phil gets worked up. You have to mind, he's a bit of an older guy, but yeah, he does get worked up when he's in there.
Been waiting for that guy. He
have a good conversation.
Well, he says he wants me to explain something to you, but I'll just put what he posted in chat, and I'll just paste it into the text channel. A lot easier for you guys to read, so everybody can have a look.
I'm still trying to find this text channel, dude. This is like an anomaly. I DM'd you that message, but I'm on my Android, and I'm going up to I tried the YouTube thing, the icon in the main room, and then I tried tapping on.
Do me a favor, Brian. Hey, so are you on the main screen with all the tiles?
Yeah, right now I'm on where it's politics and then a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, can you go down and go into the actual room we're in?
Yep, just did.
Yep. So can you see everyone's screen, like avatar?
Yes, sir.
Now just press the screen, and there will be a panel that'll come down up at the bottom.
Yeah.
There's one that looks like a speech bubble. Click on that.
I'm there.
That's the text channel.
Okay, the one that looks like a speech bubble. I got oh snap. Okay, my bad. Oh my God, reach to the phone and slap me. Got it.
Do you see old dude what he just posted?
Right next to mute.
Yeah, do you see Flatsy Klein just posted something right now?
I do. Thank y'all, man.
Yeah, that's where we're all texting at the moment. So when we drop anything, you can drop your information in there, like the video that you just sent me. So I'm actually going to look at that too. I'm going to post what Phil Bellum actually put in a DM to me to tell you, Brian. So I'll just, here. Just have a look at this.
Got it.
All right. Anyway, yeah, we can continue to talk. I just posted what he put to me in a DM, so I can put it for everybody.
I would say this to Phil. Okay,
go ahead. You go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Well, if he's saying that the balloon expands and the pressure decreases, well, what I'm trying to say is that's when it gets interesting into the elasticity of the balloon. So I would ask Phil. So Phil, would you agree that if the balloon is real tough and can't expand where it's got more tensile strength, then the pressure inside the balloon would expand a little, and then the pressure would start going up as we evacuated the chamber outside of it. So if you want to respond to that, Phil, and I'll text you my response to your response if you like. If you don't, just join, bro. Come talk.
Yeah, that's what I told him, but I think he might be busy or whatever. That's okay. I don't think anybody's opposed, like, unless he doesn't get too worked up, because we had interactions with him on 24/7 where It was like a shouting match, so it just divulged. Wasn't productive.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got. Larry, I think would be kind of similar to you, Brian. You like to get into the meat
Yeah,
instead
I
of
like.
staying
I
on the
listen to
surface.
Larry too. He does a good job. I enjoy listening to Larry.
Guys,
There's a lot of
nights
other
I'm at
people
work.
in here,
I'm here.
but I don't recognize their names yet. But there's a few other people in here I enjoy listening to, but I gotta get familiar with them.
Yeah, it's been doing this a while. How long you been in a part of the, the
Since right after the North Carolina conference, man. So it's been, let's see, 18, 19, 20, 22, probably about 7 years, man. Golly, time's passing, ain't it?
Oh man, 7 years. Yeah, you're too far in now, man. Oh man.
Well, I'm going to bed. It was nice talking to you all, or listening. I didn't
Good
say
night.
much tonight. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Larry. Have a good night, man.
Take it easy. I was gonna say, yeah, Brian, FE tests. I haven't seen you or heard or whatever. I'm not in the other server, EA, as much, but yeah, it's been about almost a year since I think I saw you have a debate with some clown on the globe. So I don't remember who it was, to be honest, but yeah, good to. You always bring a different, like pretty much 99% of the time, it's going to be your view or response to anybody's thing coming at you from the globe side is always going to be like a different viewpoint or a different, entirely than like most other people on the FE side. So I give you props for that.
Yeah, I try to keep it too, instead of making claims, I always try to tell people, that this is like a model or this is, a possibility or a speculation, because we've been in this so long, and I like to keep them honest.
It's a touchy line to dance on, but yeah, with the whole the possibility of speculation and how that can make certain sides in this arena look. It's but you've done it successfully, I'd say. So that's I always learn a little bit just creatively, like how someone thinks too, the way you speak to these people. So I hope you're well.
I do appreciate it. Dang, I can go to the text and get in the game here. I can't believe it was right next to mute the whole time. I'm looking all over for it, and it's right next to mute and unmuting.
Yeah, I was not happy with the most recent mobile update, but I've gotten over it. I think a lot of us have.
Do y'all ever do debates in here? I mean, it's pretty much is one big debate, but I was just wondering if they ever do like cordial or just regular like one-on-ones, or y'all just make room.
Do one-on-ones, but it's not really organized or structured. Just kind of, if you get a couple of people speaking back and forward quite well together, then you just let them go. But, you get people jumping in all the time, saying the N-word and shit like that. So,
And God, that's aggravating. I'll tell you what. Every time I look in here, though, it's man, I can't remember the last time I popped over and there wasn't a conversation going. Like there's always a lot going on in here. See, every time I've joined, anyway, or even looked. I wonder if that gets on up any of their nerves. You say this is the biggest room or the most people. I wonder if that gets on some of the other rooms' nerves, that the flat Earth room's the biggest.
yeah, it's the most hours of discussion. So the most talking hours. Yep. And they started a few guys started a petition to get our channel cancelled.
You guys want to join my poker game?
Not really.
I just stepped in. Did I kill the chat?
Yeah, I
What's up,
can't
Crit?
say all the time I've been in here I've ever heard the N word used in here, unless it was nonsense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you get these random people who just jump in just to say it, or say a stupid sentence with that word following. You know, it's I don't think they say it. You know, like I think it's just to say it. You know, like nonsense. Yeah. Like.
How you doing, Elder Bear? Good to hear you, man.
No, it wasn't Elder Bear. That was that's Bev, and there's another guy, Tark. I think that was.
It
I
was
think
me,
that was
Brian.
Tark under another name.
It was
Tark,
me, Elder Bear, Brian.
he used to come here and
It
he
was me,
used to
Brian.
use.
Yeah.
I know, bro. I don't
Sorry, I
even
was
have to
gonna
see the
say,
name, bro. I know your voice.
What's Skinny up to? Is he telling you that I'm Bev or something? Yeah, it's me. Nice to hear you, Brian.
You got some fans and you got some opposition, bro. That's just how it is, Bear.
Yeah, there's most of the enemies, but I'm keeping
Bro,
on there, you know.
I brought this point up to Bev, like what you brought up in Nathan's the other day. Like, to me, is interesting. I don't think you really got to ever make the point you was trying to get to, because they kind of attacked you and everything. Because, which I mean, I understand the way it's going to unfold, but I think it came off a little contentious at first. But it would have been interesting if it would have progressed, because when I was asking Bev, like, how do you imagine it in your head? Like, if you're across the pond for me, if you keep the same angle to Polaris, because he imagines latitudes are east, west, north, south as perpendicular, which is fine. That's fine. But I just wanted to see what he thought. So I said, if you leave going east and you keep Polaris like about 45 degrees or whatever, and you just keep going and maintaining 45 degrees, will you come around to where I'm at? Or if I keep Polaris to at the same angle and I go, you know, would you circle around on me? Or I was just trying to get an idea of what he thought, and he you know, he didn't know, but now I see he's thinking about it and stuff. That's interesting, because the way Brian was describing the angle to for longitudes, because all they ever talk about is latitudes, but longitudes is a point on a circle, and Bev got me on that. Bev, he got me because he's like, because I wound up having to describe the angle for my longitude as a point on a circle, and I was like, oh shit, you got me right. But I still was interested in what he thought. But that's an interesting conversation, because we say that we can't have, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was my question, but of course they just want to say I'm a liar and tell everybody to attack me, because I was just asking a question. But the way it goes there is that, you know, and I didn't create it. I went there the first time and spoke to him, and he attacked me. So he laid down the ground rules of how conversation works, and so it's not my fault. That's the way it works. Hang on, there's a dog. Hang on.
I think he felt like he was on the spot, but I don't think he was putting him on the spot, man. Maybe
Hey,
we're
can you
gonna.
guys
I don't
go
know.
into the longitude? What the discussion was about that?
Well,
the thing is, I said,
go ahead, you first.
Okay. Well, I said to Brian that, you know, the cardinal directions are perpendicular, right? And he agreed. And so I said, so if I were to face north and turn through 90 degrees and face west, hang on, I've got to pull my dog out. Hang on, here's another dog. Hang on a sec.
If you're talking about me, we went through that, and you have a really fucking bad, you have a bad habit, dude, of misconstruing what people actually say in reply. This is a recurring theme with you.
I'm not talking to you, Skinny. I'm talking to Brian. All right? I don't know why you need to jump in. I said to Brian, it's logic, that if I was facing north, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I hear you just
No,
fine.
yeah, I
Okay.
asked the
If I
question.
was, come here, dogs. Sorry, come here. Here, lie down. Sorry. bit of a job to keep turning my mic off when the dogs are running away because they know I'm not paying attention. They're clever. And so they think, he's not noticing. We'll just piss off up here and cause some problems. Actually, there's a guy coming towards me, and he's a yacht master. And he teaches celestial navigation, and we have yet to have a meeting, so he might talk to me. Anyway, I was saying, if I was facing north, and I turned through 90 degrees on my spot and faced west, and went in a straight line, and Nathan pulled me up and said, how do you get that angle? I said, what do you mean? So how can you get an angle there from a straight line to a curve? All right, so he was talking about latitude to longitude. How can I get a straight line to a curve? Because the compass apparently isn't perpendicular in their world. It's curving. So I asked, well, how do you get a bearing? How do you get a bearing?
Yeah.
How do you get a bearing from north to west if you can't get an angle from a straight line to a curve using latitude and longitude? That's where I was going to ask, but he told me I was a liar, I was dishonest, and they rumpus me out.
Because east or west is just 90 degrees from north, yeah?
Yeah, perpendicular. Straight lines. Yeah.
Then that's where Beth got me, is I kind of agreed with that, but I kind of had conflicting shit going on in my mind because I had to wind up answering like a Glover, saying that because I believe that if I go east, that I'm going to wind up across the Atlantic Ocean, but I feel like if I keep going east, that I'm going to wind up back where I started if I just keep going, in my mind anyway. You know, I don't know, but it's definitely an interesting point, you know, but if you treat it as a gotcha, it can get contentious, but I don't think it has to be a gotcha. It's just how you think of things. And
hang on a second.
Wouldn't
well, I was just trying to. He said that the compass was a tangent. The compass became a tangent to latitude, right? And that's where he derived the angle by creating a tangent. Yeah, take care, man. That's how you get an angle to a curve, by creating a tangent.
yeah, then all hell broke loose.
Yeah. So you can get an angle to a curve from a straight line.
Oh my God, really?
Somehow, when you get, but somehow, when you're trying to get an elevation angle to a curve in the globe model, you're not allowed to get it.
A great discussion, man.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, the angle.
Well, that's it. I mean, that was it. That was my simple questions, right? Now, since then,
Wait, say it one
he's
more
attacked
time.
me. Right, shut up and make geeks. He's attacked me. Brian's attacked me. QE's attacked me. Adam's attacked me. And then all the attack dogs that he sent out that are in here that also attacked me for asking a question. And that's what's happened. And there's only a question.
Oh, fucking Paul, fucking me. Oh, poor me. I'm always getting attacked for misconstruing what people fucking say and rah, and being a little bitch. Fucking hell,
Skinny,
dude.
what's wrong with you, Skinny? What's wrong with you? This is it. This just proves what I'm saying. What are you doing? Not even your discussion. Lie down. It's not even your.
Yeah, welcome to what you do to me all the fucking time when I'm talking with other people, dude. It doesn't feel nice when people do that back to you.
I'm not talking to you. What are you trying to demonstrate here, Skinny? To the room. What's your motive?
What's my motive?
Yeah.
I've been
Why did
listening
you
to
do
your
this?
bullshit for about 10 minutes now.
Well, address the argument. You're not. You're just shouting at me because you've been told to attack me. That's why.
Actually, no, I've been told the direct opposite about 3 or 4 times. But listening to you is like nails on a chalkboard, so how about we go here?
You're supported by the people
You
here.
asked about the cardinal points. You asked about the cardinal points on the map.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I don't speak to you anymore, Skinny. I'm not going to speak to you anymore, Skinny. You made allegations about me. If you withdraw the allegations, I might talk to you. But that's it. Don't jump in on me. Don't attack me because you were told to. You demonstrated it clearly now. You've demonstrated it clearly. I don't care about your brown nose and to be a mod. I don't give a shit about that. Just don't attack me for no reason. Same as Oakley
Brown
does.
nosing to
Same
be
as
a
they all
mod.
do. Because
Brown
I
nosing
asked
to
the
be a mod.
question.
No, no, no,
I
no.
asked the question. I thought it was so here.
Shut
Fuck off. Your
the fuck
voice is
up.
no
Shut
bigger
the
than
fuck
mine,
up.
Skinny. Your voice is no
Shut
bigger
the
than mine,
fuck up.
except you have power to
Oh,
shut me up through
someone's
the people
getting
you talk to. Now,
triggered.
fuck off.
Oh, someone's getting fucking triggered now, aren't they?
That's what you came here for, wasn't it, Skinny? You were told to do this.
No,
Who was
I
it?
came in here actually expecting that you were
Who
not coming
told
back.
you?
But
Who
anyway,
told
that's all right.
you?
That's all right.
Who
We're here
told
now.
you to
So let's
attack me?
address the cardinal point. So let's
Who
address the
told
cardinal
you
point.
to attack me, Skinny?
Oh my god, can somebody mute this guy?
Yeah, which one? Me or Skinny?
Yes, you.
Ah, that's not the way
Yes,
it works.
you.
I ask a question, it's always me who's wrong. Because some attack dog from Australia was told to attack me.
Yeah, well, I can fucking answer your fucking question. You've gone through a lot of bullshit.
The room can see it.
What?
The room can see it, Skinny. Very clear. I was talking
An interesting
nicely to
point, though,
Brian.
man.
I was
To
talking
me, I don't
nicely
like
to Brian.
dodging. Yeah. I like dodging
I
any
was talking
points.
nicely to
And
Brian.
to me, it's an interesting question, man. You know what I'm saying? It's an interesting question of how people perceive the world. Like, because if you think that, which is fair, whatever you think, it's fair. But if you think that north and south, east and west are perpendicular, then that would give you a certain world. And if you think that latitudes are circles, that'd give you a certain world. Like the way I picture it in my mind is circles. And that's why I said that in my world, in my mind, if I followed a latitude or angle to Polaris, I'd come back around on myself. And if I were to describe that angle, I would have to say it's a tangent. If I'm going to describe that azimuth angle, and I just like to discuss it because I don't like to hide from any topics or dodge anything, man. But I try to stay out of it if it gets heated. But me and Bev had an interesting conversation there a while back on this very thing because he got me with saying, you know, when I had to admit that I'm drawing an angle off of a circle. And I was like, damn, you got me. I sound like a glober, right? But that's just the way I picture the world. But then I got him a little bit because I was like, Bev, hold on. Well, how do you picture it? If they are perpendicular, then what happens if you just keep going east? Because you can dodge that question, or you could try and think of the world and think, does it stop on the other side? You know, it's an interesting question, man, right?
Yeah, it's interesting, Brian, and it's nice to talk to you. And Alpha came in a little while ago and talked about how we could all talk nicely without anybody getting belligerent. And we were talking, but then the attack dog from Australia came in, and that's one of the team. Bev's here. You want to talk to Bev?
Elder Bear. I was going to stay out of it. You brought me up again. Dude. I was going to stay out of it and let you guys talk.
You came in first. That was your problem, Skinny. You created this, not me.
Yeah, like you do every time you talk. But anyway, I'm staying out of it. So how about you don't bring me up again?
Stay out of it altogether. There's no need for you.
Don't fucking bring me up again. And I'll stay out of it.
You're no bigger than me in this room, so keep out of it. Brian, Bev's here. Bev's here if you want to talk to him, I think. So, you know, if that's the discussion you had, have it with him then, you know. Fine by me.
Yeah, somebody's going to attack me. On his channel, man.
Yeah, somebody's going to attack me if I talk, so you talk to Bev.
Look, though, Elder Bear, if he's willing to calm, you know, if he's willing to let it go and let y'all talk, you know, just let it go. You know, it's got to be mutual for it to work, bro. Don't entertain it if he ain't gonna. And I don't know. I know y'all have a little bit of a history, but fuck it, man. Let's chill.
Yeah, he created it, not me. I just asked the question. That's all I've ever done. Just ask questions like you do, Brian.
But back to the point, so there's three ways to treat this. So
I was just going to say, can we move on and just stop talking about each other now?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So there's three ways I could treat this in my mind. So, like I said, in my mind, the way I've mapped everything out and the way I learned to sell nav and all that is I was picturing like an A style map. So I'm picturing circles. That don't mean that that's what's happening. That's just the way I picture it in my head. But then, you know, if I just choose not to think about it or talk about it, I could do that. Or I could think about it if they are perpendicular, which they very well may be. because locally I know they are, but do they circle around eventually? That's the $1 million question. And I like to hear what other people have to say, but it has implications either way, you know. But fighting about it doesn't make it go away. It's still interesting topic in my mind. I like the contentious topics, man. I can talk about them without getting worked up and shit. I don't think you're gonna have that luck on some channels, man. If not, most of them. Doesn't seem to be a problem here, you know. Because if my latitude doesn't circle around, then that means it ends. If I'm not mistaken, unless there's another way. But that's.
Wait,
but then again,
what do you mean it doesn't? What do you mean it doesn't circle around? Because if you think about it, we have a northern point, yeah. So the compass always points to the north. So if you start moving around the north, your west is going to change.
Sure.
Based on your position to north, yeah.
That's how I picture. So that's how I picture.
Yeah, you are going to run around in a circle. But if you head, are we talking about west on a compass, or are we talking about like due west from your position?
Well, that's just it. Yeah. So due west, I see what you're saying, would be a 90 degree no matter what. But that would mean you have to change latitude. That's why I said Bev got me, because Bev had. He's like, how are you going perpendicular to the North Pole? And I said, well, it's a circle. And I had, like I said, I had to explain it like I imagined it. And I was like, it's just a point, dude. So and he's like, so it's a point on a curve. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I felt like, you know, he wasn't rubbing in or being contentious, but he was just making a point. If that's the way I see it, then then I basically have to claim that I can have an angle to a curve. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? What do you mean it's a point on a curve?
Well, azimuth angles, so longitudes.
Okay. Yeah, they all point to the north, so then you can get an angle because you got 360 degrees. I understand what you're saying.
Right. So if I start off going east, I would agree that's perpendicular to the north, but then I'm going to lose my latitude.
Yeah, you're going to start heading down. Yeah. You start heading south.
Some people see it as because there are some maps like the Ordnance Survey, I think, for UK has it as a grid, and I think also the Air Force or one of them. Like I don't think it's easily accessible, but I think they had
there's an old World War II Air Force map and that shows the same thing. The north at the center and everything splayed out to the edges.
Yeah,
and that's what they would use.
I like using AE map because it's a legitimate coordinate system, even if it has some issues or whatever. It still works, and the way Gleason explained it, it makes it work. And I believe that it would be, if you went far enough south, it would become apparent. And I think that's a good argument. But McToon made his challenge, right? Look, check this out. McToon made his challenge about giving him the location. And I just used Google Earth and made a refraction model, and based on 69 miles per degree to shut Sean Hawkins up, and to give MC Toon his challenge because he was acting like no flaggers were capable of cell nav. But then he wouldn't let us use the AE map because he disqualified me the first time. And then, so I'm like, well, what about the AE map? And he won't let us use it. So as much as he rags the AE model to enter his $10,000 challenge, we can't use the AE map. So which is it, right? Is it
didn't
not
he say you
qualify,
could
or do you dog it out, you know?
Wasn't his challenge by using any map?
Or no map. I said we don't even have to use a map. I could use the AE coordinate system with longitude, latitude. That's all we need. You know, it's just a transform.
Yeah. And going back to it too, like when you say the AE map has its problems, every map has its problems. There's no map like that's accurate. And even if they say this map is accurate, how do you test that?
Yeah, I know exactly. To me, you'd have to go south, and that's where we can bring up contention. But to me, it's the best. It's a very good working map. And if you use it the way Gleason described it, like the way they use it, they try and use it as a circle, but you can't use longitude and latitude on a 2D map. Period. Globe, flat, it doesn't work. So in other words, if you got Australia the same size as the United States, and you're going to put it on the same longitude, it's going to show up as bigger. But that's when he put 69 miles per degree, he put that for longitude and latitude. So when you follow his rules, you get like 2,500 miles for Australia and for United States. And then it makes perfect sense.
wait,
like then you realize
that would
this dude was a
only-
genius.
That
would only work. No, I was just saying. I was just thinking about something. Wouldn't that only work on the equator though? If you were going away
that's where
from
it's like
something, because your latitude lines are just angles from Polaris. So your longitude line, you'd have to pick a point in the sky, but then that point's moving all the time. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, if you straighten it out, if you do 69 miles per degree, it basically makes it it makes it an azimuthal equidistant to everything, everywhere, all the time. And here's why you have to do it like that if you're going to be honest, because if you're going to use longitude and latitude, it's not going to. It's like this. If you have the sun, let's say just 20 miles above your head, like a fake sun, and you start walking, and you're on one side of it, somebody's on the other side, then you're going to have to say that the person on the outside walked further when basically you walk the same distance. The sun's right in between you. So it's impossible to do on a 2D. Using longitude and latitude is impossible to map out on a 2D surface, flat or globe. You know what I'm saying? So that's where they like to juggle the claims. Where he like I said, McToon likes to rag the AE map every chance he gets and point out all the problems, but then he won't let me use it in the challenge because he knows he'd be out 10 grand, right?
I don't know if it's involving money, but I just posted what my opinion in the chat. Nothing personal.
That's a little deeper in the argument, and that does come down to modeling and stuff. That's why I don't mind joining Bevs, sometimes and just drop all the modeling stress because I'm like, so that's all I think about. It seems like sometimes it's making models and all this stuff. It
Cool.
gets
I'll
stressful.
I'll send you a DM with a little like arena for that. I'm sure you might already be a member of that server, but anyway, I don't want to discuss it on this one. But yeah, I'll send you a link.
That's fair. Fair enough.
Because modeling is really fucking fun. Sorry to cuss.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Yeah, we're rolling into those morning hours over here in the United States. So for everybody that's out there, hopefully you're having a good day. 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the politics server. We also have a Discord, so go check us out over there. That's the place where we all, started from. So in that server, and then politics gave us a place here, so we are respectful to the place they've given us. And we're trying to keep it an open forum for everybody to come in here. So yeah, if you're in here brand new and you want to open up, maybe a discussion with somebody in here, I'll give you a few names that you could look to as the speakers in here. And I'm glad that we got new people coming in here. But myself from the team of 24/7, we got me, we got Crit going on the list. Flatsy's in there too. Every now and again we'll say something. Heretic, the big guy, right? He's the owner of the channel. So let's see who else we got. And T-Dub and that kangaroo guy. So all of us are 24/7. And anybody else that are speakers that would come in here and help people understand our position, we will do so. Welcome everybody, and hopefully you're having a good time listening. Sometimes it gets heated, and the mods are always vigilant. We're always doing our due diligence to make sure that the channel's staying open for that kind of discussion. So yeah, welcome one and all.
Yeah, we just had a big long conversation with no insults or nothing. I don't think there was any insults at all, man. In a good couple hour pure contentious topic. You know, that was cool.
You know what's good is that when you go head to head with some of these intellectual types, so they're educated, they're not no slouches when it comes to like them being able to articulate themselves. So ITR, of course, he's educated. You know that he's an astrophysicist. Yeah, so you are speaking with people that have degrees, right? So they're not just people just on the internet.
I learned a lot from them guys, man. That I learned a lot over the years. I mean, I pretty much started from scratch, just fresh out of freaking high school, basically, and I learned a lot, man. But you can fight. We infight a lot, but we all agree on the main things, man. Like the very important ones, man.
Hey, but but how many PhDs do you have?
Yeah.
Remember that?
No, we've gotten no, even worse. How many semesters of this course? Semesters. Okay.
They're always looking at that because that's a hallmark to them as to what type of intellect you are.
Brian was just having a conversation with someone. This guy jumps in. He goes, "How many PhDs do you have? Do you have any? What's your highest level of school?"
Yeah, he was asking me what I know about math. I'm like, I know the basics, you know. I know I made it to pretty much what everybody else did. Pretty good at math. I can solve shit. It might take me a minute.
The simple way I break it down is that the truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it. I don't care if it's the garbage man that comes and takes out your garbage. It doesn't matter who it is. If he's speaking truth, then he's right. So, yeah. So you could go to school and be pretty dumb from when it comes to like common sense and such and logical thinking. So that's not a hallmark of you being someone who can be wise about topics and critical thinking about some certain things. So you actually have to be someone who can be able to understand the.
Sorry, mate.
Go ahead. No, you go on.
I was just going to say, if you think about it, right? So all you do when you go to like a university or something like that is you listen to someone else explain to you what a textbook is saying. Yeah. Now, if you do your own research and spend the same amount of time and study as that person studying that subject at university, you've got the same information as they do, but you haven't had someone else's opinion dictating the information that you've got in your head. You've come to your own conclusion about the information that's been relayed to you, and you can critically think about what that book is saying, that textbook is saying, and come to a totally different conclusion as they did, because you're not
That's a great
influenced by
point.
this person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent point,
Whether
bro.
you have a PhD or a doctorate or something like that, as long as you've spent the same amount of time studying and come to your own conclusions on the same information, then you've done just as much. You've got just as much as an education as they do.
And more, because you don't have to dodge the contradictions. Like we focus in on even the possible contradictions, the one that might not hold weight. We zero in on every contradiction or even potential contradiction. So we explore it all through and through.
Yeah.
Even more, you don't have to hand in assignments that are getting marked by that person who's giving you the opinion on the information.
Yeah, becoming
So
an
you
arbiter.
can't have it.
Yeah,
you
he
can't have
becomes
a
an
different
arbiter.
opinion.
It becomes an arbiter of like how far you can move up in the level that you want to in the field that you want to. So in the specific field that you're in, you have to kind of play ball by their rules. So you have to kind of take in the same parameters from like the discussion of like what you would say the cosmological aspect, where things are in the universe. So you'd have to agree with certain things or be able to disagree with certain things based on certain parameters. But within those parameters, you can say, I could think of things like I could think of the universe in a different way than just saying it's an ever expanding cosmos, so long as I could be able to tell you how things operate in that macro scale. But without those parameters, if you say, let's just wipe the slate clean, there's no way that anybody could agree on that that idea. It has to be something within the same confines of saying that, well, we already know that the universe is what it is. I work within those parameters of saying that. You know what I mean? So that becomes
Yeah.
like you're constricted to only
disagree,
work
then-
within the inside of that instead of you saying, well, what if that's not none of that is even true? You know, so that becomes
Yeah,
an
well then
issue
you'll
for
get
those
a
guys.
then you get an F.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's the point I was trying to make with them. Like I made this refraction model to make the 69 miles per degree linear, just a model, you know, just to shut Sean Hawkins up, to be honest. But at first, but and then I got it working, and it worked pretty close to the horizon as far as they do for celestial navigation anyway, like about 20 degrees before something else need to be. But here's my point to them. I'm like, look. I'm like, so okay, so even if I was to make this model, I'd help and made it perfect, where it was squeaky clean. I got a refraction model that explains it to the T. Does that make this model true? And that's they hate answering it because they have to say, yeah, because I'm talking about flat Earth, so they have to say no. And that's my point is, look, so all your mathematical models doesn't make it reality. So just because I got this model, and even if I perfected it, doesn't mean it's reality. It's just a model, and they're kind of trapped either way with that one, because then they have to understand that, you know, all these mathematical models, you may have something that works, but it doesn't mean it's reality.
Yeah, you kind of missed what I was saying, Geeks. He's typing in the text channel, and he says that if you write your thesis agreeing on what you already exist, you won't get a degree. But what I'm saying is there's the overarching paradigm in which you're writing the thesis about. So the one that's inside that you're in already, you could say how things work differently inside of that, not the whole entire thing. Because there's
and it's
certain
also
things that they agree that's
No,
settled.
you can. You absolutely can.
Yeah. So you're
Yeah, but-
telling me that somebody could come up with a flat Earth concept?
If
No.
that was what.
No, that's incorrect. No.
Yeah, because
can't
you do your thesis for your degree on all the information you've learned before that. So you don't go through university handing in assignments and stuff like that with ulterior with alternative like ideas. You have all
That's
the same
exactly what
ideas.
you do.
What they
No, that's exactly
all
what
the
you do.
same ideas as what you. No,
That's
so what
incorrect.
are you doing in a lecture then? You're learning what the lecturer is telling you. Yeah.
Correct.
If you disagree,
But
if
you're
you
talking
disagree on
about
how things, if you disagree on how things operate on the level that they're speaking, you can say, I disagree with what he's saying about, I don't know, we'll just pick something like gravity. And then you say, I don't think it's operating the way Einstein's saying that it does. I think the equation could be formulated a bit different to adapt to the new paradigm in which I'm saying it's working. But you're already within the paradigm. You're not outside of it. So if you're saying that it's nothing like what you've been taught, there's nothing that can be applicable to in the realm of the postulation of the Earth being in an ever expanding cosmos or what we are in. Like it's not even that at all.
Yeah.
So
We
you're
observe what
taking,
we observe, right?
yeah, you're
Okay.
taking away too
Okay.
much away from the place where people disagree to now saying that you're reinventing a new paradigm.
That's,
You
well,
get what
yeah,
I'm
that's
saying?
exactly what
So
Stephen. That's exactly what Stephen Hawking did.
no, he
So
didn't, dude. Stephen Hawking
he
didn't
did.
do that. No, it's the same. It's listen, all of the paradigm of what he's explaining is operating in a different way. All he was proposing was that the way that we look at things in the sense of saying the universe being what it is not how Einstein is showing the people relativity. So he's going to be proposing a new idea within that construct.
Okay.
So
Cool.
that's
I mean,
what he's doing. It's not saying let's get rid of the entire paradigm. Like basically
okay.
in this case would be baby with the bathwater scenario. Like you're throwing all of it out and then restarting the whole, because then you'd have to redesign what physics mean on that particular. Like you're doing everything from the ground up. You get it?
You're
Are you
right
saying?
again. I mean, you're right again. I mean,
Well,
Aren't you
I
saying?
told
Aren't you
you what
saying
my
like
experience was, but
sure.
you
I mean,
you don't agree, and you're right. I'm wrong. So.
well,
Alpha?
I mean,
Ain't you kind of saying
what's up, Brian?
like in other words, if okay, so you ain't trying to change everything. Like if things fall at a certain rate, then when they come in and ask us questions about the sun and things fall, look, everything still happens the way we observe it. We're not trying to argue with everything we see around us. It's just a different explanation and more
Correct.
down to earth, more realistic. explanations. It's still the same world around us all, right? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, so the physics work and operate the same way, but the causation of the underlying reason why things happen in the way that they do, like the fabric of reality. If we're saying that that is something different than what mainstream, like if we start to disagree on certain things because we want to redesign the way physics works, I think that's going to change like the face of like physics. But if some things are laws, like that's just what happens because we observe them that way and we're able to test things with the laws of physics. That's okay.
Well, that's exactly what Einstein did, though, with gravity.
Yeah.
That's
So
a perfect example.
but how did gravity change from Newtonian to Einsteinian? Think about it. What was
How
the
did it
different thing
change?
that changed?
Why
Yeah.
would
Was
it?
it?
Well,
What
it
changed
didn't
from?
change. It didn't change.
The
You're right.
explanation.
Yeah.
How you could get
see,
it's an explanation of
right.
what we observe.
Right. So what stayed the same?
The observation.
Reality.
Right. That doesn't change.
Yeah,
So
of course.
when
I'm not
you
talking
start,
about writing a thesis in a different dimension where the laws of
that's
physics are
what
different.
happens. Listen, that's what's going to happen, the cosmological aspect, because we're not going to be able to support the case for like outside. We're only inside, and the physics operate in a very particular way. So we can, change that. But what we can't change is the fact that somebody's going to tell you that on the outside things are operating in this way, on the
Well, I think
macro
that's
scale,
actually
on the
not entirely
universal
true.
scale.
Not entirely true, because that's how
So all right,
quantum mechanics. That's how quantum mechanics was
let me have
discovered.
sure. Let me have a podium where I'm going to tell everybody. You know how you used to think of the universe, that it's an ever expanding cosmos. Well, we say that we're the floor of the universe. That we don't have an ever expanding cosmology. All that you have to look at in the night sky, that's all that there is. There is no. Yep. What?
No,
You
I'm
think that
listening.
everybody's just
Carry
gonna?
on.
You think everybody will sit back and say, those in modern science, we're gonna be sit back listening to me, and they're
Why
gonna be
not?
like,
Why
"Yeah,
wouldn't
this
they?
guy's onto something."
Why
Because
wouldn't they?
because the things that they would say that can change are our perceptive knowledge on what we say physics is and what it means, like to articulate that. So if we're gonna say things operate in this way, and you change it and say, "I see that observation you made. I think it's operating in this way." So
Correct.
that's the thing
Why
that
wouldn't they
changes,
listen to you? Why wouldn't they listen to you?
not the fabric of reality. When you say, no, I think that your concept on universe as a whole is incorrect. There is no way that you can tell me that the universe is like the vacuum of space and all of that you mentioned can be supported in any way, because what you have is a story that's being outlined by those who are creating the narrative. So the
And
narrative
maybe
is
they're
being
wrong. They could be
Bro,
wrong.
here's
They could be
the thing
wrong.
though. Here's the thing though. The narrative is being supported by whatever people that are pushing it. So you have organizations that
Sure,
say they're
I'd agree
going
with
to
that.
space and that. So what you're doing when you say that cannot exist is flying in the face of these companies and
Exactly.
interested people that have their interests in these types of things, right? So
You're
it's
absolutely
not.
right.
Yeah. So you
But why is that a
like
bad
let
thing?
and
Why would that be
let's
a
say
bad thing, right?
in the realm of academia, where they consider themselves to be serious science,
Yeah,
you're not
yeah.
going to be taken seriously when you're wiping away the very thing that they already know in their mind is settled science, which is the
Totally agree.
overarching
Totally agree with you.
the
Totally agree with you.
overarching understanding that we live in an ever expanding universe, in a way that we're going to say, well, within that paradigm we can start to talk about how we differ in, like, let's say how black holes behave, or dark matter is perceived, like something like that can be
No, I hear you. I hear what you're
changed.
saying. I hear what you're saying.
Not the
Just,
fact, not
okay,
the fact that you're
just-
taking away all of that and saying no. You know how, like, you have organizations that are applying to go to space and that. Well, they don't have to worry about it because that doesn't exist. So, do you think that modern science will be like, yeah, it's a great thing to think about? We'll consider that. No.
Well, why wouldn't they listen to you?
Because you're removing a big aspect of what they would consider like they operate in the theoretical.
Sacred? You mean
It
like
seems
something
that way.
sacred
Yeah.
or something?
Listen, it seems sacred. I would say you're treading on in their
Yeah,
minds
touchy,
sacred
ground,
ground.
almost sacred ground. Precisely,
Yeah.
you are.
So
And
if
that
you
is
you
something
can't
I
undermine that.
support. No,
Yeah,
no.
I know, but you can't
Well,
undermine that. Like in their case,
some people say you
listen,
can't undermine it, but
listen.
not everyone.
Scientific communicators of today will always say that there's things that we can disagree on, and of course, if you have your mindset on like what Einstein did, and then say that that doesn't work that way, you can come up with a new equation, perhaps build on what he had, or do away with it altogether, and then come up with something different. That's okay. But you saying that there's no such thing as a cosmological aspect of the Earth, being in this environment, no, that's not going to work. You have to work within the confines of saying that you are already that way, and if you disagree with what the sun is, that's fine.
Has that been your experience? Has that been your experience dealing with?
That is
kind of
everybody's
academic?
experience. People in academia cannot listen. If you change the way that you perceive, the cosmology aspect entirely, people will lose tenure. There's no way that somebody could speak it's like they're fearmongered into that. They're pressured into like nuts.
I hear you.
They
Is that your
they
experience?
pin
then, dealing with
physics,
those
man.
people?
They literally change physics before they change their anything that is obvious. They will change their model, like with Michelson Morley, like with freaking like with wave particle duality. They will literally change reality, like and change to maintain their spinning ball. Period.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. Just to be clear, I'm not in support of that. I think there always has to be debate. There is nothing that is not
within
up for debate ever.
within the confines of what they would deem is able to be.
I don't believe
there
that,
is
though.
there is a religion.
I don't care about them.
It doesn't
I
matter.
think
Geeks,
that
you're
nothing
not
is
the voice.
up to-
You're not the voice of academia. They are the ones who have a platform that speak to millions of people. They are
Well,
the
that's
voice.
wrong.
You're not. Well, I'm
There
sorry,
can't
but
be
that's just the way the
gatekeepers.
world
There
is.
can't be Well, then it's wrong.
It's
And
the
it
way
needs
the
to be
world is,
changed.
dude.
There can't be a bunch of gatekeepers that
It doesn't
tell us
matter.
what we can and cannot debate about.
That's the world that we
That's
live
wrong.
in, dude. That's just the world we live
Well,
in.
I don't accept that, and I fight to change that. So,
well,
yeah, I'm with you.
I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I'm saying I don't accept that should be what we just accept ourselves. I
I'll
don't
give you an
accept that
example.
we should-
I'll give you an example. There's an individual. He was mentioned earlier, by the way. His name was Brian Mullins. And I think somebody got his name wrong. They said Elijah Mullins. It's Brian Mullins. He was actually doing YouTube videos and such. And his name gets brought up because of the fact that once he started getting out with this information, somebody found out where he worked and such, and came at him through his job. And actually, I don't know if he lost his job or not, but like this was a very real threat for him and his livelihood. So, he just discontinued from being in the argument altogether because of the fact that it was causing too much grief for his personal
Well, but I
life.
don't understand. Sorry, I don't understand. You're saying that someone found out he was a flat earther? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it called his license. Balls out physics, Brian Mullen.
Balls out physics. Yep. Do you remember that, Brian? So this was something that really happened.
Absolutely.
So
and
this
he
is-
lost what? What did he lose exactly? Like he lost his job? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well,
no, I think he kept his job. They made him renounce
he
his
kept his job. Yeah, that's right.
YouTube channels. They made him drop his. They made him drop out of the community. Period.
Yep.
And he was very liberal about everything he said, and explained how we were taught, and just questioning. There's contradictions, man. Just pointing out contradictions.
I've never heard about this guy. What's his name? Brian Mullins.
This is just one. It's just a drop in the bucket right here, talking about him.
No, I hear you.
Many more people.
And I'm not in support of that. Just to be clear, I'm not in support.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter like how you feel about it. The people that are in academia that would probably come into this channel, and we don't know who they are, but if they are in the academic fields and they come in here and they listen and they agree with us, they wouldn't be able to voice their opinions. They would have to stay silent and remain anonymous in the fact that like the face of like not being able to confront like this religious understanding.
I've had to do similar things from a political perspective as well. So like I have to remain quiet about some of my political beliefs. I know it's not exactly the same thing, but yeah, so I feel the plight of having to kind of mask certain things in order to maintain your lifestyle. I totally agree with that, and I hate it. I hate it. So when it comes to stuff like that, I'm on your side, your guy's side, without a shadow of a doubt. So
Well, that's
I
the
know,
issue. Like people
maybe
usually
I
say,
don't have any impact, but I just want you to know what my position is.
well, that's fine. That's all good and well, but the issue is people usually say, well, why don't you just write a paper? Why don't you like get submit something to peer
Well,
review?
yeah.
Well, that seems like a logical thing to do for somebody on the outside saying, well, if you guys were really you got to be in your bonnet about it. Why don't you just do something about it academically and then be able
There
to just move
are
forward
loads
that
of
way?
papers on flat Earth, aren't there? There's loads of them. There are
Okay,
loads of academic
so
papers on flat
yeah,
Earth.
but it doesn't listen. Mainstream science, as it is more akin to a religion, and because of that, it becomes almost like we were mentioning before, like sacred, not to tread on these types of like grounds that you would be on to remove anything that they've already established, because people will come at you vehemently. They're not just going to disagree with you.
Yeah,
They're
because they're
looking.
scared about looking like idiots. If you can prove them wrong, then of course they're going to be trying to fight against it, because it means that people's entire careers are like,
Yes.
smashed
You're actually
into pieces.
you're changing. You're basically changing the landscape of academia. It's too much for
of
like
course you're going to have
certain
enemies. Of
certain
course you'll have
livelihoods.
enemies.
Certain livelihoods depend on the fact that these things stay in with the same checks and
They think,
balances.
yeah, I hear you.
So they don't change. They stay the same. And that's the reason why, like, if anybody was to have the opinion that the Earth is not a globe and that it's a flat, it's not even geocentric, right? Not just saying that we're a globe that doesn't spin, but we're saying that it's not even a globe. So you're taking it too far, like by changing that much.
Yeah,
it's
of
okay
course, it's
to
a dangerous
disagree
thing.
with like
I
certain,
hear you. I hear
it's
you.
definitely.
Well,
So I guess,
let me put it this way as well, like from a scientific perspective, because I've had kind of exactly what I think you're describing in experience with academia myself. When I was looking into, I don't know how everybody feels in this room about another contentious subject, the climate change thing, I'm skeptical, just to be crystal clear, and I was calling up universities trying to question, like, where is this data coming from? Where is this data coming from? And it was just brick walls, and, kind of a hostile tone. It was almost like, this is the truth, and be damned if you even question it, sort of thing. So it's a similar, I've experienced it myself from an academic perspective. So I kind of feel your plight in that way. If that makes sense.
There's a certain degree where we would say if it disagrees with experimentation, then it's not science, right? So there's a lot of things we could say there's firm footing on saying we could all have a understanding of how physics and how science is applied, applied sciences. Like those things make sense, right? Because you can actually work with them. Industries use them. They're very useful. But now when you start going into the realm of like theoretical, I think you start to then change the landscape of people who depend on those things to be the case. So you know what I mean? Like
absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I totally agree with you.
I don't know.
Totally
Does that make any
agree with
sense to anybody listening? Because this is a very real thing. Because some people would advocate when they're in here, if you guys were really like all what you say you are in here on Discord, then you would do something about it in academia. You would definitely go up to some type of school or whatnot and just be telling them, hey, look, we got these ideas, we want to formalize them and put them forward. Like, I don't know if you understand like what's happening there in that aspect. So it's not, it's like I said, it's scientism. Scientism is more akin to a religion, whereas the sciences that we do know that are applied, you can actually work with them. You can, physics and that are easily able to be demonstrated as true. And you can't say that you disagree with that. So
I'm just picking up a delivery. I'll be back in 2 minutes, but Mr. Dogs Are Gods is giving me some flack, so maybe I should come back to him on something. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Somebody's beeping. Better check your noodles in the microwave or something.
AV, what's like a concrete example of something that you think flat earthers could do to lobby academia to allow for like formalize changes to physics or whatever that you think needs to be changed.
Like to be taken seriously, in other words. Like, and not just, some kind of crazy cockamamie story on the internet.
Yeah, but I thought we did. Like, if you look at the idea of a luminiferous ether or things like that, we took it seriously. It was tested and tested and tested, but relativity won out.
Yeah, these debates that happen, who's the arbiters of these debates? Because there's panels that are held, right? There's papers that are written. So who are the ones that are the ones that yay or nay this to move it forward or decline it?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure,
there must be a body present, council maybe, or some form of,
no
arbitration that takes place to say, like, we're going to allow this or not. It's not just like any idea comes through whatever the door, we're just going to go ahead and, put it forward. Like, it has to be something that they can.
That has evidence behind it, right?
Well,
so,
of
like,
course.
Michelson-Morley is a great example of this. You guys bring it up all the time. But Michelson-Morley was a hypothesis that if the Earth is moving, it's moving through luminiferous ether, and this would be the results. They tried to verify if their prediction was correct. Unfortunately, it wasn't correct, so the scientific community never picked it up because there's no correct predictive evidence. There's no experiment that's been done that has verified it to be true.
And what won out, dogs?
Sorry?
What won out? What actually was the explanation for that?
Bendy space-time was the thing that won out.
And why was that more dominant over the?
Because it had predictions that you could make off it, and then you could go and test those predictions. And when people came back with data testing those predictions, and the data seemed to fit the prediction. So, like, imagine you're a grad student and you want to design a test to test a fundamental physical thing, just to, like, make it as part of your physics thesis. Maybe you're an experimental physicist. And so you look around, you go, well, I could do luminiferous ether, that'd be cool. Or I could pick something that we actually have a lot of information on. We know, like, the constants involved. We know what fundamentally is taking place when I do the experiment. So I can design an experiment that would, I don't know, have a whole lot more information behind it that would give me a more set prediction. Or I could design one that's just a throw out in the dark with, like, there's no information on what the ether is. So why would that student not pick, a relativity experiment?
Well, I mean, we're talking about real world testing. So where does the interaction take place where they're using these notions of relativity to then say that we're going to apply it to something in the physical and natural world? I mean, there has to be an example
that's really...
where that. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
where does that happen in science? Like, where somebody actually has done that? Like, I could tell you of things that I know of, but you either disagree.
That's a really good question.
Agree with that?
That's a really good question.
With gravity. And with gravity and that hypothesis of, like,
that's exactly what I had in mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, we use gravimeters, right? And those gravimeters can detect variations to the Earth's gravity that correspond with increased density in the Earth's crust. I'm pretty sure this is what PhD Tony works with or something. And so the mining industry uses these gravimeters or gravimeters to find out if there's a likelihood of rare earth metals being in a certain vicinity. And then when they go look, it's more likely that they're there than not. So that's a real world example of people using gravity as expressed by Einstein in a real world example. There's also satellites and GPS. They deal with contraction. The contraction has to be accounted for. Otherwise, the satellites are out of sync. So, yeah, they have to do that. There's a lot more as well, but they're more sort of like fundamental experimental physics and industry-based stuff.
Yeah, and if you talk about cause-effect relationship, I think what you're having happen on the one instance when you're thinking about something theoretical meeting the physical, I think you're having it cross over into something that's applied versus not. Because if you're using conceptual ideas, then you're going to have the disagreements happen with people that say, well, I don't think that's the case because based on my idea of an equation that works out to be something different from what you're saying would still work the same. So if, like, let's say you are talking about something like a gravimeter being used in the physical natural world, with that interaction with the gravimeter and what it's telling you in the whatever it's reading, it's going to help you discover something else about the physical natural world, whether or not like there's certain minerals or whatever. Like, I don't know, like exactly, I haven't read up on it, but if what you're describing is if they're using it in some useful way, utility, right, that is helping them move forward in whatever industry they're using it for, then it would have something that's applied. If you're saying that something theoretical is useful in the physical natural world, where's the crossover? How did it happen that they understood that that's exactly the cause of an effect? So if we're saying that gravity works out to be such that we're going to say that the bending and warping of space-time occurs due to the fact that the mass of an object is so big that it's causing that distortion in time and space. So the fabric is being distorted because of that, and thus creating the different variations in readings in the gravimeter. So
So I think
do you get what I'm saying, Doug? So you're using what? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that there has to be a point at which the theoretical has been shown to be true just through experimentation enough that someone's going to go like, yep, it's proven.
It's a crossover, yeah.
And then go on to industry.
Well,
and that's just a threshold. If you have this thing.
Yeah, we're talking about equation. You got a lag, or I do. There's an equation that happens that becomes something that it can be useful, right? Utility is being used from something they garner from learning the cause and effect relationship of theoretical physics, right? So for Einstein, that would just be mass generates a certain amount of gravity. So if you have an area that has more mass than the surrounding area of the Earth, there should be a denser gravitational field there. And then we need some way of detecting that. So you understand that gravitational field will interact with other matter according to the inverse square law. And if you run a satellite over the crust of the Earth, you can note that there are times where the gravitational force on your instrument, the gravimeter, in the satellite is an elevation change. And if there's an elevation change, then you're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Try again. You got some words were cut out.
So it's just like the equation gives us the distance and how that will affect gravity, as well as how mass, the amount of mass will affect the force of gravity. And from that, you can just build a tool that will measure that force change. And then if that tool registers the force change to be greater in one spot, you can predict that one spot will have like more mass than a surrounding spot in a given, area. And that's basically all they did. They just said, okay, well, if the equation states this distance and this mass change outcomes of this gravitational change in the force, then we can just test it by making an instrument that measures it, which a spring scale essentially measures gravitational force anyway.
So may I ask your profession, Mr. Dogs Are Gods, if you don't mind sharing?
Oh, I literally just clean up houses for sale.
Oh, okay, fine. Just, nothing about it. I just wanted to understand a bit more.
So
sorry.
Yeah, and really, education levels shouldn't be like the hallmark of somebody's intelligence. It should be how they are able to articulate the conversation. But anyway,
no, I agree. I wasn't saying that. I shouldn't have interrupted. I just wanted to understand
his background, if he has any.
Even less to do with what you guys are talking about, but more to do with when you chaps are finished, what Dogs wrote about my claim.
What claim?
Oh, the climate change. You remember the climate change story I gave you earlier about calling up and being met with kind of hostility. It seemed that Dogs Are Gods was not so happy about someone doing that. So
No, it's not me. I can just understand that they're probably not happy about someone just calling out of the blue and being like, "Where'd your data come from? Where'd your data come from?" Like,
well, no, of course. I mean, but this is what I was saying. This is the exact sort of thing with what say AV was saying as well, which is, you know, being fronted with people from the academic community and kind of, you know, trying to make sense of it from a different perspective or from, you know, a different way of thinking, and being stonewalled, which I disagree with entirely. That's kind of the only reason why I brought that particular example up, to kind of demonstrate that, you know.
Well, it's
I
been stated already. These I don't know, scientific communicators would already say that serious science won't ever indulge any of these ideas. So they're not even, because of the religion, right? They won't even entertain the possibility of having a conversation about this. It's not even up for discussion.
Which is wrong.
I mean, that may be the case right now, but what I'm saying is, because of the fact that these hard-nosed individuals will have it their way, because they control the interests of people. Like right now, they are in certain bodies, you know, like you know, councils and such, and you know, money's a thing that's involved. So you know,
I think it's a bit more.
They have
I think it's a
invested
bit more
interests,
personal
right?
than that, though. I think it's it's the best. They don't give a shit about anyone else. They
Right,
just
it's
care about
invested
their
interests.
own interests.
So
They don't care about themselves, I would say.
You know, so like we got organizations that will be the arbiters of what your knowledge would be from an academic standpoint. And so if it is to be the case that you're going to learn about the Earth in a very particular way, that the paradigm is such that everybody is learning that the universe is what it is, then the only way that will change is if they wanted to change. No, so these councils that are held in the fields of academia are only, like, the arbiters of that are those councils that would say, okay, we're going to peer review something, yay or nay. We're going to agree with this or disagree with it, and it won't be a part of serious science. It will just be a part of some niche group of people that are on the internet. So it's not going to be taken seriously because of the fact that they are the ones who are the ones that say
The gatekeepers.
what serious is or not. Now, whether or not you think that's the
fully
case,
disagree.
whether, like I was going to say,
think-
whether or not you think that's the case or not, I think the proof is in the pudding. So if you were to think that, yeah, let's go ahead and take a group of you flat earthers, and I want you to go and propose the best, paper that you can to these guys and submit it, and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I think that you don't really understand the implications of what's happening right now with academia. You just think that it's basically, I'm making too much of it. I think is what you're thinking I'm doing right now. You don't really realize that it's scientism, that it's a religious cult. So
I think there's all these groups of people. There's like so you'll have a Democrat and a Republican, and the Democrat will go, hey, Republicans are doing this really, really bad thing. Republicans will go, hey, but one Democrat did this bad thing as well. They'll just try to show hypocrisy. And it's the same with religious people. An apologist will say, an atheist will go, apologists are just presupposing God as the answer for all their questions and then working backwards from there. And then they'll turn around and say atheists are doing the exact same thing. They're just hypocrites. Even if we are agnostic to a positive belief in God or not, we just believe there's no evidence for God. And then you have globe earth and flat earth. And the globe earthers will say things like, well, flat earthers aren't providing data, aren't providing evidence, aren't publishing information on any of this stuff. And you guys will turn around and go, oh, well, you guys aren't really doing it either. One dude who keeps repeating the Earth is a globe has never published data. It's hypocrisy. And now it's gotten to the point where you guys have this belief in flat Earth that is gate-kept by your own community, because most of you will keep pushing people out who disagree with your views. And so you claim the same thing of academia. You give them a religious status because a lot of flat Earth comes from religion, and you'll say it's gate-kept by councils because a lot of you guys get your information from the same flat Earth YouTube channels that repeat the same things, or TikTokers that repeat the same things. So I think there's this push of hypocrisy that doesn't exist there. It's just a narrative that people are being gatekept by the scientific community. You could provide the data in a scientific paper.
You're saying the word
it would be accepted into a journal.
You're saying the word settled science has never been brought up in the scientific communities. Settled science.
Nowhere
That's
in my
never been
spiel
brought
did
up.
I say anything about that.
Right,
But I
but
can
if
I can
that's the case,
explain how
if
that's
that's
a
the
bad
case,
argument.
if it doesn't matter, because those people who are scientific communicators would use these terms as if it were something to say about science. So they would say settled science is such that if we would say that the Earth is in a cosmos, right, like it's ever expanding and such. If you think that the Earth is flat, that's not. Nobody's going to take you seriously. That's not the case.
Yes.
So there's no way that you
Yes.
can say that because we already know the Earth's a globe, and moving forward, we're gonna. If there's any disagreements about the paradigm in that way, you can have those disagreements, but you can't say that the Earth is flat and stationary.
You're
That is
assuming
not. I'm not. This has already been
you-
stated by these guys, and I could pull up some videos I could show you. Individuals like Neil deGrasse Tyson would say that. Bill Nye, whether or not you think these individuals are someone who's credited to have a stance, they do have podiums where they
Yeah,
can
but
speak
you're
over people. So whether or not you disagree with that, dogs, is irrelevant. They already have a platform that they speak over people about. These
you're
very
assuming
things.
you're assuming that opinions are all the same. Your opinion and a flat earther's opinion, as they go into a scientific community and say something like the Earth is flat, is worthless because there's no evidence, there's no data, there's no publications behind it. There's just pictures that could fit the globe or could fit flat,
Are
depending
there
on
no
what the
publications?
refractive index is for the day.
Is that true?
But a globe
True.
earther can
There's no
turn up and
publication.
go, so the publications that exist aren't data based. They're just sort of like some dude's opinion or like a badly made experiment that doesn't indicate one way or the other the thing that they're trying to hypothesize. It can fit for both.
Okay.
That's fundamentally true of every flat Earth experiment and data that I have ever seen, and I'm pretty sure ever exists. But you think that opinion of just being like, I'm a flat earther because I have that opinion is the same as Neil deGrasse Tyson saying I'm a astrophysicist because I just have that opinion, when that's not true. He's got that opinion with billions of data points behind him that all back up the cosmological universe that we live in, instead of the religious geocentric.
Well, yeah, you're
dome,
just appealing to
under the heaven.
the religious aspect of scientism, which I know that you're deeply involved with, even though you deny saying that a religion is something that you even look to, but you're in a religious environment yourself currently, but you deny that.
No, it's the data points, the evidence that I'm talking about.
It's
So
scientism,
they're not equal.
dogs.
You saying that we're scientisms because
Yeah.
we believe something. It's not
For
the
sure.
same, because we have millions of points of data behind our
All right,
our
can you
viewpoint,
justify
our opinion.
I think people don't have a grasp as to like how deep scientism is. You're a perfect example of scientism in action, in motion. So your everyday concept of the world around you has to deal with everything that's religious about science. So you don't have anything. Yeah, absolutely. Because
No, that's just incorrect. It has to do with the data, what the evidence is.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
what
just an
somebody
opinion
in that state would say.
formed out
Because
of my feelings.
here's the thing: if somebody was given the opportunity to speak about what they know that is true, you couldn't do it affirmatively, because you would say the same thing that they do, the same rhetoric, that science doesn't work that way. We don't prove things with science. Is that not correct?
Yeah, of course it's correct. We don't prove things, but that doesn't
Okay.
mean we don't know things. So I can get up there, and if you ask me, what do you know about the universe? I can tell you a lot of things I know about the universe, and I can tell you the justification for claiming that knowledge.
Well,
Something you
that's
can't do.
interesting.
Every
That's
time that you
interesting.
say,
So you
I
said
know the
knowledge.
universe is X, it's because there's no justification behind that knowledge.
All right.
It's
So yeah,
just
I'd
your
like for you
opinion.
to say, because I think there's something we do agree on. What is knowledge?
Knowledge is a justified belief, or
Okay.
justified true belief.
So now we're getting to the justified part. How did you justify the Earth in an ever-expanding cosmos? And if you can, walk somebody
right,
through
yeah.
that, because I think what people don't know is the justification for this. A lot of people lack that when they come in here. They're not justifying their belief in the Earth being a globe. So if you can
Yeah, so-
justify, I'd say one thing. Justify one thing. It doesn't have to be like a topic where you're sporadically going over many. Just one thing, and justify that one thing, and then we'll see if there's anything there we can, investigate. Whatever it is that you talk about.
I have one argument that is my proof of the globe Earth. There's other arguments that I could use that back up this argument as well, but this is proof of the globe Earth, and it is simply that standing on a hill, The sun will pass from above your eye line to below your eye line before setting. That indicates either the Earth is moving and the sun is stationary, so the Earth is turning the sun stationary, or that the sun is moving around a globe Earth. In either case, the Earth must be a globe because it's a universal known truth for anyone on the Earth, and that can't be universally true for people on the Earth in all places unless the Earth is a globe. It's just geometry.
Right. So my point was that you were going to invoke scientism, which you did. So you've given a scenario, a no-win scenario for flat Earth. In no way did you say that Earth could be flat. So you didn't even entertain and say, well, there's a possibility because science doesn't work with these absolutes. And I just proved my point. You just showed me what scientism is in motion, in action. You didn't even say in one way or another that you could be wrong about flat Earth. And because of that, you are now invoking your true fundamental flaw of your belief is that you think that you are 100% correct to say that you don't even entertain flat Earth in this particular scenario that you outlined.
Interesting.
Yeah, I did when I first had that observation, and when I first realised that the sun doesn't set by converging; it goes below your eye level before setting.
Right.
When I first had this observation, I asked flat earthers to prove it. I thought perspective might be a good answer, but perspective can't work for this because it doesn't converge. And we know how perspective works. We have again and again in science and geometry shown that perspective is a true observation for people. So if perspective can't show how the sun would go past your eye line before setting, the only way it could work that I've come across is the globe. But to change that belief, all you have to do is you have to give me an explanation that works for the flat Earth. That's all you have to do, because I can't find one. The data indicates it's not a flat Earth, so why would I come up with a fake explanation based off things like magic if I have a better explanation of it being a globe?
Dogs, my point was actually proven with your, I let you go on a spiel because I know exactly where I take my interlocutors. And they're to the point that I'm making. So you made my point for me. I didn't have to. You just did.
Could you give me an argument for how I made your point? Premise, conclusion, style argument.
I'll let geeks tell you.
I'm kind of more on your level when it comes to this, despite the fact that I don't agree.
I know you don't agree, but can you hear what I was saying?
I get exactly what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying.
That's all I was proving here. Not the fact that I'm going to rival him.
Shall I try explain it to dogs? Maybe from.
I guess if you want to try, but I don't know. Maybe
keep me
you won't be
honest.
receptive.
No. Keep me honest, because I think I know exactly what it is. So, dogs. The point that Evie is making is not necessarily that the evidence put forth should prove anything. It's the idea of, we all would agree that there's no way to have absolute truth, absolute knowledge of truth, right? So when engaging with a community like these fine people, the approach to just dismiss the possibility of a flat Earth doesn't land. And actually, as you were giving that explanation about the sun kind of floating over, yada yada yada, and it has to be a globe regardless, I actually didn't agree with you. I didn't agree, because there is a scenario in that, if I heard it correctly, it doesn't.
I bet you $1,000 you can't give a way that it would work on flat Earth from known principles that we all agree with currently.
Dogs.
Well,
still,
I
guess the conversation was. Hold on.
Try.
The conversation was just so that people can see what scientism is in action. And so the only thing that I wanted to do was make sure that I've proven my point. I think I've got to the end of what I did.
He did.
No, you didn't. So you didn't give no one has so far given a logical reason why it's scientism. Why it's a religious belief, for belief it's held without some inductive evidence. I gave the inductive evidence for it not being scientism.
But you're missing
perspective has evidence for it. It is a concept that we know to be most likely true, and that there is no other example from your position. So it's not scientism, it's logic, it's inductive evidence, and it's
really
set out in a logical argument of premise, conclusion.
Sorry, dogs. I don't agree, because that precludes all possible debate, and I don't like that.
Yep.
No, it doesn't. It precludes all completely all things that are known out of known
So
that
you
come out
said-
of known principles. It only precludes a hypothesis out of a completely unknown, made-up, magical.
There you go. See?
Hypothesis
You're
of
doing it
force of
again,
nature.
man.
So
You're doing
if you
it
can
again.
give me that magical
doesn't know how to
force of
stop.
nature that has evidence, then
That's
I'll
fine,
believe that
Dogs.
it's scientism.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like, and this is the reason why I don't dispute with you, because you're too hard nosed, and you're an example of what I would say. If let's say you are probably the prime example of somebody would sit in a council of academia. You would be one of those types. So if we were to come to you with this information and present it to you,
What
would you do with
information?
anything that we would say about the Earth being flat and stationary?
Yeah, but you haven't given information. I have an observation that can only work on a
Right.
globe,
Why
unless
is
you
that,
invoke
Dogs?
some completely unknown magical principle.
No, why
Because
is that?
all the
Because
premises of
you
my
have shut
conclusion
yourself
are
off.
inductively valid.
Yeah, you've shut yourself off to anything else but what your narrative
Incorrect.
is speaking. Really? You
Incorrect.
just said that.
I've asked
In your
every flat
scenario-
earther I know of.
Let's-
I've
let's
looked at
tell-
every principle that could potentially
not
fit
seeing
for this
it, Geeks.
observation. None of them fit. The only thing that's left after I've excluded all the evidence that I've looked into and tried to fit this observation is that the Earth is a globe. That's the only thing that fits.
See what I mean? Like, he doesn't see it. He does not
So-
see it.
It's just
He's read it
induction.
again.
It's just logic 101. Premise, conclusion. Premise 1. The sun passes your eye line before it sets. Premise 2. Perspective says that the sun would converge in your eye line if it was just moving away. Premise 3. Geometry states that if the sun was to change its angle to you, dropping
The only
relative to
thing-
you, then it would go past your eye line. Conclusion.
All right, Dogs.
The Earth must be on a curve and the sun must
Sure.
be going around
Now,
the
the
curve
only
of the
thing that you
Earth
need to say
based on
towards-
geometry and perspective.
Dogs, the only thing that you need to say at the end of what you say is that this is settled. It's settled science. That's the
Yeah.
only thing you need to say that will complete your statement.
Okay.
But that would be.
Do you want to talk about that
exactly-
term settled science and what it means?
Which is what you're saying. It's exactly what you're saying.
Before, may I, AV,
Anyways.
just one kind of
Yeah, if you want.
attempt at comparison. So actually, I mean, I don't think you've seen my approaches in recent weeks, but I actually have completely changed the way that I engage with anybody in this room to something that is not quite as similar to what it is that you're describing, specifically AV, which is, here's my proof of the globe, and it could be a flat Earth. Rather, what I've started to do, and I'd love to give you some of them, maybe a bit later when there's more time, is actually come up with just thought experiments without any desire to actually convince anyone or prove anything here, there, or ever, or anywhere. And I find those to be incredibly useful because
Look,
it's
this
essentially.
is all nice. It's a nice narrative. It's good bigging yourself up a little bit. Like, congratulations, you could have conversation. I like it. But problem is, I've been called as someone who engages in scientism, and that the globe Earth is just scientism. But I've given a logical argument based off inductive evidence that leads to my conclusion and
But if
cannot
you're
lead
right,
to the opposite
Dogs, if
conclusion.
you're right,
So
why do you
how is that
care?
a religious argument?
Why do you
What is
care
this? We're
if
walking
you
away
know
to
you're
something
right?
else now. It's scientism because I actually like having conversations with people who might provide some evidence one day of changing my mind. And
No.
the reason settled science isn't because people have the opinion that it can't be different. It's because there's evidence backing that science, whereas the opposing view has no evidence. If you provide evidence for the opposing view, then suddenly the
ever
settled
have
science
evidence?
isn't
Could
as
it
settled.
ever ha-
There's
could it
conflicting
ever?
evidence
Could it
for
ever?
that
I think
science.
he said religiously, as in you're preaching science religiously. I think that's what he meant by saying it. Like, I can only infer that you never call science religion beyond saying religiously of science.
That's Negan is kind of hitting the vein of what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, Dogs,
And,
could there ever be evidence, though? Could there ever
Yes,
be evidence?
of course, there could be. But I've given an argument in which all the other principles that we understand about the reality that we live in, all you guys would agree that perspective exists and converge at your eye line, geometry exists.
So
you can draw a
instantly
straight line from where you're standing to an object
Yeah,
and,
but
and,
the same
measure
thing
the
can be
angles to
said
that
about
object.
God itself,
Those
as in nothing
things
comes from nothing,
inductively,
right? That's
with
the
the
end-all be-all
premises,
argument of their religion. So the same thing
with
could be
the
said about
premises,
God being the same as science, right? The same argument I'm giving to you is that there's nothing but God. It's the one refutable thing. Everything has to come from something, right? So we must all come from a God. That's the irrefutable thing. The same thing as science and the fact of science and truth. It's all
no,
irrefutable.
that's
You
the
know what I mean?
opposite. That's you having a religious belief because you've assumed the conclusion. I'm working off
You
inductive.
presume that you know everything about
No,
science.
I'm working off
therefore it's right.
inductive premises that lead to my conclusion. My conclusion isn't entailed in any of my
You're
premises.
assuming that everything around you is correct and it's factual, right? Like you're assuming that the weather is
No,
because
I'm
it
not.
does, right?
I'm working off inductive evidence. Inductive evidence isn't deductive evidence. My inductive evidence could be wrong. It's just there's no reason to believe it is wrong until there's like some other inductive evidence, or like if everyone agrees on
The same
something,
thing
it's
with
likely to be
religion, though.
true.
There's no reason to believe there
No.
isn't a God until you die and find out, right?
No,
Otherwise,
there's
there's all the
deductive
reason to believe
reasons
in
not
one.
to believe in God.
There's
deductive
tons of
reasons not to
productive
believe in
reasons.
God.
Tons, man.
Deductive. You understand induction versus deduction?
Yes, but I'm saying that there's tons of reasons on both sides to believe in
No,
not to
there's no
believe in God.
deductive reason, and there's definitely no inductive reason because it relies on either
there
some
should be a
knowledge
God.
of supernaturalism or knowledge of God that comes from other people looking at it. That doesn't exist. So there's no inductive or even deductive evidence of God. All the deductive proofs, all the like the tag arguments, things like that, they all work perfectly well if you just whack naturalism in as a premise, and it outputs a naturalism conclusion showing that they're not positively indicative of God.
So I guess my example was, and I let dogs kind of the platform this morning or whatever time it is. Welcome everybody who's listening to this conversation. It might stir you up because of the fact that we can disagree on things like kind of the religious aspect of it, but void from that, what people in the Globe Earth community would say that it is settled to say that we can't agree with anything such of flat Earth and stationary of the
Yeah.
like. So because of what I was telling dogs is that I'm going to prove to him that he does have a scientism understanding of like what he thinks science is. So it's not like the way certain people in academia would say science is. They would say it's like us basically saying that, well, we're waiting for the next guy to disprove us. You know, if that's possible, that'd be great. So we're not ever making absolute statements. But in this case, with dogs being in the conversation, I wanted to prove to you that that is the case with him. So
And let me go the other route. Real quick.
So
Wait,
if you
dogs, let me go the other route
Mine's
because I'm not sure if you're being honest, bro. Because you said that it can't happen any other way. Real quick, okay? I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt because I don't know if you even really looked into this. But just with lensing, okay, we could take an object above your head and back it up on a flat table, and it'll completely disappear with just magnification, like lensing. Also, we took
oh my
lights.
God, bro, you've done the thing every flat earther does with this discussion of not listening to what I've said.
Let me finish, Bram. We took in lights and put them right in front of the camera, and then just open the door and let cold air in and watch the light right in front of the camera disappear. The light representing the sun. So that's just two quick ways. I can give you a couple more. For him to say it's impossible is fucking ridiculous.
Brian, you're not understanding my argument. You're going off the argument of the sun sets, therefore the earth must be round. But no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there are conditions that you have not accounted for, which is you being elevated above the horizon. If you look at the horizon, it is below your eye line. You're having to look down to it. Yet somehow the sun goes from above your eye line to down to the horizon before it sets, having crossed the convergence point, which is the furthest point due to angular perspective from your eyes, which is directly ahead as it travels away from it.
Just literally gave you two replications of what you're explaining.
You didn't.
Bro.
You gave replications of things disappearing, but not crossing your eye line before disappearing, Brian. That is the fundamental principle that you aren't accounting for.
1 second. I have to pause this conversation. So the reason why I brought it up, and I know that there is things that we can say, Brian, on the side of flat Earth, but the problem that we're having with dogs was that I was going to show the audience that scientism is real, but he said that it's not. But in this case, in the scenario that he gave,
times, but you haven't shown it, so just show it.
Prior to the conversation, he went ahead and spoke on the topic, and I gave him any instance he could bring up, and I was going to prove to him that what I was saying is correct. So he brought up, the argument that he was saying that in a scenario that sunsets are operating on the Earth, that in no way can the Earth be flat. It can be that the sun is moving, or it could be that we are moving, but it cannot be that the Earth is flat. So in this case,
you're missing out a fundamental part of my argument, though.
Right, but you can restate it if you want, dogs. But in this case, you didn't use anything that flat Earth could be a possibility. It wasn't even the realm of your thought process.
Yeah, but
So
I
what
gave
was-
you a because for that.
I know.
I didn't
So
just say
you-
there's no way and then leave it at that.
because
It wasn't a
Brian-
presupposition.
yeah,
it was
but
a
hold on.
because.
Dogs.
It came from a logical argument.
All right.
So it
we
can't work
have
because
it,
there's
so
no
you're the only one who can have
information
because.
that can fit the
He just
flat Earth.
literally made a poster child out of you, bro. So you're the only one who could give becauses?
Yep. He's the arbiter of what knowledge is, Brian. So like I even said, so, and the reason why I muted you, Dogs, is because I wanted to point out the fact that when Brian came in here, and I could have given you examples myself, but other people in here know that you can't just give a description of Earth as a globe only and then say that's the only case. And you know, you're trying to make a scenario where there's a no win for flat Earth, and for you, that's excluding any kind of idea. So because of that, you are in a religious state called scientism, because you are trying to gatekeep the fact and be an arbiter of what knowledge is and how we attain it. So he gave you two prime examples of how things can work over this flat stationary plane. You've negated that by saying it's not possible, like nuh-uh, and you didn't really rebut how what he was showing could be another example of that's a possibility. You didn't even entertain it. You just straight away hand wave dismissed it. And so you've gotten in such a hard-nosed position being religious about scientism that you're delusional about it. You don't really see what other people are hearing. So all of us can see that when you're in this chat and you're speaking of things about science, you're speaking about it in a very narrow way. And even when you agree with the fact that mainstream science says that that's not how science works, science doesn't work in absolutes. There could be a possibility of all things occurring in any scenario. You don't even entertain that. Flat Earth is not even a possibility. So because of that, you're going against the very foundation of what you think science is, which is we don't ever prove any absolutes. That's not how science works. You've agreed with that statement in the beginning of our conversation. Now you're giving us examples of how that can't be, that flat Earth cannot work. So you're not doing what you would claim science advocates for, and that is to say that you're not working off of absolutes. So you are working off of absolutes. That's been proven. You cannot entertain a flat Earth. So go ahead, Brian.
You just pinned him up like a poster child, bro. Like, and you don't even see it, dude. Everybody else sees it, dude. It was a phenomenal example. You let him do it. You let him do his own.
I let him do
your
himself.
work. Yeah.
I operate in realms that these individuals have no knowledge to. Like I've been doing this for a while, and I've deconstructed their arguments entirely. Like I can lay them out. They will do the heavy lifting for me. I don't have to do it for these guys.
Right, calm down, big head.
No, it's true. Like, listen, don't talk the game if you can't walk the game, right? So, and I can say is that the proof is in the pudding.
I hear you, though.
I can do this over and over again. But the reason why is because truth is on my side, right? And when I speak truth, I'm not saying anything that I will admit, like some things I don't know. That's fine. Like you brought up a gravimeter. I don't know all the things that the constituent parts that make it work. However, I do understand that if you're going to cross over theoretical into the physical, you're going to be able to have a connection between the two. So for me, I think that would be better for us to describe, well, if something's an imagination and or an abstract and you're going to use it in the physical natural world, you better have the connection between how they both interact.
Well, that's why I wanted to give like a couple of like kind of my little nuggets of like a different approach. We'll do that. We'll do that another maybe later on because maybe you want to finish off talking with Dogs.
No, Dogs has to rebut what I said, but it doesn't matter. I'll let him respond because I did say and I muted him. But go ahead, Dogs.
Yeah. So the reason it's not scientism, and the reason why I'm not saying that science is proving the Earth is a globe, is that I have given you a logical argument based off inductive evidence. Now, if you know anything about philosophy, the problem of induction states that I could be wrong about any of the facts given in the premises that are based off induction. So I don't have to include that in my argument for it to still be valid and sound. And if it's valid and sound, then it leads to a conclusion that is proven logically. So my evidence is the knowledge of perspective and the knowledge of geometry, which unless you guys have proven wrong, it must lead to the conclusion the Earth is a globe. So you've got two choices here. You can either find a way that induction must necessarily be true, thus showing that I'm not willing to change my argument if the inductive evidence in the premises is wrong, or you can give some inductive evidence or another way of like explaining the information on a flat Earth.
Bro, you're missing
So
his
you
whole
could try
point,
that.
bro. That's not his point. His point is that you came in and he just said you just pretty much you're arguing that like we could just turn in a paper and they would give us a Nobel Prize or something. And he's telling you that that's not the way it works. They shoot it down because they're it's like gatekeeping. It's scientism, and you're like, yeah, kind of agreeing with him, but then saying, you're not like that. And then on the next sentence, bro, he asks you one question. You go off saying, "Oh, sunsets and geometry prove this. Absolute proven induction." Bro, you just talked from one side of your face right to another in the same conversation, bro. That's his
The
point.
problem is you just not understanding the difference between science and logic. Logic can give you proof, and it can be inductively based. Science doesn't give you
other people
proof,
don't
but it
understand
can
and you
give you evidence that you can use in your logical argument to lead to proof. So science doesn't prove things, but a logical argument does, unless you have some way of showing that my evidence is unsound, there's some
Scientism again.
premise that is incorrect, or no, not scientism, because I'm not saying science leads to proof. I'm saying it can be part of inductive evidence that you can use in a valid argument that is sound due to the induction that is then proof. So I've given proof logically, but not scientifically. It just uses induction based off science.
Yeah, so you're just
Can you repeat that back to me?
You're just moving the goalpost and you're pinning it on another donkey, right? You're pinning this information. You're not saying it's science, therefore negating the fact that science doesn't prove anything, but you're going to say a logical, consistent argument can. Ain't that
And
true?
why am I saying that?
Because you are in a scientific religious belief. Scientism.
No, that's not true. It's because
Yes,
all
it
of
is.
this is true. It's verified in the fields. In philosophy, if I can give a premise, conclusion, argument that's valid and sound, that's termed proof.
Yeah, and
in science,
what was wrong with Brian's demonstrations that he had to show you? Why did you shoot
so
that
what's
down?
wrong with that?
Yeah,
That just
go ahead.
showed that things disappear or can disappear in the distance without necessarily going down. It doesn't
No,
have
right above-
anything to
right
do
above my
with the
head.
fact, Brian, be quiet. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that something above your head crosses your eye line before going down. So you have to actually shift your eye line from looking up to looking down before it disappears. You're dealing with the disappearance, not the crossing of eye lines. So please deal with the crossing of eye line, Brian.
So I can literally show you the crossing eye lines. Go right over my head, okay, and right out into the distance, and watch something disappear over a horizon the exact way you explained it's only possible on a globe with lensing.
Show it to me then. Show it.
All right, I'll post it. But you've already made up your mind that it's impossible.
Right.
And you ain't even know.
I've given a proven argument. If you can then refute the premises by including
basically a
lensing, then my argument is no longer proven. You can disprove my argument.
Yes, it's a no-win scenario because he already outlined the conditions that he will accept, which he's going to basically say that doesn't work and your test was faulty. There's something you didn't consider or something of the like, so that he can prove his point that he has a religious belief.
Yeah, and if
All Brian has to do is give a valid bit of evidence for something that, if included in my argument, would change the conclusion to it could be flat or it could be globe. That's all he has to do. So give me that evidence, I'll update my argument.
If we're going to use your logic, November 8th, 2022, I filmed, I didn't even know it was going to happen in my area, but it did, a Selenelium eclipse where the sun was above the horizon. It came up above the horizon, and I had to wait for it to come up above a little cloud deck. As soon as it started peeking its head over the cloud deck, I showed it, and then turned around and showed a fully eclipsed moon about 4 or 5 degrees above the horizon. And so if that's the case, then if I'm going to use your type of logic, then that's impossible on a globe. So
Because I can give evidence-based, I can give an evidence-based premise for how that can happen on the globe. So it can be due to refraction of the light through the atmosphere, as both are on the very, very, very edge of the horizon. Selenelian eclipses don't exist except at the very, 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 very edge of the horizon.
That's what we were told.
And refraction can be an explanation for that. So it invalidates your argument. The conclusion does not necessarily follow.
You just believe everything you were told, bro. He believes everything he was told. Yeah. That's what I was told
And
too.
Yeah, Brian.
But I also just want
to exercise. Hold on, dogs. I only did this as an exercise for the group that haven't had interactions with dogs or don't understand his firm footing in scientism. So this is scientism in action. If you have never heard of it before, this is exactly what it looks like when it comes into the chat. And he represents it as if he's
how
the
is the
poster
conclusion
child for
not
it.
valid? How is the conclusion not valid in my argument?
Well, I tell you that people have been disagreeing with you, dogs, and with good reason, and you don't seem to take those reasons into consideration because you've become a somewhat of an arbiter of what is right and wrong to disagree with and to agree with. So you are yourself.
I am an arbiter of what is right and wrong. Is I use logic and I use evidence to tell me what's right and wrong. That's not me being the arbiter. That's me only having evidence of something for the globe that only indicates the globe, and you
can't
guys
see
never
past your
providing
own
evidence of anything for the flat Earth that only fits the flat Earth. So give an argument for only the flat Earth instead of flat Earth and globe, like Brian did with Cell and Elliot.
You haven't seen anything past your preconceived notions of what you think the Earth is. So to you,
that's just your narrative, mate.
No, this is what you're holding on to. You're clutching your pearls closely, aren't you?
It's just your narrative. Give an argument. Give some evidence.
Well, I just
premise, conclusion. Go ahead.
The only thing that I wanted to do was expose the people here to the way you believe in science, like a religion.
You didn't expose anything because you thought a logical argument giving proof somehow shows that I'm claiming science gives proof.
I did,
and that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I exposed you for not understanding the difference between logic and science.
It's okay. I mean, you could write at this point. It doesn't matter. We all hear you
I
for what you are.
exposed you for not understanding logic versus science. Premise, conclusion, valid, sound, proven. Science does not work in that way. It's just a bunch of inductive evidence.
Talk about religion again. Okay.
How is that religion? Explain how that's religion.
Because you just stated science doesn't work in that way. It only works the way you say, dogs, in your mind.
Yeah, I acknowledge the thing that you wanted me to acknowledge. I acknowledged at the start. I've shown you the difference between the thing that you claimed I said, which was that science proves things, and what I said proved things, which was a logical argument. So I have shown you that, one, I believe science doesn't prove things. I've explained how it doesn't prove things because of the problem of induction. And I've given you a logical argument, which is proof until you can show my premises based off science are not inductively shown to be true. Which you can do with induction. It's not hard.
Yeah.
Either that, or you can include a premise for the flat Earth. So include a premise from the flat Earth, and then flat Earth will be the
a lot of people like engagement with good interlocutors in good faith. And what happens here is that because you have this very narrow view of what you think science is, people will not be able to engage with you in good faith. The only outcome
What do you mean my narrow view? I said science does not prove things. I explained to you why.
This is the reason
why. So why are you lying? How is that not good faith?
Because I've only put forward the reason why when people look at you, you're now going to be kind of painted in a light of scientism. And so they're going to be dealing with
I explained science doesn't prove things. I agree with you. I don't have a religious belief that the outcome of science must necessarily be true.
You know, it's a very narrow way of looking at things, okay? So I don't know if you know scientism in the way
it's the most broad possibly. All things are possible in science if you can inductively give some evidence for it.
It's basically
and it's still possible even if you can't.
It's basically dogma of beliefs and attitudes and practices. And the scientific community...
Where's the dogma? Where's the belief? My belief is that you can't prove things through science, and that's true.
That's it. That's what...
How is that a dogma? That means that all things are possible. It's the opposite of a dogma. It expands the entire field of view.
Even a flat Earth? Even a flat Earth?
Yeah, if you can go through the scientific method, you can give evidence for the flat Earth. Go ahead and do it. It's just none has been presented that's positively indicative. So logically, I can't come to the conclusion.
Why wasn't Brian's test good enough, dogs?
Yeah, you said it. You said the sun and moon had to be right on the horizon. The sun was up above the horizon and peaking up above the clouds that were sitting on the horizon, but the moon was like 4 or 5 degrees above the horizon, fully eclipsed, and I show it uncut.
Great. Show me the angle measurement to the moon, the angle measurement to the sun.
No, show me. So you see. So basically, you didn't pass the bar of what he thinks it would be. So he's not one to have an open mind and say, and consider what you're saying, Brian. You didn't say, you know what, that's interesting. Let me look into that. See how that would work. He just automatically hand-wave dismissed it prior to even looking at. It's basically he didn't even hear you. He's just going to hand-wave dismiss it.
Right.
No way.
If he had an open mind, he'd think about it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, dude.
Huh? No, it wasn't me.
No, I was going to say, if he had an open mind, he'd realize, even if they're saying it's refraction and the sun is not really there, hold on, the sun is still shining on me, my solar panels, shining on my house, give me a suntan, give me power, but not hitting the moon? Like, hold on, even if it's refracted, it's still shining on every damn thing. Why ain't it shining on the moon? But in this case, the moon was well above the horizon, so you're out of gas.
No.
All right. So we got Rich Dad, No Dad that just joined the chat. Welcome. We're gonna leave Dogs muted for a little bit. We're tired of going around that circle where he's the only guy to say what science is and what it isn't, and what will be approved and what is not, which is proving my points.
Simply what he did was he called science his symptoms of schizophrenia.
Probably.
Dude, Alpha just had him walk right into. I mean, he literally just let him do all the footwork to prove his point, and he still didn't understand the point that Alpha made. Like,
yeah, he's still missing it, Brian, and he's going to continue to, because in his mind, he worked it out to where he's the one that says what's right and wrong, and what science is and what it isn't. So basically, what these guys who claim that in academia it's settled science, that's exactly what he does. He doesn't outright say it because he wants to say the rhetoric without holding to the rhetoric. So you know what I mean? So he wants to say that science, science says show me, like he put it in the text channel. Show me. No, that's not the case, because Brian already did show you. He's got a demonstration. But you don't want to say that that's an explanation for flat Earth. That's what you don't want to do, because that would disprove your whole premise for, however long you've been in this argument. So
yeah, and then on the other side of that, he holds us to strict geometry, like it doesn't match the geometry and inductive, and but then when I point out where his geometry fails, well, that's because blah blah blah. Like, okay, so you're allowed to have reasons that don't match geometry, but no way could it be that way. Yeah, but you made a better point, but I still had to back up the facts too,
Well, actually, I wanted to point out some of the things that we talk about in here that would show an example. But since you were willing to do it, I just went ahead and let you say anything that you've done. And it's good that you've done some things, some groundwork on it, because that even shows more that you had something to show him. And he was saying, well, that's what I'm asking. Show me. No, he didn't really. He doesn't mean what he says. He's just saying it because he has to follow the prescription of what like mainstream is saying. Like they don't agree. Like they would say that science is not an absolute, like, that sort of thing. But then he would disagree. He'd say, no, I'm not saying that, but contradict himself in the very next breath when as soon as you're done saying that, he's like, well, that's not valid. Really? You just finished saying that you would listen and try to consider, and the moment he's done showing you an example, you're like, no, not possible. Not on a flat Earth. So hopefully when people meet him again in the channel, you guys already know what you're dealing with. And this is why Reckonor in the chat was cringing. And sorry about that, Reckonor, but we have to deal with these types of things where people have a mind such as like his, where it's not a possibility. There are those
bro, that was good work. That was troll hunting right there, bro. That was phenomenal, bro. The way you made him walk into it himself, dude, and he still don't get it, dude. I thought that was great myself.
I do that sometimes with these guys. They think they got a good handle on arguments, and what I do is it's really not a gimmick. It's just exposing them for what they really are. And if they're holding a religious belief about what they think science is, you're gonna know it.
To pat yourself on the back.
Yeah, you're gonna know it. So if you feel like that was a demonstration that you disagree with, whoever you are in this channel that said that right now, then go ahead and come in here. Yeah, welcome. So would you say that the Earth is a globe? Person who spoke up?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that it is, Batman?
No.
Well, no. None that you'd accept.
Okay, so basically the way evidence works is that people don't need to accept it. It just is self-evident. So whether or not I agree that it is evidence, it's irrelevant.
I guess it all depends on how much you sort of know in other fields of
that's not the case
science.
here.
I lean to science, by the way.
Well,
like,
that's
just
fine.
To let you
if
know,
you lean,
I lean
if you
on
lean to science, whether or not you think science is true, or if you're in a religious belief like Dogs Are Gods, who was just in here, would you think that?
And I
have a
kind of
belief?
take a little bit of an interest in religion, but I find philosophy more interesting than religion. It's kind of like the in between science and religion lies philosophy.
If you believe in science or you lean towards science, you should be able to present your science because that's how you validate your science by repeatable results. You say, "Here, hey guys, this is what I did. What result did you get?" But you can't even do that.
Hypothetical, if I was to link some pictures of the Earth from NASA, what would your first response be?
You didn't do that, did you? Uh-oh. You
But
said
hypothetical,
your science, not someone else's science.
Well,
What
I
did
pay
you do?
taxes,
What
and
did you do?
I'd show you
those
pictures from
taxes
NASA.
go into the military budget, which then gets a fraction of that given to NASA.
Show you other pictures from NASA that show that it ain't what you described.
Yeah, what did you do? You said you lean towards science, not government, not taxes, not like social programs or like independent agencies. What did you do in terms of science?
Like, what satellites have I launched personally?
No, not that. What did you do?
Taking
Cause and
photos
effect.
of
What
the planet.
experiments? What experiments did you do? What observations did you do?
He's basically asking what,
Personally, I
what
haven't launched
contributions
any
to science
rockets
have you?
with satellites
Listen, what
into
contributions?
geosynchronous orbit to look back on the Earth and take
Van,
a photo.
I think you're missing the point. He's asking what contributions to science have you done?
Why though?
What contributions to science have you done?
Well, a question won't get us very far if you don't want to be forthcoming with how you
started off with
I've done
Yeah.
I've done as much science, I guess, as contribution as you have. I'm gonna
Well,
say
you don't
none.
know what I've contributed, so how can you say that?
How about you tell us?
No,
Rich,
sorry, Miguel.
honestly,
I'm not
instead
going
of
to interrupt
spreading out,
again. I just wanted to say to
go
our
ahead,
new
Sig.
friend here, like we're not pressuring you, but we don't really have like a cutoff bar of what's acceptable or not. So we get that a lot. I just wanted to clear that up so he doesn't, feel the need to say that again to you, Miggy. Go on.
All right, Rich Dad, I know that you only come in here to probably troll this channel.
How do you
but
know
I would-
that?
Because of what you just said right now.
You don't know that. You're going off the basis of what I just said, that I do it all the time. Is that your
Well,
science?
I said because you're doing it now. So can you refrain from doing that so that we can have a conversation with people that want to have a discussion?
Yeah, man, I'm just keeping you in
All right.
check. You sound like a dick. Carry on.
No, let's not get into ad hominems. Can I ask you what was your
Sure.
opinion of the eclipse?
Well, we can talk about that, but the most important thing is because the crit asked you a question, and we want to drill down into whether you or not you've contributed.
I
to the
haven't
scientific-
submitted any research papers.
Well, if
ever.
that's what you think that you have to do to contribute to science,
I've reviewed a lot of research papers, either peer reviewed or waiting to be peer reviewed. I mean,
okay. But would you say then that you could have a firm grasp as to like what science is?
taking into consideration, right, that everything we know has taken us roughly over 3,000 years and the best minds of our entire species, I would have to say I don't fully understand everything there is to know about science, and I'm pretty cool with that.
Okay. I don't know if Crypto wants to say anything. Crypto, did you want to come in?
Oh no, I was expecting that to be a massive just appeal to authority, which it was. But then he, I thought he was going in a different direction. But then he said he doesn't pretend to understand 3,000 years of science or whatever, which is probably fair.
So yeah, you said you didn't understand 3,000 years of science. So would you understand that we are living on the Earth as a globe? Because my question at the beginning was, do you know that we're living on the Earth as a globe, and do you have any evidence for that, Bandman?
Just from the footage from the, what do you call it, the space station, the space shuttles over the years, the satellite photos back on the Earth,
So you haven't looked into
understanding
the
physics, understanding planetary physics,
Understanding planetary
and
physics.
understanding how accretion works.
Well, we only needed like one so that we can just
How
go off of that one.
supernovas compress
Van,
gases in other areas, causing new suns to birth. I mean,
Van,
just
these are all interesting things, but we want to stick to one. What's the best one out of those that you just spoke of? We'll go
gravity.
off of that one. Okay. What do you think gravity is? Could you articulate yourself?
All right.
I like the
Ben,
cause or effect question, bro. That was good. Like when he speaks of it, cause or effect, because you were right. They try and use it as both.
yeah, which I think Van might have a system that he believes explains it, but I want him to kind of tell us what he thinks it is. Van, if you're there.
Yeah, I am.
So what do you think gravity is?
What do you think gravity is?
Oh, that's
I'm keen to
excellent.
find out your perspective.
Right. Well, see, the thing is, the problem that we're having is people come in with preconceived notions of what they think science is, and then they start to make assumptions and assertions when they're in here. So it's good that you want to be here to listen to what we think things are. But I think the better question would be, what do you think the Earth is? So if you're thinking that it's something and you think science backs you, how is that possible if you don't have a grasp on any of the physics, or if you know that the Earth is a globe in any way? So that's my question to you. And it's getting you to actually critically think. So you're engaging with that, right? You're realizing either you have the answer or you don't. And
So
so
what do you
right now,
think gravity is?
well, by you asking me all these questions, I'm getting a feeling that you don't know. But I don't want to
No
assume
one-
that. I don't want to assume that. So if you don't tell me how you know the Earth is a globe, and you say that the only way that you know is via some images or video, then we're going to have to discuss what that means. So
How
we're going to
about
actually
going back
go
to the question that you
ahead.
asked me, and I said I'm kind of keen to get an understanding of what you think gravity is, because I'm kind of
Sure.
curious still.
Sure. Gravity to us would be,
Because it's not an easy thing to explain. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't see a trouble with explaining it because we're dealing with the physical and natural world. We can quantify things in the physical and natural world such that we're able to explain it in a way that makes sense, and possibly use it in applications that help us do things in reality. Does that make sense, Van? Something very
It didn't
logically
answer the
consistent.
question.
Well, I haven't got to yet. I'm just telling you why I think that when I would explain it, it would make sense. Because I'm not going to use it in a way that it's only talking about a theory or an idea or concept.
Just
I'm telling you,
explain it to me the way you understand it. Like, what is it? What's it cause? What's the effect of it?
though the effect and the cause are separate in the case for flat Earth. So what we
We'll
would
leave the
say,
cause out of it, but what's the effect?
I'll get to it. So the effect is that we see things falling in the medium of air at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. So when we're looking at the effect, right, we can quantify that by saying in different places on Earth, things fall at different rates. So different elements also fall at different rates as well. So not everything falls at the same rate. So the constant that people would say they rely on is not that, it's an average. The average that people use in certain industries to make sure that applications are done correctly are using this formula to then
It's my
say,
understanding that everything falls at the same rate.
all right, so are you willing to then tell me how you know what gravity is? Because you just interrupted me instead of me giving you the outlining explanation of what it is. Do you want to take over, Ben?
Well, I was just making
You can
a
have the floor. I
passing
won't
comment.
interrupt you, but if you interrupt me, I think you have something to
I
say.
apologize for
No,
interrupting
you don't have to
please.
apologize. If you feel like you want to speak, I'll give you the floor. Is that what you want?
It was just one comment.
Well, do you feel like you want to expound on what you just said? Go ahead.
It's my understanding that everything falls at the same rate.
Sure.
Unless it's got something pushing it behind it, everything falls at the same rate. A feather and a bowling ball fall at the same rate.
Well,
The only thing that takes that appearance away is the resistance of the air on the feather. If you remove all of the air and have a complete vacuum, everything falls at exactly the same rate.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
a
all pulled at the same rate. So the pull is constant, and it doesn't change other than once it reaches its maximum. That's it. That's unless it's got some sort of force behind it, it won't go any faster.
Yeah, the constant is actually an average. And because of that, people are misappropriating what they think constant is to what they should understand is an average. Because I just told you that things fall at different rates. The elements, and depending geographically where you are, things will fall at different rates at that point too. So things don't always accelerate at the same rate. It's not true. It's an average. This is true, what I'm saying. You can even look it up. So I won't say anything to you that you can't validate yourself. So, yeah, is there anything more you want to speak on that? Because there's too much to unpack in the case of us talking to each other over Discord for us to spend like hour-long conversations as to why it's an average and not a constant. Maybe we could do it, but I mean, I'm more interested in finding out whether you think the Earth is a globe via any information that you've obtained in your years of being on this Earth. Van Man?
Sorry. I was
Are you
just
losing?
no,
interest
no,
in the
I was just
conversation?
checking. So all objects, regardless of size or shape or mass, i.e. weight, will free fall at the same rate.
That's incorrect. What article are you reading from?
NASA.gov.
Okay. Can we show you demonstrations of that not being the case? Because that would see demonstration trumps explanation.
I'll post one.
100%.
Just that I did.
Yep. Demonstration trumps explanations. You can explain to me, and any other source can explain to you something. But when you put something in a demonstration form, that trumps explanation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm just finding it hard of how you're going to get a vacuum room, like a
Like what you
a
think outer
room with
space is?
No, we're just strictly
like
talking on here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you're going with that, Van, but definitely something that I think
Accuracy.
Brian. I'm sorry, Rich wants to add something. Rich, did you have
I
something?
I just said he's going where he wants to find accuracy in this experiment that we're going to see.
Right. So if we're gonna test and apply rigor to something that someone's done, have we done that to the narrative that's been spoken to us about the constant, Rich?
this is a repeatable experiment.
Hold on, Van Man. I'm asking Rich a question.
Sorry.
Rich, have you applied that same rigor to the information about gravity being a constant? Yes or no?
No. Well, I haven't looked it up myself. No. I'm about
So
to see.
let's do
I'm about
that.
to see. I could do
Let's
it.
do that. Let's apply rigor to the thing we think that the Earth is, with the explanation about the Earth having gravity explained to us. Let's do that. Let's look at that first and apply the same rigor you would do to Brian, who's about to demonstrate it to us that it's not a constant, it's an average.
Yeah, man.
All right. So back to Van Man. It's important, right? Because we're asking new people to give us the information of how they know the Earth's a globe. Your best evidence. Put your best foot forward. Things that you can support in whatever claim that you have about it being a globe, no blade spheroid or anything of the like, pear shape. And if you don't have anything, Van, I can just go to somebody else. Just fine. I'm not asking you to answer any of these things. I'm only saying that if you're willing to, then that would be great. Okay. No answer means that he'd like me to move on to someone else.
No,
Rich,
I'm just wondering, like, what is actually going on here? That's
well,
all.
you could listen. You could sit back and listen to conversations. That's fine. We can
Yeah,
talk.
I'll do that for a bit.
No worries. And in the meantime, you could look up things that we talked about. Rich, Dad, no Dad, did you have any information that supports the Earth as a globe? You claim that it is? No, that's a no too. Okay. Well, I'll just say to the whole group, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the Politics server. Thank you guys for joining, and we have a couple of people that have been joining us. We've been talking mostly all night. I stay up late because I work late, so one of my days off. So I've been in here, kind of posting up. People have been listening to my voice all night, but hopefully I haven't been boring you to sleep. But it sounds like I might have to some. I've lulled you to sleep. I've been using more of a dulcet tone.
Photographs. Oh, yeah, photographs from space. Why would they lie? Minority opinions are just stupid. And then if you show anything that proves a flat Earth, irrelevant, Earth is a globe, deal with it.
What did you say, Van?
I was just asking, what do you do out of curiosity? Like, for Christ,
do
you don't
I-
have to answer.
Do I hold a position in academia of any kind?
No, that's not what I was asking. Like, are you a technician? Are you a carpenter? Are you a mechanic? Are you, like, what do you do?
Well, they consider me a world destroyer. So basically, I destroy worlds. I'm just
How does
kidding.
that pay?
Well, the pay isn't good, but the entertainment is absolutely amazing.
Look, as long as you can, put food on the table and pay the bills, it's all good.
Well, like I said,
I'm
the
assuming
pay
you
is
work for the US government.
the U.S.
World
government.
Destroyer? Like,
Yeah,
it's a bit of a joke there.
yeah. I'm just messing about. I'm just an average guy on the internet, bro. That's all. I'm just another person in the face of other people. No one special.
I used to joke around and say that we work for the CIA Flat Earth Disclosure Office.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I stopped that joke. But yeah, it's funny either way. What's up, Amish?
I'm just one of many who thirst for knowledge. That's all. But yeah, just getting into it, I think it's important that we talk to individuals such as yourself about what they think they know. And the reason being is because, a lot of people wouldn't agree with this because of the way it sounds when they come into this room. But, we care about, our fellow man. So it's what we're
I
doing
know.
in here. We're
I know.
we're looking
Do you
to
know the
challenge
science,
stuff.
man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know the
I
science? Do you know
know.
the science behind the baseball hitting the ground first?
What was that?
I know the heart's in the right place.
The
And I
hitting-
know you've picked up that something's not right and that, yes, we are being fucking lied through the teeth. So much so that most of our history is just fucking bullshit. But anyway, so look, you're picking up on that. That's a kind of hard one to ignore. The hard part is actually trying to decipher the last 200, 300, 400 years of history as it's been written, or considering most of it has been written out.
Well, we know that history is written by the victor. So what we get from
course it is.
history is that whatever they want us to know, like whatever the narrative is and such, and we can only go
You're not
based
going
off
to
of
write
that.
about all the crimes you've committed on your way there, are you?
Oh, yeah, dude, that's obvious, right? You don't want people to know your dirty little secrets. But here's the thing, as far as like the information that we're receiving right now, I think it's paramount for everybody to understand whether or not that's the case. So if we are in a paradigm such that we are living in an Earth as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, do we know that for an absolute fact? Can we say that's the case? Now, that's the reason why we're doing this, because we want to challenge people for this understanding. Now, it's important for us to know that people everywhere can have a critical thinking mind. What we get a lot of the times is people diminish themselves, right? I'm not a scientist. I'm just a dumb person, but you're not, right? So don't look at yourself that way. You are capable, and I don't know if you call these affirmations, but you are capable and you're smart enough and you can know things, all right? So don't ever count yourself out. Don't ever diminish yourself and castrate yourself into a position where you don't know. But what happens in these conversations most of the time is that when we get to a certain point, people will defer. They'll say, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a dude, But that doesn't change the fact that you can't know something this important, right? So I would say, right, from my position, that we have been endowed with a knowledge and ability to discern what is good and bad, and information to be understood as right and wrong, and true and false. And we've been endowed with that information by the Creator. He's given us the mind to discern that. So I do come from that standpoint. So I do feel like when somebody says they can't know something, I think that's not good for them to have that feeling. We're coming in here to say, well, both of us can't know that information, that the Earth is a globe. So I just think I have a different point of view on that. I think we can know. And
Look, judging by looking around me, right, and how big the fucking planet is, I can't blame anybody for thinking it's flat.
Yeah, I know that's what you might say right now because it's a great way to feel like you can hang on to both viewpoints. But in the end, there can be only one. There isn't two truths. There's only one truth. And so one of us is right and one
The
of us is wrong.
true.
Yeah, it's objective, right? So when we describe the physical natural world, it can only be the thing that we describe it as and not anything else that our imagination takes us to. So if we say that the earth is a globe with curvature on it, but we're not able to observe that, we got an issue. If we say that the earth is spinning on its axis, but we can't observe that, we have an issue. If we also say that the earth has a cosmic vacuum surrounding it and we can't provide evidence for that, we have an issue. So, because of that, we would say that it becomes a religious belief that people have in their minds that the earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but I guess I'm not claiming to have a picture of God or have a picture of Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't build a satellite to take a picture of Jesus.
Oh,
I didn't
I
build
got
a space shuttle as a species to take a picture of God or Jesus. That's all. Like, it's not quite the same as religion, but I get what you're getting at.
Okay.
you
Rich,
found
The
you have
blind
space.
dogmatic belief of something that you yourself have not done. Like, I haven't been to space. You are correct. I haven't built a space shuttle. I haven't built a satellite.
Yeah, most of these things, I don't know, Crit, did you want to jump in?
That data
Yeah.
hasn't been downloaded straight to my computer from the satellite, unedited.
So what if I told you that the astronauts found space Jesus?
Did he look like 4chan Jesus?
What kind? Yeah. Do you want to see a picture that they were his
Well, I've got
artist rendition?
actually 4 different pictures of Jesus. I've got Muslim Jesus, I've got black Jesus, I've got white Jesus, and then I've got 4chan Jesus. I've also got another Jesus, which is Bun Jesus, and it's like a little bit of a wire hanging off of his feet, and it looks like he's bungee jumping from the cross.
Here, let me show you. So, oh god, the book, yeah, it's gone up in price since I last looked. So it's somehow, I guess, a reflection in his helmet or something. Here, let me get back to where we're at.
I'd like to say good morning to Jedi. What's up, brother?
There you go. There's a book, Jesus in Space.
Good morning, guys. I was trying to find a picture of Irish Jesus as well. I've got one of those floating around.
I like the one Republican Jesus that turns water into Bud Light or Miller
kinda-
Light.
You kind of missed the interaction I had earlier with Dogs Are Gods. I proved to everybody in the channel that he had a scientism belief in like what he thinks the cosmological aspect is, and like how he's very dogmatic and he wouldn't entertain any idea of flat Earth. And I
Right.
proved that to him when he entered the chat, and he still doesn't know how I did it. Like he's still confused and like I didn't do it, and everybody heard him though. Like he did not entertain the fact that the Earth was flat, stationary. Period.
Dogs Are
No
Gods
way.
is a different kettle of fish, that one, isn't he? I barely
he's-
talk to him, to be fair.
I try to talk to him whenever I get a chance, but he gets really worked up. And then he'll start like tagging you on a bunch of other servers and stuff. And
Yep.
I mean, it's just too emotional. You know, like virtually every server he goes to, you know, well, the one server we share, they have a bot that mutes him. Like they don't like, you know, it's like dude, like why you like this? You know, like
Yeah.
why
By
can't
the
you
way,
just be normal?
By the way, mods, please refer to the mod chat. There was something in there that I want you to look at. You're a mod in this room. Look at our chat. Just a recent interaction. Like I would say from like 4:16 on forward.
Oh,
Or maybe a
okay.
little bit sooner than that.
Yeah.
4:15. Yeah, probably came.
Oh
out.
yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all.
Yeah, just so that we're all on the same page on that.
Yeah, I saw that coming. They bombarded my DMs after the last Nathan Oakley event.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, this is what I'll show you the meme I kept posting back to him.
Yeah, we've had Brian hanging out with us mostly all night, so he's been in here, guys. So I don't know if you work third shift or if you're just up late or whatever, Brian, but yeah, he's been a part of our group this whole night.
Have you been up all night, Alpha?
Yeah, it's my
Fucking
usual
hell.
time working, so I'm
The Earth is
on
round, by the
Aussie
way.
time. What's that?
The Earth is round.
Okay, do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, my balls.
Well done.
Do you want to see them?
No.
Please no.
Did see? Look at what I post to him. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If I am to be insulted, I must first value your opinion.
I mean, I don't value you at all.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was just bombarded with like Lisp memes and how I should basically, it was like I just have fun with it until I tell them I know how this is going to end. Okay, it's the same way it ended with the last two people from your group that came into my DMs. You're going to get upset. You're going to yell at me, call me a bunch of names. I'm not going to give a shit, and you're going to block me. So just cut to the chase, dude. Either block or start listening. Which one?
Papa Smurf.
Yep. Well, do we got anybody any takers for the Earth being a globe? If you guys are in here right now, you're brand new to the channel. Welcome to the channel.
I mean,
we want you to.
that's me, isn't it?
I
Yeah,
agree
but
with you.
Just gonna give it a little
I
intro.
think the Earth is
so.
a globe.
That's fine. If anybody does think that and you're brand new to the channel, give us some evidence of how it is a globe, and we're gonna give you the floor. All right, but first you have to be serious. If you're not serious, then you're gonna get muted straight away. We don't tolerate people that are joking around or trolling. Obviously, a good troll is fine every now and again, but just we were asking you a question. If you can give us the answer to that, that'd be great. So, can you do that?
I have
Evidence
no
of
idea.
Earth being a globe, please.
My serious answer is I have no idea.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't believe anything.
That's fine, Dirk. Anybody else?
Anything? Oh dear, it always makes me laugh. I don't believe anything. Have you eaten today?
No.
Okay.
don't
Have you
I don't
eaten at
believe
all?
that I've eaten.
Oh my god, it's one of those, Alpha. It's one of those.
Yeah, 99%er.
Yeah.
I don't know. But if you're in here, but we were talking to prior to you coming in here, Jedi. We were speaking to Van Man and Rich Dad, No Dad. He deafened though. But Van Man had a question about gravity and such, and we're just going over that. But he said he'll have a think about the things we were talking about, which is cool. It's cool.
I had a question about gravity, and
Go ahead, man.
it was to understand what is the flat Earth model for gravity. What is the explanation for it? And I was curious. I wasn't here to try and convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm here for you to convince me that it's, like flat. Not for me to convince you it's round. So, like,
Would you call
to
that
ask me,
a fool's errand?
it's like
Yeah, I mean,
to have a
do you
flat
agree
Earth
that you
panel-
experience locally
Hold
flat
on,
and
hold on.
stationary?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I kind of assumed me coming to the Flat Earth channel, it was to hear why the Earth is flat, not to hear a whole bunch of people trying to come here to prove to you why it's round.
Well, I think you didn't read
Just
all
seems
the
like
words.
a mix, like a switch around kind of thing.
No, because you didn't read everything here. Like right here, flat Earth, 24/7 flat Earth. Flat Earth AMA or make a claim to debate. No one here said it's to convince you of anything. Where did you see Flat Earth 24/7 convince you the Earth is flat? Where did you read that? See, what you did was you brought in some preconceived notions.
Conceived notions, yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
And then when you realize that's not what's going on, that's not what goes on in any channel. Like, you really think like somehow you're going to go to like the socialist lounge and tell them, prove to me socialism?
No, no. It'd be more like, can you tell me about socialism? Can you tell me how it will work? What are the theories behind it? How does it function?
Yeah,
That's
go
simply
try.
what I'm doing
Go
here.
try and
Can
see what
you
happens.
explain to me flat Earth theory? How does it explain gravity?
Yeah,
That's all I was asking.
It's like the globe but real.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like instead we're all here for you. That's right. We've been doing this 10 years. Yeah.
Well, you believed it that long?
No, we've
As a
been
community.
yeah, we've been talking about it that long with other individuals such as yourself. Some people just take it as a meme, like you, Derp, and everybody else that come in here to troll. But the ones who actually have the conversation, they're met with resistance in the fact that they thought that they knew what they were talking about, and then they realize quickly that they don't know what they're saying. And that's all we're pointing out, is that the fact that you have this foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and you realize it's not the case.
I mean, I
Well,
talked
I
to
haven't
him.
Yeah,
realized
just like you think you know what gravity is, but we know you don't know what gravity is.
Right. It's evident in the way that you speak about it. So we just basically highlight that. That's all we're doing. It's highlighting the fact that you think you have this head knowledge of what the Earth is, and then when we have the discussion, you don't know how to articulate. You're just like,
You don't know anything.
well, that's what it seems, right?
I'll give you a response instead of all the tap dancing. So
Excellent.
most
Go ahead.
flat earthers will say density and buoyancy, right? But obviously we don't know, or people don't know the exact reason why things go down. But there is some kind of relation with the relative density. So that's somewhere you can start.
Yeah,
Alright.
that explains why some things go up. Gravity
Yeah,
would be a
it's-
single
it explains-
vector of gravity would be a single vector of down. Not everything does that.
Right.
The gravity explanation was incomplete. It only accounted for a certain fraction of movement. Just a very, this part. It didn't account for everything.
Yeah.
So,
So
the
the-
buoyancy and density accounts for all movement.
Yeah,
Up, down,
I'm kind of
left, right.
curious. I'm kind of curious to find out, Hearn, when you came in here, you said, I'll stop all the tap dancing. Who do you think was tap dancing in here?
No, he was asking for the what flat earthers think about gravity. So I just
but
wanted to give an
who on the
answer.
flat Earth side? Yeah, but who on the flat Earth side was tap dancing? Because I think we can always go over the fact that we talk about relative density.
No, I felt like you didn't get an answer. That's why I said tap dancing.
Oh, well,
Like-
yeah, you went straight to the point. That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, see, the thing is, if he describes his version of gravity virtually almost word for word what buoyancy and density is, that's a good place to start. See, the thing is, though, that you're trying to wonder, like, someone asks you a question like, hey, how do you do, or what is X? You're like, what's your current understanding of this? That way you know a starting point, not an ending point. Where do you start the conversation?
Mm-hmm.
And if the starting point is going to be asking for explanations, you're doing it wrong.
I assume that he thinks
Explanations are
gravity
cheap, right? I mean, we have explanations. Liars have explanations.
I assume that he thinks gravity is some kind of pulling effect, attraction to the Earth, right? That's also what you said before, Van Man, right?
Oh, you were listening, Hearn.
Yeah, I was listening.
Oh, okay, yeah, you did say that.
So, yeah, the flat Earth explanation is nobody knows the reason why things fall down. Relative density does explain some things go up and down, but there's no ultimate answer.
Yeah, what goes up must come down. That's the ultimate answer. That's the headshot right there. Like
No,
someone
what's
said,
wrong
if I
with
pick
relative?
up a ball and I let go and it goes down, what goes up must come down. This
Does
is
relative density take a break somewhere and just stop working and something else take over?
Yeah, I think in free fall, relative density ceases to exist, right? I think.
Well,
I think
mean,
there was
you've
an
got
experiment.
an object moving through a medium, or a medium and the object moving together.
Yeah, we're
Right.
talking about So
Right.
basically, Archimedes' principle outlines the state of equilibrium. So this is what we're talking about, not things in motion. We're talking about at rest.
He asked for an example, so I just provided one. Right.
Yeah, I know, but like that's okay. So when you say things that are in motion, we have to describe that particular instance, and it's separated from like us saying that things are in motion and things find their equilibrium state.
Right, so like, how do you prove Earth is non-inertial?
What does inertial mean again? Sorry, I forgot.
Well,
English
at
is not
rest.
no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big problem.
That's the point.
Never said I could prove that, but yeah, I can't prove that.
Well, he's basically Amish is saying that to the room, Hearn. Don't take it on your shoulders like he's telling you to.
I thought
do.
he was asking me directly. Sounded like he was.
It was more rhetorical.
Yeah. Okay.
But we do have some new people, guys. If you're brand new, chime in. We got Play Babe that's in here. Welcome to the channel. Book FN, you just joined us, or you've been here all night, bro? I think you just
Guys,
joined
I'm
us.
just listening in. I'm not here to participate.
Well, just if you have any questions, we'd like to hear from all the participants in the channel. So you're welcome to ask questions if you want.
I got is Sydney around or Turquoise?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sydney
dog.
was.
I'm here.
I heard you guys on Gems yesterday.
Oh yeah,
Or
that
this
was
morning.
fun. Well, it started out fun.
That's what they do. They pretend to entertain the discussion, and at some point
Oh yeah.
they freak out. Shields up, red alert. Starts
Well, and
freaking.
it was actually kind of boring on my end, even though it looked a little fluster cucked. You know, I'll word it that way. Just because it's like I expected that, but I just didn't know when that onslaught would begin, and it was just unexpected. But yeah, it's all good. I don't expect anything different at all.
We have Dogs Are Gods returning back again. I don't know why you left muted, man. There you go.
Eggs are kids.
It's like it goes to show when people say flat earthers are so toxic, they're so mean. They mute, they kick you. I go, just try it. Just pretend to be. You'll make a new account, join Gems, and just suggest maybe they don't got it perfect. The heliocentric model isn't perfect. Just do that and watch what happens.
Even if they don't, just look in the chat at what happens.
Yeah.
Jim
This is their mind, because their mind is
Yeah.
not there. They are not in the globe in heliocentric. They got talk about this thing called the overview effect, where you come together. Like the eclipse. One of the I cited this scientist, astrophysics guy, who said that the eclipse will not have to do with science. This will be a human event. It will be poetic. Everybody will stand in unison, and all their eyes will go to the sky, and they will share this event together, bringing people together. He said, this eclipse could not happen at a better time. It'll heal the wounds of the last 4 or 5 years. And they're like, nah, I'm going to use the anti-flat earther is like, nah, I'm going to use this event to freak the fuck out over the flat earth. The same thing they do every day. This event is basically vacuous. It had no effect on them whatsoever. They did exactly what they did yesterday, the day before, again and again. It didn't matter that the eclipse went over their head. No fucking
context. For context, all of Crit's information about the overview effect that he's given says that it should only happen to astronauts when they leave the Earth.
No, you got
and
that.
most of us
I cited you
have
where it says
a
even on an
similar
airplane.
profound. He did not have the overview effect on that airplane. He had a lesser effect.
Yeah, lesser overview. Yeah, you're bricked, dude. The experts have tried very hard to get this information to you. They've worked hours and hours and hours. They give analogies. They get photos. They've done all kinds of things to articulate one idea to you, that the Earth is a globe, in space, and that means something. And to you, it's meaningless. So if you're not even going to believe the experts, you don't care what they have to say, you don't follow the idea to a logical conclusion, and then even better, you do this some sort of cringe thing, anything a flat earther says is wrong, go talk to them. They'll tell you all about the overview effect and what you should do with that information. You don't need me anymore. Go talk to Michelle Thaler. She has a whole stand-up shtick about the overview effect.
Hey, we got Mama Panda that just joined us. Welcome, Mama Panda, if you're there. If you have any questions about this room or what we're talking about in here, you're welcome to chime in. Mama Panda, if you're there.
What's your perspective on the fact that a stationary object has to have force exerted on it for it to move at all? Whether it's
Yeah, that's one of those hard
so
questions.
to put it in midair, what's the force pulling it down?
What goes up must go down.
I don't think anybody knows that answer.
But if you haven't thrown it up, you've just kind of tried to place it in midair. Well, it just falls. Like it
Yeah, you
has
could
to have
cha-
force
how about
to
change
move it.
mediums? What if you have a ball in a pool and you bring it down to the bottom of the pool, like a
Yeah, but now we're talking buoyancy and pressure,
We're always
and
talking
a
buoyancy,
ball has,
pressure.
air in it.
We're always talking about that. Even when you drop something, or when you take something down to the bottom of a pool, we're always going to be talking about that. Relative density, buoyancy.
Buoyancy is why feather and a bowling ball don't fall at the same time.
They don't.
Do they
not
raise
with
up at the
air,
sa-
not with air present, because of the buoyancy effect of the air resistance on the feather.
do they raise up at the
But
same
if you
time?
remove all of the air from the room and create a perfect vacuum, there is no resistance, and a feather and a bowling ball fall at the exact same rate. So the
So
same force is
buoyancy
being
and density.
exerted on both.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
That's what I
buoyancy.
mean. Like it's
Yeah, so buoyancy and
all
density.
things
That
fall at the same rate.
if you take the gas out, yeah, and if you're dropping solid objects through the medium of gas, if you change the
And that's
object in the
a controlled
dude,
environment.
dude. I thought I was going to help you, but if you want to talk through it, that's fine. Do you want to continue talking?
I just said controlled environment.
Yeah,
removing
so
the air.
any environment you're going to be talking about relative density. The object and the medium that the object is in, like the bowling ball and the feather and the gas, or the ball that Crit was talking about, and the water, an anvil, and mercury, to name but a few. Scientifically speaking, being as we can only vary and manipulate the object and the medium, then the cause of the up or down motion is relative density. But that's as far as we can go with the scientific inquiry. To answer the question, why this vector, up and down, nobody knows, because we can't turn that on and off again. Do you understand?
I do understand that you can't
Good.
turn that force on or off.
It's
It's
not
always
even
present.
described as a force these days,
It's
is it?
a constantly present force.
It's not even described as a force these days, though, is it? Hasn't been for over 100 years. Einstein, general relativity, not a force. You're still thinking about mass attracting mass, which will be described as a force, but that's not the current scientific rhetoric, is it? Einstein, displacement of space-time due to mass. No? Yes? Have you heard of it?
Newton's idea of gravity
Okay, so obviously it's
rendered
gonna
a
talk-
flat
no.
Earth impossible.
So Newton's idea of gravity rendered the flat Earth impossible. No,
Yeah.
that's just a secondary mechanism.
It's a
that
claim.
works.
It's a claim I'm reading. Like it's
So how is that possible? So mass attracting mass? That's not possible if the Earth is flat. Gravitas. Somehow gravitas is impossible.
I
Wouldn't it be
suggest,
more
this is his
possible?
claim, I
On a
suggest
flat
that
Earth,
no
masses move. We do.
object should be able to start falling or rising at all from being stationary in these conditions, and that other pressures and areas, unless there was some sort of force applied.
Are you going to be able to change that force, though? Are you going to be able to vary and manipulate that within the scientific experiment to show that that is the case?
It makes sense what you're saying, because on Earth we can demonstrate that the only way something moves is some kind of force.
Astrophysically,
There has to be some kind of force.
Unless we pick it up and drop it.
Yeah, but you don't exert any force. Like, there's no magic inside of the object.
That's what I'm saying. In this case, no. In this case,
the
all you
only
have to
reason
do is
it's
take
risen is
something
because-
out of its equilibrium, remove it from equilibrium, let it go so it has potential energy, and it will return to its equilibrium. Like when you pick up a rock, you've taken it out of rest, you've given it potential, you've let it go, and it seeks its equilibrium and smashes into the floor. I agree with what you say, that most of the time you have to apply a force to make something move, but this seems to be something different. And then I said, within Einstein's idea, that's not a force that's making that happen.
Why do you think that relative density doesn't happen in free fall?
Because it's free falling. What do you mean by free fall? What environment?
So, for example, if you have a bottle of water and you drop like a bolt inside of the bottle, it's gonna sink. As it reaches the center, you let it go in free fall. Now it doesn't drop to the bottom; it just falls all at their same rate, with the gas, the liquid, and the solid. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So everything's falling at the same rate.
Right. So there's no density. Why doesn't the bolt go to the, what is it called, the ground or the bottom?
I don't know.
Okay.
How is everyone?
Yeah, dude. Same old. Nothing new under the sun.
I wish I could have seen the solar eclipse.
Picture it in your mind's eye, and then.
I've seen
what
one
does it mean?
before, but I
Yeah,
want to see another one. They're
And then
quite
think
awesome
about
to witness.
what does it mean? What's the meaning of that? See, what I think is kind of interesting is, like, you ever hear that meme or that photo where a Russian soldier is looking down at a Panzer tank that's like hauled down in like a ravine, and it's wet all the way up to the turret, and the Russian soldier's like, River Panzer, what does thy wisdom, what is the meaning of this? What happened? What happened here to cause such an amazing event where one of the panzers was defeated by the terrain? So when you do that, you look up and you see this astrological event. What did it tell you? What's the wisdom it granted you?
What's the word? To see an astronomical event like that in person, live with hundreds of other people, it's kind of to watch the middle of the day go pitch black all of a sudden. Is interesting to say the least, humbling.
I think you might resonate with this quote here. And tells you what astronomy is. This is where the overview effect is kicked in just with a mere photo. Let me get real quick. You can call it the pale blue dot. I got an audio of this too. He did it for his book. So here I quote Carl Sagan. Oh shoot. Hold on, it's not pulling up. Okay, here we go. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling character building experience. There's perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits in this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know.
If we don't get our shit together.
See, this is why he really was angry with atheists, because he had this overview effect, this humbling character building experience of what manned space flight would mean, what it means for the Earth to be a globe. And the atheists took NASA to court. Prove it. Because they were upset that Apollo 8 read from the Bible, Apollo 11 took communion on the moon, Apollo 14 brought the Bible to the moon and left it there, Edgar Mitchell. So they were upset that all this religious stuff was going on inside, this event that they really didn't give a fuck about anyway. So what you got here is this is simply that people are in heresy of their own model if they can't find one explanation on how to deal with disagreement in their ideas, not ours. I got perfect reason. Flat Earth is a small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. Yeah, there is no common ground on the Flat Earth. This is tribalism. No, there's not. This is tribalism. There's not, dude. Nothing new under the sun. Oh, okay. How explain that? If we got a limited space where everyone's fighting for whatever.
Flat Earthers and round globers, whatever, right? Both agree you can't trust the government. Both agree that they're being lied to. Both agree Biden's sniffing kids, right? Both agree that something's not right in what the government tells you, okay? Like, we have lots of common ground to stand on, right? I'm not going to let a little thing like this get in the way of that. So, look, if you want to, it's fair enough, but when you're ready, I'll be over here.
Yeah, or how about this? I'll never be ready. Leave me alone. What's so hard about that?
I didn't mean to touch you.
No, no, I'm just saying that if people aren't allowed to think what they want to think.
Look, I'm not going to challenge you. Like, there's more that we can talk about on other things, but right now I'm here to discuss Flat Earth. So, yeah, I'm just keen to listen. But I just wanted to say we do have common ground. It just depends on where you look. And trust me, there's more than enough footing for the both of us there. The system is designed to separate and to keep us at each other's throats. We can agree on that. There's some more common ground for you.
Why do you think that is?
Well, a preoccupied, confused population is easier to manipulate. Wise men do not, or educated men do not make good slaves.
They don't want.
Or they make poor slaves. No.
They don't want a thinking population.
No. What, you think the rich want to share power with the common folk? Fuck no. That's why you'll only have the illusion of democracy. Unless you're a big lobby group, in which case you've got money now behind you. You get, 57% chance of getting whatever you want through Congress. But if you're a simple voter, you got 33% chance, or 37 or something. University did a report on it.
If it turned out that the Earth wasn't what we've, all been told.
Either way.
Right? They'd potentially stand to lose a lot.
Well,
That would
they tend to
level the
lose a
playing
lot.
field.
If
That would
any
level
of
the
their
playing
other crimes became, or other lies became exposed, they would also lose a lot too. So, this is just one of many tips in the iceberg.
Would open the gate for all of us.
Gate's already open on many avenues. You're just focusing on one.
I'm just saying where it all is.
Metaphorically
I've been-
speaking, of course.
I mean, this conversation early on, right? There was this whole push to find out where we were and explore the place. It was unrealistic, but it was a dream, Most people still to this day, like, they don't know what the Earth actually is. After questioning it, debating it, talking about it for years, they've got more questions now. They've got answers, but they've got more questions than they ever did. It's just opened a huge can of worms, bro.
Yep, I couldn't agree more.
Absolutely huge.
Could not agree more. Both of you, with both of you.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'll say is it's exciting finally for me again because shape is one thing, and that makes you think about the Earth, right? Where we exist. When you bring the lens back to us, and you imagine the Earth without us, no people, right there you see we are something. We're all fucking here. This is our life. Right? So, those of us, we share this life existence together. It's communal. We are the souls. We are the living souls of the earth. It's us. It's good. It's good to focus it,
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think
rock
that
on.
if you look at it more like that way, which I would say I agree with that in a way. I wouldn't use those in like my own sentence, just like in my own wording to people. But yeah, you realize we're all, it keeps me open minded at least because you're not able to be small minded because of the simplicity of the grandness, if that makes any sense at all. But yeah.
I mean, my thinking a lot lately is, how did I get involved in this?
Oh, I guess it depends on what you want to do.
For it or?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you want to do, I guess.
We'll say if it's like a water slide.
Ooh.
And there's like a bully at the top, and you got pushed down. Like, you weren't even like expecting it, and it's like, yeah, see you on Earth, bro.
Your philosophy can determine your life, just as your life can determine your philosophy.
I was just gonna say theosophy, but yeah, basically. Yeah.
The person often meets his or her destiny on the road they took to avoid it.
Yeah.
I think this
Partial,
place
in
has
part,
a nature.
yeah.
I think there's a nature to the Earth. Does that sound weird? Not meaning it to.
No. It would align with scriptures from all around the world for thousands of years. So, no, not at all.
I feel it's 50-50, nature, nurture. 50% environment, 50% genetics.
I feel like I'm a guest. I don't feel like this is my place.
In a way it is.
It's weird
Both
to me.
your place and you're a guest.
Limited. Yeah, I would say it's a mix of both. Yeah. To keep us, limited and humbled, if that's where the word you want to use too. Sure. We can expand on it.
Yeah, I don't want to break anything.
I wish more people felt like that.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of these, not this space, because this is my home server, even though I'm not, on either blah side to argue about. But either way, it's there's so many other, little rabbit holes one could go down just to play a part of that distraction, to cover up, maybe someone's crimes or deeds to their people, like you were mentioning earlier just a minute ago, I think. But that is like so small and it's intended to distract that it's just like, well, if we just brought it back to what we're talking about as three right now, then that would be a little bit simpler, easier to make your next foot forward. If it would just kind of be effortless if it would just come back to this point as a starting point.
I'd like to put in some input. I would say that this whole paradigm of globe Earth and all of the ever expanding cosmos and all of that rhetoric, that was the stage for the premise of evolution being something, a common belief with people. And even if you don't think about it and you just kind of hold it because you were taught it, it's actually a religious belief. It's not even possible nor proven. But that would be the basis of the main objective for the lie, is to set the stage for that paradigm.
Yes, to the point where you would have to do a muscle test and possible hypnosis and line of questioning to these people individually, which would take forever, which we don't have that time, in order for them to even figure out that it is that held inside them. So yeah, I would agree with that to a point. All of these things are truth, my friend. I was just gonna spit facts and then throw the mic down, but it would have ruined I just ruined the entire energy. Anyway, continue.
Well said. Well said. Well said.
Hello, geeks.
Hello, Sydney.
Hello.
Here's a good write up here. We're talking about the overview effect. Space travel is like a drug. It could save the rest of us down here on planet Earth. It's a mind blowing experience, an instant cognitive shift. See, this is why it's interesting when you get globalists come in here who are they're all in. I mean, they're really all in on the global model, and they're a bigger flat earther than I am. They've dehumanized the other based off what they've deemed wrong things.
Well, can we go out there for a sec, Crit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go in the cosmic fugue for a sec, right? like we're light years from home, right? And we're zooming through the the galaxy and the universe and the rainbow world to who knows where we're going, bro. But we're heading there fast. What you'd start to realize is there another place like the Earth out here? Or is there someone fucking else out here? You'd hope so, right? Because if there's no 7-Eleven or any of that stuff, right?
Hypothetical. They say in science that the universe, observable universe, right, if you're to believe that, is 13.6 billion years is as far as we can see, apparently, the distance or whatever.
Yeah.
And the
13.8.
Yeah, and the Earth is 4.3 or something billion years old. Hypothetically, give or take, there could have been 3 different Earth within that time period formed. Would statistically suggest that in that time period there could have been 3 different civilizations just in the universe alone. Hypothetical. Like, what if the universe is actually teeming with life?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
That's
I
a
mean,
much better
there's
way
two
to
statements
think
you can
about it.
go with. One is the universe is teeming with life, or
Yeah.
we're the only life in the universe.
Yeah.
Which one
Alone.
would you lean towards?
I'd like number one. Teaming.
Same. I'd
You're
lean towards the
missing
fact.
out. You're missing out. You're missing out some key parts of the Fermi paradox there, my friend.
But then there's the other Fermi paradox, which complicates it even further, which suggests that most civilizations may actually destroy itself before ever
Correct.
leaving or becoming,
That is part of the Fermi, yes, that is correct.
yeah, the new equation. But then again, the equation apparently got changed again by NASA, saying that Enceladus and Europa have a an ocean underneath the icy
I thought you
crust.
meant intelligent. I thought you meant intelligent life.
No,
sorry.
no.
Just regular
At
life.
best,
Okay. And Fermi,
best,
Fermi doesn't.
at
Fermi doesn't
best,
apply then.
no, but at best, it does in time period, like when you add the time attached to it. But if a moon can harbor life of any sort, even if it's just bacterial, it does open up a different perspective. That it's not just planets; it can be actually moons as well, depending on the circumstances. If you go with, the mainstream narrative sort of thing.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Carl
yeah.
Sagan.
I
You're
do,
right.
I do look up to Carl Sagan. I got to be honest with you.
Billions and billions and billions.
Yeah, that just sounds like a chant. Chant, chant, chant. Nothing definitive. Always just this whole blank space in your mind that you can fill with whatever. And then forget that we have reality where we all exist.
Yeah, that's what he says to these kids. He goes back to his school. He pulls out all these pictures of like moons, planets and stuff, and all the kids are like, me, because they all want one.
Hey
And
kids, there might be sea monkeys trapped under the ice of this moon.
Well, he says to this one kid that he's part of the Milky Way galaxy too. And just the look in the kid's eye, like he just blows the
You are a
kid's
piece
mind,
of
basically.
stardust.
Yeah, the kid's eyes just and his imagination just goes off.
You're a piece of insignificant space dust, kid.
Instead of being like the type of carbon dust that becomes a beautiful, priceless, beautiful diamond, that people seek, you just are the opposite. You're that, That's my favorite one.
Well, I don't know. I say like when I was growing up, and they said I was part of the universe and stuff like that. I was literally born into a cult, but it was kind of wild. But, that was normal, that sort of talk in the 70s. Yeah, being a child of the universe, I didn't feel insignificant. But yeah.
Yeah, but when you grow up with that mentality, you end up being either a grown, looking like a grown person, but you are more like a child in a sense that you pontificate on things that aren't even a part of reality, like grown men who talk about space time. Like,
yeah,
it's so weird
Yeah.
to me because I'm like, you don't you like have any sense of reality? Like,
I think you've said something actually. Listen, there's a conversation going at the moment. I think you've tapped into something there. I think part of the male psyche is half of it's connected to reality, practical stuff, real world shit, like your car keys, stuff like that. But on the other side, it's total imagination, escapism, fantasy. illusion, all of it. Magic, right?
Yes.
You could imagine. You could
What's
imagine.
wrong with that? What's wrong with
Oh,
that?
it's just interesting. It's starting to become apparent what the male psyche is, whereas the
Without
female
that, we would
is
have no
way more
designers. We would have no,
right.
I
you
disagree
know.
with that.
But you can imagine that a child that had to fight to eat, that had to fight to survive, maybe with parents, maybe without, those type of children do not grow up being like that.
Right. I hear you.
That's incorrect.
Oh, if you're on a farm, you're going to be grounded, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it all just has become in your face occultism to me with all of the everything you just said. So I won't expand on that, even though I definitely could. Roto Ox, good to see you. Carry on. Oh, also, Merlin, I did send you a DM though. For
Oh, cool.
whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of
mhm.
feel
No
like
worries.
some people are scared of thinking outside
Well,
what they can see.
well,
Sounds like
Oh,
people.
it
Yeah,
seems
that's a
like
very
you're a
some of
bit.
loaded
the
statement. Yeah.
Well, it's
it seems
a bit frightening for some people who don't like the idea that they might not be something that's important, and they might just be some little speck. Something that's frightening for some people. So I want to
Well,
hold
it's
on.
not frightening if you don't know what it's like to experience that at all, or have somebody
Are you frightened
that
that
can
you might
explain it
be
to
that?
you.
Are you frightened that you might be relatively insignificant?
I don't even appreciate or know how to respond to that question because it's not logical to me.
Okay, well, I can answer it. I'm not frightened. Sounds like you don't want to answer the question.
I'm not really frightened of anything but my creator, so
I would say that it's more frightening for
yeah.
people to be significant and need to be held accountable for the actions that they have done in their lifespan.
I don't know what that
Geeks,
means.
when I
I'm
heard your
sorry.
question, Geeks, you know what I heard, Geeks? I heard,
What
are you
question
afraid
was
of
it?
hell? When you asked if you're afraid of being insignificant, to me, that's the
Okay.
same question as asking if you're afraid of hell.
I didn't mean that at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm telling you that I think this can be taken the same way.
Well, that if you like, but that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, in many cosmologies, hell is complete separation from God and complete loneliness for eternity. That's pretty insignificant.
Yeah, I'd be afraid of that. I'll answer honestly and say, yeah, I'm afraid of that. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Thank you, actually, Mr. Amish. I thought you were
You're
taking it
welcome.
on a different path, but yes, I suppose with those words, it does speak better for people who are God fearing, indeed.
Well, everyone
So-
should be afraid of their imminent doom because, without logic and truth, we are doomed because logic and truth are life. So, yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
I mean,
Geeks,
for example, I don't believe in a God. I'm an atheist, just to let you know.
Hey, Geeks, would alien life disprove Christianity?
No.
All right, that's pretty cool. Most of the atheists would say yes.
How?
Yeah, that's what
How
I'm saying.
could it?
Somehow, yeah, somehow, right? Like, here, look at the meme here. How atheists think Christian will react at finding life in other worlds. Ha, aliens exist. Oh, that means my religion's false for somehow. How Christians will really react. Okay,
I
Jesuit
think,
army.
yeah, I think when it comes to like spiritual books or scripture, like the Bible, if say, let's just play a game and say, we did go to Mars, it was possible, and we did find, alien life, these little creatures sort of crawling around. Say that was the case. Would that disprove Christianity? Of course not. But with scripture, we would be able to find new meaning in scripture to explain that actually that is part of Yahweh's plan. We just didn't see it as humans, you know?
Well, the thing is that if you actually read scripture, it tells you to prove these things to yourself and to give your testimony. So I've proven that God exists and that Jesus was real and is alive. I've proven that.
To yourself, yes?
Right, to myself. I've proven
Yes.
to myself. And I'm obliged to give testimony to those who want to hear it.
Sure. But I mean, for example, if there were little, 5-legged things crawling about Mars, we would readjust Genesis to make sense that, in fact, God didn't just create
Flat earthers.
the Earth.
This is why there's
Sorry?
flat earthers, buddy. Because there is no proof of even the whole cosmic paradigm. There's no proof of any of that. That you would have a Mars to go to find.
No, I know. But Crit asked me if there were aliens, would it disprove Christianity? I'm just expanding on that. I'm saying the reason why it wouldn't disprove Christianity is because if we did find aliens, and my definition of aliens is, 5-legged creepy crawly things on Mars, just in this hypothetical situation, we would have to reinterpret Genesis to show that was in fact Yahweh's plan all along.
But you may not have, but other people that just heard me say what I said, they probably think that I just said that Mars isn't real. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I thought you said, yeah.
no, I would say that you can't go to Mars, land on Mars, and see 5-legged creature there. You know, like the whole cosmic paradigm is false. What we see in the sky isn't a vacuum full of space balls. See, that's right. Like I can say what I mean, and other people will take what I say and twist it. So I wanted to go in and clarify. Sorry.
I appreciate it. No, don't apologize, miss. That's perfectly fine. I assume you must know that I disagree with the idea that we can't or won't ever go to Mars.
I get. Yes.
I could be wrong, but you probably realize that, right?
Yeah, I've heard you in here a bit, so I'm not ignorant to your stance on but I do appreciate your approach to the subject.
Thank you very much. It's very polite and kind of you. Thank you. Where were we? Before aliens? Aliens? No more aliens.
I remember a few years ago reading an article by NASA regarding Mars, and they said Curiosity or Perseverance, one of those rovers, was just tracking and witnessing a Martian eclipse with the Martian moons against the sun.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, wow, that's so neat, an eclipse from Mars. And, some folks in our community pointed out a few things, and that's, the first question is, well, did they send up an equatorial mount with that thing that is built specifically for Mars and not Earth? And people looked through all the information they could find, and no, nobody could find a Martian equatorial mount or any piece of software or mechanism that seemed to support as such. The next question is, what about the ephemeris or ephemerides, like the software that's loaded in to map the relative positions of the stars from Mars? Any evidence that was ever done? And what are the papers that support it? Sorry, nothing went into it that we could find.
So I mean, things, right?
Many things like this continue to happen again and again and again.
So I don't know about this solar eclipse on Mars that was captured. It'd be interesting I'll read up on that.
Yeah,
Phobos and I think Phobos and is it Enos? Mars has 2 moons, and they are. I believe that they are not only not actually spherical; they look more like kind of weird rocks, if I recall correctly. But they're also very small, and obviously Mars being further away, I don't think there would be anything like what we would see, for example, in our. I could be wrong, but I just don't. I don't think that you would get like a complete, covering in any scenario, because they're just too small, and Mars. Although Mars is further away, so you might actually get that. I don't know. I don't know.
So Mars is also 1/3 the size, and I think the moons are in some elliptical orbits. They're not as regular as the moon. So, I mean, all these complications come in. It's like, all right, so who built that EQ mount, and then who loaded the ephemeris? Who built all that? That is really amazing work.
Quick question: why do you think an EQ mount is necessary?
Well, for tracking the location in the sky.
So we can't observe. Wait a second. So on Earth we can observe the sun, and we don't necessarily need an EQ mount to capture it, right? We can just keep. You can just track it by hand, for example.
I want NASA to explain how they did it with sending radio signals up.
Pickle Rick, you missed it. It tracked it through the sky. It moved like the way like when people watch the eclipse, they watched it with their head. They saw their head turned as it went through. They were telling you they captured a frame by frame perfect tracking of this event. But really it wasn't. It was fake. It wasn't real. It was an artist's rendition of the data, and that's the main point here. They would need these devices to mimic what they can do on Earth, and they didn't. They just didn't have it.
Quick heads up, I banned AK. I don't need his mental insanity in here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, I think he should be perma-banned. I thought he was.
Yeah, he asks you a question, you give an answer, and he just bricks it. Pretends you didn't
Oh, it's
answer.
not good enough. Oh, your answer's never good enough. Oh. I'm wholly unimpressed. That is not a good answer. Your answers are not good. That's all he does. He's been doing that for like 5 years. Yeah, so there are significant engineering accomplishments that would have had to go into this in order to capture that moment from Mars. And they make it seem like they just happen to just look up in the sky one day and, oh, look, one of the two moons is eclipsing the sun. Let's get a picture of that. This is amazing. And no, it did not and would not have occurred that way. No. That story was specifically written and put out there. They talked about how they were tracking it. So, questions arise as to how they do that. And there are many things, many claims that they put out there that we just don't have enough supporting data, verifiable data for. And so, hence our skepticism of NASA. I mean, why not? Why not be skeptical of claims that are held behind closed doors, that are protected by national security or proprietary information? It's a lot of that's just excuses. Now, why is it whenever there's some kind of mistake, like a rocket blowing up and people dying, that there isn't any investigation looking into sabotage and malice? I mean, is there some kind of like counterintelligence team that might go out and see and interview people from a perspective of a potential saboteur working at NASA? You never hear anything like that. It's always, oh, well, some O-ring cracked and blew up. Never any subterfuge at any time. Amazing. I would think NASA would be like the #1 target for every adversarial country and every hostile organization out there that's got the means to spy on them and acquire their intellectual property.
That is a very good point that you bring up. I wonder why there aren't enough Globers pondering that.
When Gus Grissom was barbecued in the Apollo module, I don't think they looked at that from a criminal standpoint. No, it was like some kind of bald wire in some fuse box or something, they said. But yeah, you never hear about anybody trying to steal plans from NASA. It's always like, oh, you know, some guy working for the Air Force did this, some IT professional, the Pentagon did that. But NASA, man, seems to be completely free and clear of any target of any adversarial organization. They just seem to, I mean, who wants to spy on NASA, right? Meanwhile, NASA can paint their logo on the side of nuclear missiles and launch them up all day long. People will say, oh, those are sounding rockets.
I got my British passport today.
Plan to go anywhere?
Yeah.
Are you leaving Britain or going to somewhere British?
Going to. I'm in Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've been there before. I lived there for about three and a bit years. 2006 to 2009. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to go back.
Oh, okay. Congrats. I think the Brits were pretty smart in not putting together a comprehensive space program. It kept them out of the game of having to keep up lies.
Yeah, they've got amazing aeronautical though.
That's
Yeah,
true. They really
the British
do,
Air
and
Force
unmanned
is really
stuff.
sick. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to, because I spent most of my time in England. I want to see places like Germany. I don't know, and try to get up to Iceland too. When that volcano chills out.
Wait, I'm just. What do you mean you got your British passport?
Well, I'm an Australian citizen. My mum was born in England, and she never became an Australian citizen. So, because my mum's still a British citizen, that means I can get the passport as well, and I got it today.
Yeah, but aren't you a subject under the crown anyway?
No, it's not like that. Like, just because you're Aussie doesn't grant you it. It's only because my mum was born there.
Is there a reason you didn't get an Australian passport?
I've got an Aussie passport as well. I've got both. I've got two. Pretty good, right? I've got both sides of the world. I haven't got a criminal record, so I can move within reason, freely. Just need my visas now.
Is it just so you can go through customs? Well, you're not a citizen. Well, are you a citizen of Britain automatically? Because
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Once I got the passport, yeah, fucking oath, bro. That's the whole of Europe.
Yeah. So did you have to apply for citizenship before you got that passport, or you are automatically a citizen because your mom's from England? Like, I'm just not sure how it works.
Well, if your mum, if your mum was born there, right? You have to. It is a rigmarole at first. You got to get all the paperwork right and prove it. But once you've done that, you then get issued a passport, right? And I went to England. Say like they've got social security there, right? And
I'm
all
just
that
asking
stuff.
if you had to become a British citizen. Like, do you have dual citizenship before you got a British passport, or can you get a British passport without being a British citizen?
No, you can't get a passport without being a British citizen.
Okay, so you
Has
have
to be
dual
something.
citizenship. Okay,
Yes.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
I had to pledge allegiance to the Queen and everything.
That's weird.
I know. It is weird, right? Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Australia just maybe in the future, but at the moment, pretty turbulent here, bro. Doesn't seem like it, but it is. You guys never hear about Australia on the news, do you?
I'm debating going there for my honeymoon.
Right. It's good for a holiday. Don't get me wrong. I'm not dissing it. It's good for a holiday. It's just depends where you go, right?
Well, it's going to be basically in December, like late November, December.
That's our summer.
Yeah, I know.
Beginning of our summer. Yeah.
I'm just not sure if it's going to be too warm. Like,
What? Have you got kids, or is it just you and her?
just me and her.
What do you want to like? Is it like a sexy holiday or an adventure one?
Oh, it's our honeymoon, so yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't you go to the Great Barrier Reef or something? It's apparently that's just amazing because it's snorkeling, beautiful water, fish. So if it got hot, you'd be in the water and everything would look beautiful. She'd be like in Wonderland. You can do so many things in Australia. Most of it's like up and down the coast,
Yeah.
But it all depends what you want. You got mountains, fun. There's theme parks. On the other side, you don't hear many people talk about. It's called Perth, Western Australia. Apparently, it's just really cool there. Beautiful beaches. Off radar a bit. Complete other side of Australia. Apparently, it's really chill. I've heard good things about Perth. I've never been. That's how big Australia is, bro. I live here. I haven't even been. But yeah, no. Good luck with it, whatever happens.
Sorry about that kind of phone call. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah. Why, of all the places you could go, why Oz? We call
I've been
Australia
to.
Oz.
Well, again, because it is in December. You know,
Right.
kind
Yeah.
of want to go somewhere warm, so that limits me to basically the southern hemisphere.
Why not go to Bali?
Thought about that.
You heard of Bali? Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
go there, bro. It's really mystical. I'm thinking of going there soon.
Thought
I think
about
it'll be
Fiji.
yeah. But Bali's more Buddhist, right? It's more like ancient
Thought about
vibes.
Thailand.
Yeah, they're a bit more. It's a bit touristy, bro. You know what I mean? Party.
Yeah.
If you want, maybe that's where you're at. You know, that's what you want. Nothing wrong with that. I'm a bit older, so I'm looking for some more peace and quiet. Go up into the mountains and meditate, kind of shit.
I don't know about meditating, but I mean, I'm 37. I like to, I still go like to go hiking and stuff like that on trails.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I also like, the water a lot. So
Yeah. You know, I've had too much noise. I need some peace and quiet. I was living with a drummer. And he'd get drunk and he'd play Slayer full bore. Fucking
The Earth is round.
How do you know?
Just trust me, bro.
No, I don't trust you. I'm a very suspicious person.
Well, what
I'm
proof
annoying.
do you have that it's flat?
What proof do I have? I have proof that if you want to contain water, right, you can
Yeah.
trap water, and when you trap water, it looks pretty flat.
Oh, all right, you convinced me. Thank you.
Love you. Sorry, no homo. I'm just affectionate. We could just hold each other. I'm in a weird mood, man. I had a good day today, so but I'll rein it in because we're on the internet. So yeah, the Earth's round, right? No, it's not, man. Fuck. How can you have a round planet in nothing? It's just it's moving, right? Just this huge water molecule with this massive rock in it with a molten iron core and us all standing on it. Doesn't even make sense. I never used to think about it, but they shouldn't have put it in my YouTube search results because I started thinking about it and it's so annoying.
Oh, where do you think the molten rock comes from when a volcano occurs?
Well, I mean, the whole process just stinks. Like they go, in the beginning, there was gas and dust, right? There's particles. Particles.
All right,
Right?
let's not get into that. You said like having a magma core doesn't make sense, but
No,
we see molten rock come out of volcanoes.
no, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that there's this water rock in a void rotating around a light bulb. just, I don't know. Sorry, man. I can't help but troll it. I just have to.
Okay, but
Not you,
underneath
right?
us
I'm
there's
not
definitely
trolling you.
molten rock, right? I mean, underneath us
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
definitely
There's
molten rock.
there's volcanoes in Iceland right now, right? That's definitely happening.
I
If
mean,
you
even
believe
like
the
that
wall.
Russian, that giant hole in Russia when they dug down far enough, it got too hot and started melting their drill bits. They couldn't even drill anymore because
Yeah. Do you believe
it was
that?
just melted.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe that that's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of do as well, but it's hard to know. It's
So I
8
mean,
miles.
clearly
Right?
this molten. I mean, there's molten rock sitting underneath us.
I know. And it moves around. What's fucking underneath us, bro? A nuclear reactor.
No,
Lava fucking pit. Lava pit of doom. Like Indiana Jones. Like a game, right? Like Doom. Like the underworld's like fire, lava. Then it cools and it's like rocks to the surface. It's interesting that the water doesn't bubble off. You know? It'd be pretty hot down there.
well, there's thermal vents where the water's boiling at the bottom of the sea.
Right?
Yeah, there's
So it's
thermal
like
vents.
it's almost like the water's insulation, right? Cooling it down. I've thought about this a little bit, bro. Maybe too much. think there's more to this Earth system we're in. It seems to work pretty well. Right? I don't know if the powerful people have a remote control and they can control the weather and all the shit, but other than that, it seems to take care of itself pretty much.
Wait, so there's someone that's
Yeah, it's almost like
causing all
it's being
these.
designed that way, dude.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's like it has
There's someone.
been designed.
There's someone with a control
I mean, it's
on this
yeah,
weather.
it's pretty evident that it has. At least to me, it is.
Well,
So there's
so
someone
if it-
purposely like that's killing all these people with these natural disasters.
potentially, bro. Potentially, a lot of that stuff is human something. You know, like they let off a detonation or a charge in the ocean, potentially. They fucking turn a fan on and blow some weather system into another weather system. You just don't know what they do. They can't.
Yeah, but I think that has been like that was allowed for. Like the creator allowed for all of that stuff to happen. Anything we do to this place is already being accounted for. Like I'm sure. Yeah, in my opinion, yeah. Like
I hear what you're saying.
creator
It's
or-
like
yeah.
it regulates
Oh,
itself.
God!
Yeah.
God is the
Yeah,
one.
even like,
God
you
is the
know,
one with the
a
remote
lot of
control
people
and
say,
is
yeah, we
killing all these
pollute
people.
it, we do this. Yeah, that's already been allowed for. Like it's already been accounted for prior to anything.
Do you believe in all that global warming shit? Like we're pumping heaps of carbon and that's like upsetting the balance? Do you think that's bullshit?
Personally, yeah, I think it's bullshit. Yeah, I don't think any of that's a factor, and if it is, it's very minor. And again, it's been allowed for. Like, yeah,
That's good
That's-
talk. I like you guys.
Yeah.
You're just straight up about it.
yeah, it's part of the design, dude. Like it's just
Yeah, man.
part of
I
the
see
design.
it. I'm with you on the
God
design
is just.
all the way.
Yeah,
God is just murdering people left and right for.
I
reasons.
don't think intentionally. I think the whole thing is God's got your back.
Well, you said
you've got
he has a remote control that's controlling the weather.
I was more meaning powerful people could potentially. I'm not saying it's the Truman Show or anything like that. I just mean we don't know what they can fuck with and what they've manipulated. I mean, look at what they've done with electricity. And that's one example. Look at what they've done with water, like plumbing, cities, infrastructure, roads, all the shit humans do, right? I just think when it comes to the weather, there's a possibility that this is my point. In China, when they had the Olympics, apparently it was sunny most of the time. Or good weather, you know, they didn't rain. And apparently that had something to do with weather manipulation, I've heard. I could be wrong.
Flat Earth?
Flat Earth?
yeah, that's entirely possible, dude. Yeah, I think that.
Yeah. I think if you paid the right people, I don't know, bro.
What are we
It's a weird
talking
place.
about? I'm so confused.
Potentially that you could control the weather on the Earth.
What? I
Yeah.
don't think that's possible.
You don't reckon it's possible?
No.
What if they had a remote control?
The Earth isn't electronic. There isn't a way to like.
Isn't it? It's not electronic. Okay,
No.
that's good to know. That's good to know.
Like there isn't a proper way to control the weather on the Earth with a remote control.
Just your TV. I was getting excited. Thought I could control the world with my remote control.
Wouldn't that be nice? or at least control your little world, like your life, with a
Yeah,
remote
I got my
control.
wand. I got my wand, and I'm like, yes, today will be great.
Yeah, or just fast forward today if you can.
Yeah, I'm kind of up for it because we're gonna check anyway, right? So I kind of think, well, and I'm with my dad at the moment. Believe it or not, he's 84 years old. He's still going. This makes you think. He's still kicking about, you know. So if you're enjoying your life, you know, that's the business. I think that's the secret.
I think it is, dude. I think, in my opinion, humble opinion, life is a game. You're supposed to play it and enjoy it.
Exactly.
Yeah, life is a
Word,
game.
bro. You're a legend. I like the way you think, man. It's really cool. No, it is, because that's it. If you tap out, because again, I'm not trying to bum you out, but my mum has dementia, so this is where I'm at in life. But with her, she tapped out and she stopped playing, and her brain started to glitch. I saw it. So it's like, if you're playing and you're interacting with it, that's where the magic happens. That's where all the potential is. Your dreams, everything. Your needs, your wants, your desires, all of it.
Yeah.
I guess that's the thing, right? It's take it or leave it. Do you want to play? Or are you just going to
Yeah.
sit on the sidelines and watch? And you can do both. You can do both as well.
Absolutely. Just like every game, dude, there are ways. There are better ways to play it than others. Like you,
Yeah, how you play it, right? How you play it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're blessed enough to have the knowledge of the game, then you have a better opportunity of playing it better than others that don't. And I think a lot of people in this conversation, we've got, from what I've heard, we've got the knowledge of the game. We've been blessed with that, and it's up to us to employ it. And others, they're stuck with other people's walk. You know what a walkthrough is? Like a game walkthrough, like where people will show you how to play a game.
Yeah, like a demo.
And it'll be
demo.
and it'll be their version of how to play the game. And a lot of people will stick to that like default version, and they won't stray from it. But others stray from it, and they find better ways. And I believe I'm one of those people. Not to say that I'm superior to anyone else, but I think it's not like I have cheat codes. I mean, that would be nice, but I think that I've learned like a better way to play the game and enjoy it at the same time. And I'm really grateful for that.
Right. So you have your walkthrough, and someone might say, "Well, my walkthrough is better."
So is there anybody listening to my voice who can prove the Earth to be a spinning, wobbling, until it's spaceball flying from the very expanding void of darkness?
What?
Can anybody in here listening to my voice prove that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of total darkness?
If you think that the Earth is flat, you're delusional.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. Okay, I want to be helped through my delusion. So please tell me, give me any proof that the Earth is the opposite, a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of total darkness. Please help me with my confusion.
Because if the Earth was flat, then every single law of gravity would be invalid. Like every single law.
Okay. So
So-
again, my question is, yeah. If the
And-
Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of total darkness, it must be easy to prove that. Can you please prove that to me?
It is. It is.
If the Earth was flat, then every
No,
single
no. That's
country
the
or
wrong
continent-
approach. If the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of total darkness, maybe you can prove that to me.
That's
There are
whizzing
little
around the light
NASA
bulb.
photos on Google.
Oh, photos. Okay, I can show you photos of Santa Claus on Google.
The Earth is
I
whizzing
don't know
around a light.
how to prove to you that it's round, like.
So why do you think
properly,
it's
but
round?
I'm just because if it wasn't round, then Earth would basically be inhabitable.
How do you know
Why do
that?
you think that? Why that's a weird thought.
So if it
It's
wouldn't be
not- it's
spinning,
not
one
my
second. If the Earth wouldn't be a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceboard going against the second law of thermodynamics by having a gas pressurized system right next to a vacuum, and it wouldn't be spinning, we all fall off right off the edge of the Earth, right?
This is going over her head, dude. You need
I'm
to.
so confused on
dial
what
it
you
back.
just
Yeah,
said.
you are confusing her. You're going. too
Okay. I
technical.
try to simplify it. You just said if Earth is not ball in space, therefore no life possible. How did you came to that
No,
conclusion?
I mean that if the law of gravity that was invalid happened, then basically we would all be sucked into the middle of the Earth. It's impossible to live there.
So you mean if we wouldn't have the bending and warping of space-time, which is a concept, and you can't bend and warp concepts because time is a concept, and space pushing us down, we wouldn't be able to live. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's what your paradigm says of a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball. So if the bending and warping of space-time is not real,
That's not
Uh-huh.
really my point about it being not flat. Because if like one reason why it wouldn't be flat is because if there are different time zones on the Earth and we all switch like
no, don't
like,
jump around. One
don't-
second, don't jump around. Don't you realize you're switching from one thing to the other? Your
No,
first
I'm
claim
not.
was you just switched to time zones and you didn't even finish the
I'm
conversation
trying
about
to-
gravity.
I'm
You're trying to
trying to
make it very
say-
hard for yourself. It seems like.
Clay, have you
You're
ever
trying
seen a
to-
comet or an asteroid? Clay, have you ever seen a comet or
I'm
an
not
asteroid?
talking to you. You're trying
Clay, have
to.
you ever seen a
trying to
comet
say
or an
a
asteroid?
fact about
I'm not
why
talking to
it
you,
would be-
Duncan. I'm talking to this person right now.
Well, you're not real.
See
You're
ya.
more like You're more like talking at her more than talking to her.
No, I'm actually trying to get her back on her topic. She says that gravity needs to be in place in order to make this place inhabitable. Make it impossible to live on it.
It's not really possible for the Earth to be flat in the first place. Because
Golly, can we stay on topic? Is that how you go to school or to university?
I am
Do
on
you,
topic.
do you,
It's
do you
about
just
flat
choose
Earth
to
or
skip
round
everything? So now let's stay on topic. You said because of the bending and warping of space-time, which is called gravity, in your paradigm of a spinning, warping tilted space ball, without it, life wouldn't be possible. Now explain yourself.
The
Why
law
is
of
that the
gravity
case?
would be basically invalid. Like everything that like
What
Newton's
is the law of gravity? What is the law of gravity?
Okay. What? If
Yeah.
law of gravity. You
Uh-huh.
search it up, then it says Newton's law of universal gravitation says that every particle attracts every other particle in the universe with a force that is proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. That would
All
just
right.
Okay, that's not
So
explaining
hang
why
on.
this is. No, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
talking to
you
you.
asked me what the law of gravity
So-
was.
Yeah. So can I just come in here for a second, if I
Oh
may?
yeah, sure. Sorry, I thought you were Duncan.
No, it's okay. So, can you explain how that definition that you just read out, how that debunks, say, a planar or a flat Earth? Can you unpack that for us?
Honestly,
Well-
I can't really be bothered at this point. I'm so confused.
It's
No,
okay
well,
to be
you just
confused.
You're not confused. Just gotta have
If
faith in
I
yourself.
can, if I can name every single other reason why flat Earth wouldn't be possible, would you believe me?
If you can explain it, so far you have just skipped from one thing to the other and said words, but you haven't really explained yourself.
I'm trying to explain the possible reasons why the Earth wouldn't be flat.
Okay, so far you
Just the
haven't.
possible reasons.
Okay, so far you haven't given any logical conduction.
I can give you a few reasons why the Earth wouldn't be flat, if that's what you want.
Can you
Because
use
this is a debate of if flat Earth is possible or not, right?
Can you use more than words? Please.
How am I supposed to use more than words? I can't show you a
You-
diagram or anything.
What does water do when it's at rest?
It stays
Yeah.
there.
Right.
So when it's at rest, what shape does the water take if it's not manipulated?
What?
What shape does the water take in your bathtub when it is at rest? If you don't touch it, neither any wind blows onto it.
Then
What
it
happens
stays.
to the shape?
It stays in the same shape.
Yeah, what is
Yeah,
the surface?
the surface. Yeah, let's be specific.
Yes.
You know what
Yeah,
also
what is
doesn't
the
happen in my
surface?
bathtub is tides. Tides don't happen in my bathtub.
What is the surface, Xia?
Are you talking about the water on Earth, or are you talking about the water in your bathtub? Because the
What-
water
Yeah,
on Earth in these
Can you stop
oceans
chirping?
Completely different
has
thing.
tides,
Hey,
but
Donkey,
the
can you,
bathtub
hey,
doesn't. So
Donkey,
like the whole
can you
the
stop
bathtub
chirping?
analogy is really a bad analogy
Can
when you're
you
talking
can you
about the
stop
water
chirping? Can you
sticking
stop
to the
trying
earth.
to cope? Can you just
Because you're
stop
talking
trying to
about water
cope?
in a bathtub, which just isn't
Hello,
a
I
good
didn't
analogy.
ask you any question. I don't know why you're chirping between my question for the lady.
Yeah,
I
but then
asked her what
Earth
shape
is-
does
it doesn't make
the
sense.
surface take of water?
But then the Earth, which in your bathtub or in the ocean,
In the
Or sea.
bathtub.
it's basically the same thing, depending if you went into it.
Kind of depends on the shape of the bathtub.
Okay, what does
Yes.
sea level? What does sea level mean?
Sea level. What?
Yes, sea level. What does that mean?
Like the average surface of one or more among
Is
the
the
Earth's
surface
crystal bodies.
is the sea level? Is the sea level?
No, it's not. There are tides. It's not level. There are tides.
Is the sea level? If we call it sea level.
No, it's not. There are
Oh my
tides.
god.
If there's tides, then the water can't possibly be level.
Wait, is it called sea curve? Sea
Well,
curve?
I'm just saying, if there are tides, it can't be level. If the water's constantly
but
changing
I mean,
its location,
hey, we're
every
not
single
talking about tides right now. We're talking about.
Oh, we are. You're talking about
It's
seas.
called sea level.
Seas have
Sea level,
tides.
right?
Yeah,
Sea
sea
level, right?
levels. But it's never level if
Yes.
it's constantly changing its location.
Yeah, so
it's never,
sea
it's
is
never
level, right?
still. No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not.
sea is level.
It's not
Oh,
level.
sea is not level?
No, it's not level. No, it's
Why
not
do we
level.
call it sea
about?
level then? So we should call it sea not level, right?
Oh please.
So we should call it sea not level or sea curve. What is it? You choose. You pick. Well, so far, if I remember, sea level, the sea is
Why did we
level.
move to sea when we're supposed to be talking about the Earth?
Oh, now you are getting angry at the point that I'm moving to something else.
No. Because you told me
This is
that I've been changing the
hilarious.
topic.
This is
Then you change
hilarious.
the topic to something completely different from space.
This
so,
is
so now
hilarious.
you're blaming
This
me
is
for
pure
changing
gold.
the topic to time zones. Okay.
We have been at gravity, and then I have introduced water to you. Now you want to go back to space
But
or
water has
time zones.
nothing to do with gravity.
No, I am here, and I can also come up with a new topic. Just like you have been coming up with 3, you should at least give me one, and I have so far introduced one to you,
And
and now
what
you're
are-
scared,
what other topics
and now
have I
you're
came up with?
scared.
What other topics
Now
have
you're
I came up with?
now you're scared of all that
Now
flat
I'm
level
scared. What other
water.
topics have I come up with then?
Now you're scared of all that flat level water everywhere. I just
Okay,
want to
then
go back to
wait. Okay,
space.
so you're defending against flat Earth. So then what reasons?
Hey, why do
is
we
it
call
that
the
flat
horizon
Earth is-
horizon? Is it because the horizon is horizontal, just like sea level means sea level? Is there a reason why we have chosen to use these words? Why is it not curved horizon? Why is it a horizontal horizon? Why is it
Yes.
sea level? Why is it that every LiDAR scan of the Earth shows a flat stationary plane? Which is a laser scan of topography in huge scale, made from airplanes with the lasers angled at 90 degrees forward, backwards, left, and right. And we get a topographical straight and level plane, no matter if the LiDAR scan is being made over water or a surface area, a firm surface area. It's always a topographical plane, no curvature. Why is that? Do they straighten it out?
Because if it was curvature, then
The Earth
if
would
it
be a
was
ball, right?
curvature, then that means that the Earth would be so much more smaller. Because it can't just be curved on one single place. Do you know how big the Earth is?
Oh, now it's too
your
big?
point doesn't make sense.
So it's now too big. It's actually just perceived as flat and stationary, but it's just too big. That's why it's flat. How many flat level horizons does it take to make a ball? It's a good question, isn't it?
Wait,
I
what
know
was your
it
question?
is exhausting because it's very hard to prove that spinning wobbling tilted space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness. If
But
everything
then
in this world
it doesn't make
speaks
sense
against
that
it,
it doesn't make that our Earth is flat and every single other planet is round.
or it
That
makes
doesn't
very
make
much
sense.
sense.
The
How many
moon
different horizons are on the flat
why is
Earth?
the Earth flat?
Are you trying to invoke that lights in the sky and your misinterpretation of mixing up geocentrism with heliocentrism is making the Earth impossible
Please
to
use
be a
simple
topographical
words,
plane?
'cause I'm so
So the
confused.
yeah,
How come
you
the
are
sun
confused.
how come the sun doesn't change sizes as it comes closer and further away from us
Oh,
in
it
your
does,
flat Earth?
Duncan. It does.
No, it
You
doesn't.
have
It
already.
doesn't.
Oh, so you want me
It
to
doesn't.
post? You want me to
You're
post the
telling
GIF
me
again? Here you
if
go. Watch this,
if the
Duncan.
Earth was flat, then if the Earth was flat, then
There you go,
there would
Duncan.
be
I
there would literally be
posted
a
a
line
GIF.
in the middle of the moon when you see it.
I posted a GIF exposing you lying. The sun is shrinking in size. And we have
No,
multiple
it's
videos
not.
of this.
No.
It is. I
No.
posted a GIF.
No.
I can post
No.
even the video. I can
That's
even
clouds.
post sun fading out.
There's clouds. Those are clouds.
You're delusional, man.
This is
Right, I'm the delusional one, sure.
Yes, you're
Okay.
delusional. Not
So-
only because you need to use the sky in order to prove your spinning wobbling tilted space ball, but
No.
also that
No,
what
I'm
you
using
what you
I'm
claim.
using the sky
also-
and your
but
claim.
all about-
I'm using the sky.
Crying.
I'm using the
crying,
sky.
More crying. Oh.
I'm using the sky and your claim that the reason why the
flat level
sun
water
goes
is
away
so
and there's no
scary.
more
We
light
need to
is
talk
because
about
it's
the
too
sun
far away
shrinking.
from us.
about the sunset and the same
Oh,
time with
flat and level water
flat
is
on the
so
water.
scary.
Oh
The water
my
being
God,
flat.
dude.
Oh, disproving the whole ball. Deception.
Damn, you're
Oh, so
pathetic, man.
scary.
The time zone
So
theory.
scary. I
Debunk it.
rebuke you,
Because-
you demons of confusion. Yes,
No,
be
and
quiet.
Guys,
Be
I
quiet.
Is
you
this seriously
demons
the
of
best the
confusion.
flat earthers have to give? This is the best
Oh,
you guys
be
have.
quiet. Be
This is the
quiet.
best.
Please,
And learn.
the guy that thinks that the Earth is flat. Can you please?
So again, I've proven you wrong by posting imagery showing the sun obviously
I'm asking
shrinking.
a question. I'm asking a question. Can you please shut up for a second? So if there's different time zones on each side of the world, then how does that work if the Earth is flat? Because if it was flat and it was facing the sun, then there wouldn't be different time zones. It would be sunny everywhere in the world and night everywhere in the world.
Yeah, that's
we would
stupid.
all have the same times. So I want
Yeah,
you to
that
debunk
is stupid. That question is stupid,
Oh,
and you
yeah,
and
'cause you
you.
can't defend yourself, can you?
Oh, I can. You want to listen, or you just want to
Yeah,
ramble on?
sure.
Okay,
Just
okay. I'm gonna
say it.
answer you real quick. It's very simple. Okay, first I need to destroy the high ground you think you're supposedly sitting on. So the premise is this, right? And it's your burden. If the Earth is a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball, so it's the opposite to what we experience. No, listen. I'm answering your question, okay? But I need to get you from your seat of authority that you might be delusionally sitting on right now because you think you know what the Earth is, but you obviously don't. So, if in order for you to ask the question if time zones would work on a flat Earth, you first need to establish the burden that you still haven't proven so far that the Earth in the first place is anything else but what it represents itself to be with all that flat level water and horizontal horizons that we see everywhere. Okay? So if you have established that the Earth is indeed a ball, then you can ask the question why time zones wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Okay? Very simple.
So can you
So
please
far you're not
explain to
sitting
me-
in the throne of knowledge.
Explain to me why the time zones thing would work on a
I don't
flat
need
Earth.
to explain to you anything as far as you have not given substantial amount of evidence for the premise in the first place that the Earth is anything but what it represents itself to be, which is a topographical stationary plane with sea level water, with horizons being horizontal. Don't you understand
That's
this?
the only-
Why
that's
should
the
I
only
entertain
thing-
your
that's the
vain
only thing
beliefs?
that you-
Why
that's the
should
only
I
thing- that's the only
entertain
reason
your
that you're
vain
giving me,
beliefs,
that the Earth is
miss?
flat. That's the only reason that you're giving me. You aren't giving me any other reasons whatsoever.
Miss, why should I entertain your vain belief? You haven't proven your point yet that the Earth is a ball.
I'm asking a question.
Is this how you
about
act when
why
you're
I
not
learned about the
supervised,
time
Clay?
zones, and you haven't even gave me an answer.
Miss, I don't need to entertain your vain imaginations if you haven't established that the Earth is indeed a ball. Contrary to what we all observe and what the Earth is representing itself to be. If there's a contradiction in your worldview, if there's a contradiction in your worldview,
No,
you experience the
he's not
word,
gonna
the
answer
word
your
opposite.
question. He's not.
Experience, if you experience the word to be the opposite of what everybody else experience, then it's your burden to first prove that
Answer
premise.
my
And if you
question.
have proven that premise, you can then ask a question such as, how does time zones work on a flat Earth? Because you're right now not sitting in the throne of authority to say that you know what the Earth is in the first place. I can do so because I have reality on my side. You don't. Therefore, you can't ask me these questions and expect me to entertain your question in the first place. Does that make sense?
In
to
other
you?
words, he will not answer any of your questions. He just won't do it. He just
Duncan,
he will
you
not
have
do it.
listened. You have listened to my answer. Can you stop chirping between it and cheerleading? Thank you.
He
I don't
will
need the
not answer any
cheerleader.
of your questions. He will not answer any of your questions.
I have sincerely, clearly, with all that is possible through my human mouth, confessed to you what the answer to this question is, which is, first of all, you need to establish that the Earth is anything but a stationary topographical level horizontal plane as it represents itself to be. Then you can ask the question from the high ground of authority of saying you live supposedly on the opposite of that observation, actually a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. Then you can ask the absurd question of how time zones work on a flat Earth. But if you cannot prove the Earth to be the opposite of what it is experienced to be, then you cannot ask this question in the first place because you cannot expect me to entertain this foolishness.
Because
So cool, sure. I'll explain it.
If you say
understand?
that sea levels, that the horizon is flat, then that means if my curtains
understand?
are closed and my door is closed and I can't see the sun, then that means that there's no sun, there's no atmosphere outside of my room. That
Do
doesn't
you
make sense.
understand
That's the
the
logic.
premise? Do you understand your premise? The burden that is on your shoulders. Do you understand the premise that I'm giving you?
Yeah, sure. So I got you.
So where is the ball?
Flat earthers use a gyroscope. They picked up an average of a 15-degree rotational drift.
So you're
if you
ball
divide 300,
with
if
flat
you divide
earthers.
360 by an average of a 15-degree drift, you get 24. There's 24 hours in the day because the Earth is rotating at a 15-degree drift, and the sun, so we see the sun, which appears to go in a circle, and that's how we have the 24 time zones. That's why we don't have
Indeed,
22
in a
time zones.
circle.
That's why we don't have 20 time zones. In the UTC, we have 24 because there's a 15-degree rotational drift, which divided by 360 degrees gives you 24. 24 hours. There you go.
Okay, the sun goes in a circle. Indeed. Again, the premise is the Earth a ball.
I
Can
said
you prove that
appears.
premise?
Please just answer my question on how would time zones work on a flat Earth? Because I
No.
don't get it. You're
Yeah,
not gonna
you
answer my
clearly
question.
don't. I'm not
Why?
going to answer your question because the premise that the burden that is on your shoulder to prove that the Earth is anything but what it represents itself to be, and I'm repeating myself for the fifth time
Represents
now.
itself to be, then that means if I
Yes.
can't see the atmosphere outside, then there is no atmosphere. That's your logic. It's
No.
stupid.
No, the Earth
It
represents to
is.
be an immovable topographical plane. It's even scanned that way through laser scanners. So again, if the Earth is the opposite to what it's being scanned, observed, measured, then please provide evidence for that ball. Then we can entertain your question. Is that clear?
Just please
And
answer
by the
my
way,
question.
for the time zones mentioned by Duncan, you do know that there's time zones that there have been established through certain countries that have set them by their own. Not
Yes, which is
because
why I
they-
specifically mentioned the UTC time zone, not individual countries' time zone. I said the UTC one.
How many time
No,
zones does Australia?
that's why I'm very specific when I talk to you, because you try to straw man me and you
How
don't
many
listen
time
to what I
zones does
say.
Australia?
You don't.
So
you
I
don't
said
make, you're not making any sense.
UTC time zone.
What about
Okay.
Australia? Is that not two?
There aren't two. What?
What determines a time zone, love? What is it?
What?
What determines a time zone?
Okay, since it's like common sense to know that the Earth rotates around the sun, whilst it just rotates on its own. Since it rotates in 24 hours, then one side of the Earth that isn't facing the sun is nighttime. One side of the Earth that is facing the sun is daytime. I think that's common sense, right? Unless you just don't get that.
So half the Earth is lit up at one point all the time. That's what you say.
What?
So what
What did you
determines
say?
the time zone? You said half the Earth's lit up. That's what you just said. Is
So
half the Earth lit
confused
up?
on what you mean. I'm so
Yes,
confused on what
you are
mean.
confused. That's a good realization
Oh,
that you are
please don't add
confused.
on.
Well, I'm just trying to help you, but you're not really clearly
I've
listening.
asked the question, and you're still
The question
not
still
answering
is, you already testifying with your mouth, obviously, publicly, that you're confused. Therefore is my question, why would you interpret upon the earth a different picture for what it is representing itself to be through your eyesight, through what we observe, measurably, testably see, when we look at water, when we look at the horizon, when we see long distance measurements? Why would you insert upon your own character of a human being the confusion that the earth is actually the opposite? It is a ball in space shooting through it through this ever expanding space while hurtling around other planets on a tilted axis rotating. Why would you
but
do
don't
such a
forget,
thing to yourself?
Because they prove the geometry by lights in the sky, apparently.
Oh yeah. Let's not forget that they got the longitude and latitude and the meridian lights by referring them from the sky. Same with their model to begin in the first place, because the heliocentric model was completely derived from the sky. They made the assumption that they have a dome above their head, so therefore the dome must be the same for the ground. Well, you're the
This
confused
makes my
one.
head
I'm
hurt.
clearly not confused.
No, this
I
just
take
makes my
reality.
head hurt.
I
Please,
accept
just
reality. I accept reality. That's
no,
the total
just
difference
please
between me and
say,
you.
just say,
You're
say the
confused
thing,
by your
say
own
the thing that
statement.
you're trying to say in a simpler form in a sentence. Because
You're
you're saying all
confused.
these.
You're
No,
confused by your
I'm
own
asking to say, I'm
sentence.
asking for you to say what your point is in just a normal sentence, please.
I'm talking normal words. If that's too much for you, I'm sorry, but you have already testified with your own mouth that you're confused. Maybe you need first work on yourself to get through the confusion
No,
and then come
I'm
back.
confused. I'm confused on how you think the Earth is flat. If you can tell me another reason other than something about the horizon, then
Other than
sure.
something about reality, everything I've mentioned for you
Other than
is
something about the horizon, please.
everything I told you. Everything I told you is measurably, repeatably, observably seen in reality, and you tell me that that is confusing to you, that you cannot see reality for what it is that doesn't make sense to me. Either you accept
That doesn't
reality
make
or you want to
sense.
live in a fantasy world. I don't see your fantasy world. I see reality. I accept reality. You seem to not want to do that.
Just because you see a flat horizon does not mean that it's still flat. That does not mean that the whole entire Earth is flat.
Golly!
That doesn't mean that does not mean that the whole entire Earth is flat.
No wonder that you're confused. Just because I see a flat horizontal horizon doesn't mean the horizon is flat and horizontal. Just because I measure a flat horizontal horizon doesn't mean that the horizon is flat and horizontal. Dude, don't you realize that? I mean, you're testifying not only that you're confused, but you're testifying it by the very sentences you say. You know, I mean, you got to realize that this is not normal behavior. You have been given senses. I'm not saying this to hurt you. I'm literally saying this to help you. You have been given wonderful senses. You have eyes, you have ears, but you still seem to not compute the inputs of the eyes and your ears and the senses given to you to compute them to what reality represents itself to be. You see reality and you're just gonna go like, oh, I see a tree, but actually maybe the tree isn't a tree. I see flat and level water, but actually that water is curving. Like, this is mental. This is sad. This is sad. This is truly sad. Gotta work on this, you know?
Sorry.
No, you don't need to be sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She's still just ranting.
You know, I truly tell you these things out of love, so you understand,
No, you
right? Sometimes...
don't. No, you don't. You do not.
I tell you the truth. I tell you the truth. And the truth is always out of love. Always. People who want to comfort your ears, who want to put honey around your ears, who want to make you feel good, they're going to lie to you every day. They're going to tell you what you want to hear. I tell you what you don't want to hear. Therefore, I'm telling you this out of love. Even if you might not perceive it as such, because you're not used to it. You're used to people telling you what you want to hear. You know, soothing your ears. Be like, oh, yeah. You know, if you see that flat horizontal water, just be sure that the NASA imageries are right and the water is curving 360 degrees in every direction to form your ball. Yeah? You want to hear this? Oh, is this nice? Oh, yeah. I live on a spinning ball. Oh, shooting through an everlasting darkness. I love it. There's no ups and down. There's no left and right because it's just all relative. It's just all relative. At the end, maybe we're just brains in a jar, you know? If the earth isn't flat, then it's just all relative. You know, this is confusion. This is pure confusion. This is demonic, satanic. This is an upside down worldview. This is straight out of the pits of hell. If someone would come up with something to confuse everybody, this would be it. This is the best confusion you can bring about people, telling them that they can't trust their eyes, can't trust the senses, can't trust their ears. And make the truth the lie and the lie the truth. This is literally the time we live in right now. And this is not only on the shape of the earth, this is with many other things regarding the human mind, the human humans in general, you know.
So
We
I'm
see this in
guessing that
society, the outcome of it.
okay.
Yes.
This is mind vomit.
Yeah.
No, it's all out of love. It's all out of love.
I know the love that I give hurts. The truth must hurt because people have been used to be comforted and got honey around the ears way too often. You know, even parents probably lie to their children and say, "Oh, it's just all good the way you are. You know, you don't need to worry about anything or think about yourself or reflect
Parents
upon your
definitely lie
life."
to children all the time. Yep, parents do lie to children all the time.
Yeah, they lie. They lie about Santa Claus. They lie about Easter Bunny. They lie about so many things to little children.
So you're
They go to
telling-
Disney.
you're
They go
telling
to
me that
Disney.
whole
They go
entire-
to Disneyland with them. They give them all these illusions of comics and Harry Potter and whatnot. This is a fantasy world. There's no wonder why kids grow up being
all these
confused.
horrible parents that lie to their kids to make them feel good and joy, to have these moments of happiness. Terrible. Terrible.
No, this doesn't make sense to me because you basically just told me that NASA that started in 1958 has lied to everyone these past, who knows, like 70 years. That's what you've told us.
You know who has created NASA? See, what is always important is to look into the foundation of an organization that you. One second. No, listen. It's very important, right? If you look into an
It was
organization
a
that
Nazi,
you give,
the founder
if
of the
you-
V2 rocket.
if you give tribute to an organization that you trust, what would be important is to see who created that organization, who are the founding fathers, who is the very foundation of something that has been put into the world. They are the creators of something called NASA, right? And then the question is, who are these people? Well, I can tell you. It is Braun, Werner von Braun, ex-Nazi, SS official.
That
and
was just
Jack
one of them.
Pearson and Jack Pearson. Then it's Lafayette Ronald Hubbard. Then Walter Disney, Aleister Crowley.
So,
Which is, by the way, Aleister Crowley, by the way, Aleister Crowley is a very satanic man.
But he
Just-
wasn't
Oh.
involved in NASA.
Oh, he was
You're lying.
involved in
Jack
NASA.
Parsons wasn't. Jack Parsons believed in some of the ideals of Aleister Crowley, but he wasn't Aleister Crowley. So when you say Aleister Crowley was the founder of NASA, you're incorrect.
No, I'm not incorrect.
You are factually incorrect.
He was involved.
He was involved.
He was not involved.
His
He
esoteric
was, dude.
ideas were involved. Yes, they were.
No, that
Look
is
at-
incorrect. Jack Parsons' esoteric ideas were involved in some of that.
Where
Was
did he get his
informed by
esoteric
Aleister
ideas?
Crowley, but Aleister Crowley
Dogs.
didn't actually have anything to do with NASA, and even
Where did he get his esoteric ideas, bro?
it doesn't matter because all he did was create rockets. He didn't actually work within NASA. He fulfilled obligations to NASA to build rockets
Okay.
through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which he lost before
Okay,
the moon
so-
landing.
okay, so-
everything you say is bullshit.
Yeah, Mr. Dogs are God.
Aleister
Everything.
Crowley
Yeah,
did not have
everything is.
anything to do with
Just
NASA.
insert upon your lies that everything is now bad. First, you just
Aleister
corrected.
Crowley did not
Even without
Yeah.
gravity,
form
can
NASA.
it even be round?
I even give you that. Okay, Aleister Crowley is just the guy who Jack Pearson was inspired by. So it doesn't really matter to look into that at all, right? But anyways,
It's not even Jack Pearson, it's Jack Parsons.
Parson. Sorry, bro, Parson.
And when did he die? Can you explain when he died?
What has it to do with the very fact that NASA is created by a very wicked and weird man?
Sex magic.
Because NASA was only headed by Werner von Braun. It wasn't comprised of him solely. It was mainly Americans, mainly like free-loving, normal, moral Americans.
What
And
about
there
the
was one guy at the
6,000
top
Nazi
who had
scientists?
exploited Jewish
600 Nazi scientists?
laborers in the creation of his Nazi rocket laboratory, but he was not doing that in the US, and there was no reason to believe that he was pushing that ideology
What
on
about
NASA.
the one? What about the
Bullshit.
1,600 Nazi scientists and engineers and technicians that have been swapped over into the US for the rocket technology and other scientific fields and that?
I have no fucking idea what you're talking. Are you talking about Operation Paperclip? Because they weren't all Nazi.
Yeah,
They
you
weren't
know
all
what? You're
Nazi
right. There
scientists. They
was
were
a
scientists a lot of the time from the
Cold
biomedical field because they were trying to create like biomedical like contaminants they could throw in the general population. But did you know NASA was formed after Jack Parsons died?
So he didn't
To be
contribute
honest, I know
anything.
absolutely none of this.
Yeah, he died in 1952, and NASA started in 1958.
Yes, and also I can agree with you in the sense that America, the government has done questionable things. But the fact is, after World War II, we were in a race for technology against Russia. So yes, we were trying to get as many scientists out of Germany, and some of them were Nazis. Was that morally wrong? Possibly. I can grant you that. Again,
think about it
does
like
not
this.
take away from the fact that NASA's still real and did actual things.
Hey! Can you read out what Mr. Amish posted about Jack Parsons?
Yeah, great. Jack Whiteside Parsons was an unusual man. He co-founded the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in the Aerojet Engineering Corporation, created pyrotechnics for the film industry, wrote a book of poets, and masturbated into magical tablets in an attempt to conjure a lover. It's called the Scarlet Woman or something. I know about all this. He died after losing his fortune because he tried to run I think it's hermeneutics or something like that, house in California, where he just rented out a massive mansion, had people stay there and do Aleister Crowley style magic shit. But he died before NASA started. So Amish, the dumb fuck that he is posting something about a dude who has nothing to do with NASA.
Oh golly, man. Well, I need to work soon, and I'm gonna have a nice siesta and a nap, and I'm not gonna waste my energy on people like you, dogs. I hope you have fun. Well, I see you guys later. Much love. Okay.
Hey man, don't you know that NASA uses wheels? So the person that created the wheel helped found NASA.
Hey man, much
Really?
love to you, man. I hope you guys find someone else to entertain. I was entertained.
Hey, Crit, are you ready to talk about the overview effect in this VC? And like discuss it with me? No? Brian, are you going to talk about the fact that refraction can cause 2 degree worth of difference from the sunset at the horizon? Do you want to explain that to me? Because I looked at your video and it could be 2 degrees. I don't know. Did you take any measurements? No? Great. It's good to see Jedi's gone because he was the last person that kicked me from the room for no reason.
I just think we should go after the person that invented the tire because NASA uses tires, so they helped found NASA.
That's the truth. NASA also uses toilets. So the English dude that Mr. Lavatory that created the
Oh,
Now a message from our sponsors.
Hello, flatties.
Hello. What up?
Or is that what you're not called today? What is it, the correct term? Flatties and Globers?
Realist?
I doubt that one.
Why? Why do you doubt me?
Well, very simple. I've been here a few times just listening in. Seems you guys cannot present a model that's coherent, so until that's not possible, I'm not sure how I can call it realist. It's a lot of claims though, but at some point I would like to have some evidence.
Well, my worldview is based on reality, what I can establish for myself, and I don't hand my brain over to the authorities to make my decisions for me and give me ready-made narratives to a mainstream generation that doesn't think for itself.
Well, you kind of give yourself to authorities. You said you're going to go to Britain soon, so you're going to fly in a plane, and they use the navigational maps based on the globe Earth. So kind of do trust the authorities a little bit because you're trusting that plane to get you to where you're going.
Aren't you driving a car as well? Because if you drive a car, you obey by the laws set by society, so...
Well, I don't know. Which navigation tool are you using? Are you using Google Maps when you drive?
Yeah.
Which map are you
I'm
using?
driving
Which
on it.
which navigational tool are you using when you're
I'm
driving?
driving on the road.
And which navigational tool are you using?
The road.
The road?
So you're not using any GPS like Waze, Google Maps, the one built in your car?
I don't need that stuff.
No?
No.
You never use GPS? Ever once in your life?
huh?
No.
What happened?
I don't like it.
Have you ever left your
It's the
village?
wrong way. Yeah.
How do you know where to go?
Because I'm smart.
But what do you look at to know how to get to your location? When you're traveling to a new place that you've never been before, how do you know how to get there?
You just wing it or something.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely not using the signs on the road that point you in a certain direction.
Yeah, that's how you get around.
Yeah, how do you know which sign to take? How do you know which road to take?
Because I know where
You're
I'm
going
going.
to, but you've never been to that place before, so how do you know how to get to that place?
That's well, where am I? I've never had that problem.
You've never been to a new place before? You've always gone to places you've been? That doesn't really make sense.
I always find the destination somehow. Like I've been to raves. No, listen. I've been to raves in the middle of like the bush where like you hear the music and you're like near it and you're like, oh, it's here, and then you're like, the music goes away. You're driving around and then you find it, right?
Is that how you found the rave? You just drove and drove and drove until you heard the music?
That's how some people find it.
That's how some people find it. They're just certain people are just driving around looking for race, waiting to hear music.
Yeah,
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it's like the second gate.
Dude, you're not even taking yourself seriously. You can't even like not laugh at yourself right now. It's great.
Yeah, I mean,
You might be like you might be the best troll if you're not an actual. You might be the best troll I've met.
Yeah,
You're doing a very good job. You're doing a very good job pretending to be a flat earther. I gotta say, you're doing a very good job.
Because the only reason he was giving me was the horizon, so I wasn't.
Yeah, he's grilling you. He wanted you to show him something.
I wonder how the Eclipse a few days ago worked on a flat Earth model. Even never to get an answer on that one.
You're never gonna get a flat Earth model, bro.
Exactly, because if the Earth was flat, then there'd possibly be a line, just a random line on the moon. If you saw a full moon at night,
Yeah, you do
then
see that on
it
a
would.
half moon. See the line on a half moon?
No, like
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the middle of the moon, then
yeah.
there'd be a line. That wouldn't
No,
make sense.
on a
No,
half moon.
that's not why we have the different phases of the moon. It has nothing to do.
I don't know.
What about the eclipse? What about the eclipse?
No, like
The lunar eclipse, though,
if I
like
got
the lunar eclipse does.
Yeah. How sick was that?
wait,
It looks like they're the same size. Doesn't it? Pretty magical. Why does it do that? Why does it do an eclipse? Is it a sign?
like this is what I mean. Hold on. Oh, I don't have pick palms, do I? Damn.
I wonder if flat Earthers really believe there's a dark side of the moon. Doesn't understand it.
I have like a picture of what I mean, but I don't have pick palms, so I can't send it.
Not a lot of flat Earth debate going on.
He was a great troll, though.
It's
Well,
not
you
really
miss
a debate.
Clay giving us his love.
It's not really a debate. It's more what you believe at this stage. It is.
I
Because do
suspect
you know
Chris
what the
being
Earth
flat
is?
Earth.
I could ask any of you right now. Do you know what the Earth is?
Round.
No, do you know what it is?
Yes. Yes.
What is it? What is it?
Round. A sphere.
That's all you know about the
Ask
Earth,
people, what
right?
do
You know it's
when you
round.
see the entire Earth as a whole, what do you see? Like that's what
It's
I
a
like to.
creation. It's a creation. It has to be. It's been created.
No.
By
Right, but
what?
like when you
Like if you
imagine
saw
the
a
entire
picture,
world
yeah.
in your head, what do you see?
Oh, I see it like a cathedral, like a tomb.
Cathedral, like whatchamacallit? Where does Thor live? Asgard, like Asgard.
Yeah, it's like it's a mystical place. It is. A lot of weird shit's gone down on the Earth. It hasn't always been like this either, like technology and what we're doing. We're in a new phase. But the Earth seems pretty old. It's got a lot of secrets. That's what I mean. Like, what is it? Where the fuck are we? That's the question.
I want to know where
It's
this
not- it's not a
container
shape.
touches down on the Earth. If the Earth is contained in this container, where is it touching the Earth? So
Well,
I
this
want
is
to
the
know.
thing. See, some people think it's like stationary, right? Like it's not moving.
I
But there's
don't
some
think
people.
it's.
Well, there's some people who think it is moving. They think it's moving up. Yeah, honestly, because it can't be free falling down, right? We'd know, we'd feel that. If it's going sideways, we don't feel that. And you know, like when you're on an elevator, if you're born on the elevator, you get acclimatized to it, right? This is the argument. I'm not saying this is the facts. It's just what people are saying.
How many studies have they done on people being born in elevators?
Well, some people think
Like,
some people think it's a globe, right? Some people think it's flat and stationary.
I just,
Some people think it's concave, right? They're the big three.
how are they doing the study on the babies being born in these elevators? What are they doing?
Well, yeah, when you're born, right, you've got a flat spot on the back of your head because you can't hold your head up, right? And
Damn.
some people say that
I mean, there
if
is a
you're
helical model of the thing. Like,
well, why do we?
you know
Why
how
do
the
you think?
solar system galaxy the diagrams that you see are normally like the sun in the middle, then
Yeah,
this planet's
yeah,
moving
everything
around it.
revolving around it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. There's this other helical diagram of it that like it moves through space, but I don't know if that's
yeah.
true or not.
It's like a corkscrew. Everything corkscrewing behind the sun. And then there's another one where it's everything's free falling around the sun with the moon. It's ridiculous.
I have never seen that diagram before.
Yeah, I mean, there's all these movements, but we don't experience really any of it. Like, as you know, our cerebral system or whatever it is can't detect it.
Well, you know what system it is that would detect movement if there was any, right?
Is it in our ears? So,
Yeah, it's your vestibular system.
yeah. There's some fluid there, right?
Yeah, in your inner ear.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry, I just popped in. What?
No, I mean it's good.
Any
It's good.
proof?
Any globe proof? Nah, man. I've been looking for that for myself for a long time.
True that.
Yeah. I just accept the situation. I call it the Earth situation.
The Earth situation. Yeah, I mean we live on the same Earth, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're all I call it like a library book on loan.
Do you think aliens are real?
Yeah, it's hard to think that it would go like birds, bees, worms, all the way to us and then stop.
Yeah, because
Right.
this universe is like really big.
Right.
So that I don't know.
That's natural to wonder about that.
I mean, there's definitely unknowns, but are there creatures coming from outer space locations? Definitely not.
Definitely not. That's a very hard claim to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how
Because
can you come from outer space with no outer space?
there's the known universe and the unknown universe. The universe is expanding.
Cosmic.
Or is it? I think it's still expanding.
I don't even think they can
And
decide.
wait, because if the universe has like so many different galaxies, then there must be at least one galaxy with a planet full of life in it.
Yeah.
At
Must
least one.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
statistically,
I
sure.
mean, it's a very high.
Statistically,
It's very high probability anyway.
the
Yeah, but
Beastie
I mean,
Boys.
riddle me this: how do you have
Because
a
we
gas,
can't be the only people doing it.
pressurized gas next to a vacuum?
You can't for
Yeah, I
that.
mean that stops outer space right there. Boom, no galaxies. Uh-oh,
But
You can just have a
no
yeah,
distant
yep,
locations.
yep. Which
but
is why there's just a. This is why it's a pressure gradient, and there's actually is a very, very, very tiny amount of pressure in space.
Hey,
Just very,
guess what
very,
you
very,
need for a
very
pressure
tiny.
gradient? Guess what you need for a pressure gradient?
yeah, but hang
Uh,
on a second.
a
A
barometer
container.
to measure the fact that there's a pressure gradient.
Oh dang,
Hang on.
barometers have 2 containers. What are you gonna do now, Duncan?
Like, but what you're talking about is the physical, right? Like the
Sorry,
Beastie Boys.
sorry, you don't accept that
Well,
observations that we can actually make. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and I'm sorry you don't know what and how a barometer works or how pressure gradients work.
Does it detect a pressure gradient in the atmosphere?
the Beastie Boys
Yeah, it can
said,
move its
right,
location.
It does. Oh, okay.
Hold on,
So
man.
as you go higher up in the sky, the pressure gets lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay,
universe
there
is
you go.
expanding.
The
yeah,
pressure gradient's not in question. How do you have pressure without a container, Duncan?
You just have a pressure
Can you
gradient. What
demonstrate
do you mean?
that? That
hang
is
on.
pressure. How do you
But
have
that's just
gas
physical,
pressure
dude.
or gas pressure gradients without a container?
You can't,
I don't
man.
know. You tell
You don't
me.
even
Like,
know.
how is there fact that there's
That's not
a
my
higher
claim.
pressure here than when you go to a higher elevation? You're not hitting any containers, but yet there's a different pressure. So there
I'm
is a
not saying
pressure
there
gradient
isn't a
with no
container.
so there's no pressure gradient. There's no container between that pressure and that pressure. So as you go higher up, lower pressure, still no container. You go higher up, even lower pressure, still no container. Higher up, even still no container, still lesser pressure. Just keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, well, can I just say this one
So
thing?
no container.
Sure, man.
Well, the Beastie Boys, right? They said intergalactic, interplanetary, right? But it's interdimensional. This is what they say. It's like electromagnetic, right? And it's
That's a bit
not
left field, don't you think?
No, not really, because it has a functionality, this place. Like the sun seems to travel like up on a track almost. Like an invisible sort of, if you will,
That has to do
magnetic.
with gas pressure. How?
What's that?
What does that have to do with gas pressure?
Gas pressure, you still on that?
Well, I was. I mean,
Well, I mean, you've already established like you can't, but that doesn't nullify what's above you. Like, just because you know that once you sort of release the valve, right, the gas is going to go, if there's a space there and you've got gas and you release it, it's going to equilibrate, right? You know that? There's entropy.
yeah, it goes in all directions. But okay, I'm just trying to follow. I guess maybe you were continuing on our previous conversation.
Well, I guess. See, I have been in this conversation like a long time, and where it kind of is people are trying to understand what's actually happening. You know, like what the sun actually is and why it does what it does. You know. But even to this day, people have fucking a hard time explaining to you something like that, as you know. And I'm not fucking with you here. I'm just being real
Yeah, I
with
mean,
you.
what it is or what it's made out of, those
Yeah.
are. I mean,
It's like
still
we're-
unknowns.
It's like we're observing something absolutely fucking phenomenal, and we just get used to it. But it's like we're witnessing some kind of magical thing in a way. As real as it is, it's still even like a sunset. You know, it's different
It's
every day.
extraordinary.
right?
agree.
I think it's special. Like that's what pisses me off about the globe, if anything, that it rips us off, and that science tries to replace the wonder, and it's okay to not know, not have all the answers to everything, you know.
Yeah,
It's
but it
humbling.
is important to
The humbling.
differentiate between illusion and magic and
Yeah,
truth,
definitely.
right? I mean, nobody goes to a magic show and goes, "Oh my gosh, he really did saw that woman in half."
Yeah.
Right, but they
Once
see
you know
it,
how the trick
right?
works,
And
right?
of course, appears that way,
Yeah.
and maybe they're baffled about the trick, right, and things like that. And maybe they're completely unaware. Maybe the kids actually in the crowd, they really think that the lady was chopped in half and that the guy really did produce magic. Right, but we're in a similar situation with, you know, these space agencies that are making extraordinary claims, you know, against natural science in the process. All right, for
It's
instance,
easy.
I think
Easy
XIA
to.
was talking about, you know, like she thinks there's these galaxies and this expanding space, or is it contracting? I mean, yeah, I mean they changed the story so many times. It's very easily to get confused in the lore. But what I'm saying is that's just the magic show, right there. That's just the trick. That's going. Look, we went out there. We took a picture. You can't go there. Trust us. You know, we're the quote unquote pedestal scientists, right? We're the authority now. We say what is objective and what is subjective. And unfortunately, that's a
Over
lot
there.
of control.
They have private launches now. Just cost a lot of money. But you can
Yeah.
go there. Maybe you should start like a GoFundMe.
It's still heavily
Get on
regulated
that.
though. They're not going to let
Cruise the globe.
anyone just
Any day
cruise
now.
out. It's, yeah, whatever's up there.
I mean,
I've
I
seen
looked it
like
up.
some crazy shit being deployed in the upper atmosphere, man. I have stuff I can't even talk about. There's stuff going on up there, definitely. I mean, you'd have to be naive, right, to think with the amount of fuckery we've all unpacked over the years that underneath us with submarines and probably stuff we don't know about, and above us, above the clouds, who knows what's going on, really.
I mean, just look at that asteroid that's predicted to come close to Earth in 2029. Epiphany, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, so you have an object in the sky that we can see right now. It's a very tiny light, but in 5 years, it's going to become clearly visible to the naked eye. I mean, if it's the same object and it's getting larger in the sky, that must mean it's coming from somewhere further away and getting closer, which is why it's appearing bigger. So it's got to be
What
coming
if
from
it's just a
somewhere.
light? What if it's just a light getting bigger?
Well, again, even if it's just a light source coming, like getting bigger, like you're tracking it through the sky, so it's moving.
It's funny how when you need perspective, you use it, and then when you don't need perspective, you're like, nah, that's not perspective.
I mean, it's just funny because it's clearly coming from somewhere, so must be coming from, dare I say, outer space. Whoa.
Must be coming from a second law of thermodynamics violation? Probably not. Just like I was telling XIA about the aliens. Can't come from nothing. No pun intended there.
A big banger.
It's just funny that we can actually track this thing coming to us, and we can predict it to the day. Yeah, scientists, the collective we.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a second there, I thought you were saying that you've tracked this yourself along with others.
I mean, I tracked it along
Mhm.
with others as technically a logically true statement. Like I
Well,
looked at
just
what they
because you
did.
track something doesn't mean suddenly like, oh, the telescope whispered to me, yes, I'm this far
No.
away.
But anyway, it's just funny how they can predict it like to the day, the closest it's going to be to us and everything. It's just weird how they're so good at doing that, those predictions.
Yeah, I mean, if you're making up a story, it's really easy to predict what happens next. It's called like writing the story.
So they're writing the
I don't know.
story of the asteroid coming closer. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, if I'm making the story of, why this light is happening in the sky, it's really easy to make up the rest of the story, right? I mean, if you're already making up that, okay, outer space, you're already breaking natural law. What's to stop you, right, from going, okay,
So,
well, it'll happen like this. Oh, and when it actually happens, they'll be like, oh, we were off. We were, in the calculations. Are you unfamiliar with this? They do this all the time. Not just NASA, but JAXA, RASA, ESA. They all have these, oh, sorry, miscalculate. Oh, sorry, miscalculate. They even had it for the eclipse. Were you
yeah,
aware that, like,
it's called a percentage error. Yeah, it happens with all experiments when you do. There's always going to be a percent error, a marginal error. It's just harder science.
well, I'm
You
just
didn't know
saying,
that? You didn't know that there were marginal errors?
in
Have you ever heard of
manufacturing, yeah,
Have you ever heard of like a bell curve before in statistics?
of course.
Yeah, there you go. So why is it so bizarre that when they say these things, oh, like we expected this to happen, but our calculations were slightly off? Doesn't seem. It seems
I
to make
thought
sense to
science
me.
was progressing. I thought they were getting better, not worse.
Yeah,
How
they
come
are.
we can't go to the moon now? I mean, that's kind of weird. Uh-oh.
And when we do go there,
They
you're
aren't
just gonna say it's all
progressing.
fake, right? When
I
we
know
do
that
go
they
there, you're
can't
gonna say
go
it's all
there,
fake.
Darth.
Okay, but when we do, are you gonna say it's fake?
I can look at the evidence and I will give you my scholarly opinion, of course. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay.
Tell you what I know and I'll tell you what I don't know. I have no problem.
You have no problem with like the personal photographs that the astronauts took when they actually went to the moon before?
The personal photographs?
Yeah, they took their cameras. They took cameras. And
Oh, I
they
have many problems with the photos that they took.
took,
And
what?
the fact that they're claiming the environment that they're in is a second law of thermodynamics violation. For one, you know. Not to mention all the different shadows going on, not to mention that the moon isn't illuminating like it normally is.
So, what
Yeah,
degree do you
there's
have
lots
that
of
you know
questions
about
there.
thermodynamics?
I have a master's of science in architecture. Sorry, you're breaking up there, Darth.
So not physics. Not
I had to take
physics.
physics. Yeah. And I got an A.
Physics. Advanced physics. Like
You're
that deals
still
with
roboting pretty hard,
this.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, I'm in a bad service area.
I didn't get any of that, though.
I don't know if it's gonna get any better. Probably
It
bad
sounds better
service
now.
area.
No, it sounds good.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like you took classes in these like advanced physics class, just basic.
Well, you have general physics, and then you have like university physics, so where you have to actually take calculus and do experiments, and you have a lab component. It's actually a lot of fun. I like to working with my hands. Yeah, I guess maybe you're in a bad spot, man. We'll give it a second. Oh, maybe he's still talking. Yeah, I see. We have a couple of others. BK just joined. Says who's up? What's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
Not much. There's a little bit of nonsense going on earlier, but
Oh, I can
got it back on
tell.
topic. Yeah.
Hey, Marilyn, you're hot micing, bro, just so you know.
Sorry. Who's that? Do you know me?
No, but I don't care. You're hot micing. If you don't want to go on mute, I'll put you on mute. How about that?
Oh, I'm not on hot mic now, am I?
No.
You don't have to be rude, dude. That's what I mean. Do you know who I am?
I don't care.
Really? I'll talk to Crit about that, maybe.
Oh, please talk to Crit about that. That'd be wonderful.
You don't have to be rude. I'm a guest here, aren't I?
And you don't have to be pompous.
You're a very honored guest. I'm glad you're here. But I don't care who you are. I'm just letting you know that you were on hot mic. But now I can talk to you. So what's up? How are you?
Good. I go way back, man. Do you know Beyond the Imaginary Curve is? Heard of that channel?
No.
Bell in Scotland. Back in the day, I know before Discord, they used to have these things called Google Hangouts. And people would, ballers would shut the hangout down. They get the link and they'd kick everybody out the hangout. It was censorship. That's the kind of thing that was going on back in the day, a lot of censorship. When flat earthers were talking and making sense, that's when the ballers would attack.
It's pretty much the same today.
Yeah. It's like a stupid internet war.
I agree.
Right? Like digital
Are you guys
trench
like
warfare.
serious flat earthers?
I was back in the day, yeah, man. I was going to tell the Prime Minister of Australia about this. And I just thought, I better chill that
Are
out.
you like still a flat earther?
Nah, I just more... I know I'm in a creation. I know there's God. I just don't know what God is.
Well, then who is the flat earther here then?
I mean, I guess I'll start off as one. I'll start
And what
asking
made
questions.
you believe that the Earth was flat?
Funnily enough, I was one of those stupid people who started thinking about water and how water behaves.
What, that it would like all fall off the Earth if it was a ball or something? Which it is.
Yeah, sort of say if you throw a sphere into a well, you couldn't draw water out the well, right? But if you threw a bucket in, it all makes sense. And that I don't know, that's just how I think. I'm sort of simple on a practical level. My dad worked for General Motors Holden, which was a car company, and I don't know, I'm just sort of practically minded. I've worked with machines, so robots.
not designing the robots, just having to navigate around. I worked for the Herald Sun, which is a newspaper. I was on the publishing floor, and sometimes there'd be a robot with a huge piece of, real roll of paper that looked like a huge toilet roll, and it would have arms, and it would be going up a laser track to, load into a machine for the press to print the newspaper on. But yeah, so I don't know, I'm just, when it comes to water and this whole place being contained, I could entertain that possibility, yep.
Well, BK, do you experience anything other than a stationary plane?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you experience anything other than a stationary plane in real life?
What do you mean? What do you mean by plane?
I mean, you navigate the Earth as if it were a flat plane with topography, do you not?
Well, I don't navigate a flat Earth. I navigate a ball, but I mean,
Oh.
well, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so how do you know it's a ball?
I mean, well, because if you look up in the sky and see the sun, it's kind of round, and the moon and all the other planets with telescopes, and it would make no sense why the Earth is flat. Because
I think it would make no sense. I mean, I don't think it makes any sense to try and compare what you're standing on as to what the things in the sky are. I mean, when you sit at the dinner table and you eat on a plate, do you assume that the plate is a sphere like the light bulb that's shining on the table above you? I don't think so. Different things in different places, man.
That's a bad comparison, though.
Why is it a bad comparison?
Well, because if you take it within the context of how the solar system works, around how we all sort of rotate around the sun, it would
But
make
you
no
don't have any
sense.
evidence for that. You don't have any evidence for that.
I can look at I can look in the sky and I can see the sun is there, but if I go there
Yeah.
at night, the moon is there,
Yeah.
so that means that we're rotating around the sun
Yeah.
and the moon, and not the moon. The moon's rotating around us, but we're rotating around the sun.
Yeah. These are claims. These are things that you've been told. You don't experience any of this. Not one bit of it.
I can go outside right now and see the moon, as well as maybe the
Yeah, I
sun.
know
at the
you
same
can
time.
see it. You don't experience the things that you're telling me about. You look up and you see a moon. What does that have to do with the surface that you're standing on, other than the fact that somebody's had a great time brainwashing you to think that you're just like the thing that you see in the sky? It's absurd.
Well, sure, but when you take these things into account of how the solar system has been observed to work, it would make no sense why all the other planets are spheres and why we're a disk or something.
Other planets? What other planets? You think that you live on a planet? That was another story that you were told. Tell me how you know that the Earth is curving. Can you measure the curve? Bro, can you measure the curve? That's the only way that you need to figure this out. Can you measure the curve of the Earth?
Sure. I mean, if
Okay.
I'm sure if I got I saw a video of some flat earthers, and what they did is they took a stilt and they put a piece of cardboard on the top of it, and they cut a hole in the middle of the cardboard, and then ways away, on a flat paddock, right? They took another stilt and they placed another piece of cardboard upright, and they cut a hole in it. But if the Earth was flat, which it isn't, the sun rays, the sunlight would go through the first cardboard cutout, and then it would perfectly go through the second one, whichever way you go. But what the experiment showed is actually it didn't. The cardboard actually clipped the circle cut out in the cardboard, and that's how you can measure that there's a curve in the Earth.
So you're telling me that a really bad, sounds like a really dumb, bad experiment by some flat earthers, they're the only ones that prove that the Earth is curved? You can't do it?
I mean, I'm sure I can go outside right now and just do what they did with like a piece of cardboard and like maybe like a planks of wood, I guess.
So the flat earthers are the first ones to figure out that the earth is curved, but nobody else.
No, the Greeks did that actually. They did that with the monolith in I think it was Egypt and Ethiopia. What they did is they saw the shadow in what is it in Cairo that was emitted by the
It was
sun.
Alexandria and Cyrene.
Yeah, the that city, whatever it's called, and they saw it being cast over the city, and if the Earth was flat, if they went over to I think it was like maybe like I think it was like down the what's the river called? It's like the I don't know the river, but it's the river of Egypt, like the really long one. And if you go down that, the shadow would not appear the same than what it was at Alexandria, that city.
So this is shadows. This is your best. Like length of shadows changes during the day, bro. Like,
Yeah.
there's a million different reasons this is a bad idea to affirm the consequent using shadows. Are we using sticks? Are we using wells? Are you using large
No, it's a
buildings?
It was an extremely large like monolith. Like it's a straight big like you know what a monolith is, right? It's like a really big like tower sort of thing that like
Is it vertical?
Yeah, it's extremely vertically tall. Yeah.
Oh, so this proves a flat plane then.
How does it prove a flat plane then exactly?
Well, how do you get vertical unless you have a horizontal to have it in reference to?
Very true.
What?
How do you have a vertical unless you have a horizontal to reference to?
I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean?
I know you don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How do you have vertical on Earth anywhere? What is vertical in reference to on the Earth?
I mean, it would be the closest thing pointing to the sun, I would assume, or the moon, or whichever one's in the sky.
The sun? Are
the
you
sun, the
kidding
moon.
me, bro? Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is in reference to the horizon. Horizontal is in reference to the Earth. You cannot have a vertical on a curved surface.
I mean, sure. Then I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so the
I
Earth's
guess
flat.
you've
Then.
I've guess you've got me then. I guess, huh?
Yeah, so you even used an example of the Earth being flat to try and tell me that it's a ball?
What? No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said vertical towers, shadows.
Well, I guess I misspoke with my vocabulary then, without taking into account the whole measure system or whatever it may be called.
Measure system. I think
mean,
this
yeah.
topic might be a little bit above you, man. I'm not sure that you're going to be able to hang here today. How do you know that the Earth is curving, other than a bunch of Greeks affirming the consequent and making pre-assumptions that it was a ball in the first place?
I mean, like I said before, the whole cardboard cutout thing.
So the flat earthers are the first people to figure out that the Earth is curving. That's your stance.
What? No.
No? Oh, so how do we know the Earth is curving, other than the Greeks affirming the consequent and a couple of knucklehead flat earthers? These are your best examples? How come you can't just measure it?
These are off at the top of my head, so I mean, I'm sure if I do some research, I can find some experiments of some people, like trying to predict or not predict, determine if the Earth is flat or if it's a curved sphere.
Bro, why would you need an experiment? It's a measurement. You measure drop over distance. This is not difficult. Just figure out who measured the drop over distance and we'll go from there.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, it's easy.
Well,
that's why we're here, because we've been measuring.
Even
we're
if
not
we
finding
affirm these things, I mean, we have numerous pictures of the Earth from all of the satellites, the space station, like the moon landing.
Oh yeah, sure. All the things that you saw on TV, right? I mean, the Earth is on TV. The ball is, but in reality, it's not there.
What do you mean?
Well, all the times that you've seen Earth curve has been on a screen or on a page, right? But you've never measured it or seen it in real life.
I mean, sure, but like if you go by that sort of idea, then I guess everything that you haven't seen IRL can't be affirmed until you see it with your own eyes. So
No, that's not true.
So why don't
That's a
you?
bad comparison. It's not a good analogy. The thing is that we like to verify things, BK. So if someone says, let's say, for instance, I don't know, the Earth is curving, like this is a picture from space, are you and me going to go to space and figure that out? If space is a real place for us to go?
I mean, we can look at live streams from NASA that's on like YouTube right now.
Yeah, once again, TV. Like, is your whole life lived through TV?
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
Across, yeah.
So let's say I know that there's obviously a live stream, and apparently there's some curvature there. That's freaking fantastic. That means that while we're here on Earth, the thing that's supposed to be curving, we can go measure the curve. The problem is that no one's finding it. Why is that?
I mean, I can't really sort of push back on this because I'm not really sort of educated on the I guess experiments that have taken place historically on the people who have tried to measure the curve of the Earth or something.
Well, maybe you should get after that, man. I'm telling you. It would behoove you to do so, right? To go ahead and do this for yourself, not take everybody's word for it. All the people that are showing this to you on TV and in the textbooks.
I mean, sure, but can you prove to me that the Earth is flat then?
Sure. So how do you find? Have you ever put a picture on your wall in your house?
Yeah, I have before.
You ever used a bubble level?
A what? A bubble level, like the thing where
Yeah.
you like a measuring thing, right?
Yeah, the spirit level. Yeah, the level.
Yeah, the level thing that you measure things.
Oh.
Not the measure. Sorry. Yeah, level things with. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So if that's used to create horizontal, so that you can put a picture on the wall, it's filled with water, right? And it's got a little bubble in it. Water, it turns out. Yeah, it turns out it's not that difficult to prove that the Earth is flat. So water finds its own level. Everybody knows this, right? It flows down from mountain peaks to find ocean basins or valleys or whatever, and then levels out wherever it goes. So it turns out that I can use a bubble level to level every picture, every foundation, every city block, all the way out to the ocean, where there's an ocean that is completely flat and level. 70% of the Earth's surface is water. That means 70% of the Earth is flat and level. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Unless you think water curves, and then we can go from there. We can see if water does curve.
I mean, well, I would assume that gravity has something to do with all the water sort of curving and stuff, I guess.
So you're claiming that the water does curve. Can you show me that? That large bodies of water are curving?
In what sense do you mean? Like in like a sphere, or just like a?
No, I'm asking you if the oceans are curving at the rate of curvature supposed to be on the Earth, which is in the ballpark of 8 inches per mile square.
I mean, I can't show you that, but I'm sure I can show you the ocean curving.
I just asked you if you can show me the ocean curving, and you said I can't show you that, but then you told me that you can show me the ocean curving?
You said that something about sorry. You said something about like 8 inches to like whatever, and I said I can't prove that to you, like the exact way that the water is supposed to curve according to these quote unquote globalists or whatever you call them, or the globies. I can show you it curving. Like, I mean, you can look at waves and how they curve and like tip over and like splash into the water, etc.
So the only thing that you can show me are waves, but you can't show me the oceans curving at 8 inches per mile square as claimed by the, not globies, but the supposed size, radius, curvature rate of the Earth. You can't show me that.
Well, I proved you the water can curve, but I can't show you it exactly like the amount it does that we perceive, or the people who believe in the global Earth perceive to be the curvature of the water around the Earth.
All right, so then the oceans, even though there's waves, I mean, come on, if you're going to be that pedantic, I mean, we're not going to have a conversation much longer, but the ocean is not curving at the rate that it's supposed to, according to the globe math.
But you said that if you believe water can curve, we can go into a conversation about that, and that has proved to you it does.
No, I said large bodies of water curving at the rate as supposed to be according to the globe math. Obviously, waves exist. Don't be pedantic. So, are the oceans curving at the rate they're supposed to according to the globe math? Yes or no?
I don't know the globe math, so I couldn't answer that to you, like,
Okay.
seriously.
Well, then, if you're that ignorant in this topic, maybe we should just, maybe go do some research and then come back.
Wait, I'm not ignorant. I'm
I
just
think
sort
you're
of
pretty
answering
ignorant.
to my ability. I'm not ignorant at all. I'm just answering to my ability.
So far, you said that the flat earthers have proved a globe, but nobody else have, other than the Greeks that affirm the consequent, right? And then your best water curvature evidence is that it does it like with waves and stuff, but not according to the globe math. So
what's the globe?
I don't think that you don't know what the supposed radius of the Earth is supposed. I mean, do you know what it is?
Enlighten me.
So you're not educated on this subject.
No, enlighten me. I just said enlighten me.
No. Yeah, the Earth's radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles.
Sure.
Okay, that would dictate that in the ballpark of 8 inches per mile squared, there should be a rate of curvature everywhere from where you stand, away from you, no matter what.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Yeah. So why is the Earth not doing that? In fact, why are we not finding that even close to that anywhere at all? In fact, we're finding a plane. In fact, everybody's measuring it as a plane.
Actually, if we take the example of the cardboard I used before, we actually aren't.
So the flat earthers, with their experiment, are the only people to prove that the Earth is curving. Maybe they didn't do it right. What do you think? Maybe they messed it up.
I guess so.
Because if they're the only ones that found it, but nobody else can.
You said that no matter the distance, we can't observe the Earth is curving, and I'm
I
giving
didn't say
an
that.
example. I think you did. I think you did actually.
Well, actually, yeah, no, I did. You're right. Yeah, we can't see it anywhere. Right.
Well, we actually can.
Where?
Like I said, the experiment that I mentioned before with the cardboard.
Is the experiment? Is that a measurement? Is that a measurement?
What they did is they took a piece of cardboard, 2 of them, and they.
Dude, don't tell me the story again. I want to know the measurement.
I don't know the measurement, but if you
Oh, you told me it was a measurement just now. You told me it was a measurement.
In the experiment, they obviously
it's not a
measurements. Dude, can I finish?
What was the measurement?
Okay,
what was the measurement?
Dude. Okay, listen.
I don't need you to. I don't need you to go ahead and repeat this particular experiment, though it's not an experiment. I need you to tell me what the measurement was.
Misrepresenting in your head what I'm saying. Okay, you said, "Where's the measurement?" And I said, in the experiment, they obviously did some measurement to determine how far they need to go for the Earth to, or what they believe.
What was it?
I mean, it looked no further than say 10 to 15 meters.
What measurement did they get?
Measurement, I don't know, but I did see the whole light thing clipping the cardboard.
So the flat earthers proved the globe. No one else has done this.
Sure, man. If you want to go by that, then sure, they did. I guess give them a medal or something.
Okay, that's satisfactory for you. Since the flat earthers proved the globe, you don't have any measurements though, and you can't show me any other way to show me Earth curve. The flat earthers did it.
I'm sure you can do the experiment right now. Actually, if it's daytime.
Is it possible that the experiment was? How do you feel about this experiment? Did it seem pretty high tech to you? Did it seem like it was something that was legitimate?
Yeah, it did actually.
Okay, so you trust the flat earthers? You trust flat earthers?
I trust anybody who can conduct an experiment and then have an outcome, no matter if they're flat earthers, globies, whoever.
That's fantastic. So let's see if those flat earthers, maybe their results were inconclusive. What do you think? Maybe we should check and see if that curvature rate actually exists somewhere, anywhere else. Actually,
you got the video? Or do you want to?
No. I mean, you're going to take that as evidence. That's no problem. Let's talk about another one, right? Do you know what the black swan is?
If you're referring to the animal, yeah, but the experiment that I'm thinking from.
No. I want you to look in chat. It's 17 minutes after the hour. I want you to tell me if you see that horizon in front of, in between, or behind the oil platforms.
The horizon. I mean, it's obviously behind the platforms.
Right. So maybe the flat earthers that you say prove the globe, maybe that's inconclusive because according to this particular photograph, which you can verify, you don't have to go to the ISS or anything. You can go down to the beach and do something just like this. This camera is at a 1 foot observer height, and that horizon is at least 9.41 miles when it should be at 1.22 miles, if that's the edge of the sphere. So here's another test, or experiment as you would probably call it, that shows that there is no curvature. So now we have a conundrum on our hands, don't we?
I guess. Wait. What's the explain to me the whole picture with the oil rigs more in depth, please. Thank you.
Oh, space exists. Yeah, no problem. I've got the other one, bro. That's perfect. That's a great example. That means that the horizon is not Earth curve, right? So, anyways, I'll explain this to you. At 1 foot observer height, according to the globe Earth geometry, a radius of 3,959 miles, every distance to the horizon, which would be the physical Earth curve, sagitta, hill, hump, whatever you want to call it, that's blocking boats and buildings in the distance, it should be at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So this particular observation is done at 1 foot, right there where the water's lapping up on the sand. 1 foot above sea level, 1 foot above the surface. That means that the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Instead, it's at about 10, at least 10 actually, in this particular observation. So that means that the horizon is either not Earth curve or you don't live on a globe.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll sort of look into the picture. But another question: why does the rig on the left look more sort of in the ground than the one on the right? Or are they just different heights?
No, it's called perspective, dude.
Wait.
Do you not know what perspective is?
What's this? What's this? What's
I
this?
posted this for you as well to show you that the horizon does indeed. This is another black swan. This is another nail in the coffin for the globe, because now you have a horizon at two different places. Same observer height, same place, same everything.
Wait, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? I mean that the horizon that you guys all say is the thing that's the edge of the ball that's blocking the boats and the buildings is now moving around. Are you saying that the Earth is a giant yoga ball? All of a sudden the horizon is moving, but the oil rigs aren't? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense now, does it?
I mean, when the horizon moves, I don't think the oil rigs would move, wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't they? If everything's being refracted around and moved and changing positions, wouldn't the oil rigs seem to be farther away too? If the horizon is the edge of the Earth, it should always be in one place, right?
Wait a second. Okay, wait. You're sort of trying to tell me that on a curve, on a ball, there's an edge. There isn't an edge on a ball. So I don't know where you're getting that from. But
Well, then why is everybody telling us that the horizon is blocking boats and buildings? Why is everybody telling us that the horizon is the edge of the ball, or the leading edge of the sphere, or whatever you want to call it, the hill, the hump, the sagitta, blocking things in the distance? Why are people telling us that?
Wait, what do you mean? Because the horizon is blocking buildings?
Is it? Is that the Earth curve?
If you just take the horizon, it doesn't block buildings. It's in the distance. It's in the background, I guess.
The horizon, dude, you're not even making any sense. Is the horizon the edge of the ball? Yes or no?
There's no edge of the ball.
Fine. Is it the sagitta?
I guess, sure. It would be the sagittive. Then I guess. Wait, what does that mean?
So why is the sagitta moving around?
The sagittive, because when the Earth spins, the horizon would move, I guess, with it. So that's why it would spin around.
You're the only one making this claim. You're the first person I've ever heard say this.
What the horizon moves? I mean, it does. That's
No, the
Moon does in the sun.
apparently the solid edge or the solid sagitta is now moving around because of the spin of the Earth, which you haven't proven yet. That's just a baseless assertion.
I mean, but the horizon does move though.
So the horizon is not the physical geometric sphere edge.
There's no edge. It's the sagitta, like you said. So stop.
I know you can be pedantic about the whole edge thing. You know what I'm talking
not
about. I
being
mean, if you want to have a grown-up conversation, we can have a grown-up conversation. If you can't cope with the word edge, then we're not going to be able to have this conversation.
Dude, you're getting like chill. Just chill, okay? The horizon.
So can you chill about the whole edge thing? You know what I'm talking about, right? If I say edge, I mean sagitta. Is that all right?
Sure.
Is that all right with you?
Sure,
Can you be a grown-up?
Yes, dude.
Okay.
Yes. I've said yes like 10 times. But the
So-
horizon does move though. Like,
So the horizon does move. So we can't use that as a physical tangent point to measure curvature to? So Al-Biruni was wrong 1,000 years ago?
I mean, I don't know who that is or his work. So I mean,
So the horizon, how about the solid Earth? Is the solid Earth as a horizon, is it moving around too?
the solid Earth isn't a horizon.
Oh, so you don't have horizons on the Earth, on the ground, on the solid Earth? No?
Do you know what a horizon is? I mean, it's when.
Why don't you find a definition for me?
Sure, I'll look on Google right now.
Yeah, it'd be great.
I mean, while he's doing that, he's sort of making a flat Earth claim. You know, the horizon isn't physical.
Okay, so the most literal definition of the first thing that comes up in Google is, quote, the line which Earth's surface and the sky meet to appear, appear to meet.
Yeah. So the surface, meaning water or land. So the land also is a horizon. So
No,
you're wrong.
It's just where they meet, it says.
Appear to meet.
Appear to meet.
Appear to meet, yeah. Where they appear to meet, it says.
So the land is, you can have a horizon on land and water.
You can't have it on land. The horizon is, like it said, again, the line at which the Earth's surface and sky appear to meet. So they don't, I don't know what you're claiming this for.
Yeah, they appear to meet, right. The land or the water appear to meet the sky. You can have a horizon on both land and water. It's an apparent position, even by the definition that you gave us.
It isn't on the water, though. It isn't on the water. It's appearing to meet it there.
Dude, what are you even trying to say? This is ridiculous.
Because you're making these claims, and I'm just you're sort of using wording that doesn't make sense because you're saying it is where they appear to meet. It doesn't touch the Earth.
In the globe claim, mate, right? The horizon, what the gentleman's talking about, is a physical location. It doesn't move. When you get to it, it starts curving. That's where you say the boats disappear from bottom up. It's going over the curve. Yeah, it's physical. The gentleman's just shown you how far it should be given the geometry of what we told the shape of the size of the globe is. And he's shown you photographs of the horizon beyond that limit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the information you're given about the globe and the horizon being at a set distance at certain heights isn't true.
Sure, I guess.
That's all I needed to say.
One deck, you go ahead. I got to bounce out of here.
Let me ask you, Pavement Apes, something. Let me ask you something. What do you think? Are the Jews and white people, are they the same?
What? No, they're not.